Chapter 1. A nameless woman beneath the wind and snow. In the year 547 of the Yongan calendar, on the 25th day of the 12th month, in the southern frontier of the Qi kingdom, in the county of Kuhai, the last rays of the setting sun cast a fleeting glance over the wild expanse before surrendering to the embrace of night. The wind howled, and the snow fell like salt, blanketing the landscape in a shroud of white, transforming the hills and trees into a silver-clad expanse. Soon, a thick layer accumulated, and as time passed, the snow danced in the wind like goose feathers, carrying the scant starlight to an unknowable distance. In the southern part of the county town, along a winding path that led to a small river and dense woods, a figure gradually emerged, struggling to drag something through the snow, moving toward the direction of the town, leaving behind a long trail. It was a young man, with a resolute expression and well-defined features, yet his skin bore a waxen hue. He appeared to be around 21 or 22, wrapped in a deer hide, stuffed with tattered cloth and hay. Though he looked bulky, the heavy clothing offered little protection against the relentless storm. In truth, the young man's lips were already turning a purplish hue from the cold. If one were to draw near and examine him closely, they would notice his body trembling uncontrollably, with patches of exposed skin beginning to crack. What he dragged behind him was a woman, barely clinging to life, lying on a small wooden cart. Her body was marred with wounds, bloodstains that would chill any observer's heart. Her thin garments provided no defense against the biting cold, and given that it was the peak of winter in the Qi kingdom, a normal person dressed in such a manner would not survive even a moment in this fierce storm. Yet, remarkably, this woman, buried beneath the snow, still exhibited faint breaths, her chest rising and falling weakly. The young man paused intermittently, every half-mile stopping to rub his hands together, jump in place to shake off the snow accumulating on him, and to check if the woman was still alive. When he stopped for the third time, crouching beside her and gazing intently at her chest, the injured woman suddenly opened her eyes, her indifferent gaze shifting to him. The young man felt her gaze but remained unflustered, his expression impassive as he stated, "You'd best not mistake my actions for impropriety otherwise. I shall leave you here to perish. Our paths have crossed under these circumstances, and my rescuing you amidst such a storm is a significant favor. Should you judge me with ill intent, I shall allow you to lie in this cold snow for 3 months." The woman remained silent, not uttering a word. The young man then displayed his own frostbitten hands, red and stiff, with frostbite forming upon them, his voice trembling as he continued, "I can no longer feel your breath. If you remain silent and keep your eyes closed, I can only observe your chest to ascertain if you are alive. We still have at least 5 miles to go, and with the snow enveloping the mountains, the path is treacherous. I do not wish to drag a corpse back with me." After a prolonged silence, the woman weakly inquired in a voice that resembled a whisper from the grave, "Where are we going?" Surprised that she could still speak, the young man hastily resumed pulling the cart through the storm, replying, "To a dilapidated temple a mile outside the town. Although it is bitterly cold there, with winds seeping through the cracks in the walls, at least the snow does not enter. Last month, I pleaded with Zhang, the hunter, for quite some time, and he agreed to let me stay in his windbreak tree house for the winter. Though his words were harsh, he nonetheless saved my life otherwise. With this heavy snowfall, I would have frozen to death in the temple. I must return to him to collect the key." Pausing briefly, his tone turned resolute. "I cannot carry you to the treehouse. I lack the strength to drag you through this storm. You'll have to fend for yourself in the temple. I shall return to check on you in the morning. If you survive, you survive. If not, I shall find a patch of earth to bury you. My duty shall be fulfilled." The woman fell silent in the snowstorm. It was only when she caught sight of the outline of the small, dilapidated temple in the distance that she weakly asked, "What is your name?" The young man hesitated for a moment before replying vaguely, "Wen Chao Sheng." The woman pressed further, "Where is your home?" Wen Chao Sheng, panting as he strained to drag her along, replied, "I am not from the Qi kingdom. I am a refugee. Here, I have no identity, and most of the time I cannot enter the town. I usually reside in the dilapidated temple outside the town. Where's your home?" The woman scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng's back, her eyes narrowing in a mix of daze and clarity, eventually closing her eyes, falling silent. After dragging the woman to the temple, both of them were covered in a thick layer of snow, resembling snowmen. Indeed, the temple was as Wen Chao Sheng had described it, a shelter from the snow, but not from the wind. The night was bleak, the wind had sharpened into blades, capable of claiming lives if it persisted throughout the night. Wen Chao Sheng pulled the woman forcefully from the cart, placing her behind a half-dilapidated statue within the temple, where the wind was slightly less fierce. Noticing that the woman had succumbed to unconsciousness, he gathered some dry grass from a corner of the temple, disregarding the dust and dirt, and spread it over her. "This is all I can offer. May fortune favor you." With that, he cast a glance at the exposed brick seams in the corner, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to leave. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, and the storm raged on, the biting cold penetrating the night like an icy dagger, reaching into the very marrow of his bones. Wen Chao Sheng gritted his teeth, ignoring the cracked wounds on his hands, and plunged into the tempest. Having traversed this realm for 3 years, he possessed nothing, not even the identity of a Qi citizen. Declared a refugee, he had been expelled from the town. Whenever the local officials were on duty, the refugees like him were barred from entry, permitted only to enter the town once a month on the 3rd day to apply for a Qi identity. However, Kuhai County was a small frontier town, and according to the laws of the Qi Kingdom, the quota for accepting outsiders each year was limited. Most were from other nations, and with a bit of silver or other valuables, the county magistrate would often turn a blind eye. Wen Chao Sheng, however, was a refugee, having arrived with nothing, not even a coin to offer as a bribe. Consequently, he was relegated to the outskirts of the town, unable to set foot within its walls. For 3 years, he had persistently gone to the town to plead for a Qi identity from the magistrate, only to face rejection each time. Eventually, the magistrate grew weary of his entreaties and laid out the terms plainly: 10 taels of silver. If Wen Chao Sheng could procure this sum, the magistrate would grant him a legal identity as a Qi citizen and arrange for him to have a place to reside in Kuhai County, allowing him to farm like any other citizen, laboring at sunrise and resting at sunset. Alternatively, Wen Chao Sheng could live as a refugee for 3 years, and if he survived, fate would deem him worthy of a Qi identity. 10 taels of silver were a mere fantasy as a refugee in this small county. Even a well-off family would struggle to produce 5 taels. For 3 years, merely surviving had proven exceedingly arduous. 3 years ago, during a frigid winter snowstorm, an old black dog had led a nearly frozen Wen Chao Sheng to the temple, sharing with him half a bowl of unfinished gruel, enabling him to endure that night of turmoil. The dog's owner had ventured into the mountains years prior to seek medicine for his ailing mother and was rumored to have encountered a great beast, never to return. Since then, the old black dog had made daily trips to the outskirts of the town, waiting atop a familiar hill for a familiar face, undeterred by the weather. The dilapidated temple lay along the path the dog frequented. Now, counting the days, the 3-year period was drawing to a close, and on the 3rd day of the coming month, he would finally receive his Qi identity from the magistrate, enabling him to escape the relentless struggle for survival that had defined his existence. The most crucial thing at present is to endure and survive this terrifying storm that has arrived ahead of time. Chapter 1. The Nameless Woman Beneath the Snowstorm in the year 547 of the Yongan calendar, on the 25th day of the 12th month. The slanting rays of the western sun cast a final glance over the grassy expanse of Kuhai County, nestled in the southern border of the Qi Kingdom, before succumbing to slumber as the night descended. The winds howled and the snow fell like grains of salt, blanketing the land in a shroud of white, adorning the mountains and branches in glistening silver, rendering the scenery desolate and boundless. In no time, a thick layer of snow accumulated. Subsequently, the snow transformed into feathers, swirling chaotically in the wind, carrying away the meager starlight to an unknowable distance. In the southern part of the county town, along a narrow path leading to a small river in the depths of a dense forest, a figure gradually emerged. This individual struggled to drag something through the snow, moving laboriously towards the town, leaving behind a long, winding trail. It was a young man, his complexion resolute and features distinct, though his skin bore a waxy pallor. He appeared to be around 21 or 22 years of age, wrapped in a deerskin coat stuffed with tattered cloth and dry grass. Though he seemed plump, the heavy clothing was evidently inadequate against the ferocious storm. In truth, The young man's lips had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold. If one were to draw near and observe closely, they would notice his body trembling incessantly, with patches of exposed skin beginning to crack. What he dragged behind him was a woman, barely clinging to life, laid upon a small wooden cart. Her body was marred by numerous wounds, bloodstains alarming to behold. Her meager garments provided no protection against the biting cold. It was the height of winter in the Qi Kingdom, and with the river frozen. Any normal person dressed in such a manner would not survive even a quarter of an hour amidst the raging storm. Yet, astonishingly, the snow-laden woman still exhibited faint movements in her chest, and her nostrils showed signs of breath. The young man halted intermittently. Each half-mile he traversed prompting him to stop, rub his hands together, jump in place to shake off the accumulating snow, and check whether the woman was still alive. As he crouched beside her for the third time, leaning in closely to examine her chest, the injured woman suddenly opened her eyes and fixed her indifferent gaze upon him. The young man felt her scrutiny but remained unflustered, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "You would do well not to mistake my actions for frivolity. Otherwise, I shall leave you here. Our paths have crossed by chance, and rescuing you amidst such a storm is a significant act of kindness. Should you perceive me with a narrow mind, I shall leave you to be buried beneath the cold snow for 3 months." The woman remained silent, not uttering a word. The young man then displayed his hands, reddened and frozen, now afflicted with frostbite, his voice trembling slightly as he continued, "I can no longer feel your breath. You remain silent, your eyes closed. I am left with no choice but to observe your chest to ascertain whether you are alive. There are still at least 5 miles to return, and with the snow sealing the mountains, the path is truly treacherous. I do not wish to drag a corpse back with me." After a prolonged silence, the woman weakly inquired in a voice raspy and lifeless, "Where are we going?" The young man, surprised that she could still speak, hastily resumed, pulling the cart through the storm, replying as he walked, "To a decrepit temple a mile outside the county town. Though it is still unbearably cold, the walls and cracks may shield us from the snow. At the end of last month, I implored Zhang the hunter for quite some time. He agreed to let me stay in a tree house that offers some shelter from the wind. Though his words were harsh, it was a matter of life and death for me. Otherwise, amidst this heavy snow, I would certainly perish in that dilapidated temple after burning through all the firewood. I must return there to retrieve the key from him." Pausing for a moment, his tone became resolute. "I cannot take you to the tree house. I simply lack the strength to drag you up there amidst this storm. You will have to remain in the temple. I shall return to check on you in the morning. If you survive, you survive. If not, I shall find a patch of earth to bury you. I've done all I can." The woman fell silent once more amidst the snowstorm, until, upon catching sight of the outline of the decrepit temple in the distance, she weakly asked, "What is your name?" The young man hesitated for a moment before responding vaguely, "Wen Chao Sheng." The woman continued, "Where is your home?" Wen Chao Sheng panted, straining to pull her along, replying, "I am not from the Qi Kingdom. I am a refugee without an identity here. Most of the time, I cannot enter the county town and reside in the temple outside. Where would I have a home?" The woman gazed at Wen Chao Sheng's back, her eyes half closed, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes alert, until eventually she shut her eyes and ceased to speak. After dragging the woman into the temple, both of them were covered in a layer of snow, resembling snowmen. As Wen Chao Sheng had described, the temple shielded them from the snow, but could not fend off the biting wind. The snowy night was bleak, and the wind had become as sharp as knives. Enduring this all night long could indeed lead to death. Wen Chao Sheng exerted himself to pull the woman down from the cart, placing her behind a half-buried stone statue in the temple where the wind was somewhat less fierce. Seeing her succumb to unconsciousness, he gathered some dry grass from a corner of the temple, disregarding the dust and dirt, and laid it over her. "That will have to suffice. May you fend for yourself," he declared, casting a glance at the exposed gaps in the walls, hesitating momentarily before turning to leave. Outside was an abyss of darkness, the storm raging fiercely, the chills seeming to penetrate the night's black veil to reach one's very bones. Wen Chao Sheng gritted his teeth, disregarding the cracks upon his hands, plunging headlong into the tempest. For 3 years, he had traversed this land, possessing nothing, not even the identity of a Chi citizen. He had been condemned as a refugee, banished from the county town, unable to enter whenever the officials were on duty. The only opportunity to enter the town was on the third day of each month, when he could petition the local magistrate for the identity of a Chi citizen. However, Kuhai County was a small town on the borders, and according to Chi law, the quota for admitting outsiders was limited each year. Predominantly populated by individuals from other nations, often requiring bribes of silver or goods to secure entry. Yet, Wen Chao Sheng, as a refugee, had traversed over from another realm, utterly destitute, without even a morsel of food to offer as a bribe. The outcome was predictable. He had been relegated to the outskirts of the county town, unable to set foot inside. Over time, Wen Chao Sheng diligently returned to the town each month to petition for a legitimate identity, but each time he faced rejection. Eventually, the local magistrate grew weary of his persistence and laid out his terms clearly: 10 taels of silver. If Wen Chao Sheng could procure the sum, he would grant him a legitimate identity and a residence within Kuhai County, allowing him to labor like any other citizen, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Alternatively, he could survive as a refugee for 3 years, and should he remain alive by then, the magistrate would consent to grant him a Chi identity. 10 taels of silver were unattainable, not to mention that he, as a refugee in this small county town, could hardly scrape together even 5 taels without a prosperous family to back him. For 3 years, merely surviving had proven exceedingly arduous. It was during the harsh winter of 3 years prior that an old black dog from the town had found the nearly frozen Wen Chao Sheng, leading him to the dilapidated temple hidden amidst the grass and dry branches, sharing half a bowl of leftover gruel, helping him endure that night of storm and snow. The old dog's owner had ventured into the mountains years ago to seek medicinal herbs for his ailing mother, only to be rumored to have encountered a great beast and never returned. Henceforth, the sable hound embarked on a daily pilgrimage to the outskirts of the county town, seeking a familiar figure atop a well-known hill, undeterred by the elements. The dilapidated temple lay along the very path the canine frequented. By his reckoning, the 3-year term was nigh, and on the third day of the coming month, he would at long last procure his Chi nationality from the magistrate of Kuhai County, thus escaping the arduous existence where every day was a struggle for survival. The paramount concern now was to endure the premature and formidable snowstorm. Chapter 2. A blanket against the night, snow no matter how arduous the path, it must be traversed. Wen Chao Sheng was acutely aware that he had no retreat. Battling against the relentless snowstorm, he left behind a series of indistinct footprints, pressing onward until he reached a small wooden cabin to the southeast outside the county town, where an elderly couple resided. The windows of the cabin were sealed with animal hides, obscuring the faint glow of an oil lamp within. Regardless of whether the occupants were awake or asleep, when Chao Sheng knocked forcefully on the door, the dull sound quickly swallowed by the howling wind and snow. Knock, 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 knock. After several attempts, the frosty door of the wooden cabin finally creaked open, revealing a dark, wrinkled face. It was the hunter Zhang. He cast a cold glance at Wen Chao Sheng and scolded, "What time is it? Are you not sleeping while others do?" Before Wen Chao Sheng could utter a word, Zhang tossed him a deep blue cloth. The key was wrapped inside. "Thank you," Wen Chao Sheng managed to say the first syllable before the heavy door slammed shut once more. Staring at the closed door, he hesitated not a moment before turning away, heading into the distant darkness. Having taken only a few steps, a silver-haired old woman, resting on the bed inside the dimly lit cabin, spoke up. "Old Zhang, why are you so fierce? That boy doesn't seem malicious. He has been pitiful for 3 years, and I've never seen him steal or rob anyone. That treehouse is empty anyway. It won't cause any trouble." Zhang added some wood to the stone stove, not responding to the old woman, but instead shouted emphatically, "Damn it!" with such heavy snow falling suddenly. "Tomorrow the mountains will be closed off. We'll likely not be able to hunt. I'll have to take a pickaxe and break the ice on the river to see if I can catch a couple of fish for soup." The old woman, understanding her husband's temperament, continued, "I know you're feeling uneasy. Times have been tough lately. However, that boy Chao Sheng mentioned that his 3-year agreement with the county magistrate is coming to an end. Once he becomes a citizen of our Qi state and is recorded by the officials, he'll receive a piece of land and be able to support himself. Perhaps he could even help us with some small matters. Old Zhang abruptly turned his head to look at the old woman on the bed, his tone urgent. 3-year agreement? Nonsense. What kind of person is that magistrate Lu Jin? What 3-year agreement? Besides that fool outside, who else believes it? Without money, would he allow refugees into the county? Ridiculous. Bah. He spat into the fire, his tone grave and foreboding. Just watch. That foolish boy won't survive this winter. If I were 10 years younger, I might have been able to help him, but now we're like clay idols crossing the river, barely able to save ourselves. Hearing Zhang's harsh words, the old woman fell silent for a long moment before asking, "Why don't we move back to the county town and let him stay here for the winter?" Zhang did not respond. The firelight illuminated his aged face, shadows dancing in the lines of his skin. The old woman, gazing at his face, suddenly paused, unable to speak further. She closed her weary eyes and sighed. They had chosen to move out precisely because their former home was too far from Zhang's hunting grounds. In their youth, Zhang was robust, able to traverse dozens of miles without breaking a sweat. Yet now, both of them had crossed 60, and with her ailments, she could hardly walk. Zhang had built this cabin in Xingtian to save at least 20 miles of travel each day, making hunting and gathering firewood easier, as well as allowing him to care for her. The winter roads were particularly treacherous, especially this year with heavier snowfall than in the past. Moving back to the county would almost be tantamount to risking her husband's life. For the past 2 years, her leg pain had been severe, preventing her from working the fields. She relied entirely on Zhang's care to survive. She understood the gravity of their situation. Yet as she listened to the snow softly falling outside, her thoughts inevitably drifted to their son who had gone off to war, buried in the blankets with a sigh. At this moment, when Chaos Hen had struggled to reach the treehouse, his hands were nearly numb, but fortunately, Zhang had left a wooden ladder here. Had he merely lowered a rope as before, he might not have managed to climb up. Exhausted, he finally stood before the treehouse door, carefully retrieving the key and unlocking it. He tumbled inside, quickly shutting the door behind him. In an instant, the wind and snow were sealed outside, and when Chaos Hen felt as though he had been reborn. After groping around in the pitch-black room for a moment, he suddenly froze, doubt creeping in. His hands brushed against something in the corner, and he confirmed that it was indeed a blanket. Although worn and with several holes, it was a lifesaver for Wen Chao Sheng. Having known Zhang for 3 years, he had not expected this seemingly rough man to remember to leave a blanket for him in the treehouse. He dared not undress, but pulled out the dry grass from inside his clothing and wrapped himself in the blanket. As he felt his stiff body gradually warm, he murmured to himself with a touch of pride, Heaven knows you didn't expect this, did you? I'm still alive. In a few days, on the 3rd of next month, I will officially be a citizen of Qi. With land and a place to stay, life will surely improve." As he spoke, his previously dejected tone turned increasingly excited. A smile, long absent, resurfaced on his face. Yet soon, this smile faded, as if he recalled something. A glint of uncharacteristic sharpness flashing in his eyes, only to dissipate silently with time. As night fell, the weary Wen Chao Sheng finally drifted into slumber. In the wilderness, where no rooster crowed, he awoke the next morning to the dawn light seeping through the door crack. Startled awake, he paid little heed to his discomfort, stretching his limbs before pulling the door ajar, squinting to adjust to the brightness outside. He returned to the room, stuffing the dry grass back into his deer-hide clothing, then concealed the key within the treehouse before departing. Typically, the treehouse was only visited by Zhang, thus locking the door was unnecessary, and carrying the key was superfluous. If the key were lost outside, it would pose a greater problem. Although Qi State lay in the southern part of the 4 states, summers were hot and winters cold. Once the winter snow fell, it would not relent easily, and before spring blossoms, the cold would only intensify each day. Upon leaving the treehouse, Wen Chao Sheng had to busy himself with today's livelihood. With no snow falling during the day, he needed to make the most of this time. However, before that, he intended to visit the dilapidated temple to check on the peculiar woman he had found in the mountains. Following the heavy snowfall, the path became treacherous. Nevertheless, it didn't take long for Wen Chao Sheng to reach the dilapidated temple, as it was situated not far from the treehouse. His rationale was simple. Should the woman perish, he would either swiftly find a place to inter her. Given that it was the dead of winter, regardless of any potential complications surrounding the woman, he could simply excavate a pit, and a night's snowfall would obliterate any trace, leaving nothing behind. The sole reason for rescuing this peculiar woman, riddled with injuries, was that Wen Chao Sheng, witnessing her clinging to life despite her wounds, couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy, as he himself was living a similarly precarious existence. In Wen Chao Sheng's estimation, he could meet his end at any moment, tomorrow or the day after, whether from illness or accident. While there were undoubtedly cultivators who could harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to fortify their bodies, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, such matters were too distant for Wen Chao Sheng to contemplate. His sole focus was on survival. It was precisely because of his vulnerability that he held life in such profound reverence. Upon arriving at the dilapidated temple, Wen Chao Sheng pushed aside the weeds behind the stone statue, preparing to retrieve the woman's body. In his mind, the woman was beyond salvation. Yet, as his hands parted the foliage, he was met with a pair of frigid, indifferent eyes. She had endured a night of biting wind and snow. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Chao Sheng found himself transfixed by the gaze that swept over him. The instant the woman opened her eyes, he detected the scent of carnage. Though perhaps not entirely accurate in describing the situation, Wen Chao Sheng had an intuition upon seeing those eyes. The woman had taken lives, countless lives. However, the terrifying intent in the woman's eyes was fleeting, replaced by the listless expression of the previous night, spiritless and deathly. "I somewhat regret saving you," Wen Chao Sheng said candidly. "Your injuries are from edged weapons. Though I am not of the Jianghu, I can discern that they are not from the same type of weapon. A person like you is bound to attract trouble, and significant trouble at that." The woman remained silent, her breath faint, as if lost in thought or simply awaiting death. Seeing her thus, Wen Chao Sheng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired further, "What is your name?" This time, the woman actually looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "Ashui." Wen Chao Sheng paused, taken aback. "No surname?" The woman's voice was subdued, as if speaking to herself. "I had one once, but it remained in a city. A fire engulfed the city, burning for 7 days and 7 nights, and the surname was consumed by the flames." Wen Chao Sheng did not comprehend what the woman was saying, but he knew that she was either mentally unstable or harbored an untold story. However, such matters would have to wait. If the woman were to die, the situation would be simpler for Wen Chao Sheng, merely finding a pit in the snow to bury her. He was not particularly interested in the woman's story. Now that the woman had not died, he was unsure how to proceed. "What are your plans?" Wen Chao Sheng asked casually, intending to prompt the woman to leave. His food was hard-earned, especially in winter. Every extra mouthful could mean another day of survival. And Wen Chao Sheng had no desire to share with a stranger of unknown origin. Yet, now that the woman had not died, if she lingered and he refused her food, and she eventually died before his eyes, Wen Chao Sheng would subconsciously feel responsible. While he was certainly capable of such an act, it would leave an uncomfortable weight on his conscience. The best outcome would be for the woman to leave of her own accord. Upon being asked this question, Ashui's eyes glazed over for a long time before she said wistfully, "I came back to see my parents." Wen Chao Sheng raised an eyebrow. "In Bittersea County?" Ashui nodded slightly. Wen Chao Sheng continued, "What are their names?" Ashui replied, "My father's surname is Yun, and his name is Yun Zijing. My mother's surname is Go, and her name is Go Yu." Wen Chao Sheng chuckled. "Never heard of them. But since you are a Qi citizen, if you have identification, you could go directly to the county magistrate. However, seeing as you have no money, given Lu Jinshi's nature, he probably won't help you." "No, he definitely won't help you." After a pause, he said decisively, "In any case, you can go if you want. The county should be better than out here." Ashui lay among a pile of weeds, her hair disheveled, looking even more like a vagrant than Wen Chao Sheng. "I haven't been back for many years. I don't know the way, and I don't know anyone." Wen Chao Sheng scoffed. "What's the use of telling me? Do I know them?" Ashui then remembered that Wen Chao Sheng had said last night that he was a vagrant and not a Qi citizen, and that he could not enter the county most of the time. Wen Chao Sheng tidied himself up, and feeling that his clothes were not warm enough, he stuffed some more weeds into his deerskin before preparing to leave. Let me tell you, food is scarce out there. In winter, when the snow covers everything, there are no wild vegetables. The small river will freeze over a thick layer. Breaking the ice is troublesome, and even if you guard it all day, you might not see a few fish. Without fish, I have to eat the food allocated by Dogmaster. But Dogmaster is also aging quickly these past 2 years. And this winter is particularly cold. If I eat too much, I'm afraid Dogmaster won't be able to endure it. As he spoke, he turned back to Ashui and concluded, "Anyway, there's no food for you. If you stay here, you will die sooner or later." Ashui seemed unconcerned about her situation, instead asking Wen Chao Sheng an unimportant question: "Who is Dogmaster?" Wen Chao Sheng pointed in the direction of the county. "In about an hour, you will see him. I must warn you, no matter how hungry you are, don't even think about Dogmaster's food. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. I mean it." Ashui remained silent, closing her eyes and falling asleep again. Wen Chao Sheng had no time to waste with her. In his estimation, the snow would probably not stop for long and might continue to fall within half a day. Foraging was urgent. If he walked 5 miles further south, past the snow-covered hills, there would be a stone bridge, thinly veiled by frost and snow, yet still bearing the marks of time. The bridge was older than Wen Chao Sheng. Beneath the bridge was a ditch about 10 feet wide, the small river that Wen Chao Sheng had mentioned. But at this moment, after a night of heavy snow, the small river had vanished, covered by the ice along with the vast expanse. Wen Chao Sheng followed the markers he had left the day before and eventually found several wooden sticks stuck straight into the ice. These wooden sticks were deliberately left by Wen Chao Sheng the night before, each cut from trees that had never withered and inserted into the mud under the ditch to secure them. The ice was still thin last night, so doing this was not difficult. Now, Wen Chao Sheng would rely on these wooden sticks to break the ice. He took an axe from his deerskin. This was a treasure that the hunter Zhang had given him, a hammer-axe combination, and he struck it hard at an angle against the frozen part of the wooden stick and the ice surface, and some cracks immediately appeared around it. Doing this would not actually save him much effort, but it could cleverly reduce the countershock to his hand. In this season, he was not warmly dressed and did not have enough to eat, and his limbs were always cold. If the countershock was too strong, his hand would not be able to bear it. If a large wound were to open, he would have a hard time getting through the winter. As Wen Chao Sheng struck the wooden stick against the ice with fierce intensity, dozens of blows left the surface marred with cracks. He took several steps back to a secure position and delivered a final blow to the heavily fissured area. With a sharp sound, the ice shattered, revealing a large hole beneath. Wen Chao Sheng peered into the abyss below, using the stick to gauge the approximate thickness of the ice, which was not particularly substantial. Beneath the surface, the water glimmered crystal clear like a mirror, and after crouching beside it for a moment, he observed the absence of fish. However, he felt no sense of discouragement, for his intention was never to catch fish. Having lived in this vicinity for 3 years, he was acutely aware of the seasonal presence of fish in the ditches during winter. Fishermen from Kuhai County would venture to the northern Shinsha River or the eastern Mian Lake, but they would never come to the south, as this small ditch rarely harbored fish even in the spring and summer. Wen Chao Sheng was drilling through the ice to ascertain its thickness. What he sought was the hibernating frogs. Generally, frogs prefer to hibernate in caves or thick layers of fallen leaves. The winter's chill drives away nearly all their predators, making them difficult to freeze to death, allowing them to hibernate in slightly concealed spots. Yet, the frogs of this world are different. They favor hibernating in moist soil in groups. Having determined the search area for the day, Wen Chao Sheng promptly set to work. Although these frogs were rumored to be poisonous, thorough cooking would neutralize their toxins, rendering them delicious. They constituted his primary source of sustenance during winter. Regrettably, Kuhai County is situated in a barren region. While the population of such frogs is considerable, their distribution is too sparse, and with a stroke of bad luck, he might go 2 or 3 days without finding even one. Chapter 4, A Dog, comes from the county town, just as Wen Chao Sheng was busying himself. In a dilapidated temple on the other side, Ashui, who was sleeping amidst a pile of hay, suddenly awoke. She lifted her gaze slightly and discovered a large, scruffy black dog standing before her, clutching a dented, uneven iron box in its mouth. The dog scrutinized her, seemingly assessing whether she was alive or dead. This peculiar dog bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Chao Sheng, wrapped in a deerskin that was tied in a manner nearly identical to his. However, instead of hay, the deerskin was stuffed with tightly bound strips of cloth and a tattered pink woman's garment. As the black dog approached her, it sniffed her and then set the iron box down beside her, stepping back a couple of paces. Ashui vaguely understood its intention and gently pushed aside the iron box, discovering that it contained some congealed porridge. Although the box was meant for dog food, it bore no unpleasant odor, only the fragrant aroma of rice porridge. Observing the clean edges of the box, Ashui realized it must have been washed by someone, either Wen Chao Sheng or a kind soul from the county town who fed dogs. The dog, exhibiting discernment, did not touch the food within the box, but instead allowed her to eat first. After staring at the black dog for a moment, Ashui lifted the iron box and took a small portion to eat, but after just a few bites, she returned it to the dog. The meager nourishment filled her empty stomach, granting her a semblance of strength as she leaned against the base of a stone statue and closed her eyes, seemingly drifting back to sleep. The dog, witnessing this, did not disturb her but began to eat, finishing every morsel in the box before carrying it to a corner of the temple and placing it there. Afterward, it braved the wind and snow, scampering off towards a snow-covered hill in the distance. Before long, its frail figure vanished beyond the small hill. As noon approached, the snow ceased falling, and the sun emerged, casting a golden hue over the mountains, blindingly bright. On the other side of the ditch, Zhang the hunter arrived at the southern small creek, carrying a filthy old fishing net. He gazed at the icy surface of the creek, rubbed his hands together, and picked up a pickaxe to break the ice. This task was not easy. Despite his greater strength compared to Wen Chao Sheng, his aging body and deteriorating lungs struggled against the biting cold wind of winter, which pierced his chest like 1,000 needles. Reluctantly, he found himself needing to rest frequently. Fishing in the southern region of the county town was far from ideal. The magistrate Lu Jinshi had already dispatched officials and some unsavory characters from the town to control the rivers to the north and east. Local villagers wishing to fish there were required to pay taxes in advance. Lu Jinshi claimed that the river and lake belonged to the public, and it was a grand favor to allow them to catch fish for sustenance. Anyone caught fishing without paying the tax faced severe penalties, ranging from a few dozen lashes to imprisonment for 1 or 2 months. In his youth, Zhang the hunter had been robust and capable, having hunted wolves and even single-handedly trapped a mother tiger, earning a certain reputation in the vicinity. He had saved some money, but over the years, the funds meant for his ailing wife Mi Fong's leg treatment had been depleted by various charlatans, leaving him with little. The scant provisions left for winter were not enough to attract the magistrate's attention, so he chose to avoid that troublesome path. After breaking the ice, Zhang the hunter attempted to cast his net, but his movements felt awkward and unpracticed. The water surface he had just cleared began to hint at freezing over again. His dark complexion showed little change, except for his nose, which had turned crimson from the cold air. In the past, hunters in Kuhai County never fished. This was a lesson passed down from Zhang, the hunter's father and grandfather. Hunters were the reapers of the forest, their quarry always vigilant, powerful beasts, not the defenseless fish of the waters. However, Zhang the hunter no longer contemplated these notions. The frost and snow had numbed his youthful fervor. Reality had crushed his pride. His sole focus now was how to help his wife endure the harsh winter. Days in winter flowed swiftly, akin to water in a bamboo basket. After a day of toil by the ditch, Zhang the hunter pondered whether he should seek advice from fishermen in the county town about fishing techniques when the gently falling snow began to blend with the light of the setting sun. He shielded his eyes and gazed into the distance where the sun slanted, an expression of bewilderment etched on his dark face. After a long while, it seemed he had finally accepted the harsh truth. As he bent down to tidy the mess around him, flakes of frost fell from his brow. Today, he had caught nothing. The wind howled mournfully as Zhang the hunter trudged back, carrying his iron pick and the fishing net soaked in icy river water. The day darkened quickly, and the wind grew sharper. He walked with his head down, tried to avoid the snow drifting into his eyes. As he passed a small stone bridge, he suddenly halted. On the bridge, he noticed another pair of legs. The ragged pants stuffed with hay and cloth strips could belong to no one but Wen Chao Sheng. Zhang the hunter turned his head and coldly said, "What are you doing here?" Wen Chao Sheng, holding a makeshift bundle made of torn cloth, was covered in varying depths of snow, as if he had been waiting for some time. "Waiting for you." Upon hearing this, the hunter fell silent for a moment before gruffly replying, "There is nothing to eat today. You should go back." Just as he was about to leave, Wen Chao Sheng called out to him, "I have something here." He extended the cloth bundle towards Zhang the hunter, who hesitated for a moment, not reaching out to take it, but instead asked, "Is it rabbit or snake?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Neither, it's frog." Zhang the hunter lifted his gaze to glance at him, then turned away without a word, heading toward the bridge's end. "I'm old, but not to the point of resorting to eating such things." In the snow, his voice carried a tone of unyielding disdain. Indeed, no one in Kuhai County consumed frogs. The locals had an inherent aversion to such creatures, deeming them repulsive in appearance and, consequently, in taste. Moreover, the frogs in the vicinity were toxic, regarded by the common folk as harbingers of misfortune, making them even less likely to be eaten. Besides, he was a hunter. In response to Zhang the hunter's dismissal, Wen Chao Sheng stated, "These frogs are poisonous, but once cooked they lose their toxicity. I've eaten them for 3 years, and they're not as dreadful as the rumors suggest. They're a form of meat." Zhang the hunter ignored him, focusing on his path. As his figure began to fade into the swirling snow, Wen Chao Sheng called out again, "If you want to eat it, what about Aunt Me? Won't she eat either? I recall she's unwell. In this cold weather, can't she at least have some porridge?" Not far away, Zhang the hunter abruptly halted. After a long pause, the gradually blurring figure sharpened into focus as he silently approached Wen Chao Sheng, his dark visage now bearing a hint of reluctant acceptance. Wen Chao Sheng once again offered the cloth bundle, saying, "You've helped me. I won't harm you. I've cleaned and gutted the frogs. Cook them well, cook them well, cook them well. This is of utmost importance." Zhang the hunter cast a deep glance at Wen Chao Sheng, then accepted the cloth bundle, turning to plunge into the snow. After taking a few steps, he raised his hand, shaking the bundle to dispel the falling snow. Wen Chao Sheng understood this as Zhang the hunter's silent gratitude. Chapter 5. Honing the blade, carving a life in the depths of the snowstorm. The old hunter's silhouette bore the melancholy of a hero past his prime, a man who, in his youth, could single-handedly hunt tigers in the mountains, now reduced to foraging for frogs in the mire. Gazing in the direction of Zhang Liahu's receding figure for a long while, the biting cold finally roused Wen Chao Sheng. He shook himself, and with the meager remnants of the setting sun, hastened back. Nestled within the deerskin-wrapped bundle of dried grass in his arms were 3 frozen frogs. The cold seeped through the grass, and Wen Chao Sheng's pitifully meager body heat was insufficient to awaken them from their winter slumber. Unbeknownst to them, their fate as soup was imminent. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Wen Chao Sheng gathered firewood from nearby, ignited a fire with his concealed flint and tinder, and dragged over a broken pot. He filled it with snow and placed it on the makeshift stone stove. As the snow melted, he tossed the 3 frogs into the water, catching something out of the corner of his eye. Wen Chao Sheng turned and noticed some neatly stacked firewood beside the stone statue's base, causing him to shudder slightly. A moment later, a thought struck him, and he went to the northeast corner of the temple, crouching down to inspect it. In a brick crevice, there should have been a sharp, gleaming wood-chopping knife. But now it was gone. A chill ran through Wen Chao Sheng, and as he reached out to feel around, he heard the sound of soft footsteps behind him. He turned to see Shui. Her gaunt frame was dusted with white, and she limped on her right leg. Her left arm cradled a pile of chopped wood, while her right hand held the sharp wood-chopping knife that had been hidden in the temple wall. Thump Shui cast a fleeting glance at him before slowly walking to the fire and dropping the wood on the ground. Then she sat down cross-legged. Wen Chao Sheng also sat by the fire, his gaze fixed on the knife in her hand. The flames danced dangerously on the blade, hinting at a latent, concealed menace. "Did you hide this knife here?" a Shui asked, her disheveled hair falling across her face. She was ordinary in appearance, but her brow held an uncommon fortitude that lent her a peculiar allure. Wen Chao Sheng stared at the knife, his eyelids flickering with the firelight. "It's not good manners to touch other people's belongings without permission." Upon hearing this, a Shui reversed the blade, offering the handle to Wen Chao Sheng. He took it and, by the firelight, carefully examined the blade, his gaze distant, lost in thought. A Shui said, "You hit a murder weapon. Who do you want to kill?" Wen Chao Sheng scoffed. "It's just a wood-chopping knife for chopping wood. Who would I kill?" A Shui calmly stated, "A wood-chopping knife wouldn't be sharpened so keenly. The blade is too thin for chopping wood. Besides, I sense a murderous aura on the knife." Wen Chao Sheng remained silent, simply staring at the blade, lost in his thoughts. Eventually, the water in the pot began to boil. He set down the knife, picked up a nearby stick, rinsed it in the snow water outside, and stirred the pot with it. A fragrant aroma immediately wafted out with the rising steam. "Aren't you looking for your parents? Why are you still here?" Wen Chao Sheng inquired. He had already buried a Shui's question in the snow outside, where it dissolved into the vastness. A Shui did not pursue the matter of the knife, saying, "The Yamen guards won't let me in." Wen Chao Sheng looked at her, amused. "You're a displaced person too?" A Shui replied, "I wasn't before, but I am now." Wen Chao Sheng retrieved a chipped bowl from the dried grass by the wall, filled it with soup, blew on it, and slowly drank it. "How interesting. Such a fierce wind outside, and it couldn't kill you in one night. You must be no ordinary person. I sharpen the wood-chopping knife in the wall crevice every few days. It is very sharp if you take it. The 2 Yamen guards guarding the county town should not be able to stop you." A Shui did not give the wood-chopping knife another glance, but rather said to herself, "After more than 10 years, I finally come back once. I don't want to bring the blood debt to my homeland." Wen Chao Sheng finished a bowl of soup, and his limbs gradually warmed. He could even feel the heat coursing through his veins. Leaning against the base of the broken stone statue, he handed the bowl to a Shui. "You're in luck. I found 8 frogs today. I gave 5 to Zhang Liahu, leaving 3. It's snowing heavily outside. There's enough frog soup for tonight." A Shui did not hesitate, filling her bowl with the hot soup and steadily tilting it to her lips. With his body warmed, Wen Chao Sheng became more talkative, asking, "Your father's surname is Yun, so you should also be surnamed Yun. Why aren't you called Yin Shui?" A Shui shook her head. "I don't take my father's surname, nor my mother's." Wen Chao Sheng frowned. "Why?" A Shui looked up, glancing at Wen Chao Sheng. Her tone is still and deep as a lifeless lake. "Whoever asks about this dies." Remembering the moment a Shui opened her eyes that morning, Wen Chao Sheng knew she was not joking. He shook his head. "Then I don't want to know. It's not worth risking my life for a secret." A Shui took another sip of the soup. Then, as if remembering something, her eyes flickered, and she set down the bowl of soup. "Today, the Yamen guards in the county told me that on the 3rd of every month, displaced people can go to the county Yamen to apply for Qi citizenship. You're living a hard life outside. Why haven't you gone to the county?" Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng was silent for a moment, simply saying, "I'll go next month." A Shui carefully savored the subtle ripples in his expression, her tone rising slightly. "You didn't go this month?" "I went." "You didn't go last month?" "I went too. I've gone for the past 3 months." A Shui stirred the frog soup in the pot with a wooden stick, slowly saying, "Then I know who you want to kill." Wen Chao Sheng looked at the woman stirring the soup, smiled, and asked incredulously, "Who do I want to kill?" A Shui stared at the boiling soup, her lips parting to utter words that sounded like thunder. "You want to kill the magistrate of Kuhai County." Upon hearing this, the smile on Wen Chao Sheng's face gradually faded, and the firelight in his eyes began to churn with murderous intent. A Shui filled another bowl of soup, steadily handing it to Wen Chao Sheng. The crisp sound of her finger lightly tapping the edge of the bowl pulled the absent-minded Wen Chao Sheng back to reality. "Why do you want to kill him?" Wen Chao Sheng stared at the soup in front of him, took it, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, his chest and abdomen burning with heat. After a long silence, he told a Shui about his 3-year agreement with the magistrate. After finishing, Wen Chao Sheng kept his head down, his words filled with unprecedented stillness and coldness. "Every time I went to the Yamen guards looked at me like I was a stray dog on the side of the road. Their eyes were full of mockery contempt, and the smugness of having made a fool of someone. But that's how I was born, and I have to accept it. I've lived outside the county for 3 years. I've eaten dog food, gnawed on tree bark, eaten insects, and even earthworms. Saying this, Wen Chao Sheng raised his head, flashing a Shueya grin. You haven't eaten that stuff, have you? That stuff. One bite, and it's all the stinking smell of the deepest earth. Even wild cats and dogs can't eat it. But I ate it, and I ate a lot of it. For these 3 years, I've lived more wretchedly than a dog, sometimes even feeling like I might really be a dog. Numerous times, I have felt overwhelmed, contemplating ending my life, yet I remain unwilling to succumb. I am cognizant that Lu Jinshi's proposition of a 3-year covenant was merely a pretext to dissuade me, an arbitrary justification to placate my persistence. Nevertheless, one must invariably harbor hope, particularly those, like myself, who have been dealt a wretched hand in life. Hope, for us, constitutes our most invaluable asset, surpassing all else in significance. I refuse to be subservient. Consequently, should there exist even the slightest prospect of attaining a dignified existence, I shall seize it resolutely. The firelight momentarily illuminated Ashia's countenance, her gaze wavering, akin to ripples forming on water. In that case, why do you sharpen your blade? Wen Chao Sheng lowered his head, adding firewood with decisive and resolute motions. 3 years of hardship have taken a toll on my health, yet I have persevered through sheer willpower, leveraging my youth. If this continues, I will not endure much longer. With the 3-year pact drawing near, should he renege, I shall confront him with this blade. He added, exchanging a wretched existence for a better one is a worthwhile trade. Upon uttering these words, he locked eyes with Ashui, the flames in his pupils burning with fervor. Wen Chao Sheng, with unprecedented sincerity, articulated each word with deliberation. I have subsisted here for 3 years, akin to a stray dog. Before I perish, I intend to reclaim my humanity. Chapter 6. Crimson braised pork arrives with the snow. The concluding words of Wen Chao Sheng, like a piercing blade, struck straight into Ashui's heart. She compressed her lips, momentarily lost in thought. Soon after, she averted her gaze from Wen Chao Sheng, turning her head to observe the external blizzard. Her pupils reflected the countless snowflakes swirling in the tempest, and she remarked, Kuhai County is affluent. Yet for a local official to be so intolerant of a refugee is truly deplorable. Wen Chao Sheng gathered 2 fallen branches and picked up a thoroughly cooked frog, consuming it slowly. The frog meat was tender and, though devoid of seasoning, became the most delectable sustenance in the snowy night. This is the first time I've heard Kuhai County described as affluent. His voice was indistinct. The only one who's truly affluent is likely the magistrate, Lu Jinshi. As for the common folk, many are impoverished to the point of destitution. Take the hunter Zhang, who once resided in the west of the town. Decades ago, he was the most renowned hunter in Kuhai County, capable of single-handedly capturing a tiger. Such glory! A feat many would never dare to attempt or even contemplate. Yet now, such a celebrated individual has been reduced to consuming frogs from a mire, just as I am. A subtle glimmer flickered within the depths of Ashui's eyes, and her tone carried a hint of urgency. That's incorrect. Kuhai County is known for its favorable weather, stable governance, and the peaceful lives of its inhabitants. How could it be? Wen Chao Sheng meticulously chewed the frog bones, swallowing them. Where did you acquire this information? Ashui opened her mouth, but then abruptly halted, remaining silent for a moment before simply stating, a friend. Wen Chao Sheng chuckled, and after laughing, he said, then you should distance yourself from this friend in the future. They are full of falsehoods, and you might find yourself betrayed without realizing it. Ashui remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. After Wen Chao Sheng finished the 2 frogs in the pot, he rose and approached the exterior of the dilapidated temple, using the snow piled on the steps to cleanse his hands. I've left you some for soup. I'll be heading back now. Ashui, recalling something, casually inquired, did you make the tattered clothes on that black dog? Wen Chao Sheng, without turning back, replied with a voice fading into the distance, Doggy brought me here back then. It saved my life. I couldn't bear to see it freeze to death in this snow. Considering that affinity, you were also saved by Doggy. Ashui watched Wen Chao Sheng's dark silhouette traverse the vast snow, disappearing into the depths of the night. She paused, lost in thought, before serving herself a bowl of soup and slowly consuming it. The next day, the snow persisted. Wen Chao Sheng endured another night with the bedding left behind by the old hunter. He departed from the tree house early, intending to try his luck again by the ditch. As he passed the small stone bridge once more, Wen Chao Sheng noticed a dark figure there. Approaching it, he discovered it was the old hunter. The old hunter was covered in white frost, suggesting he had been standing on the stone bridge for some time, and he carried some common digging tools. As their eyes met, Wen Chao Sheng inquired, "Did enemy experience anything unusual after eating last night?" The old hunter mumbled an affirmative, gazing at Wen Chao Sheng as if he wished to say something, but his lips moved without producing any sound. Seeing the old hunter's demeanor, the latter understood everything. The old hunter intended to join him in digging for frogs, but he found it too humiliating to voice the request. Zhang, the hunter, was among the best in Kuhai County, enjoying a life of glory, and numerous peers and juniors regarded him as a role model. Yet now, he had been reduced to seeking guidance from a refugee on how to catch frogs for sustenance. Such an act would be tantamount to discarding the pride and dignity he had cultivated over decades. Zhang, the hunter, was a man of great pride, a fact Wen Chao Sheng never doubted. The only thing that could make him compromise was his wife, who had been with him for most of his life. There's snow today, so don't have high expectations. These things aren't as easy to find as you might think. I used to go for 2 or 3 days without finding a frog to eat, but if there are 2 of us, the situation might improve. Wen Chao Sheng led the silent Zhang, the hunter, to search for frogs, sharing his experience and the essence of frog hunting. The other man was no ordinary individual, but a hunter with a keen sense of smell. Although he was old, some things ingrained in his bones would not be easily lost. With the old hunter's assistance, their search area tripled, and their efficiency increased, allowing them to barely unearth 12 frogs. Their luck was not as favorable as the previous day, but their harvest was greater. As the sun set in the west, a rare vitality appeared on Zhang, the hunter's dark face, which was covered in frosty wrinkles. He carefully counted the frogs in the snakeskin bag, repeatedly counting them 3 times in a row before offering half to Wen Chao Sheng, who only accepted 4. In reality, he had only found 3 frogs that day. The rest had been unearthed by Zhang, the hunter. Wen Chao Sheng was unsure if this was akin to the beginner's luck in fishing or if Zhang, the hunter, truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned hunter with superior skills and vision. In the end, he did not accept the 2 frogs Zhang, the hunter, insisted on giving him, but he did advise Zhang, the hunter, to conserve them, as they might not be able to find them every day. He also instructed him to bury the uneaten frogs in the snow, as they would awaken from hibernation once they warmed up. After parting ways, Wen Chao Sheng returned to the dilapidated temple. Ashui was not there that day, whether she had left or gone to the county town. After she left, the dilapidated temple returned to its usual desolation. Wen Chao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and, as usual, prepared a pot of frog soup. During this time, he went to the corner of the dilapidated temple to inspect the polished machete, which was still stored there. After consuming the frogs, Wen Chao Sheng counted the days on his fingers and muttered to himself while facing the snow outside the temple. The new year is approaching. Millennia ago, this world was originally united under a single dynasty. However, after the death of Emperor Yuan of the spring and autumn period, the realm fragmented into 4 kingdoms: Southern Qi, Northern Yin, Eastern Zhao, and Western Shen. In pursuit of unification, the 4 kingdoms engaged in years of relentless warfare, each refusing to yield to the others. It was not until 500 years ago that the celestial realm cultivators of each kingdom joined forces, finally quelling the conflict. The kings of the 4 kingdoms signed a pact, jointly establishing the era named Eternal Peace. Only then did the battles cease. However, Wen Chao Sheng sometimes felt that he might have lived with greater dignity in an era of war and chaos. After eating, he returned to the treehouse. For the next 4 days, he did not see Ashui. Wen Chao Sheng considered this a positive development, as it indicated that either Ashui had found her parents or she had left this place. In any case, she had departed, and the trouble had departed with her. He He no longer needed to share his limited and precious food with this dangerous woman of unknown origin. On the night of the New Year's Eve, the wind and snow were particularly heavy and cold. Wen Chao Sheng nearly froze to death on his way back after temporarily staying outside the county town to listen to the firecrackers celebrating the new year. When he started a fire in the dilapidated temple, his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was only after drinking 3 bowls of hot soup that he finally recovered. After warming up, Wen Chao Sheng leaned against the stone statue to rest, mentally rehearsing how he would demand his identity from Magistrate Lu Jinsher next month. If the magistrate refused, how would he manage to kill him? Should he slash horizontally or vertically? Should he strike twice or 3 times? Should he aim for the neck or the abdomen? These were all matters that needed to be considered in advance. Although Wen Chao Sheng had never killed anyone, he understood that life and death were instantaneous. Lu Jinsher would undoubtedly be surrounded by sycophantic lackeys, and if he hesitated even slightly, the opportunity might be lost. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice the increasingly distinct footsteps in the wind and snow behind him. It was only when a crisp, girlish voice rang out that he was finally jolted back to reality. "Brother Chao Sheng, are you there?" As when Kuhai County turned his gaze, he beheld a petite girl clad in a crimson fur garment, wrapped in a layer of sheepskin blanket, standing at the temple's entrance. She pursed her lips, her delicate face rendered pale by the biting wind and swirling snow. Upon spotting Wen Chao Sheng, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight, and she broke into a broad smile, swiftly making her way to the fire beside the statue. When she unfurled the sheepskin blanket, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded to the ground, yet they soon vanished in the warm glow of the flames. "Today is New Year's Day. What brings you here?" Wen Chao Sheng asked, astonished. As he fixed his gaze on the girl seated across from the fire, the girl set a food basket before him, rubbing her icy little hands together, her face adorned with a blend of shyness and naivety. In a soft voice, she replied, "Yes, it's New Year's Day. Mother allowed everyone to take a break and even paid for me and my sisters to enjoy braised pork. I secretly brought some along." As she gazed into Wen Chao Sheng's eyes, which shimmered with the firelight, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over her, causing her to forget what she intended to say next. Her cheeks flushed a vivid hue as she took a deep breath, casting her gaze aside. She then opened her tender, pale hands towards the food basket and said, "In any case, I invite you to share." Chapter 7. A Journey with Snow in the County of Kuhai. There lies a charming establishment known as the Mandarin Duck Tower, one of the 2 notable pleasure districts within the city. Situated on the eastern side of the county, it not only caters to the affluent with its exclusive services, but also offers exquisite cuisine and fine wine. Storytellers frequent this venue, and self-proclaimed literati gather to compose poetry. Even if their utterances are nonsensical, a mere wave of silver or a handful of copper coins can elicit laughter and applause from the elegantly adorned young women. Beyond this, the Mandarin Duck Tower possesses a unique gem, a skilled musician. While individuals knowledgeable in music are not rare, Kuhai County, being located on the southern fringes of the Qi Kingdom, is characterized by its barren soil and poor road conditions. Furthermore, the route to the prosperous towns requires navigating through treacherous mountains often inhabited by bandits and displaced persons, making it a place seldom visited by anyone other than merchant caravans. Thus, the presence of this musician is invaluable, adding an exceptional pleasure to this otherwise neglected land. This musician is none other than Si Xiaohong. Orphaned by drought in her childhood, she was taken in by Song Qinan, the owner of the Mandarin Duck Tower, just as she was on the brink of starvation. Initially relegated to menial tasks in the back courtyard, Song Qinan eventually discovered her innate musical talent and, moved by her plight and diligence, gifted her a modest guqin. From that moment, after completing her chores, Si Xiaohong would often play with the guqin. Lacking a formal teacher, she explored the instrument on her own, and within 3 to 5 years, she became the sole musician in this remote county. Now, at the age of 16, her acquaintance with Wen Chao Sheng was purely serendipitous. 2 months prior, during the 50th birthday celebration of County Magistrate Lu Jinsher, both Zilinfang in the west and Mandarin Duck Tower in the east prepared festivities to honor him. This opportunity to impress Lu Jinsher was not one to be overlooked, as it could significantly influence future fortunes. Both venues were in a state of frantic preparation. Unaccustomed to such grand occasions, Si Xiaohong sought to compose a new piece, but found herself increasingly anxious under the immense pressure, which only compounded her frustration. Sleepless nights plagued her, for she was the only musician in the county, and her isolation left her no one to confide in. Thus, on a sunny day, she took her guqin and ventured to the outskirts of the southern county, hoping the serene landscape would calm her troubled mind. It was there that she encountered Wen Chao Sheng, a woodcutter. Did Wen Chao Sheng understand music? Not all. Yet before his arrival in this world, he had been immersed in melodies of all kinds, melancholic, joyous, passionate, and serene, each tune etched indelibly in his memory. Upon learning of Si Xiaohong's distress, he hummed a few cheerful melodies based on her descriptions, which she later adapted for her guqin. This collaboration ultimately allowed her to navigate through Liu Jinshi's birthday feast with grace, bringing her much-deserved acclaim. The bowl of braised pork that now graces Si Xiaohong's hands is her way of expressing gratitude for the piece he had taught her 2 months ago. Observing the young girl's anxious demeanor, Wen Chao Sheng opened the food basket, revealing the now-cold pork. However, this posed no issue. A brief steaming would suffice. As the meat steamed, Wen Chao Sheng inquired, "Are the townsfolk celebrating with fireworks?" Si Xiaohong nodded. "Yes, it's the new year today. The Mandarin Duck Tower is closed, and the noble patrons have arranged for numerous fireworks around the Lotus Pond. The county magistrate is also present, creating quite the spectacle. When ignited, the night sky erupts into countless stars." She then noticed Wen Chao Sheng lost in thought and suggested, "The snow outside is heavy, and with it being New Year, the guards have likely left their posts. If you wish to see, we could sneak in. No one would notice us." She was aware of Wen Chao Sheng's circumstances, having heard whispers about him on the streets. Yet, he did not respond to her suggestion, but instead asked, "Would you like to have some more?" Si Xiaohong waved her hand. "No, Wen Chao Sheng, I am quite full this evening." As she spoke, she leaned closer to the pot, intrigued by the frogs boiling within, her small nose wrinkling slightly as she exclaimed, "Oh, I heard from Sister the Mandarin Duck Tower that those frogs buried in mud are quite tasty." I didn't expect it to be true. Wen Chao Sheng appeared surprised. "People in the county eat this?" Si Xiaohong's delicate features regained warmth under the glow of the fire. "Generally, no. But that sister enjoys cooking and experimenting with peculiar dishes. She once fried a dozen red centipedes and served them with sauce, which terrified the other girls." Wen Chao Sheng chuckled at this. Once the meat was ready, he consumed it alongside rice right before Si Xiaohong, finishing with a bowl of hot soup. Having never felt such fullness before, he found himself slightly unaccustomed. As warmth spread through his limbs, he turned to Si Xiaohong and said, "It's getting late, Xiaohong. We should return to the county." Si Xiaohong agreed. He did not rush to eat the frogs from the pot. Instead, he added more firewood to ensure the flames would last before taking the food basket Si Xiaohong had brought and stepping into the swirling snow with her. Wrapped snugly in her woolen blanket, the wind and snow whipped about them, transforming the pair into 2 snowmen, one tall and the other short. Swaying under the starlight as they trudged through the deep snow, their footsteps crunching beneath them. The dilapidated temple was not far from the county, merely a mile away. As they approached, the brilliant fireworks bursting in the sky became visible, accompanied by the resounding applause echoing in the night. Excited, Si Xiaohong called out, extending her frost-bitten hands to pat Wen Chao Sheng's back, signaling him to look at the colorful, fleeting lights above. However, her footing faltered, and, just as Wen Chao Sheng turned, she tumbled into the snow, her face quickly becoming a ghostly white under the snowflakes. Fortunately, the snow was deep, and she was unharmed. Wen Chao Sheng bent down slowly, struggling to pull Si Xiaohong from the snowbank and wrapping the blanket around her once more. The girl fell silent, pouting slightly, cautiously watching her steps. Upon reaching the county's outskirts, they indeed found no guards. The city gate stood ajar, and Si Xiaohong pointed, turning to Wen Chao Sheng with a smile. "Look, they've all left." Wen Chao Sheng did not reply, but handed her the food basket, urging, "The snow is heavy. You should hurry back." Si Xiaohong's smile faltered as she gazed at him, now covered in snow, and asked, "Wen Chao Sheng, when do you go see the fireworks?" He replied, "I shall not. Si Xiaohong persisted, then why not? Wen Chao Sheng interrupted, the snow is heavy. I will see you home. With that, he waved goodbye to her and turned back towards the path, not looking back. With each step, the cold seeped into his legs, nearly robbing him of sensation. A perilous situation indeed. While frostbite might be recoverable, any further complications could lead to dire consequences. Fireworks? What joy could that hold for a wanderer like him? He needed to preserve his legs. Should he become a citizen of the Qi Kingdom, they would be indispensable. If not, there remained the option of dealing with County Magistrate Lu Jinshi. At the entrance of the county town, Si Xiaohong stood wrapped in a sheepskin blanket, gazing intently at the figure of Wen Chao Sheng disappearing into the swirling snow. She pursed her lips and stared for a long while. The hazy white obscured her vision. Though she could no longer see him in the distance, she remained rooted to the spot. Only when the biting cold became unbearable did she finally lower her head, stomp her feet, and turn towards the interior of the county. Chapter 8. Bloodshed before the temple. Why was she named Xiaohong? Her mother said that the more humble the name, the easier it was to raise the child. Yet, as a girl, her name could not be too humble. She had to retain some dignity. Chao Sheng, are you truly a spy from another land? Who said that? Neighborhood gossip, rumored to have originated from the county office. In which country do you think I might be a spy for? I believe you do not resemble a spy. Why is that? Because if you were a spy, Lu Jinshi would undoubtedly be eager to capture you. Haha, that makes sense. You have a point. Oh, by the way, Xiaohong, in front of others, do not mention Lu Jinshi. Everyone else calls him the county magistrate, and you should too. Chao Sheng, could you hum that tune again? Within the dilapidated temple, Wen Chao Sheng stared intently at the boiling pot, where the water mirrored the scene of him and Si Xiaohong sitting together on the small stone bridge. He was lost in thought. Among the few pleasant memories he possessed, Si Xiaohong was like a stone suddenly dropped into the water, swift and unexpected. When he was with her, he could momentarily forget the burdens of reality. This night was colder than usual, yet Wen Chao Sheng lingered in the temple for an extra half hour, until the snow water in the pot had evaporated and the firewood had turned to ash. Only then did he use 2 dry twigs to extract the nearly overcooked frog from the pot, gradually consuming it. This half hour of reminiscence was his exclusive privilege regarding Si Xiaohong, not for the bowl of red braised meat or the music from 2 months prior, but for the reflection of a familiar yet strange figure in her bright, clear eyes. When she looked at him, he could always find within her gaze a version of himself he had long forgotten. After finishing the frog, Wen Chao Sheng resumed, sharpening his knife on the coldest of snowy nights. Time was scarce. He must die like a person. He whispered to himself. As the knife's edge scraped against the whetstone, the accompanying chill seeped into his bones. His entire body trembled, save for the hand that honed the blade. The sharper the knife became, the more his heart disbelieved Lu Jinshi. He yearned more than anyone to survive, for having faced death once, he now feared it even more. Yet for the past 3 years, it seemed he had been preparing for his demise. After an indeterminate time, a flurry of snow drifted outside the temple, interrupting his sharpening. When he looked up, he saw a figure clad entirely in black standing at the temple's entrance. The person held a sword in one hand, their gaze as frigid as ice, emanating an aura that rendered Wen Chao Sheng immobile. In the past 3 years, he had never encountered a martial artist from the Jianghu and had no idea how fearsome they could be. He thought they might resemble the heroes depicted in martial arts novels, but now, facing this figure in black, he suddenly realized he had been mistaken. Just standing there, the black-clad individual exuded such an imposing presence that it took Wen Chao Sheng's breath away. He had no doubt that to this person, killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. "Kid, I am here to inquire about someone." The black-clad figure spoke in a hoarse male voice. "Have you recently seen a woman with a slender, oval face, approximately 8 feet tall, bearing many scars from blades? In this world, 1 foot roughly equated to 20 to 22 centimeters. 8 feet tall would be about 1.6 to 1.8 meters, matching Ashue's height." Coupled with the black-clad person's comment, Wen Chao Sheng deduced that this individual was indeed searching for Ashue. "A woman came by a few days ago. I don't know if she is the one you seek." She said nothing when asked and left on her own. Wen Chao Sheng did not fully conceal the truth, but also refrained from divulging everything. The other person was clearly seeking trouble, and he could not afford to appear connected to Shui lest he invite disaster. Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure inquired further, in which direction did she depart? Wen Chao Sheng pondered for a moment. I wasn't present when she left, but if she's as injured as you say, she would either head to the county for treatment or procure a swift horse from somewhere, heading east toward the Zhao kingdom across the plains. However, given the sudden snowfall this year in Qi, the plains are covered thickly, deep enough to reach a person's knees. The likelihood of her making it to Zhao is slim. Even if she could endure, the horse would not. The black-clad figure's gaze grew sharper, and without uttering a word, his thumb began to unsheath the sword. The sound, though soft, was menacing. Wen Chao Sheng tightened his grip on the sharpened firewood knife, raising his gaze to the figure in black and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" The black-clad figure did not shy away. "To silence you." Wen Chao Sheng's breath quickened slightly. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The sword's tip emerged 3 inches from the sheath. The glinting cold light carried the sting of the biting snow into the temple. Generally speaking, there was room for negotiation between people. You live like this, worse than the cats and dogs in the county. If I were you, I would be ashamed enough to take my own life. How could you even utter the word negotiate? Wen Chao Sheng, clutching the firewood knife, fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure without a hint of fear. "Then come at me." Seeing Wen Chao Sheng daring to hold a knife against him, the black-clad man's eyes grew even colder, feeling insulted. He struck without hesitation, intent on demonstrating the disparity between them, wishing to let Wen Chao Sheng die in fear and regret. The first strike aimed directly for Wen Chao Sheng's knife-wielding arm. He wanted to ensure Wen Chao Sheng understood the difference in their abilities before he met his end. The black-clad figure's sword was exceptionally swift. Wen Chao Sheng could see the downy feathers on autumn birds as they flapped their wings, yet he could not discern the sword's movement. Nevertheless, relying on instinct, Wen Chao Sheng struck out with his knife. He did not intend to survive. He merely wished to swing once before the end. With all the courage he could muster, he unleashed a strike without reservation. In the fleeting moment enveloped by death, Wen Chao Sheng unexpectedly smiled, his polished firewood knife reflecting half of his profile, embodying the courage of a cornered beast. This attack, though the sword was quick and the knife slow, the black-clad figure's blade did not find its mark on Wen Chao Sheng. Instead, Wen Chao Sheng's knife successfully struck the black-clad man's arm. The clash of steel ignited sparks, the heat of the wound searing through. As the black-clad man widened his eyes in shock, feeling the pain wash over him as blood gushed forth onto the ground. "How is this possible?" he muttered, suddenly turning to look behind him. A woman, her body entirely covered in snow, stood there, a limping figure amidst the hazy white, gazing quietly at him. Moments earlier, a snowball had broken through the fierce wind and storm, striking the arm he had used to swing the sword, causing his intended strike against Wen Chao Sheng to miss. The black-clad figure remained silent, but a second strike was already on its way. Once again, it was Wen Chao Sheng's unrefined knife. Though the black-clad figure did not turn to look back, his body instinctively moved to evade. The crippled woman in the snow launched a second snowball. With a swoosh, it struck the assassin's leg, momentarily halting his advance. This brief hesitation allowed Wen Chao Sheng's blade to find its mark on the assassin's neck, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the wound. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief before his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Wen Chao Sheng's strike had been merciless. The snowball shattered the assassin's protective aura, leaving his vulnerable neck defenseless against the desperate blow. His head was nearly cleaved in two, held together by a mere strip of flesh. As his body fell, the light in his eyes rapidly faded, leaving only the flickering flames of the bonfire reflected in his pupils. Covered in blood, Wen Chao Sheng collapsed, kneeling before the corpse, gasping for air. His sword-wielding hand trembled uncontrollably. Shui entered the dilapidated temple, shaking off the snow, and approached Wen Chao Sheng. "Do you have any strength left?" she inquired. Wen Chao Sheng, still struggling to breathe, replied, "To do what?" Shui gestured towards the corpse. "You killed him, you bury him." Ignoring her, Wen Chao Sheng slumped to the ground, his back against the base of a stone statue. His voice trembled, whether from cold or the aftermath of taking a life. It was hard to tell. He came for you. I shouldn't have saved you. I almost died. Ashui retorted matter-of-factly, you absolutely should have saved me. If you hadn't, you would be dead. Wen Chao Sheng remained silent, focusing on his breathing, unable to argue. You were helping me just now, weren't you? That guy was incredibly foolish. With your abilities, how dare he come after you? Ashui crouched beside the corpse, searching through his belongings. She retrieved a unique jade pendant from his waist, attached to a black cord. The pendant was adorned with a river pattern and bore the inscription Forgetful River on the back. He's not alone, of course, Ashui stated calmly. And my head is worth a fortune, more than you can imagine. Wen Chao Sheng looked surprised. Why? Ashui met his gaze, a hint of sorrow and coldness in her eyes. Because of my surname. Wen Chao Sheng asked, a surname can be worth that much? Ashui pocketed the jade pendant in her worn-out coat. This surname, though, it burned for 7 days and 7 nights without being completely destroyed. Tell me, is it valuable or not? Chapter 9. A toast to you. And Chaos Hen stared at the coagulated blood on the ground, lost in thought. Well, this is splendid. The only place where we could cook is gone, he remarked. Having taken a life, his accomplices will likely trace it back to me swiftly. Ashui suggested. We should bury him while it's still fresh. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. When Chaos Hen pushed aside his collar, revealing a collection of tattered cloth and straw. There's no way to bury him. With this wind and snow outside, I would perish within half an hour. The body must remain here, he declared, pausing before adding with self-deprecating humor. The good news is that he won't smell. Ashui glanced at the corpse and frowned, then turned to Wen Chao Sheng. Give me the knife. Wen Chao Sheng tossed the knife to her. She caught it deftly, wielding it in one hand while dragging the corpse of the cloaked man into the vast, swirling snow. About 15 minutes later, Ashui returned, limping back to the dilapidated temple where Wen Chao Sheng remained. She brought in the snow that had piled outside, gradually cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. Wen Chao Sheng turned to her, inquiring, Did you bury him? Ashui replied, I did not bury him. I broke the ice in the canal, chopped him into pieces, and tossed them in. She returned the knife to Wen Chao Sheng, its surface now spotless and pristine. You can come back anytime. I plan to stay in this broken temple for a while. Wen Chao Sheng paused in his task of wiping the blood, looking up at her. On the 3rd of next month, I intend to seek Lu Jinshi one last time. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not return here. This was indeed his plan. If successful, he could reside in the county. If unsuccessful, both he and Lu Jinshi would perish. Ashui offered no response, and Wen Chao Sheng ceased his cleaning, recognizing that she was determined to confront the aftermath. The presence of stains was of little consequence. Before departing, he asked Ashui, by the way, while you were away these past few days, did you find your parents? Ashui, stirring the fire with a stick, remained silent for a long while before responding. Come to the temple at noon tomorrow. I will treat you to a drink. She then turned to Wen Chao Sheng. Will you come? Wen Chao Sheng met her gaze, and after a brief moment, replied, I will. Returning to his treehouse, he wrapped himself in a worn cotton quilt, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had taken a life of another, although it was in self-defense. The visceral sensation of the blade slicing through flesh ignited a fervor within him, imparting a profound truth. In this world, to safeguard oneself, the knife in hand is far more tangible and effective than the law. As night fell, Wen Chao Sheng, accompanied by an old hunter, unearthed 4 frogs. He took none for himself, citing that he had not finished his meal from the previous day. The old hunter called out to him as he was leaving. I have a heated bed at my place in Qingtian. My wife says you can stay if you cannot endure the cold. Wen Chao Sheng nodded in gratitude, and the old hunter added, Lu Jinshi is not to be trusted. Some words are best taken with caution. Wen Chao Sheng remained silent for a moment before responding. Understood, Lao Zhang. He did not look back as he walked away, while the old hunter gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes filled with complexity and deepening wrinkles on his face. He sighed and returned to his wooden house in Qingtian. Standing at the doorway, shaking off the snow, he finally entered. The elderly woman, Mi Feng, lay on the bed and asked, Lao Zhang, didn't T. Chao Sheng return with you? The old hunter scooped clean snow water into a pot to melt it, his voice muffled. He did not come. Mi Fong paused, then murmured, "That child. With such heavy snow, how can he survive in a treehouse with just a tattered quilt? Oh dear, it's almost the third." Lao Zhang tightened his grip on the spoon, turning to stare intently at his wife. Mi Fong felt uncomfortable under his gaze and asked, "Lao Zhang, why are you looking at me?" Lao Zhang snapped back to reality, averting his eyes, yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts. When they parted at noon that day, he sensed an aura of violence surrounding Wen Chao Sheng, indicating that something had changed within him. After giving his warning, he noticed that Wen Chao Sheng displayed no sign of surprise. His keen intuition warned him that if Lu Jinshi did not keep his promise on the 3rd of the month, something unfortunate might transpire. However, he chose not to share this concern with his wife, knowing that for Mi Fong, it was better to have one less worry than to add to her burdens. "Before I leave this afternoon, I'll make some porridge. Keep an eye on the fire in the room. Don't let it get too big, or it will burn the pot dry," he instructed her. In the dilapidated temple, Wen Chao Sheng kept his promise. A shui had indeed procured 2 jars of liquor. She had already opened one, appearing slightly inebriated, her usually lifeless eyes now shining with intensity. Upon seeing Wen Chao Sheng, she beckoned, "Can you drink?" Wen Chao Sheng sat cross-legged opposite her, nonchalantly replying, "Since we're nearing death, what is there that we cannot drink?" He uncorked the jar, and a fragrant aroma of osmanthus wine wafted toward him, tantalizing his taste buds. "This wine must be expensive, for where did you steal it?" he inquired casually. A shui extended her slender finger, her gaze slightly hazy, and earnestly declared, "Wen Chao Sheng, how lowly do you think of me? Steal? I took it with complete openness." Chapter 10. An unfounded trust. When Chao Sheng took a piece of tile that a shui had brought, still bearing traces of melted snow. He poured some wine into it, and took a sip, feeling as if his cold chest and abdomen had been split open by a fiery blade. He exhaled deeply, reproaching a shui, "With your formidable martial skills, how could you procure 2 jars of wine, yet not manage to find 2 bowls?" A shui leaned forward, tracing a circle in the air with her finger, her tone mysterious. "Do you know whose wine this is?" When Chao Sheng shook his head. "No idea. I cannot tell you," she continued. For 3 years, his visits to the county had been few, with the only familiarity being the magistrate Lu Jinshi's office. A shui lifted the tile, tilting her head back to drink, and remarked, "This wine belongs to 7th Master." When Chao Sheng poured her another drink, asking, "Who is 7th Master?" A shui replied, "He is a local tyrant in the western part of the county, with a goat-like beard and a hawk-like nose, surrounded by a few skilled fighters. They often bully the common folk, claiming to be part of the underworld, yet they are all miserly. When I asked them for some wine, not a single one agreed. Infuriating. So I smashed their place, broke their weapons, and yanked on his goat beard." A shui exhaled, a hint of alcohol on her breath, her demeanor exuding a wildness uncommon among ordinary women. "How exhilarating." When Chao Sheng praised, a shui took another swig, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. Later, I seized him by the collar and demanded either his life or his wine. He chose his life, fearing that I would strike him and he would not withstand it. He gifted me a horse and a cart, which I filled with wine and brought back. When Chao Sheng paused, his hand halting mid-pour. "Did you just say he gave you a cart?" A shui nodded, "Yes." When Chao Sheng exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't see a cart when I arrived." A shui lifted the wooden lid from the battered pot beside her, and the aroma of meat mingled with the unique, slightly gamey scent of horseflesh wafted out with the rising steam. "I'll boil a leg first. As for the rest, I've buried it in the snow behind the temple. We can get to it as we need." Wen Chao Sheng eyed the horse meat simmering in the pot, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In Bittersea County, horses were far from cheap. A well-trained steed could fetch at least 2 taels of silver. One could argue that a horse's value alive far exceeded its value as food. And yet, A shui had slaughtered one without a second thought. "What about the cart?" he inquired. A shui gestured casually towards the newly stacked firewood beside the temple. "Dismantled it, using the cart to cook the horse for that authentic flavor." Wen Chao Sheng was speechless. Using 2 dry twigs as chopsticks, A shui retrieved a piece of horse meat, blew on it twice, and popped it into her mouth. Chewing slowly, "Those wine bowls have been used by everyone in the hall. I thought they were filthy, so I didn't bother taking them. If you ask me, on a day this cold, having wine and meat is good enough. Don't be so greedy. She paused, noticing Wen Chao Sheng's peculiar expression. Hey, what's with that look? Don't tell me you think we could have sold the horse for silver? Shui's words seemed to spark a flicker of understanding in Wen Chao Sheng. Though he wasn't entirely sure, Shui raised a cup of wine to him. Drink. Wen Chao Sheng clinked his cup against hers and took a large gulp, which caused him to cough violently. A warmth spread through his chest and abdomen, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Good wine, he rasped. Shui set down her earthenware cup and helped herself to more meat. You don't understand the rules of these local snakes. That horse belonged to Seventh Master. It was branded with his mark. No one can touch it. To touch the horse is to touch Seventh Master's purse. If I sold it to another horse trader, Seventh Master would be back with his men to reclaim it before the buyer could even blink. Selling the horse would only bring trouble to others. Wen Chao Sheng was puzzled. Are there bandits in the county? Shui corrected him. Not bandits, official bandits. Lu Jinshi wears the robes of an official, so he can't openly defy the laws of Qi, but there are always dirty jobs that need doing. Wen Chao Sheng listened intently, then looked up at her. You're not from Bitter Sea County. How do you know so much about this? Shui scoffed and swallowed a mouthful of horse meat. The Jianghu is the same everywhere. Wen Chao Sheng stared at Shui, his gaze clear and penetrating. No, that's not it. Shui, you've met Lu Jinshi, haven't you? Shui's chewing faltered for a moment, and that brief pause confirmed Wen Chao Sheng's suspicions. She raised her eyes, scrutinizing Wen Chao Sheng with a sharp gaze. Wen Chao Sheng, I never used to believe in fate, but after meeting you, I'm starting to. Wen Chao Sheng looked confused. What do you mean? Shui placed a piece of horse meat in his wine bowl. Someone as intelligent as you would never have ended up like this if fate hadn't intervened. Wen Chao Sheng downed several more mouthfuls of the strong liquor, his vision blurring. He didn't seem to resent his miserable existence, but instead turned to Shui and asked, the same question as yesterday. Have you found your parents? Shui pursed her lips, the scent of osmanthus wine lingering. But the sweetness was replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Dead. 5 years ago, Bitter Sea County was hit by a flood. They were swept away by the waters, and their bodies have never been found. Wen Chao Sheng sensed the murderous intent in Shui's eyes and asked, what's the story? Was it not just a natural disaster, but a man-made one? Shui opened her mouth. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't speak. In the end, she took a large gulp of wine and said, whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made one, it's impossible to investigate now. What I want to know is, if my parents died 5 years ago, why have I been receiving letters from them all this time, letters that say that they are well? The last 4 words were practically forced out between her teeth. Wen Chao Sheng stared at her in silence, then poured more wine into her cup. Shui drank it down and said, Lu Jinshi said to give him some time, and he'll give me an explanation. On the 3rd day of the month, I'll go with you to see him. Wen Chao Sheng hesitated. Aren't you afraid he's lying to you? Shui shifted her gaze to Wen Chao Sheng, her voice measured. He wouldn't dare. Chapter 11. Self-respect. The two indulged in meat and wine until only the bones remained in the pot and the broth was nearly evaporated. Wen Chao Sheng, pleasantly intoxicated, expressed his desire to hear Shui's past tales, but she declined. I do not wish to speak, so do not inquire. Her delicate fingertips pressed down hard, crushing the tiles into powder. Under the influence of the potent liquor, painful memories surged forth like a relentless tide. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Shui seized the wine jar with fervor, drinking deeply until her alabaster abdomen, marked by scars, swelled prominently. Finally, she ceased, casting the empty jar aside, where it shattered into fragments. Leaning against the base of a statue, she placed one hand on her knee, her despondent gaze drifting past Wen Chao Sheng and out into the snow-laden world beyond, where the flames of her pain could not be extinguished even by the white flurries. I apologize. I should not have asked and made you suffer so. In response to Wen Chao Sheng's apology, Shui seemed to lose all strength, remaining motionless except for the rise and fall of her chest. Wen Chao Sheng noticed the trembling of her fingers. The horrifying memories she could not bear to confront were mercilessly tearing at her soul. Taking a swig of liquor, Wen Chao Sheng shifted the topic. Shui, Could you teach me the ways of cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, Ashui turned her head stiffly, a flicker of light appearing in her eyes. Yet her words chilled Wen Chao Sheng's heart. No, what I practice you cannot. Wen Chao Sheng chuckled. How do you know? Ashui regarded him for a while, her brow furrowing slightly as she burped from the alcohol. Then, she beckoned him closer with a gesture. He took a seat beside her, and, disregarding the propriety of their genders, she began to explore his shoulder, chest, waist, hips, and spine with her hands. Her nonchalance put Wen Chao Sheng at unease. After her examination, Ashui stated, "Indeed, you cannot practice. The techniques I employ are those of ordinary martial arts, which must be honed from a young age. By the age of 15 or 16, one skeletal structure is largely set, influencing the meridians and subsequently the Danhai. If you wish to cultivate now, you can only pursue the paths of sacred cultivation grounds, which are not easily accessible. Without connections, only those of exceptional talent may enter. Otherwise, one must encounter some particularly formidable recluses. You understand, it requires fate. Yet, from my observations, you appear to be the most unfortunate individual I have ever encountered. As for recluses, I advise you to abandon any fantasies." Wen Chao Sheng cast a sorrowful and resentful glance at her. "Thank you." In Kuhai County, at the Liu residence, Liu Jinshi, clad in official garb and of considerable girth, hurried through the garden while his steward followed closely behind, incessantly speaking. Liu Jinshi wore an expression of excitement, as if a momentous occasion awaited him. As he rounded the corner of a pavilion, he disregarded the snow that sullied his new boots, leaping over a stone bench amidst the steward's repeated cautions of "Master, be careful," as he rushed toward the reception hall. Upon reaching the door, he abruptly turned to the steward and commanded, "Return and prepare the meal. Do not come back until I summon you." The steward glanced into the reception hall before bowing to Liu Jinshi and swiftly departing. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe sat within, sipping tea. Upon seeing this man, Liu Jinshi, usually so high and mighty, lifted his garment and knelt before him, bowing his head. "Mr. Liu, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please do not take offense." The man in the red robe glanced at Liu Jinshi, smiling as he rose to assist him. "Why does the county magistrate do this?" "Gulme, have a seat." Liu Jinshi sat in a nearby chair, his palms lightly brushing together as he feigned ignorance. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden visit today?" With a playful smile, the middle-aged man retrieved an exquisite small box from his sleeve and placed it before Liu Jinshi. Regarding the previous matter, the Lord was quite pleased, and this is a token of gratitude. As Liu Jinshi gazed at the small box, he could not help but swallow hard, reaching for it with both hands. However, the man suddenly withdrew the box slightly, halting Liu Jinshi's gesture and freezing the smile on his face. "Mr. Liu," Liu Jinshi ventured, perplexed. The man in the red robe leaned in closer, a smirk on his face as he whispered, "Liu County Magistrate, this matter is of great consequence. If it were revealed, none could withstand the repercussions. You want to speak of it, will you?" Liu Jinshi's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he raised 3 fingers in oath. "I, Liu Jinshi, swear to heaven that if I dare disclose even a hint of information detrimental to the Lord, may I meet a wretched fate." The man scrutinized Liu Jinshi's unwavering gaze, a smile of reassurance emerging on his face. "Excellent. Then I shall rest easy." He placed a brocade box into Liu Jinshi's hands and instructed, "Open it and take a look." Liu Jinshi caressed the box, having envisioned countless times the rare treasures it might contain. His smile broadened, but upon tremblingly opening the box, he was met with a vial of deadly poison. This was not the first time he had seen such a vial. All his eagerness and greed evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheer horror on Liu Jinshi's face. "Mr. Liu, this. The man in the red robe placed a finger to his lips, lowering his voice. "This is the Lord's directive. County Magistrate, you have a wife and children, do you not? Once one has a family, one cannot always think of oneself. Wouldn't you agree?" He gently patted the stunned Liu Jinshi on the shoulder as he rose to leave. As he pushed the door open, he glanced back at the pale-faced Liu Jinshi and smiled. "Liu County Magistrate, the new magistrate of Kuhai County is already on his way and is expected to arrive in 2 to 3 days. I advise you to exercise caution. Chapter 12. A secret. 100,000 gold. Upon leaving the Lu residence, a slender man clad in black, bearing a broadsword, had unknowingly trailed alongside the red-robed man. Lu Chuan. After walking a short distance, he stepped closer to Lu Chuan and inquired, "Mr. Lu, that Lu Jin seems to be as avaricious as he is timid. What if he chooses to flee tonight to avoid embarrassment?" Lu Chuan halted and turned, casting a calm glance at the man with the sword. In a measured tone, he replied, "Where could he possibly escape? His son is merely 8 years old. Furthermore, the people from Wangchuan have arrived as well. If he avoids disgrace, he can simply request their assistance in preserving his dignity." Mentioning Wangchuan reminded Lu Chuan of another matter, prompting him to ask, "I have heard that the bounty list from Wangchuan has been updated with a new target?" The man with the sword did not shy away from the topic. Outside the Lu residence, the streets were devoid of common folk, pristine and quiet. He replied to Lu Chuan, "Yes, the bounty has indeed changed. I am unaware of who placed it, but it amounts to 100,000 taels." Lu Chuan was taken aback. 100,000? In silver? The man responded in gold. This revelation left Lu Chuan momentarily speechless, his eyes sparkling with incredulity as he chuckled. One person, 100,000 gold? Which nobleman possesses such boundless wealth to orchestrate this spectacle? The man with the sword shook his head. "I'm also in the dark." Wangchuan maintains strict confidentiality regarding its clients. However, this time, numerous experts have come, indicating that the target is likely a particularly formidable challenge. Lu Chuan pondered deeply. Why would they come to a desolate place like Kuhai County? What is the name of the wanted individual? The man replied, "No name was provided, only that it is a woman, approximately 8 feet tall, and bearing numerous scars." Lu Chuan frowned. "Is that all?" "That is all." Lu Chuan scrutinized the man with the sword for a moment, his gaze imbued with suspicion. He wondered if this subordinate, who had been shadowing him, might be betraying him or concealing something. Yet, upon meeting the man's direct and clear eyes, Lu Chuan discerned that he was not being deceived. He was adept at reading people's eyes. They are indeed the windows to the soul. If someone harbors dark secrets, their eyes will betray them. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. With such scant information, are they not concerned that someone could easily fabricate a counterfeit to abscond with that 100,000 gold? The individual offering the bounty appears rather anxious. The man with the sword asked, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Lu?" Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lu Chuan mused, "That woman harbors a secret." The man was astonished. "A secret worth 100,000 gold?" Lu Chuan gently patted his shoulder, asserting, "If someone is willing to spend 100,000 gold for the life of a person with so little information, then the secret concealed by this wanted individual must be worth far more than that. Keep a close watch and inform me of any leads," he concluded, making his way toward the end of the street. The man with the sword remained rooted, gazing at Lu Chuan's retreating figure. "Do you desire that 100,000 gold, Mr. Lu?" Without turning back, Lu Chuan's voice resonated softly. "I have no particular interest in gold, but I'm indeed intrigued by that secret." North of the county, at the Huagao Bridge, a peculiar black dog, adorned in odd deer leather attire, trotted through a moss-covered alley, leaving a trail of paw prints as it clutched an iron box in its mouth. It halted at the 8th small courtyard, tilting its head to ensure it had not erred, then knocked on the tightly shut door with the iron box. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man in a blue robe. He ushered the black dog inside the courtyard and led it to the kitchen, where he meticulously cleaned the iron box it had brought, then filled it with warm porridge, sealing it before handing it back to the dog. Watching the black dog depart with the iron box, the blue-robed man closed the door, only to be joined by a silver-haired woman. She was slender, clad in a velvet gown, her face adorned with the unmistakable marks of time, though the corners of her eyes bore faint crow's feet. The passage of years had not diminished her beauty. Rather, it lent her an allure unique to mature women. "Jiming, is that young man still alive?" The blue-robed man retrieved a broom from behind the door, preparing to clear the snow from the courtyard. "Old Hay is aging, and he cannot consume all the porridge alone. It was finished days ago, but lately there has been a surplus. With the fierce winds and snow outside, that young man may have perished from the cold." The silver-haired woman sighed. In this world, people die daily. That boy had nothing. He couldn't even enter the county. No one expected he could survive for 3 years. The blue-robed man smiled at her. Do you wish to rescue him? The silver-haired woman gazed tenderly at him, her tone imbued with a hint of unspoken guilt. Jiming, you have married me for 30 years. Due to my health, I have not borne you a son, and I have always felt a sense of indebtedness. That young man possesses an exceptional spirit. If he is indeed alive, perhaps we could pay the county magistrate a sum to bring him back as our adopted son. You could teach him the sword. When I am gone, he would not leave you alone. The blue-robed man approached, embracing the silver-haired woman, exhaling a breath of warmth against her ear. You worry too much. When you depart this world, I shall simply break a branch from the peepal tree in the courtyard and return to the Yangwa Sword Pavilion. What is there to fear about having no child? Whether one has a child or not, it is all fate. What have you to be indebted to me for? As he spoke, he cast a glance toward the distant horizon, gently patting his wife's back. Since you have such intentions, on the 3rd day of this month, I shall take some provisions to the Lu residence. If he is still alive, I will secure him an identity as a citizen of Qi and employ him to chop firewood and prepare meals for us. What do you think? The silver-haired woman savored the warmth enveloping her, releasing a long sigh. I will follow your arrangements. Chapter 13. The Weight of Truth and Life Outside the County. The snow had paused around the dilapidated temple. The old black dog returned once more, carrying an iron box. Upon entering the crumbling structure, it discovered Wen Chao Sheng and Ashui sprawled on the ground, utterly inebriated. Approaching the two, it sniffed, confirming they were alive. It then extended a paw, nudging Wen Chao Sheng. Unlike Ashui, Wen Chao Sheng was frail. He relied on the remnants of alcohol and the dim embers of the fire to fend off the pervasive chill. At the dog's prodding, he opened one eye. Rubbing his head, he noticed the dark snout of the dog hovering before him. Realizing that his canine companion had arrived, he retrieved the iron box from the dog's mouth, setting it aside, and then used a stick previously employed for eating meat to extract some slices of horse meat from the newly boiled water, placing them into the dog's food box. Old dog, I usually feast upon your offerings. Today, I shall treat you to some meat. Wen Chao Sheng pushed the food box towards the black dog, which did not hesitate to devour the offering. In no time, the meat was gone, leaving half of the porridge untouched. After satisfying its hunger, the black dog took the food box back to its usual spot, then turned without a moment's hesitation and trotted towards the temple's exit. As it was about to leave, Wen Chao Sheng suddenly called out, "Old dog." Hearing the call, the black dog paused and looked back, its glossy black eyes seemingly comprehending the summons. Wen Chao Sheng, sitting cross-legged beside the fire, held the dog's gaze for a moment. Then, with parched lips, spoke, "Old dog, don't go. He will not return." The black dog lingered for a time, uncertain if it understood, before turning away and trotting off towards the snow-covered hills, just as it had before. Once it departed, Wen Chao Sheng exhaled deeply. Ashui, still under the influence, spoke from behind him. It is so clever, it knows everything. Yet, like a human, it cannot let go of a lost love and does not know how to hold on. Wen Chao Sheng turned to glance at Ashui, who remained sprawled on the ground, his gaze fixed on the dark tiles of the temple ceiling. "When will you leave?" he inquired. Ashui, startled by the question, replied, "Leave? Where to?" Wen Chao Sheng continued, "So many are searching for you. Though Kuhai County is not small, it lies at the southern border, and with the heavy snowfall, they must have blocked the eastern, western, and northern routes. If found, you would be forced into the wilderness, yet I fear that in winter, no one can survive the desolate land. While they have not yet pinpointed your location, you still have an opportunity to act." Ashui patted his injured leg. "Look, I can't walk. The only thing I can do now is sleep in this broken temple." Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "Though I'm unfamiliar with the ways of the world and have never encountered other practitioners, I believe you to be among the more formidable of them. A limp should not impede you greatly. Your reluctance to leave stems from a desire to seek the truth from Lu Jinshe, but this is not the right time." Ashui turned to him, contemplating, then asked, "Wen Chao Sheng, which do you think is more important to me, truth or life?" "Truth," Wen Chao Sheng responded. Ashui laughed, pointing at Wen Chao Sheng. "I did not invite you for nothing. Now that you understand, why continue to advise me? Wen Chao Sheng gazed at Shui's face, ultimately nodding and sighing. As dusk enveloped the sky, within Lu Jinshi's residence, red lanterns illuminated every corner, bathing the estate in a warm crimson glow. Crafted from the finest materials by skilled artisans, the lanterns had their wicks replaced daily. Lu Jinshi desired a festive atmosphere and decreed that they would remain until winter passed and spring arrived. The steward, bending slightly, hastened to the door of the reception room. After a moment of hesitation, he knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Master, it is late. The lady and young master await your dinner." Earlier that day, Lu Jinshi had distinctly instructed him not to disturb him without prior notice. However, he could not afford to offend the lady, so he steeled himself and approached. He knocked several times without a response, his brows furrowing as an ominous premonition crossed his mind. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung ajar. Behind the door stood Lu Jinshi, pale and dazed. The steward rushed forward to support him, asking, "Master, are you all right?" Gradually, Lu Jinshi regained his senses at the steward's call, regarding him with a strange gaze. Gripping the steward's wrist tightly, he seemed on the verge of speaking, his lips quivering, yet no words formed. "Master, no need to rush." The steward, sensing something was amiss, offered comfort without prying, guiding Lu Jinshi back. As they approached the dining room, Lu Jinshi suddenly seized the steward and pulled him to the wall. The steward, terrified by the bloodshot eyes of Lu Jinshi, stood frozen. Stammering, "Master, whatever you need, just say the word. I will ensure it is done." Breathing heavily, Lu Jinshi clutched the steward's hand with great urgency, stating, "Changui, how have I treated you over the years?" The steward nodded fervently. "Master has been as generous as a mountain to Changui." Lu Jinshi scrutinized the steward's eyes, then glanced around to confirm their privacy before leaning closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "Changui, you are the only one I trust in this house. I need you to do me a favor, and I shall grant you wealth and honor. How does that sound?" "Master, just give the order. I will not refuse what I can do." Taking a deep breath, Lu Jinshi instructed, "Listen carefully beneath the artificial hill in the center of the pond in the courtyard. I buried a waterproof package. Tonight, while no one is around, dig it up and retrieve the map inside. Over the years, I have hidden my wealth scattered across the northern Xing Wang Mountain. The map has clear markings. You must set off early tomorrow with the lady and young master. The farther you go, the better. Changui, I know you do not gamble. This fortune is enough for you to live lavishly for a lifetime. My only request is to ensure that my wife and child never suffer from hunger or cold, and never return to Kuhai County. Do you understand?" Chapter 14. Avoiding her in the depths of night, on an uninhabited street in Kuhai County, the accumulation of snow lay undisturbed. A pair of footprints, one large and one small, extended into the distance. The cold moonlight, after a pause in the falling snow, once again illuminated this secluded corner of the world. At the end of the road, a little girl was assisting an elderly man, taking each step forward with care. The girl, around 7 years old, sported twin ponytails and held a red rattle drum in her hand, her delicate face as pristine as porcelain. The old man, broad-shouldered with a full head of white hair, bore a serene expression, exuding kindness. He held the girl's hand with his left, while his right arm hung limply, the sleeve swaying with his movements. Indeed, the old man was missing one arm. They walked slowly, stopping and starting, until the girl grew weary. He led her to sit on the steps of an unknown home, producing a piece of hard, dry bread from his clothing for her to nibble on. Each crunch of her white teeth against the bread echoed in the empty street. The girl, with remarkable patience, finished the bread before tilting her head to ask, "Grandpa, who are we looking for?" The old man gazed at her fondly, stroking her hair as he replied softly, "Silly child, we are not looking for anyone." A look of confusion crossed her face as she stared up at the stars, murmuring, "But that uncle said yesterday that we should find an older sister." The old man responded quietly, "We must not seek her. Rather, we must avoid her." The girl blinked her sleepy eyes in bewilderment. "Why?" The old man gazed into the distance of the alley, where danger loomed like a mountain of knives and fire. "Because she is a monster." At his words, the girl exclaimed in interest, her dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Grandpa Ma, are there really monsters in this world?" The old man affirmed with certainty, "Of course. She cannot be harmed by fire or blades. If not a monster, what could she be? I lost this arm because of her." The girl's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see, Grandpa Ma. We are pretending to look for her." The old man smiled warmly. "Very clever." He withdrew his gaze, suddenly looking up and gently patting the girl's back. "Little lamb, you should head home now. Grandpa will take a stroll while the snow is light. I will return later." The girl nodded obediently. "Okay." She slowly rose, brushing the snow off her clothes, and wobbled toward the end of the street. Once her tiny figure disappeared into the darkness, several shadowy figures emerged from the eaves above, appearing as if they had been following the old man all along. A young, cold voice arose from the shadows. "Old Ma, the black cicada has gone missing." The old man sighed and stood. Impatience leads to folly. They ignore wise words. Every year, there are young people with ambitions that far exceed their fragile lives. After a pause, his brow furrowed slightly. "It is truly regrettable. Despite his eagerness for fame, he is indeed a promising talent in martial arts. I hear he hails from a clan in Huai Bay. Young, yet having surpassed the Dragoness Roar threshold, a skilled figure in the martial world." Alas! A middle-aged man with a hook at his waist inquired in a low voice, "Old Ma, what is the background of the woman who escaped from Wen City?" The old man descended the steps, making his way to the center of the street, following the footprints left by the little girl. As he walked, the shadows above trailed behind him. "Do not ask too much. I offer but one piece of advice. This matter is not to be trifled with. We are here because we cannot refuse. This bounty comes from the royal city, accompanied by a reward of 100,000 taels of gold. The figures involved are of significant stature. Wealth is merely a fade, while power is the essence. Regardless of whom the bounty concerns, appearances must be upheld. Yet this person is beyond our handling. If you encounter her, keep your distance lest you lose your life in vain." The old man's words cast a shadow of displeasure over the figures. The earlier cold woman spoke again, her voice laced with menace. "Anyone who has entered Wangchuan can be killed for the right price. No matter her prowess, she is not invincible. What cannot be touched?" With a contingent of over 100 from Wangchuan and Kuhai County, they constituted a formidable force within the four-country martial world. Was old Ma not merely inflating her reputation? Had that fire not claimed her life, it would be her fortune. This time, she may not be so lucky. Old Ma waved his hand dismissively, facing away from the others. "I have said all I will. If you seek to earn merit and rise in rank, go ahead and try your luck. Kuhai County is not vast, and there are many local snakes. Finding someone is simple. If you succeed, all matters will be of no concern to me. I am old and weary, lacking the ambition to vie for accolades." The shadows watched him depart, unwilling to follow further. Beneath the moonlight, the cold wind howled, causing the blue sashes at their waists to flutter and carrying the aura of menace into the unknown distance. Chapter 15. Sudden Demise, the third day of the new year. At the crack of dawn, Wen Chao Sheng emerged from his treehouse. After a cursory wash with snow, he hastened towards the dilapidated temple. Sleep had eluded him for most of the night. This day held profound significance for him, a day he had anticipated for 3 long years. He had initially planned to confront Lu Jinshi, the magistrate of Kuhai County, with a cleaver, ready to exact a bloody price if the magistrate reneged on his promise. However, with Shui's intervention, he now believed that Lu Jinshi would likely acquiesce. As a prospective citizen of Qi, numerous plans for achieving prosperity within 5 years had taken root in his mind. With wealth, his possibilities would expand exponentially. The absence of snowfall overnight preserved the traces on the ground. When Chao Sheng noticed a long, dragging trail, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the temple, he spotted Shui resting inside, offering a momentary respite from his anxiety. Yet, his gaze soon fell upon a pile of weaponry in the corner, blades and a grappling hook. Had there been visitors last night? He directly questioned Shui, who was brewing snow water, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Visitors? What visitors? Wen Chao Sheng gestured towards the weapons. Where did these come from? Aishui languidly ran her fingers through her hair and replied, "Found them." Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Wen Chao Sheng sat by the fire, warming his hands. "Without snow, nocturnal activities leave marks. You should have at least concealed them. That trail of a dragged corpse is obvious even to an amateur, let alone." Aishui sighed, rubbing her temples before propping up her face with her hand. "So fussy," she said, fixing him with a stare. "Wen Chao Sheng, do you really think this backwater of Kuhai County can conceal anyone?" Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback. Aishui pointed to the remnants of shattered wine jars. "I sought wine from the local overlords. If I hadn't spared them, the traces would have been obvious. Anyone seeking me would find no refuge in this winter snow. The only reason no one has come is that they are waiting." "Waiting for what?" Wen Chao Sheng asked, puzzled. A chilling smile crept across Aishui's face. "They're waiting to see if the one who escaped the fire is truly weakened. They send fools to test me, and I show them what I'm capable of." Wen Chao Sheng stared at Aishui, his eyebrows arching in admiration. "Damn, that's cool." Aishui scoffed. "Cool? If you ever enter the martial world, you might think differently." Wen Chao Sheng nodded. "I understand. Once you're in, you're no longer your own master." Those words sparked a flicker of surprise in Aishui's eyes. "Once you're in, you're no longer your own master," she repeated, as if pondering the weight of the phrase. "Wen Chao Sheng, tell me, what do you want to do once you become a citizen of Qi?" "Make money, cultivate," Wen Chao Sheng replied. "Just that?" Wen Chao Sheng paused, then added, "I want to do whatever I please." Their eyes met, and Aishui sensed a sharp, piercing light in Wen Chao Sheng's gaze. She silently drank a bowl of hot water, changed the subject, and stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Let's go find Lu Jinshi." Wen Chao Sheng nodded, and together they headed towards the county seat. But as they approached the city gates, Wen Chao Sheng noticed the absence of the usual guards. A sense of unease washed over him. Despite his shortcomings, Lu Jinshi had always maintained a facade of order in Kuhai County. Even in the harshest weather, the guards were always present. Their absence was perplexing. Entering the city, they found the streets deserted. Aishui's sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, a hint of confusion in her gaze. They hurried towards the county government office and saw a large crowd gathered in the distance. Exchanging a look, they pushed their way through the throng. Wen Chao Sheng struggled to reach the front and froze in disbelief at what he saw. People whispered and jostled around him, but he remained motionless, as if turned to stone. Before the county government office hung the lifeless body of Lu Jinshi, whom he had not seen in a month. He was suspended from the gates, his face a ghastly purple, swaying ominously in the wind. Lu Jinshi was dead, hanged for all to see. Wen Chao Sheng stared at the corpse, his strength abandoning him as he collapsed to the ground, laughing hysterically. Some onlookers recoiled in fear of his madness, while others worried about being scammed. Those who knew of Wen Chao Sheng spread tales, both true and false. Soon, pitying glances were cast his way. After a while, a shout echoed in the distance. "Official business! Clear the area!" Chapter 16. A golden leaf blowing through the streets, a throng of elegantly attired individuals arrived at the scene, preceded by guards wielding swords to clear the way. Following them was a somewhat pallid man in white, mounted upon a horse. His visage was gentle, his stature tall and graceful, with broad brows and deep-set eyes, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. The crowd parted, creating a path that led directly to Wen Chao Sheng, who sat disconsolately on the ground before the county office. A guard frowned and shouted, yet Wen remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the lifeless form of Lu Jinshi. Assuming Wen to be a mere madman or beggar from the county, the guard showed no restraint and prepared to draw his blade. However, Aishui, amidst the crowd, furrowed his brow and discreetly pinched a small stone he had scavenged. Just as the guard was about to issue another warning to Wen, the white-clad man spoke up, "Do not harm him. Clear the way." Upon hearing the command, the guard sheathed his sword and approached Wen, dragging him away from the county office doors. Wen offered no resistance, his focus unwaveringly on Lu's corpse, his expression disconcertingly intense. The white-clad man scrutinized Wen for a moment, but said nothing. He then proceeded to the entrance of the county office, where he presented a unique iron badge bearing the royal seal of Qi to the officials dressed in official garb. This seal was notoriously difficult to forge. and any attempt at imitation would result in death, along with the punishment of 3 generations of one's family. It symbolized the unparalleled authority of the Qi royal family. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began. "My name is Chen Xiong, hailing from the royal city S. Langan Pavilion. I have come to Kuhai County with this official seal to replace the former county magistrate, Lu Jinshi. Lu has served well in governing the county and was to transfer his powers and documents before receiving accolades in the royal city. However, due to recent unfortunate events, all matters are delayed. I must first investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death. If you have no pressing concerns, I kindly ask you to disperse. As for Lu Jinshi's case, I implore you for some time. I shall ensure a thorough investigation." Chen Xiong's voice resonated clearly as he clasped his fists in respect toward the surrounding populace, his words courteous. Upon hearing him, the onlookers gradually began to disperse. Though they relished in the commotion, they were not naive. The white-clad man was an official, and they were mere citizens. They understood that politeness did not grant them the liberty to overstep bounds. As the crowd thinned, Chen Xiong approached Wen Chao Sheng, crouching down to observe him. He produced a handful of scattered silver coins from his sleeve and placed them before one, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Young brother, let us depart. We need to investigate. Your presence here may hinder our efforts." Wen did not accept the silver, but instead lifted his gaze to Chen Xiong, inquiring, "Are you the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County?" Chen Xiong nodded. "Indeed. How may I assist you, young brother?" Wen replied candidly, "I seek an identity as a citizen of Qi." Chen Xiong's eyes flickered with surprise. "You are not a citizen of Qi?" Wen shook his head. "I'm a refugee." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiong replied, "I regret to inform you, young brother, that you may need to accompany us." Wen's gaze sharpened. "You intend to frame me for Lu Jinshi's death?" Chen Xiong chuckled lightly. "How could that be? Once we ascertain you are not the culprit, you will be free to go, and I shall consider your request for Qi citizenship." Observing Chen Xiong's affable demeanor, Wen's hand gradually moved to his back, where a concealed machete awaited. It had long been poised for action, and its purpose had not waned, merely shifted. Should one require it, it could strike at any moment. "I have spent 3 years beyond the county, only permitted to enter on the 3rd day of each month to request an identity from Lu Jinshi. If you truly wish to investigate me, there is no need to apprehend me. Simply confirm with the guards who were stationed here previously." Chen Xiong shrugged, maintaining his smile. "That is difficult to ascertain. What if they happen to doze off during their watch? You assert you are innocent, yet one must have a witness, do they not?" Realizing the futility of his situation, Wen recognized he had no choice. He could gamble on the notion that this man was sincere, yet he could not convince himself. In 2 lifetimes, his instincts had honed a keen perception. Regardless of how well one masked their intentions, the light in Wen's eyes pierced through the fade, reaching deep into the recesses of their thoughts. Just as he prepared to unsheath his blade, a deep and resonant voice echoed from a distance. "He is not the murderer. I can vouch for him." The crowd turned to see a robust man clad in a blue robe standing nearby, his demeanor calm. The breeze gently tousled his garments. Chen Xiong, crouched before one, stiffened, rising slowly to address the man. "And you are?" The man in blue approached, casting a glance at one before stating, "My surname is L. I am L. Jiming, a resident of Kuhai County for 30 years. Yesterday, I ventured outside the county for leisure, and I saw him." Chen Xiong scrutinized L. Jiming, and after a moment, erupted in laughter, asking, "You watched him all night?" The man in blue brushed his sleeves lightly, producing a golden leaf that he handed to Chen Xiong. "If you deem it so, then it is." Chen Xiong examined the golden leaf, weighing in his hand, but did not accept it immediately. Instead, he presented it back to L. Jiming, saying meaningfully, "A refugee is not worth this price." I was inclined to trust him, yet your sudden appearance has cast doubt. L. Jiming's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly replied, "It matters not. Should he be a citizen of Qi and remain here, should any issues arise, the magistrate can apprehend him at any time." Chen Xiong and L. Jiming exchanged glances for a brief moment, and after rubbing the golden leaf between his fingers, Chen Xiong ultimately accepted it. No wonder Lu Jinshi was reluctant to leave. This magistrate is indeed profitable. As he pondered, he turned and casually brushed aside Lu Jinshi's hanging corpse, striding into the county office without a backward glance. Jiming bowed to his retreating figure, his voice resonating. "Thank you, sir." The guards hesitated to approach Lu Jinshi's body, fearful of leaving behind any trace that could implicate them as criminals. It was left to Chun Xiong's subordinates to detach Lu Jinshi's remains, carrying them inside. They all entered the county office, closing the door behind them. At this moment, a Shui approached the entrance, gazing up at the rope and hook, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 17. The vanished intestinal poison. As the sounds of Chun Xiong and the constables faded away beyond the door, the man in the blue robe, Jiming, lowered his gaze to Wen Chao Sheng and remarked, "From today onward, you shall chop wood and fetch water in my home. Your sustenance will be ample, and you shall be paid daily." Wen Chao Sheng massaged his stiff legs, struggling to rise, his grip on the chopping knife loosening. Is there truly such fortune in this world? You exchanged a golden leaf for a refugee's identity from the Qi state, merely to have him chop wood and fetch water? Jiming retorted. "What do you think I ought to have you do instead?" Wen Chao Sheng met Jiming's gaze, attempting to peer into his intentions as he had with Chun Xiong. Yet, Jiming was unlike Chun Xiong. He seemed to conceal his true thoughts in an unfathomable place, eluding Wen Chao Sheng's grasp entirely. Wen Chao Sheng's thoughts raced as he scoured his mind for any worth he might possess, failing to regard himself as a person, and ultimately stated to Jiming, "A life as worthless as mine, can it truly be exchanged for gold? Is there some nefarious task you wish for me to undertake?" Jiming chuckled. "You possess a resilient life, not a worthless one. Besides, you are so frail that you are incapable of performing any unsavory work." When Chao Sheng shook his head, "I do not believe in fortuitous windfalls. Perhaps I would have believed 3 years ago, but not now. You bestowed upon me a Qi identity at great expense, and I ought not to address you in such a manner. However, I feel you should be more forthright. For the price paid, one should expect an equivalent return." Jiming waved his sleeve, his smile unwavering. "If one were to tally it so precisely, the kindness you have received from me extends beyond a mere day or two. Aside from that golden leaf, there have been countless bowls of porridge. Should we count all of this, would you not owe me your very life?" Wen Chao Sheng trembled slightly at his words. Jiming turned, retracing his steps, his voice resonant. "I reside in the 8th house of Osmanthus Lane, west of Huagong Bridge. The alley is deep, and since you have not wandered the county town, I will guide you. Do not lose your way on your return." After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng glanced at Ashui by the county office, who was fixated on the iron hook above and the severed rope on the ground, her face thoughtful. Seeing her thus, Wen Chao Sheng followed Jiming. "How should I address you, young brother?" "Wen Chao Sheng. A fine name." Wen Chao Sheng observed Jiming's back with curiosity, his tone respectful. "For these past years, has it been you who has fed Lord Dog?" Jiming sidestepped the question. "Why do you call it Lord Dog?" Wen Chao Sheng felt no shame. "It saved my life. I have little with which to repay it. Calling it Lord is a small advantage for me." Jiming led him into the alley, pointing at a fence where red apricots bloomed. "Count from here, the 8th house ahead. Remember, it is this way. Do not stray." Entering Jiming's residence, the first sight was a loquat tree in the courtyard, its trunk straight as a sword thrust into the ground. Wen Chao Sheng stared at the loquat tree, sensing something peculiar about it, though he could not articulate precisely what it was. The courtyard held only this solitary tree amidst the flowers and grasses. Jiming approached a stone table within, brewing a pot of tea, which he offered to Wen Chao Sheng, saying, "The owner of the black dog was once my neighbor. After he departed, the dog came to my door to beg for food, and since I had ample provisions, I took it in." No sooner had he spoken than the wooden door of the courtyard swung open, revealing a white-haired woman in a blue fur gown, who addressed the two outside. "The porridge is ready. Let us eat first." Within the county office, Chun Xiong stood before Lu Jinshi's corpse, reaching out to touch his neck, her eyes glimmering with intensity. The guards who had escorted him to Kuhai County stood outside in a row, resembling a grove of pines, leaving only Chun Xiong and a 50-something guard with frosted temples inside the room. This guard was unlike the others. He held a sword in his left hand, his left arm seemingly longer than his right, suggesting a congenital disability. Yet his eyes shone like candles in the night, bright and piercing. Wu Xie cut open his belly. Chun Xiong commanded. The guard swiftly drew his sword, slicing open Lu Jinshi's abdomen, revealing a vibrant array within, causing Chun Xiong's brow to furrow with growing concern. Is Master Chun searching for poison? Wu Xie inquired, sensing her confusion. Chun Xiong squinted. The poison Lu Chuan provided was intestinal poison, which, upon ingestion by a common person, would result in immediate and severe internal damage. Yet, there are no signs of poisoning in Lu Jinshi's body. Do you not find this strange? It is still suicide. Yet he chose to hang himself deliberately at the county office's entrance. Wu Xie pondered for a moment. In the end, does it not suffice that he is dead? With his demise, the secret vanishes. Is that not what the Lord desires? Chun Xiong examined the corpse and then produced a clean wet cloth to wipe her hands, stating, I am deeply concerned. Is the secret truly gone, or has he concealed it? The stakes of that matter are immense. Should it leak, the Qi state and even the world could descend into chaos. We are here to clean up after the Lord, and not a trace must remain. We need to verify repeatedly. Lu Jinshi had died recently, just before dawn. At that time, there should have been someone watching over him. Wu Xie, assist me in finding Lu Chuan to inquire what Lu Jinshi was doing before his death. Also, instruct the servants outside to search the entire county office. Before nightfall, I wish to see the unused intestinal poison Lu Jinshi possessed. Chapter 18. The loquat that isn't after finishing his meal, Lu Jiming addressed Wen Chao Sheng. Once you've rested sufficiently, you shall proceed to the woodshed to chop wood. My sole stipulation is that you render all the large logs into a size and form akin to the neatly stacked kindling over there. He gestured towards a sizable pile of precisely arranged firewood under the eaves. I will compensate you with 50 copper coins daily. If you prove prudent within a year, you could acquire a modest dwelling of your own in Bittersea County, sufficient for a solitary existence. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng inquired with perplexity. Given my status as a Qi national, would the magistrate not directly allocate a plot of land to me? Lu Jiming patiently elucidated. Such a law exists in Qi, yet it has never been effectively implemented. Should you desire lodging, you must personally purchase it from the magistrate. Wen Chao Sheng paused in contemplation before retrieving his hatchet from behind him. Barely a few steps out the door, he halted abruptly, turning back to Lu Jiming to inquire. Master Lu, why is there a loquat tree in the courtyard center? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiming's countenance betrayed a hint of surprise. He then scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng with particular earnestness. Behind him, the white-haired woman, occupied with clearing the dishes, momentarily froze, her gaze sweeping towards the outdoors. Is it not commonplace to have a tree in the courtyard? The residence is so expansive. Without a tree, it would appear quite desolate. When Chao Sheng pressed, then why not plant several more? Lu Jiming responded with interest. Why do you suddenly inquire about a single tree? It merely stands there, obstructing no one's path. When Chao Sheng hesitated, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. I know not. I simply perceive it as distinctive. Lu Jiming probed, how so? One, Chao Sheng pondered the sensation. Upon first entering this residence, I took note of this tree. I cannot articulate the feeling precisely, but I sense that it ought not to be a mere tree, but something else entirely. Realizing the seeming absurdity of his discourse about a tree, he proceeded to the woodshed, hatchet in hand. Soon, the sound of wood being cleaved echoed from within. The white-haired woman resumed clearing the dishes, her tone carrying a subtle air of pride as she passed Lu Jiming. This time, have we stumbled upon a treasure? Lu Jiming, his gaze fixed upon the loquat tree in the courtyard, murmured, this loquat hails from the far north. Though the Yin people are born in the northern lands and are accustomed to loquats, they perceive only the loquat itself. Little did I anticipate that in this southernmost realm, there would be a genuine eye capable of discerning the true essence within the branches, the exquisite detail within the leaves. Such is the capriciousness of fate. The white-haired woman inquired, will you instruct him? Lu Jiming demurred. No one in this world can instruct me, nor can I instruct anyone. However, this loquat tree has always stood here. He will see it daily, and whatever he gleans from that tree shall be of his own making. The magistrate's residence. As evening approached, the intermittent snowfall resumed. Wu Xie, armed with his saber, stood at the entrance. After knocking 3 times, the door creaked open. The constable within, upon recognizing the visitor, immediately altered his expression and cleared a path. Wu Xie hastened to Lu Jinshi's autopsy chamber, where Chen Xiong remained. The dim light emanating from numerous candles illuminated the room, accentuating the gravity in Chen Xiong's eyes. "Why has it taken so long?" Chen Xiong inquired. Wu Xie responded in a somber tone. "The sentinels of forgetfulness were diverted last night. There was a period when Lu Jinshi's activities were unobserved, approximately the hour preceding his suicide." Chen Xiong furrowed his brow. "The sentinels of forgetfulness were diverted? By whom?" Wu Xie explained. "Some were lured away by relatives released by Lu Jinshi. Near dawn, a carriage departed from Lu Jinshi's residence under the cover of lingering darkness. A contingent of sentinels of forgetfulness, responsible for monitoring Lu Jinshi, pursued it, presuming it to be Lu Jinshi himself. However, it turned out to be Lu Jinshi's wife, children, and steward." Chen Xiong pressed, "What became of them?" Wu Xie replied, "They've been dealt with. The matter is of grave import. Their bodies are in the custody of Lu Chuan, who has invited you, my lord, to a rendezvous at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion tomorrow, ostensibly to discuss something in private." Chen Xiong paced the room, his footsteps echoing against his shadow, the flickering candlelight mirroring the turmoil within him. "What are the others?" "The sentinels of forgetfulness assigned to Lu Jinshi are professionally trained. Surely, they did not all pursue that single carriage. If they were so inept, I would compose a missive to your master, holding them accountable, thereby absolving myself of excessive culpability should any complications arise. The sentinels of forgetfulness, renowned in the pugilistic world, are a clandestine organization of assassins spanning the 4 kingdoms. Over the centuries, they have grown increasingly formidable. Not only do they operate in the streets and alleys, but they also dare to assassinate individuals in the imperial court, provided the price is right. Rumor has it that the core members of the Sentinels of Forgetfulness are entangled with the royal families and nobility of the 4 kingdoms. Behind the souls of their victims lie countless gold and silver treasures, a resplendent facade. The professionalism of this group is beyond question." Wu Xie clarified. A contingent was indeed stationed there to maintain surveillance. The Sentinels of Forgetfulness typically operate with meticulous precision, but an unforeseen incident transpired that night. Chen Xiong's gaze was piercing. "What incident?" Chapter 19. Poison Chen Xiong had not anticipated such unexpected occurrences in a backwater locale like Kuhai County. Wu Xie, recalling the intelligence procured from Lu Chuan, articulated, "Last night, a member of the Wang Chuan sect, his arm brutally severed, staggered to Lu Jinshi's residence seeking refuge." Chen Xiong, his gaze sharpening, interjected, "You mentioned severed arm?" Wu Xie affirmed, "That was the information relayed by Lu Chuan. The assassin who sought aid last night had his arm violently torn off. Though mortally wounded in the heart, a congenital anomaly placed his heart on the right, delaying immediate demise, enabling his escape in search of assistance. Alas, he unwittingly led his assailant to them." Chen Xiong remained silent for a prolonged moment. "So, all those present at Lu Jinshi's residence perished?" Wu Xie confirmed, "Only one survived. He was fortunate to have been indisposed in the privy at the time, returning to witness the aftermath. He contemplated intervention, but the engagement concluded in mere moments, if it could even be deemed an engagement at all. Fortuitously, he carried a lantern, resembling a night watchman of the estate, and thus evaded detection." Chen Xiong resumed his pacing, stating, "Wang Chuan dispatched a considerable number this time. Prior to their departure, I sensed something amiss. If merely assisting the master with trivial matters, such a deployment seemed excessive. Moreover, the assassin skills varied, and they did not appear to belong to the same division. After extensive contemplation today, I surmise it may be related to a bounty. Rumors have circulated recently of a substantial reward posted by Wang Chuan." Wu Xie's grip on his blade tightened momentarily, then relaxed. "Our familiarity with Wang Chuan is limited, and we lack established roots within the organization. Should the master require information, Lu Chuan is our best recourse." Chen Xiong nodded. "I shall see him tomorrow and inquire." Wang Chuan has offended many within the martial world over the years. Petty grievances would be inconsequential, but I fear past transgressions may have been divulged to the Panlong Palace. The mention of Panlong Palace caused Wu Xie to tense visibly. He was clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he soon regained his composure. The individual within Panlong Palace has been largely uninvolved for many years, has he not? Wu Xie resumed his habitual fidgeting, a sign of his ease. Chuan Xiong fixed his gaze on the flickering candlelight, extending his hand to gently touch the flame. The searing heat made contact with his skin, yet left no mark. Upon closer inspection, an almost imperceptible gap existed between the flame and his skin, as if some force shielded him. 10 years of decadence, indulgence, and debauchery. The world believes the one in Panlong Palace to be a spent force. Over the past decade, the court officials have paid him less and less attention. Curiously, throughout these 10 years, the Qi Kingdom, from the royal capital to the provinces, has been impeccably managed, with no reports of unrest. Behind all of this, it seems that a pair of invisible hands is manipulating everything. Wu Xie retorted. Within the Langan Pavilion, countless eyes are upon him, and even the towering Forbidden Land occasionally casts its gaze upon him. If it were truly his doing, there would be some trace left. The master's worries may be excessive. More importantly, this opportunity is unparalleled. The master should dedicate more energy to that matter. If successful in a year's time, the master could enter the Langan Pavilion for advanced studies and even... Chuan Xiong paused in contemplation before turning away. Return for now. I will reflect further. Wen Chao Sheng struggled back to the dilapidated temple, hauling a large load of chopped firewood. Under the starlight, the traces of the cart had been mostly obscured, leaving only faint, haphazard marks. He had changed into clean cotton clothes, no longer as disheveled as before. Upon returning to the temple, he felt not cold, but rather a sheen of sweat. A Shui sat cross-legged by the fire. Seeing Wen Chao Sheng, she inquired, "Not in the treehouse tonight?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "The temple will be warmer if there is enough firewood. Come, lend a hand." A Shui stepped forward, her slender arm tensing to reveal muscle striations. With a surge of strength, she pulled the cart back into the temple. "Did you chop all of this?" "Indeed." Wen Chao Sheng placed the firewood in the corner and then turned to a Shui. "Shui, you were watching at the entrance of the county office all day. What were you looking at?" A Shui said without looking up. Lu Jinshi was forced to his death. Wen Chao Sheng stared at her. "How do you know?" A Shui casually tossed out a small object, which rolled across the floor of the dilapidated temple. Wen Chao Sheng focused his gaze and recognized it as a vial of poison. Chapter 20. Nocturnal Conversations. What is this? Wen Chao Sheng picked up the small vial, then retrieved a few pieces of firewood and settled beside the fire, adding more kindling to the flames. The poison that penetrates the intestines. Ashue's voice was soft as he gently turned the horse meat skewered on a stick. Under the scorching flames, golden fat dripped from the meat, sizzling and transforming the foul odor of cooking into an enticing aroma. The horse meat was torn into strips, the distinct muscle fibers further whetting one's appetite. That substance was the signature poison of Wang Chuan, concocted by the peach and bamboo immortal. The poison was colorless, odorless, yet flavorful. An ordinary person would perish immediately upon consumption, their insides rotting away, organs dissolving. This poison acted rapidly and was effective solely on humans. Other animals showed no adverse reactions upon ingestion, making it exceedingly difficult to detect once mingled with food or water. Listening to Ashue's description, Wen Chao Sheng couldn't help but feel intrigued. Given its colorless and odorless nature, how could you be so certain it is poison? Ashue shot him a glance, picked up the vial from the ground, and gently shook it, a sloshing sound emanating from within. Half drunk, Wen Chao Sheng's breath hitched. He had imagined that Ashue possessed some unique method of identifying poison, though his understanding of Ashue was not profound. The sharpness of his eyes suggested he was no ordinary individual. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ashue's method of confirming the poison was so straightforward. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Wen Chao Sheng felt a dryness in his mouth. He racked his brain to continue a conversation that seemed impossible to sustain. "Is it tasty?" Ashue's right eyebrow slowly arched upward. Salty. Wen Chao Sheng fell silent, leaning against the fire to warm himself. As more wood was added, the flames grew larger, their warmth warding off the biting wind from outside the dilapidated temple. Fate is whimsical. After 3 years, I have not perished, yet Lu Jinshi is dead. Who could have anticipated this 3 years ago? He remarked, abruptly shifting the subject. However, Lu Jinshi's death is indeed perplexing. According to the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County, Chen Xiong, Lu Jinshi should have been on the rise, with no motive for suicide. Unless Chen Xiong is lying, Lu Jinshi was not promoted. Yet, as the new magistrate, Chen Xiong has no reason to deceive. Possessing absolute authority in Kuhai County, whether Lu Jinshi faced misconduct or was dismissed for other reasons. Thus, this analysis leads to 2 scenarios. Either Lu Jinshi was murdered due to personal vendettas, with Chen Xiong having no involvement, or Lu Jinshi's death was orchestrated by Chen Xiong and his associates. Listening to Wen Chao Sheng's calm analysis, Shuai's gaze shifted subtly. Wen Chao Sheng, I did not realize you could investigate cases. Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. This is not an investigation, merely a straightforward analysis. Shuai sat upright, his tone growing serious as he addressed Wen Chao Sheng. Which scenario do you believe is more probable? Without hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng replied, the latter. Shuai inquired why. The firelight in Wen Chao Sheng's eyes flickered with danger. The timing is too coincidental. One has just died, and another arrives. Of course, that is merely my subjective speculation. I possess no evidence to substantiate it. You lingered at Lu Jinshi's residence this morning. Did you not uncover something amiss? Shuai's gaze shifted to a corner of the dilapidated temple, where a pile of weapons lay stacked. In truth, I visited Lu Jinshi's residence last night. Some reckless assassins, driven mad by desperation for money, sought me out. I buried them in the snow behind the dilapidated temple. One female assassin had her heart on the right side. I pierced her lung with a sword. She did not die immediately, and I pursued her into the county, slaying 11 others. Later, one individual approached with a lantern. He did not attack, so I spared him. This morning, Lu Jinshi was found dead. I suspected a connection to Wang Chuan, but was uncertain. Thus, I examined the scene and can confirm that Lu Jinshi did indeed commit suicide. However, the fact aligned closely with your hypotheses. His suicide was not of his own volition, but rather coerced. The choice to hang himself with a rope was deliberate on Lu Jinshi's part. Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback. Deliberate? Why? Chapter 21. He seeks to borrow a knife when discussing Lu Jinshi's method and reason for suicide, Shuai remarked. The rope he used to hang himself was designed for securing cattle, remarkably sturdy, and the knot he fashioned was quite peculiar, coupled with the hook that restrained his neck. Even the wind would not easily disturb the position of his head. During my investigation, the knot and iron hook captured my attention. If he had merely succumbed to despair or was driven to this act, there would have been no need for such elaborate means. The estate is filled with robust beams, and a simple white cloth would have sufficed. Yet he exerted considerable effort to create such a complex knot and hook, traveling a significant distance to end his life at the county office's entrance. This struck me as odd, so I deduced Lu Jinshi's head position based on the length of the knot and the iron hook, and subsequently located the vial of poison buried in the corner, guided by the direction of his gaze. As Shuai recounted the tale, Wen Chao Sheng immediately grasped her implication. So, Lu Jinshi meticulously orchestrated his suicide at the county office to signal the location of the buried poison to others? No, that cannot be right. The fact that his body has been hanging at the county office for such an extended period without any family members coming to claim it suggests that his relatives likely met with the same fate. Hence, it appears that no formidable allies remain to assist him in avenging his death, rendering his actions futile, unless... Seeing that Wen Chao Sheng was leaving a suspenseful pause, Shuai fixed her gaze on his face illuminated by the firelight and exclaimed, "Hey, can't you just say it all at once?" Wen Chao Sheng met her gaze, a subtle expression crossing his face. "Unless Lu Jinshi was waiting for you." Shuai's eyes narrowed. "Waiting for me?" Wen Chao Sheng replied. "You had previously met him. Your ability to compel him to comply indicates you must have threatened him. Thus, Lu Jinsher must have recognized your formidable prowess. You're the only one who could possibly assist him in avenging his death. Ashue's tone held a playful edge. Are you suggesting that Lu Jinsher expected a complete stranger to aid him in revenge? Wen Chao Sheng toyed with a piece of firewood, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Soon, he cast the wood into the flames, the sparks dancing momentarily before vanishing into the depths of his vision. It must be so. If this is not mere coincidence, then Lu Jinsher had no choice but to act in this manner. He was undoubtedly threatened before the new county magistrate Chun Xiong took office, knowing that he was fated to die, and likely that his family would not survive either. A cornered dog will leap over walls. A frightened rabbit will bite, let alone someone like Lu Jinsher. Based on my 3 years of acquaintance with him, he is meticulous and vengeful. If the people from Wangchuan sought to harm him, he would not simply acquiesce. Moreover, despite being a stranger, you indeed possess reasons to assist him. After speaking, Wen Chao Sheng lightly tapped the half-full vial of poison in Ashue's hand with a stick, causing her to ponder. Are you implying that the answers I sought from Lu Jinsher are connected to his death? Wen Chao Sheng nodded. Indeed. Ashue closed her eyes, massaging her temples, waves of tumultuous thoughts surging within her. She yearned to understand why. Despite her parents having perished 5 years ago, she continuously received letters from them throughout these years. What should have been a straightforward matter had inexplicably grown convoluted. As when Chao Sheng sifted through the ashes in the fire pit, he spoke in a calm tone. Moreover, when you sought Lu Jinsher a few days ago, he clearly knew the answers to your queries, yet insisted on delaying, saying he would inform you in a few days. In retrospect, he likely intended to postpone until Chun Xiong arrived to take over his affairs, planning to abscond with his secrets. However, he did not foresee that Chun Xiong had come seeking his life. Thus, Lu Jinsher, in a desperate bid, left this vial of poison for you, aiming to convey that the mystery of why you continued receiving letters from your deceased parents is entangled with Chun Xiong and his associates. Lu Jinsher understood that you would not relent. As long as you pursued the truth, he could leverage your quest for vengeance. When Chao Sheng cast a glance at the silent Ashue, his tone taking on a curious note. Now, the two most pressing questions remain. Why does the newly appointed county magistrate feel compelled to drive Lu Jinsher to his demise? And what connection does this have to your parents' fate? Chapter 22, A Favor, or Not in the Brief Span of a Few Days. A series of events unfolded in this remote southern outpost of Qi, as if drawn together by some inexplicable force. Within the dilapidated temple, two seemingly unrelated occurrences were intertwined through the recounting of Wen Chao Sheng. He observed Ashui, lost in thought, initially intending to inquire about her past, but hesitated at the memory of her previous anguish. Curiosity gnawed at him. What dreadful experience could have so profoundly shaken this seemingly indomitable woman? She had endured the biting cold of the night snow and withstood fearsome assassins. In the county of Kuhai, countless foes had sought to pierce her heart. Yet neither those buried behind the temple nor the lurking observers in Kuhai had succeeded in inflicting true harm upon this nameless woman. Clearly, the woman whom Wen Chao Sheng had rescued from the storm was far more formidable than the tempest itself. Tomorrow, I shall meet Chun Xiong, Ashui resolved after much contemplation. She despised being a mere instrument in others' hands, especially when the other party was a deceased individual. Nonetheless, the matter concerning her parents was of equal significance to her. It represented the last thread of hope within her heart. Should she not delve into this issue, the memory of the inferno that had turned Feng City to ashes would inevitably consume her. Though she had narrowly escaped death, her inner demons had already taken root. She believed she had evaded them, yet they still ensnared her. Wen Chao Sheng sighed inwardly and suddenly declared to the fire, "Today, as I wandered through the county town, I observed an abundance of dark birds perched on the eaves and numerous hidden venomous creatures lurking in the alleys. Although I had never traversed Kuhai before, I knew that such anomalies should not exist in the realm of ordinary folk." His voice was grave, as though he were attempting to persuade her. Yet Ashui was resolute, her response imbued with a cold indifference. "What does it matter? Kuhai is my home. I was destined to perish here." Wen Chao Sheng, captivated by Ashui's words, gazed at her half-illuminated profile, intrigued. Ashui, is the truth regarding your parents truly more vital than your own life? Her response cut deep, as she retorted without hesitation, is there nothing more precious to you than your own existence? Wen Chao Sheng shook his head decisively, no. In my struggle to survive in this world, I have forsaken all that could be relinquished, including my dignity. Life, for me, is everything. As long as I breathe, the future brims with infinite possibilities. Ashui scoffed, is that so? Just a few days ago, who was it that warned me against crossing paths with the dogmaster? Wen Chao Sheng fell silent under her scorn. However, Ashui pressed on, extending her finger to tug at his collar, drawing him closer as she scrutinized his face with keen interest. Wen Chao Sheng, would you truly risk your life for a dog? Wen Chao Sheng understood her intent. She sought to ascertain which life held greater significance to him, his own or that of the dogmaster. Yet he had no desire to delve into that inquiry. So he replied, your question invites misunderstanding, akin to asking who is more important to me, you or the dogmaster. But to both you and the dogmaster, I am merely a fleeting presence in your lives, a stone by the roadside. My thoughts hold no weight in your world. Why pursue it so relentlessly? Surprised by his answer, Ashui recognized her inquiry had strayed into unintended territory. She regarded him for a moment before finally releasing her grip. Do me a favor, she said. Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. I will not. Ashui frowned. I haven't even specified what I want help with, yet you refuse so decisively? He tossed a piece of firewood into the blaze. What else could you possibly ask of me? You merely wish for me to assist in investigating a case. Let me tell you, do not even think about it. I cannot afford to offend anyone, be it the so-called Wang Chuan or any other figure. I have only just acquired my identity as a citizen of Qi, with a future shining before me. If you wish to seek death, do not drag me down with you. Ashui cast him a sidelong glance, eventually nodding in silence. As night faded into dawn, Wen Chao Sheng entered the county town with his axe in hand. This time, the guards at the gate no longer obstructed him. Their thoughts were elsewhere, engrossed in hushed discussions about Lu Jin's demise. As he passed by, he overheard that the newly appointed magistrate, Chen Xiong, was seemingly searching for something. Recalling the intestinal poison Ashui had obtained the previous night, he began to piece things together. Nevertheless, he displayed no outward signs of concern, allowing the events of the previous night to remain buried within. After purchasing soy milk and steam buns at the morning market, he felt satiated and made his way to Ho Hot Alley, located west of the Gallery Bridge. He followed the path adorned with blooming apricot trees until he reached the 8th room. The door appeared to have been left ajar just for him. As he pushed it open, he encountered an elderly woman with white hair exiting. He inclined his head slightly, murmuring, "Good morning, Madame Lu." The woman nodded, her gaze lingering on him for a few seconds before she proceeded to the vegetable market. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted Wen Chao Sheng was the loquat tree in the courtyard. As it had the day before, this tree evoked a peculiar sensation within him. From the southern edge of the county town to this very place, he had encountered numerous willows and cypress trees, far taller and more aesthetically pleasing than the loquat tree in Lu Jiming's yard. Yet none had captured his attention quite like this one. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the loquat tree for an extended period, his gaze traversing from its leaves to its trunk and finally its roots. Yet no matter how he scrutinized it, it remained a tree, unchanged. Eventually, after gazing up at the branches for too long, the sunlight filtering through the gaps became unbearable, prompting him to regain his senses. He stood in a daze for a moment before taking up his axe to chop wood. In the wood shed, as before, he positioned the logs upright, withdrew his axe, and raised it high, aiming for the center of the wood. Swish! The axe fell. Yesterday, he had needed to strike the same thickness of wood 7 or 8 times, but today, as the axe descended, the piece of snow pine, as thick as 3 of his arms, split effortlessly. Chapter 23. A sword gazing at the severed timber upon the ground, when Chao Sheng's visage initially betrayed a subtle bewilderment. The timbers within Lu Jiming's woodshed were almost exclusively virgin logs, their provenance a mystery to him. To cleave these logs into firewood would demand considerable exertion from Wen Chao Sheng. Yesterday, his workload had been but a fraction of today's, leaving him utterly drained. He had availed himself of Lu Jiming's hospitality for a meal and a protracted respite before finally dragging his cart back to the dilapidated temple. Yet now, with a mere flick of his blade, he had effortlessly bisected the stout snow pine. The magnitude of this transformation left Wen Chao Sheng astounded. Regarding the sundered wood, Wen Chao Sheng, seized by a touch of incredulity, grasped another piece and replicated his earlier action with a forceful swing. Crack! The crude blade met the unyielding wood, but this time, he could not readily cleave it. Splinters scattered, landing haphazardly around him. The poorly crafted hatchet, lacking a proper handle, transmitted significant vibrations through the blade, causing Wen Chao Sheng's thenar eminence to tingle, nearly resulting in him losing his grip. He furrowed his brow, uttering a soft hum. Was the previous wood more brittle? No. Wen Chao Sheng perceived a disparity in the sensation between the strike and the first. He attempted to replicate the initial, effortless cut several times, but to no avail. Seemingly captivated, Wen Chao Sheng wiped the perspiration from his brow, disregarding the ache in his arms and thenar eminence, and continued his endeavors. Outside the woodshed, in the courtyard, Lu Jiming smoothed his attire, picked up a watering can, and began to irrigate the flora in his courtyard. The plants here undeniably flourished more luxuriantly than elsewhere, thriving under Lu Jiming's daily ministrations. Even during the most scorching summers or frigid winters, they never lacked sustenance. However, after watering the courtyard's vegetation, Lu Jiming conspicuously omitted the loquat tree at the heart of the yard. Instead of watering it, he seated himself on a nearby stone bench, brewed a pot of tea, and savored it in repose. Crack! Crack! From the woodshed came the persistent sound of Wen Chao Sheng splitting wood. Lu Jiming, with his legs crossed, stared fixedly at the loquat tree, seemingly lost in distant recollections. How long had this loquat tree stood here? 15 years, or perhaps 20. Tracing back further, he recalled the casually uttered promise he had made upon leaving the sword pavilion, a pledge that had claimed 3 decades of his life. While it was true that cultivators lived longer than ordinary mortals, 30 years was a substantial period for both. With time, many things were forgotten, but those that lingered became sources of pain, such as the young man next door who kept a large black dog. Lu Jiming often played chess with him. The dog frequently strayed over, favoring the shade or breeze beneath the loquat tree. After a game, the young man would take the dog back to his residence to prepare medicinal porridge for his elderly mother. After the young man's departure, Lu Jiming felt a profound loneliness. The black dog was no longer seen beneath the loquat tree. Lost in reverie, Lu Jiming was abruptly jolted back by a peculiar sound from the woodshed. Thwack! This was followed by the sound of severed wood tumbling to the ground. Lu Jiming, in the courtyard, took a sip of his tea and murmured to himself, "The tea hasn't cooled yet." Wen Chao Sheng emerged from the woodshed, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Lu Jiming poured him a cup of tea, inviting him to sit and rest. Wen Chao Sheng gulped down 2 cups before Lu Jiming inquired, "Do you know how to play chess?" Wen Chao Sheng hesitated. "Explain the rules?" Lu Jiming patiently retrieved a cloth-wrapped bundle from his house, revealing black and white chess pieces. Wen Chao Sheng immediately surmised that it was likely related to Go or Gamoku. As Lu Jiming explained the rules, Wen Chao Sheng smiled. Golden corner, silver edge, grass belly. This was Go. He might have been musically inept when he was with Si Xiaohong, only able to hum tunes, but he was proficient in Go, chess, and Gamoku. "Yes, I can play. 1 game, then I'll return to splitting wood," Wen Chao Sheng stated. Lu Jiming made no further comment. He allowed Wen Chao Sheng to choose black or white, and the latter unhesitatingly selected white. Lu Jiming asked, "You don't want the first move?" Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "I prefer white." Lu Jiming chuckled, placed a black piece on the board, and the two began their contest on the small battlefield. Unlike Lu Jiming, Wen Chao Sheng moved quickly, barely pausing to consider his moves. Lu Jiming, though not at a disadvantage halfway through the game, deliberated at length before each placement. After 150 moves, Wen Chao Sheng, bored during Lu Jiming's contemplation, gazed at the loquat tree. The wind rustled its leaves, and the swaying branches seemed to refract the glint of blades. Startled, Wen Chao Sheng felt something incredibly sharp pressing against his throat. He instinctively recoiled, scattering the white pieces he held. Clatter! The white pieces rolled across the courtyard like a routed army. Regaining his composure, Wen Chao Sheng was drenched in sweat. He touched his throat, confirming that it was uninjured, before asking Lu Jiming, "Lu, what kind of tree is that?" Lu Jiming smiled. "A loquat tree. You should have seen them in the south." Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "No, that's not right. That's not a loquat tree." Lu Jiming sipped his tea and countered. "Then what do you think it is?" Recalling the experience, Wen Chao Sheng stared at Lu Jiming's face and slowly uttered, "It's a sword." Chapter 24. Man and Tree in the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred, catching the hem of a blue robe. The winter's chill brushed past L. Jiming's brow, yet failed to penetrate his composure. He gazed at the teacup in his hand, remarking, "Different individuals perceive disparate things. Similarly, the same person, across varying epochs, may view the same object through a different lens. For me, it was once a loquat tree when I first encountered it, and it remains so to this day. If you currently perceive a sword, perhaps that perception will not endure." When Chao Sheng stood amidst the scattered white stones of the garden, silently contemplating the tree before him, the fleeting visions of blades and shadows seemed but momentary figments born from his immersion in the game. The cold sweat on his back had long since dried, yet the swaying loquat tree no longer exuded any menace. It still commanded his immediate attention, but when he attempted to discern something within it, he found himself seeing nothing at all. Wen Chao Sheng raised his gaze, peering into the tree's foliage, and inquired of L. Jiming, "Master L, has this loquat tree ever borne fruit?" L. Jiming replied with certainty, "Indeed. When it resided in the Yin kingdom, it fruited annually." Wen Chao Sheng expressed surprise. Does such a distinction exist in this world, where people are divided by north and south, and trees as well? L. Jiming smiled, taking a delicate sip of his tea. Whether trees are divided by north and south is debatable, but can people truly be so divided? Is there such a vast disparity between the people of Yin and the people of Qi? Wen Chao Sheng stooped to gather the white stones from the ground, placing them one by one back into his pouch. "Though I have been away from the county for 3 years, I have witnessed much that transpires within. Many commoners toil their entire lives without earning the value of a gold leaf you casually produce. Even their moments of glory are fleeting, their lives confined to the limited space beneath their feet. For them, it is not merely people who are divided by north and south." L. Jiming pondered for a moment before responding, "When I first arrived from the north, I heard Qi scholars speak of adversity breeds change, asserting that those in dire straits should strive to alter their circumstances rather than succumb to their environment. I believe there is merit in their words." When Chao Sheng paused briefly in his task of collecting the stones, then continued, "Master L, countless individuals are privy to a plethora of profound truths, yet they remain incapable of navigating their own lives successfully. I consider myself astute, even believing that I surpass the majority of people in this world. Yet, Lu Jinshe, with a mere sentence of vagrant status and 10 taels of silver, effectively confined me outside the county for 3 years. In those years, I attempted everything to survive, but had I not encountered Dog Lord, or you, or the Hunter Zhang, I would have met my demise countless times. Some reside upon lofty peaks, casting a single glance to survey the mortal realm. Others are like frogs confined to a well, craning their necks for a century, yet remaining within their limited sphere. The principle of adversity breeds change is not flawed, but individuals differ, and the capacity for change is determined by both oneself and the environment. In comparison to people, trees are far simpler. If a northern tree can survive in the south, it should, in theory, be able to blossom and bear fruit. L. Jiming did not refute Wen Chao Sheng's perspective based on his age or experience. He contemplated it carefully, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. "To me, people and trees are not so dissimilar," he remarked. "This loquat tree ceased to blossom and bear fruit long ago. It has, perhaps, forgotten that it is a tree." When Chao Sheng picked up another stone, turning to L. Jiming with curiosity, "Master L, why do you carry a tree with you on your journeys through the world?" L. Jiming gently tapped the lid of his teacup, producing a crisp sound. "A tree cannot live without roots. Of course, I did not descend the mountain carrying an entire tree. It is simply that, over long distances, I feared forgetting the taste of home, so I broke off a loquat branch when I departed. Later, when I had a family, I purchased a residence here, and I planted the loquat branch in the soil. Unexpectedly, after a winter's snow, it sprouted roots, and with the spring breeze, it grew into a tree once more. He concluded, smiling at Wen Chao Sheng. Chao Sheng, I have resided here for over 30 years, and the dust of travel has long since settled. How did you discern that I once journeyed through the world? Wen Chao Sheng did not hesitate to answer. My eyes can perceive things that are invisible to most. El Jiming inquired, oh, such as? Wen Chao Sheng finally gathered all the white stones from the ground and handed the pouch to El Jiming, replying, such as when you are playing chess with me. You're always contemplating other matters. It is evident that you are troubled by many things. With those words, Wen Chao Sheng turned and headed toward the woodshed. El Jiming watched Wen Chao Sheng's retreating figure, lost in thought, until the sound of wood being chopped once again echoed from within the woodshed. He then returned to his senses, casually pouring the now-cold tea from his cup onto the base of the loquat tree. Early market, a white-haired woman purchased the necessary vegetables and meat for the day, placing them all in a stone basket and covering them with a black cloth before turning to head toward the market entrance. At the entrance stood a decorative archway, upon which hung a plaque inscribed with the words fish, rice, and forest. This archway had stood in this place for some years, constructed 27 years prior, the year before Lu Jinshe assumed his post in Kuhai County. After Lu Jinshe's arrival, the archways of Kuhai County were rarely replaced. But each year he would apply to the royal court for funds, though the ultimate destination of those funds remained unknown to the people of Kuhai County. As she passed through the archway, the white-haired woman suddenly paused. Before her stood an elderly man, clad in coarse brown clothing, slightly stooped. The old man possessed a kind face, adorned with a gentle smile. Madame L, would you object to a brief reunion with an old friend? The wind was strong today, and the streets were bustling with people, each eager to avoid lingering outdoors. The surrounding pedestrians were tightly wrapped in their clothing, and none paid them any attention. Upon seeing the old man, Madame L's brow furrowed with a hint of coldness. Without acknowledging him, she turned to pass by his side. After taking only a few steps, the old man spoke again. The people of Wanchuan have come to Kuhai County not in search of you. My purpose in seeing you is personal. I have guarded your secret for 30 years, never uttering a word. Now, I would like to ask for your assistance with a matter. Chapter 25. The Bait. Mandarin Duck Manor, having traversed the melodious and vibrant front hall, an exquisite garden unfolded before them. Patches of snow, deliberately left untouched on some branches, adorned the landscape with a unique charm. Nestled deeper within the garden were meticulously crafted wooden pavilions, the most secluded area of Mandarin Duck Manor, reserved exclusively for esteemed guests. In a small building along the eastern wall, Lu Chuan had prepared a lavish feast, awaiting Chun Cheong's arrival. The black-clad swordsman remained steadfast in the room's corner, more akin to a silent sentinel than a living being. Before long, Chun Cheong's knock echoed at the door. As he entered, Lu Chuan, seated at the table, greeted him with a theatrical bow. Esteemed magistrate, your presence graces us. Lu Chuan offers his respects. Chun Cheong's face betrayed a cold indifference to Lu Chuan's exaggerated performance. Here, between us, why feign such formalities? He stated flatly. Lu Chuan chuckled. Formalities? For centuries, the Qi kingdom has governed through culture, chronicling history with Confucian ideals. Your Honor, refrain from such pronouncements in the future. Should word reach the Lantern Pavilion, the opportunity you painstakingly secured might well dissipate like water into the Eastern Sea. Chun Cheong narrowed his eyes, fixing Lu Chuan with a frigid stare before seating himself opposite him, pouring a cup of wine, and downing it in one gulp. What precisely transpired the night before? Lu Chuan responded, I have already apprised the guard you dispatched, but some matters are best discussed face to face. I gifted Lu Jinshe a vial of intestinal rupture elixir, intending to afford him a dignified exit. However, he unexpectedly caused such a commotion. Chun Cheong interrupted, his voice laced with a malicious chill. There were myriad ways to eliminate Lu Jinshe discreetly. You could have waited until after the handover, until he was outside the county. An early snowfall could have obliterated any trace. Yet, you chose to rush and botch the job leaving me to clean up your mess. Do you even comprehend for whom we toil? Do you realize the magnitude of the repercussions your oversight could trigger? Do you know what fate awaits us should we incur the ire of that esteemed figure? In response to Chun Qiong's rebuke, Lu Chuan's jovial demeanor hardened, his tone turning menacing. And do you know that the White Dragon Guard has surfaced outside the county, each member a master of their craft? Kuhai County is barren, dwarfed by the affluence elsewhere. Why do you suppose the White Dragon Guard has come here? Chun Qiong's expression shifted subtly. Lu Chuan continued, were Lu Jinshe to leave the city, would you have me wrest him from the White Dragon Guard's grasp? The mention of the White Dragon Guard caused Chun Qiong's fingers to tremble as he held his wine cup. He gently rubbed the smooth base. So, the master of Panlong Palace has discerned something? Lu Chuan, more composed than Chun Qiong, replied, whether he has discerned anything is inconsequential. What matters is that he must not possess evidence. Why else would I go to such lengths to acquire poison, diverting suspicion towards the Forgotten River? Do you think I was unaware that a swift execution would have been more satisfying? However, I underestimated Lu Jinshe's ruthlessness. He sacrificed his own family to implicate us. Chun Qiong, absorbing Lu Chuan's grim narrative, suddenly looked up, aghast. Wait, are you suggesting that Lu Jinshe allowed his family to escape under cover of darkness as? Lu Chuan stated coldly, did you think Lu Jinshe a fool? He was well aware that the Forgotten River was watching, guarding him. He merely used his wife and children as bait. Even tigers do not devour their cubs, yet man stoops to such depths. I had foreseen this, instructing the Forgotten River to be wary of Lu Jinshe's diversionary tactics, of his clandestine escape. Yet unforeseen events transpired. Chun Qiong understood the preceding events. Aware that an expert from outside the county had launched a massacre against the Forgotten River assassins near Lu's residence. Could have been the White Dragon Guard? Lu Chuan shook his head. The White Dragon Guard remained well concealed, their presence unknown. I am aware of their arrival, due to my unique intelligence network. They remained outside the county, never entering. Unless I divulge information, the Forgotten River would never have detected them. Chun Qiong fell silent. The Forgotten River assassins dispatched this time were largely affiliated with the Lin, Hua, and Shan banners. Those who infiltrate the Lin banner possess martial prowess of considerable caliber, having earned formidable reputations throughout the Four Kingdoms. Among those guarding Lu Jinshe was a member of the Lin banner, Li Shan, ranked 47th, with 7 years of service and 433 kills. The night before, he attacked in front of Lu Jinshe's residence, only to have his weapon shattered with a single move, the broken blade piercing his throat, resulting in instantaneous death. Chun Qiong's knowledge of the Forgotten River paled in comparison to Lu Chuan's, but he was aware that some of their experts would be arriving in Kuhai County. This forsaken place, even if it harbored a master, would likely be a recluse with no personal vendetta against the Forgotten River, and certainly no reason to engage in open conflict. Lu Chuan voiced his thoughts before shifting the topic. However, I have heard that the Forgotten River's highest tier bounty has changed, with a reward of 100,000 taels of gold for a single life. And that person happens to be in Kuhai County. Chun Qiong picked up his chopsticks, selecting a vibrant green phoenix tail, and slowly placed in his mouth. 100,000 gold taels for a life. Lu Chuan gently rubbed the jade ring on his finger, smiling. Difficult to comprehend, isn't it? I wonder which great figure is behind this. All I know is that the person has entered Kuhai County, is severely injured, and is a tall woman. The remaining clues. I'm unsure whether the Forgotten River is deliberately concealing information or genuinely ignorant. Chun Qiong fixed Lu Chuan's smile with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you suggesting that the person who stormed the county the night before is the Forgotten River's most wanted? Lu Chuan affirmed precisely. I have no interest in the gold, but my curiosity is piqued. I am eager to uncover the secret behind this bounty. What say you, magistrate? Shall we collaborate? Chapter 26. A riverside plea north of Bittersea County. The river of sinking sands flowed. It was the only river in the county that defied the winter's icy grip. Even in the harshest depths of winter, the murky yellow waters crashed against the rocks, sending up plumes of spray. Hardy fishermen, bundled in thick layers, had already set out in their boats, staking out prime locations along the gentler stretches of the river to begin their day's labor. On a stone platform west of the river, Near the dense forest, an elderly man in coarse brown clothing stood with a white-haired woman, both facing the water. The old man's face was placid, but the river's currents reflected the vicissitudes of his past in his eyes. 30 years have passed since you vanished, your fate unknown. With the absence of a proper mistress of forgetfulness, the 10 kings of hell grew displeased and mobilized many factions within the martial world to seek you out. Many died within the organization. Lady Lu's voice was devoid of emotion, untouched by remorse. Our hands are all stained with blood. There are no innocents in the river of forgetfulness. Their demise at my hand is but atonement for the sins of my youth. She paused, turning to the old man. And you? What brings you here to me? The old man exhaled deeply. I risked my life to guard your secret for 30 years. Allowing you 3 decades of untroubled freedom now, I seek to borrow 10 years from you. Lady Lu gazed at the rushing river, and after a long silence, she spoke. I have withdrawn from the martial world for 30 years. My hands have grown unfamiliar with weapons, and I can no longer slay. The brown-robed old man smiled. Then I have come to the right person. Lady Lu cast him a curious glance, pondering the motives of this acquaintance she had not seen in 3 decades. This living Yama of the Wind Banner, who had taken countless lives since entering the trade at the age of 17. If you seek me not for bloodshed, then for what purpose? The old man slowly retrieved a worn rattle-drum from his sleeve, gently twirling it. The small bead struck the drum's surface, producing a muffled sound. But the sound was swallowed by the river's roar. 2 years ago, in the Qin Kingdom, I found a 7-year-old girl, unconscious in the grass outside a wall. 2 feathered arrows pierced her chest, entering and exiting, and she was covered in blood. I, Ma Huan, have killed countless people without a second thought, but at that moment, I felt a pang of compassion. I removed the arrows, used my inner energy to staunch the bleeding, and cleansed her wounds with strong liquor. Just as she seemed to be recovering, she contracted a terrible plague, with a persistent high fever. I sought medical help everywhere, but to no avail. I had already prepared a coffin for her, but she miraculously pulled through when she awoke. She looked at me and called me grandfather. From that moment on, I regarded her as my own granddaughter. Having listened to the concise tale, Lady Lu's earlier detachment seemed to dissipate somewhat. She tilted her head, scrutinizing the old man. When one gains an attachment, the killing intent fades. Do you also wish to leave the river of forgetfulness? Are you not afraid of being discovered? Ma Huan sighed. The water of the river of forgetfulness is for ghosts, not for men. Once one enters the river of forgetfulness, there is no turning back. I have spent my life killing for the river of forgetfulness, and I am no longer human, now riddled with injuries and ailments. I only wish to steal a few years, raise the girl to adulthood, and see her future settled. Then I will be content. Lady Lu hesitated for a moment. How do you wish me to help you? Ma Huan put away the rattle-drum, turning to her. I need you to reassume the identity of the mistress of forgetfulness and feign my death in my youth. I had the good fortune to learn a peculiar technique from the people of Hokkaido, called whale's dive. This technique can induce a state of apparent death in my body for several days, while my consciousness remains. Help me escape, and thereafter, our 30 years of entanglement and friendship will be erased. What do you say? Lady Lu shook her head. 30 years ago, I made a promise to him, never to involve myself in the affairs of the martial world again. Ma Huan, you are too late. Ma Huan's brow furrowed slightly. That young man? Lady Lu paused, a look of astonishment, incongruous with her age, flitting across her beautiful face. After a moment, she murmured, a young man, it has been 30 years. Time passes so quickly. Ma Huan stared at Lady Lu, his curiosity, suppressed for 3 decades, now gushing forth like a spring. I truly wish to know, what did that young man say 30 years ago that could compel the mistress of forgetfulness, feared throughout the martial world, to lay down her blade and willingly withdraw from the world? Recalling the events of that year, Lady Lu's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a smile like a spring breeze. But she quickly regained her composure. As she turned, a gust of wind swept past, and she was already several meters away. Ma Huan called out to her retreating figure, Su Yixian, you're the only one who can help me. Lady Lu halted, but she refused to turn around. Have you not found a single trustworthy person in all your years working for the River of Forgetfulness? Ma Huan hunched his back, his white beard fluttering wildly in the wind. He retorted, "Is it not a tragedy? The river of forgetfulness is such a place. Everyone's hands are stained with countless lives, dying for wealth, dying for fame. How can there be trust? I have kept your secret for 30 years, allowing you to live a normal life for 3 decades. But what about me? I only asked for 10 years to watch my granddaughter grow up. That is all I need. By helping me, you would simply be changing your place of seclusion. With a new source of wealth now in the river of forgetfulness, there will not be much attention on you." Lady Lu remained silent for a long time, neither agreeing nor refusing, before departing directly. Ma Huan watched Lady Lu's figure disappear into the distance, along the riverbank. After a long while, he lowered his head and took out the rattle drum, gently twirling it. The faint sound echoed in his ears, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his indifferent eyes. Evening arrived. Wen Chao Sheng dragged a pile of firewood back to the dilapidated temple. Snowflakes fluttered from the sky. After arriving at the temple, he unloaded the firewood and said to Ashui, who was leaning against the stone statue's base, "Didn't you go to find Chun Xiong? Why are you back so soon?" Ashui ignored Wen Chao Sheng. He approached Ashui with some cold buns, but his gaze faltered slightly. He saw that Ashui's chest was stained with a large patch of blood. She was drooping her head, her long hair obscuring her face, as if she had fainted. Chapter 27. So are you listening? Upon seeing Ashui in such a state, Wen Chao was genuinely taken aback. At first glance, when he noticed the blood staining Ashui's chest, he presumed it was someone else's. Yet, despite his lack of understanding of martial arts, he could discern from her labored breathing and other subtle details that this enigmatic woman was indeed injured, and grievously so. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chao approached her cautiously, extending his hand to part her garments in order to inspect the wound. Such an action was undeniably tantalizing yet perilous for Wen Chao, yet he proceeded regardless. However, just as his hand was about to reach Ashui's full bosom, a cold hand seized his wrist in that very instant, revealing a pair of remarkably frigid eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, the flickering flames of the dilapidated temple and the biting wind that gusted through the cracks in the walls seemed to take on a hue of deep crimson. Wen Chao was no stranger to such a gaze. He had encountered it just days prior when he first visited the temple to ascertain Ashui's fate. They locked eyes, and after a brief silence, the murderous intent in Ashui's gaze gradually dissipated. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Can you take a look?" Wen Chao readily understood her meaning and replied, "If you can survive, then there's no need to look." Ashui released his hand and coughed twice. "I can survive. I'm not dead." Upon hearing this, Wen Chao withdrew his hand, placing the now cold bun beside her. He then fetched a pot to boil some snow water. As the water began to bubble, he filled a bowl and set it outside in the snow until it cooled to a drinkable temperature. Before presenting the warm water to Ashui, "Drink the hot water," he urged. Ashui accepted the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. While the hot water could not heal her wounds, it did provide her with a measure of comfort. "Thank you," she said, returning the bowl to Wen Chao, who then filled another for himself and set it aside. He sat cross-legged by the fire, tending to the flames while asking, "Did you encounter a formidable opponent?" Leaning against the base of a stone statue, Ashui half opened her eyes and replied, "Not particularly formidable." Observing her weakened state, Wen Chao shook his head slightly. "Even in such a condition, you still refuse to concede. Not formidable, yet you've been injured so severely?" Ashui did not retort. Instead, she replied calmly, "It's merely a recurrence of old injuries." Wen Chao paused in his task of gathering firewood, recalling the sight of Ashui when he first found her, covered in numerous wounds, some penetrating deeply, endangering her vital organs. Despite being a martial artist, healing such injuries would take time. His gaze slowly ascended to Ashui's downcast face, partially obscured by disheveled hair. "Have you seen Chun Xiong?" Ashui responded, "I did not see him. I wanted to examine Lu Jinshi's corpse, but I encountered a guardian of the body. That fellow was Chun Xiong's attendant and seemed to be born with a disability. One of his arms was shorter than the other, yet he wielded his blade with remarkable skill." Wen Chao was intrigued by the situation. "Is he dead?" Ashui shook her head slightly. "He is not dead. My blade faltered and struck his arm instead." After a pause, she moistened her dry lips and continued, "Wen Chao, you were right. Lu Jinshi's death is indeed suspicious and of significant concern. They performed rudimentary embalming on his corpse, and there were stitches on his abdomen, likely in search of that poison." Wen Chao scoffed. "Those fools are truly dim-witted. If they wish to kill Lu Jinshi, why not simply behead him? They could either bury him silently or select a scapegoat to take the fall for him. Yet, here we are, entangled in this mess." As he stared into the flickering flames, the mockery on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Unless they have a compelling reason to act this way." Just as he finished speaking, a small twig was tossed, lightly striking the back of his hand. Wen Chao snapped back to focus and looked at Shui, asking, "What was that for?" Shui raised her chin slightly and replied, "Didn't you claim you wouldn't get involved? Are you not afraid of death?" Wen Chao met her gaze, and they both fell into a prolonged silence, unspoken words lingering in the air. Finally, Wen Chao shook the firewood in his hand and tossed it into the flames, causing a few sparks to fly. "So, are you listening?" Shui nodded. "I am listening." Wen Chao adjusted his position and began to articulate his thoughts. "These individuals are not your average desperate rogues. Lu Jinshi's death is evidently a product of their organized and premeditated actions. I am unaware of their identities. But the fact that they have repeatedly engaged in such foolishness that even an outsider like myself can perceive, indicates that some external force is compelling them to act this way. Consider this. Why, when a single strike would suffice, do they insist on poisoning Lu Jinshi?" Shui closed her eyes and spoke softly. "Just tell me directly. No need for questions. If you make me think, I will only want to sleep." Wen Chao shrugged and directly shared his thoughts. They are diverting trouble and attention elsewhere within the realm. Chapter 28. The enigmatic man, Wen Chao Sheng, akin to a dispassionate and calculating machine, ceaselessly contemplated the motives of those individuals. These people were implicated with clandestine assassin organizations, while Lu Jinshi, merely a humble magistrate in a remote county, possessed no influence and was likely unconnected to the martial world. His fate held little significance for those involved in such affairs. Consequently, the pressure confronting Chen Xiong and his cohorts did not emanate from the martial world, but rather from the imperial court. Their preservation of Lu Jinshi's corpse served as tacit confirmation of this fact. Ultimately, the body was intended for higher authorities. As he spoke, a hint of perplexity crept into his tone as he glanced towards the blizzard outside. Beyond the chaotic expanse lay an impenetrable stillness. The truly intriguing aspect was that someone like Lu Jinshi was as insignificant to the Qi Kingdom's royalty as a mere speck of dust, no more distinguished than himself. Logically, even if someone within the Qi Kingdom were to address the matter, they would not subject Chen Xiong to such immense pressure. Instead, they would follow standard procedures: investigation, case closure, and report submission. All of these anomalies suggested that Lu Jinshi was connected to something unknown, something of considerable consequence. Listening to Wen Chao Sheng's exposition, Shui feebly opened one eye. "The more you talk," she said, "the more cryptic it becomes. How could so many secrets exist in a backwater place like Kuhai County?" Wen Chao Sheng countered, "Care to wager?" In the firelight, Shui's chest gently rose and fell, her condition stabilizing. She gazed at Wen Chao Sheng for a moment before replying. "What's the point of betting? You can't give me what I desire, and I can't give you what you desire." Wen Chao Sheng extended his hands towards the flames, feeling their intense heat. "You know what I want?" Shui smiled. "People yearn for what they lack. A man like you, with such profound thoughts and keen insights, yet burdened by a poor destiny, will inevitably aspire to stand above the masses, to soar above the clouds and gaze down upon the mortal realm. But I cannot grant you wealth or power." The flames danced upon Wen Chao Sheng's face, casting his pupils in alternating light and shadow, making his countenance appear both real and illusory. He did not refute Shui's words, remaining as silent as a stone. As the firewood dwindled, Wen Chao Sheng rose to replenish the supply from the pile in the dilapidated temple. However, as he returned with the wood, he encountered a white-clad man wearing a bamboo hat. His attire blended seamlessly with the swirling snow, resembling the garb of a nocturnal assassin from the spring and autumn period. Such clothing offered little warmth. Yet the man stood at the temple's entrance, facing the biting gale without the slightest tremor. He carried a black iron longsword adorned with a red tassel. His earlobes were slightly large and flushed with cold. Upon seeing the man, Wen Chao Sheng unhesitatingly tossed his blade to Ah Shui. Although Ah Shui was severely wounded, she was still more formidable than he. The man's appearance at this hour in a temple outside the county suggested ill intentions. If a conflict arose, they would have to rely on Ah Shui to overcome the predicament. "I'm not here to cause trouble," the man said, his voice detached, like that of an emotionless automaton. A pendant hung from his waist, a black cord connected to a miniature black iron ghost mask that swayed in the cold wind. He glanced at Wen Chao Sheng, his gaze seemingly scrutinizing, before frowning slightly and shaking his head. He bypassed Wen Chao Sheng and approached the fire, where Ah Shui sat leaning against a stone statue. "A wise decision," the white-clad man remarked, his tone suggesting faint praise. However, his words dripped with disdain, subtly conveying his mockery. "But if I had truly come to cause trouble, you wouldn't have had the chance to discard your blade." Without sparing Wen Chao Sheng another glance, he approached the fire and fixed his gaze on Ah Shui, who remained slumped against the stone statue. "Are you from Wen City?" he inquired. Ah Shui kept her head lowered, making no attempt to retrieve the blade, nor even bothering to lift her eyelids. "Speak your business," she retorted, "or leave." In contrast to her gentle tone with Wen Chao Sheng, Ah Shui displayed no patience whatsoever towards the white-clad man. Despite his equally menacing appearance, she offered him no courtesy. The white-clad man's grip tightened on his sword, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. His voice dripped with contempt as he spoke. "I thought your current situation was akin to that of a drowning cur. I've already stated that I am not here to cause trouble, which means I may be able to assist you. If you wish to survive, you should at least show me some respect." Ah Shui retorted. "The word respect sounds particularly acerbic coming from your mouth. And what does it matter to you whether I'm a drowning cur or not? What makes you think I need your help?" The white-clad man's face betrayed a flicker of barely perceptible anger at Ah Shui's sharp and unwavering retort. He clenched his sword tightly, but ultimately restrained himself, adopting a provocative tone. "Do you know why you and the others from Wen City have fallen into such a plight? It's because of your stubbornness. Count the lives lost in that fire, if you can." As he spoke, a gust of cold wind that had been seeping through the cracks in the stone was suddenly severed. The firewood chopper, which had been lying on the ground, was now inexplicably in Ah Shui's grasp. The moonlight was obscured by the swirling snow. In a fleeting instant, sword and blade had clashed. Too fast. Wen Chao Sheng could not discern the movements, nor could anyone else. As the sound of shattering metal echoed, crimson began to spread across the white-clad man's shoulder. Ah Shui, wielding the firewood chopper, had struck him diagonally from the neck down to the spine, nearly cleaving the white-clad man in two. The sword in his hand had completely shattered. The white-clad man's eyes widened as he stared at Ah Shui, blood frothing from his lips. He had not anticipated that a severely wounded person could wield such swift and potent strikes. As the light in the white-clad man's eyes gradually faded, Ah Shui spoke in an icy tone. "If you were not here to cause trouble, you should not have provoked me. And if you were here to cause trouble, you should not have approached me so closely. The corpse keeper I encountered in Kuhai County's Yongan today was far more astute than you." Chapter 29. The River of Oblivion. 9 songs standing aside. When Chaos Hen understood that the woman he had rescued amidst the storm was not to be trifled with. The scars on her body, resembling intricate tattoos, bore testament to the brutal battles she had endured, revealing her formidable and fearsome nature. However, he was taken aback by Shui's decisive and merciless strike, exhibiting an unexpected ruthlessness. In Wen Chao Sheng's previous understanding, Shui was undeniably a congenial individual. She lacked the affectation typical of women, acted with resolute decisiveness, and was far from narrow-minded. She spoke her mind freely, never allowing his missteps to provoke her ire. Yet at this moment, he witnessed Shui's anger for the first time, and with it, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. As Shui drew her blade, when Chaos Hen found himself paralyzed, feeling as though he were entombed within a mountain of corpses, becoming one with the dead. The intensity of her killing aura was so profound it seemed capable of altering reality itself. It was only now that he began to grasp a mere fraction of Shuai's terrifying prowess, even in her wounded state. He had never inquired about her past since that fateful night of drinking. To him, Shuai was but a fleeting figure in his life, their paths having crossed without significant entanglement. Yet, a persistent curiosity lingered within him. He could not fathom what experiences had forged such a formidable killing aura within her, nor what harrowing trials she had faced that even someone as resilient as she could scarcely bear to confront. With a swift motion, Shuai calmly withdrew her machete from the body of the white-clad man, then turned and flicked her wrist, sending the blood from her blade flying away. Not a drop remaining. She limped outside the temple, crouching to cleanse the blade of its sanguine residue in the snow. When Chaos Hand approached her, offering, "Let me wash it," Shuai glanced at him with a sidelong look, and though she did not speak, she handed him the blade. After washing the edge several times and placing the machete beside the fire, he began to drag the now-cold corpse of the white-clad man, preparing to dispose of it. Just as he was about to pull the body out of the dilapidated temple, Shuai suddenly called out to him, "One Chaos Hen, toss me the ornament from his waist." Following her request, he complied. Then he dragged the body into the wilderness, casting it among the unremarkable trees before returning to the temple. Fortunately, due to his labor in chopping wood for Liu Jiming over the past 2 days, he was in good physical condition, and despite his extremities being numb from the cold, he was none the worse for wear. After warming himself by the fire for a while, he returned to normal. "Thank you," he suddenly said, adding more wood to the fire. This took Shuai, who was examining the small, ghostly waist ornament, by surprise. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she inquired softly, "Thank you for what?" When Chaos Hand replied earnestly, "That night while drinking I mentioned my past. I owe you gratitude for sparing my life." Shuai regarded his serious demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. As she laughed, her body trembled slightly, seemingly aggravating an old injury. She pressed her hand against the blood-stained area on her chest and said to him, "It's clear you truly fear death." When Chaos Hand corrected her, "It's not fear of death, it's a reverence for life." Shuai retorted, "Is there a difference?" He answered gravely, "There is, and it is substantial." That night, the two lay on opposite sides of the fire. Shuai, resting her hands beneath her head, gazed at the cobweb-covered black tiles of the temple's roof, abruptly breaking the silence. "The visitors tonight are from the White Dragon Guard. They are a tenacious bunch. With one of their own dead, the others will not easily relent. I suggest you refrain from returning to this dilapidated temple for the time being. After all, you now possess the identity of a Qi national, and there are surely places in the county where you can find refuge. It is undoubtedly safer than here." When Chaos Hen, eyes closed, inquired, "What exactly is the White Dragon Guard?" Shuai, unfazed by the question, patiently explained, "The White Dragon Guard is a powerful and enigmatic faction within the palace. Rarely seen in the martial world, yet holds significant prestige. Even the River of Oblivion and Nine Songs prefer to avoid conflict with them." When Chaos Hen pressed further, "And what about the River of Oblivion and Nine Songs?" Shuai replied, "The River of Oblivion is the foremost assassin alliance across the 4 nations, acquiring death row inmates from royal families each year, subjecting them to brutal training until they become remorseless killing machines. These assassins can eliminate anyone, from high-ranking officials to common folk, for the right price. The organization is divided into 4 banners: Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain, with the Wind banner's assassins being the most formidable, comprising 12 individuals renowned for their deadly reputations and unfathomable martial prowess. Nine Songs, on the other hand, originated from the Western Qin nation. It is the largest trading consortium in the world, with influence pervasive throughout the 4 nations. Wherever there is profit to be made, you will find them. When Chaos Hen, intrigued, asked, "The largest trading consortium, how large is it?" Shuai calmly articulated, "Wealth can transcend the divine. They possess riches rivaling nations." Upon hearing this, when Chaos Hen felt a weight of solemnity settle within him. In a world where martial transgressions were punishable, a mere commoner could remain unscathed. Yet possessing wealth without commensurate strength could render one vulnerable to peril. The fact that Nine Songs had ascended to the pinnacle of trading enterprises implied a power that needed no further elaboration. My understanding of them is not profound. I can only share these insights with you. In any case, considering your current situation, it is prudent to avoid provoking anyone. Staying within the county is your wisest choice. Chapter 30. No Danhai. In response to Ashui's kind reminders and counsel, Wen Chao Sheng neither expressed his gratitude nor offered a reply. His focus seemed to be directed towards matters of greater significance. After a moment of silence, he delicately and resolutely inquired of Ashui, "Is it truly impossible for me to learn your skills?" The shadow of Ashui cast upon the wall appeared unusually silent. "Do you truly wish to practice with me?" Ashui asked, tilting her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the flickering light to rest upon Wen Chao Sheng's countenance. "Very much so," he replied earnestly. "Why? This time?" Her question carried a weightier seriousness than before. Wen Chao Sheng's response remained succinct as ever. "Because you are exceptionally strong. Ashui, someone of your caliber. Can you truly rank among the martial circles of the four nations?" Ashui responded lazily, "I cannot say. I am not part of those circles." Wen Chao Sheng opened his eyes and met Ashui's gaze. Initially, he believed she was merely dismissing him, but upon seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he found himself persuaded. There was no need for her to deceive him. "So, can you teach me?" He pressed once more, only to receive the same indifferent reply from Ashui. "Wen Chao Sheng, I cannot teach you." She regarded the young man before her, her tone somewhat softened as she revealed a disheartening truth. "Not just myself, but the vast majority of people in this world cannot teach you, not even those rumored to dwell in the sacred lands of cultivation. The last time you inquired, I told you that your age and fixed bone structure hindered your Danhai, but that was not the entire truth. The fundamental reason you cannot cultivate is that you lack a Danhai altogether." Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng sat up abruptly from the ground, all drowsiness dissipating. "Are you certain?" Ashui affirmed, "I am certain. I can discern such things at a glance. Though initially I was uncertain, for individuals without a Danhai are exceedingly rare. One might not find even a single person among 100,000. Thus, I took the time to explore your situation and ultimately confirm that you indeed lack a Danhai. For this reason, I deemed you the first unfortunate soul I have encountered." Wen Chao Sheng gazed at Ashui, lost in thought for a long while, his lips pressed tightly together, unable to utter a single word. Ashui continued, "The reason that white-robed guard looked down upon you is that he too recognized you as someone entirely incapable of cultivation. The Danhai is the conduit through which humans connect with the natural world. The human body possesses 720 apertures, each with its unique purpose. However, only the power of a refined Danhai can activate these apertures, unleashing one's potential, making it surge like the winds of the mountains, the tides of the seas, resonating like the thunder of the heavens. Ordinary individuals, no matter how they train their bodies, will never be able to contend with the forces of nature. Thus, in the presence of martial cultivators, they appear as frail as infants, utterly defenseless. You were born without a Danhai. No matter how hard you strive, your potential will ultimately remain limited. You are a good person, and I did not wish to strike you down with such harsh truths. But you will inevitably encounter this reality. Concealing it for too long may prove detrimental to you." Wen Chao Sheng's gaze appeared hollow in the flickering firelight, but soon returned to normal. He looked at Ashui, who lay on the ground, and sincerely inquired, "Is there truly no way at all?" Ashui shook her head. "I have no means whatsoever. The probability of such matters is inherently minuscule, and I am not a master who establishes sects. I possess no insights into teaching disciples. If you insist on learning from me, I can only impart a Taoist method of maintaining health." Wen Chao Sheng hesitated for a moment before asking, "What method?" Ashui replied, "The Beihai Taoist, during his travels, inscribed 3 unique techniques upon the cliffs in the easternmost region of Zhao, known as whale dive, false speech, and the fountain of youth. The technique I possess is the fountain of youth. This method is rather special, as it can be practiced without a Danhai, but its effects vary from person to person, and it can only strengthen the body and prolong life. It cannot grant you the power to shatter mountains or stones." Wen Chao Sheng remained undeterred, stating, "Practicing is better than not practicing at all. You are correct. I am indeed the unluckiest person in the world, yet even the unluckiest have their way of living. If I had not wished to live, I would have perished 3 years ago, and I would not have had to endure so much torment. For the past 3 years, I have constantly pondered how to survive and how to live better. In comparison, lacking a Danhai does not seem particularly severe. Ashui gazed at Wen Chao Sheng's face, and only then did she realize she had underestimated his tenacity for life. A sensation she could not articulate began to spread within her chest, as if the pain of old wounds was gradually being overshadowed. Ashui turned her face away, closed her eyes, and said, "Rest now. Tomorrow morning, I will impart the incantation to you and teach you the guiding method." Kuhai County, County Office. The brilliance of the stars and moon was obscured by the wind and snow. Chun Xiong stood in the room where Lu Jinshi's corpse was stored, while Wu Xie remained by his side with a blade in hand, his shorter arm stitched with countless threads, a white cloth hanging from his elbow around his neck. Lu Jinshi's body had only been moved slightly. There were no other abnormalities. After inspecting Lu Jinshi's corpse, Chun Xiong incredulously asked Wu Xie, "Did that limping woman who came today possess cultivation surpassing yours?" Wu Xie's lips appeared somewhat pale, and an indifferent gaze in his eyes revealed the scene of their encounter. "She far surpassed me." Chun Xiong's expression grew grave, his eyes sweeping over Wu Xie's injured arm. "Can you discern her techniques?" Wu Xie shook his head. "There are no discernible techniques." She wielded the guard's long blade, executing strikes that were both horizontal and vertical. Yet every move was an unstoppable killing blow. Fortunately, her leg was lame, and her mobility was hindered. After 10 exchanges, I lost an arm in our encounter. Moreover, she bore injuries, and they were not insignificant. Had her old wounds not flared up at a critical moment, that blade would have severed my head. Listening to Wu Xie's account, Chun Xiong felt a chill run down his spine. "Wu Xie, you entered the Longyin realm 15 years ago. Yet you are now unable to withstand a single strike from this person?" Chapter 31. I have no Dan Si since ancient times. There has been no foremost in literature and no second in martial arts. This time, Chun Xiong traveled from the royal city accompanied by a carefully selected entourage, including Wu Xie, a loyal retainer of over 20 years to the family, whose prowess he was well aware of. He could not fathom why such formidable experts resided in a remote place like Kuhai County. A ripple of unease stirred within him, leading him to speculate that perhaps a noble from the palace had caught wind of some clues and discreetly dispatched the 3 instructors from the White Dragon Guard to investigate. It was rumored that one of these instructors was a woman of unfathomable martial skills, who had single-handedly fought against 1,800 bandits in the western frontier, ultimately slaying their leader and retreating unscathed. Could it be that the individual examining Lu Jinshi's corpse was indeed the female instructor of the White Dragon Guard? Chun Xiong's mind was in turmoil, discarding numerous details, as he felt as if his feet were pricked by needles with each step, causing his entire body to tingle. Sensing his distress, Wu Xie comforted him in a hoarse voice. "My lord, do not panic. Concern only breeds chaos. Today, I observed that the woman was dressed in rags, resembling a refugee, with many horrifying scars upon her body. It seems she carries considerable trouble of her own, making her connection to the palace unlikely. Once one enters the martial world, no matter how grave the matter, it often appears trivial." Wu Xie's words gradually calmed Chun Xiong's disordered thoughts. He took several deep breaths and turned to face Lu Jinshi's remains, saying, "You speak wisely." Today, while discussing the events of the previous night with Lu Chuan at the Mandarin Duck Tower, he divulged a secret, mentioning that a substantial bounty had recently appeared on the Tianzi list worth 100,000 gold, also concerning a woman standing 8 feet tall and covered in injuries. It seems likely that the person investigating the county office today is indeed her. Yet, why does she care so deeply for Lu Jinshi's fate? A flickering light danced in Chun Xiong's eyes as unease lingered. He was determined that Lu Jinshi's remains, along with the case documents, must be submitted to the judicial authorities in the grand city of Guanghan for verification before any further procedures could be initiated. If he displayed any overt signs of abnormality, it was possible that the accompanying White Dragon Guard would take notice. Chun Xiong held no fear of the White Dragon Guard itself. His journey to Kuhai County was twofold: to seek an opportunity to assist him in passing the upcoming examinations at the Langan Pavilion, and to aid a prominent figure in resolving some minor troubles. As long as he required it, Lu Chuan would extend a helping hand, mobilizing all the resources at his command. What truly unsettled Chen Xiong was the power behind the White Dragon Guard and the potential fallout from any leaks that could reach that esteemed individual in the clouds. Should this matter not be handled deftly, the repercussions would not only befall him, but could ensnare his entire family. Although Qi country had revered Confucianism for centuries, those who ascended to the clouds did not safeguard their status and power solely through lofty rhetoric. Chen Xiong believed he understood this better than anyone. Recalling the unprecedented turmoil that engulfed the royal court 76 years ago, during which his grandfather fell victim to his unwavering adherence to Confucian ideals, refusing to align with factions or engage in personal gain, ultimately leading to his demise and the decline of their family. My lord, if you wish to know more, perhaps you should collaborate with Lu Chuan in the investigation, Wu Xie suggested, puzzled by Lu Jinshi's connections to such formidable figures from the martial world. Chen Xiong clasped his hands behind his back, fingers gently rubbing together as if in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. Initially, I was reluctant to entertain Lu Chuan's proposal. The esteemed figure he serves is far too perilous for me to offend. I wish to avoid any complications that might arise. However, it appears I have little choice now. Wu Xie, I shall compose a letter tomorrow, and I would appreciate your assistance in delivering it. Wen Chao Sheng sat in the Loquat Garden, engaged in a second round of chess against Lu Jiming. This time, he found himself as distracted as his opponent, his mind wandering. After 70 moves, Lu Jiming suddenly inquired, Chao Sheng, why have you adopted my demeanor today? Regaining his focus, Wen Chao Sheng sighed and replied with a wry smile, Indeed, after a nap, I find myself plagued by worries. Intrigued, Lu Jiming asked, What troubles you? Wen Chao Sheng took a sip of tea and retorted, Shouldn't you already know? I am not a worm in your stomach. Lu Jiming laughed. If you do not speak, how can I discern your thoughts? Wen Chao Sheng sighed again, shaking his head. Mr. Lu, I have no Dan Si. Without it, my path to cultivation is destined to be ordinary. Lu Jiming took a delicate sip of tea, pondering, who says one cannot cultivate without a Dan Si? I, too, have no Dan Si. Chapter 32. A sword piercing the heart, a casual remark from L. Jiming ignited a spark in Wen Chao Sheng's eyes, which had been dim for an entire night. He gazed intently at the seemingly unassuming yet enigmatic middle-aged man before him, recalling Shui's description of a reclusive master. The earlier display of a golden leaf by L. Jiming further deepened the aura of mystery surrounding him. May I humbly request your guidance, Mr. L? When Chaos Hen clasped his hands together, his tone earnest, L. Jiming, without hesitation, smiled and inquired, What do you know about cultivation? When Chaos Hen pondered for a moment before recounting what Shui had shared with him. The human body has 720 acupoints. Cultivation is the means by which one connects with the universe's grand principles, condensing power within the Danhai, and then utilizing that power to activate the acupoints, unleashing the true potential that lies dormant within the body. He then asked Mr. L, What exactly is the Danhai? Is it the same as the Dantian? L. Jiming steadily poured himself a cup of tea and replied, The Dantian refers to a specific area of the body, typically located 2 to 3 inches below the navel, while the Danhai represents the nexus of the 720 acupoints and meridians. It can manifest in any part of the body. Though the Danhai exists, it does not materialize in a physical sense. Rather, it embodies a profound and precise sensation. If you're a cultivator, you will have the extraordinary experience of the Danhai's power swiftly traversing the 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching the acupoints and igniting potential. However, among the countless individuals in this world, each possesses unique potential. Some are born with obstructed meridians and cannot harness the power of the Danhai, while others have decayed acupoints, with only half of the 720 acupoints active. Although there are millions of cultivators, few can unlock the potential of more than 600 acupoints. Of course, the concept of acupoints is merely one of the prevailing methods of cultivation. It symbolizes the potential for growth. But the number of acupoints activated does not necessarily correlate with one's level of mastery. In the far northern region of Yan, there exists a sacred place for cultivation known as the Sword Pavilion, whose master, Tu Shanbai, devoted his entire life to mastering a single acupoint, yet still dominated the world. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng felt an inexplicable surge of passion. He had previously read novels about individuals who mastered just one technique throughout their lives, emerging as invincible upon their return to the world. There seemed to be a profound connection between the two. In the realm of heroes, there exists but a single adversary. What exhilarating delight that must be! Mr. L, if there's no Dan Hai, how can one cultivate and activate the potential of the acupoints? L. Jiming smiled slightly, saying, "The path of the universe is vast and interconnected. Wherever your thoughts wander, that is where cultivation can occur. Eating, sleeping, walking, chopping wood just a few days have passed. And have you not found chopping wood to be more effortless?" When Chao Sheng paused in contemplation before responding earnestly, "It is indeed different from before. But the cultivation I wish to learn is one that grants me the power to protect myself when faced with true cultivators, rather than becoming mere prey in their eyes." El Jiming spoke softly. "What of cultivators? Do they not eat or sleep? They are all human, and while they may seem different, they are ultimately the same." When Chao Sheng gazed into El Jiming's profound eyes, which concealed a hint of amusement, he sensed that El Jiming's words held deeper meanings. Yet he struggled to grasp the insights being offered. After much contemplation, he finally asked, "What must I do, Mr. L?" El Jiming poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, "Drink tea, play chess, eat, chop wood." As the saying goes, reading the same book 1,000 times reveals its true meaning. Engaging in various activities is quite similar. While many people ponder cultivation, how many truly understand its essence? With that, he stood, hands clasped behind his back, and began to stroll toward the courtyard exit. "I shall take a walk by the river. After you have finished chopping wood, feel free to join me in the courtyard for tea." After El Jiming departed, Wen Chao Sheng remained seated, staring at the teacup on the table for quite some time. The lone tea leaf floating in the green water swayed gently, lingering without sinking to the bottom, much like a drifting boat struggling in the vast sea. For reasons unknown, Wen Chao Sheng suddenly found himself captivated by this seemingly inconspicuous scene. He hunched over, resting his face closer to the cup, his gaze fixated on the leaf, gradually losing awareness of his surroundings. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying with it the distant whispers of the far-off Mian Lake. The clear surface of the lake rippled, and the waves that rose appeared to be drawn into the cup. In an instant, Wen Chao Sheng felt as though he were aboard the drifting boat, surrounded by tumultuous waves like dragons, threatening to engulf him entirely. Wen Chao Sheng lost his footing and quickly crouched down, gripping the edge of the boat tightly, his eyes wide with fear as he surveyed his surroundings. Am I not in the courtyard? How did I arrive in this cup world? The thought of having encountered such an extraordinary event made the notion of shrinking in size seem less astonishing. Just as he was about to steady his mind, a powerful wave crashed toward him. He quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding it, but the edge of the boat he had clung to slipped from his grasp, sending him plummeting into the abyss below. A terrifying sense of weightlessness enveloped him as he stared up at the surface of the sea. The tea leaf that had become the boat appeared to be struck by the waves, plunging directly toward him. Though submerged in water, Wen Chao Sheng felt neither suffocation nor buoyancy. Rather, the boat descended at an accelerating pace, its pointed end cleaving through the water, and soon flames ignited at its tip, growing ever larger until it consumed the entire vessel. Wen Chao Sheng fixated on the boat, engulfed in flames, when suddenly, a sound resembling the ringing of a sword pierced through the waves, creating a vacuum in the surrounding tumult. Clang! In the next instant, an incredibly sharp sword emerged through the flames, piercing through Wen Chao Sheng's chest with ferocity. Whoosh! The indescribable, utterly pure sharpness, devoid of any impurities, sent a chill through Wen Chao Sheng's entire being. In a flash, he awakened, finding himself once again hunched over the table, staring at the teacup, drenched in cold sweat. The solitary tea leaf that had been floating had now sunk to the bottom of the cup. That evening, when Chao Sheng hauled a cart of firewood he had chopped during the day along the deserted, level road out of the city, a biting wind howled, carrying with it a flurry of snow. As he neared the city's edge, he encountered a man also pulling a cart of firewood. The man was bundled in thick layers. Yet even beneath the heavy winter clothing, his gaunt frame was evident. Wen Chao Sheng, weakened by prolonged malnutrition, was in poorer physical condition than the average person. However, the emaciated man approaching him, whose face was obscured, appeared to be in even worse shape. His cart was laden with meager twigs and deadwood, and the total amount was less than half of Wen Chao Sheng's load. Yet, he struggled with exceptional effort to pull it. Wen Chao Sheng had noticed this man the previous day when he left the city. He had not expected to encounter him again. As they passed each other, Wen Chao Sheng observed the layers of snow accumulating on the man's shoulders. He paused, calling out to him, "Hey!" The man trudged numbly through the snow, seemingly oblivious to Wen Chao Sheng's call. After a few more steps, Wen Chao Sheng called out again. This time, the man finally noticed, turning to regard Wen Chao Sheng with a puzzled expression. On the snow-swept street, the two men resembled a pair of unfortunate souls. Wen Chao Sheng gestured toward the firewood on his cart, saying, "Do you need this?" The man remained motionless, studying Wen Chao Sheng for a moment. Then, he set down the rope from his cart and slowly approached Wen Chao Sheng, asking, "How much?" Wen Chao Sheng noticed the man's chapped, frostbitten hands. Judging by his face, he was a young man in his 30s. A wave of emotion washed over Wen Chao Sheng, and he said, "If you truly need it, I can give you some for free." Lu Jiming had a large supply of firewood every day. He had told Wen Chao Sheng that he chopped far more wood than they could burn, so the excess was sold, and some of the proceeds became Wen Chao Sheng's wages. Upon hearing Wen Chao Sheng's offer to give him wood for free, the man's face did not brighten with joy. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into his sleeve pocket and rummaged around, but found nothing. Finally, he said to Wen Chao Sheng, "A gentleman does not accept charity. There are places in the city where firewood is bought and sold. I know the prices. If you're willing, I'll buy the wood from you at half the market price. And for the other half," he paused, considering, and then said earnestly, "I'll trade you words for it." Wen Chao Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Words? What kind of words?" The gaunt man replied, "Written words. Is that acceptable?" Wen Chao Sheng was amused by the man's proposition, but after a moment, he agreed. "Deal." The man nodded, looked around, and pointed to the south gate of the county in the distance. "I don't have any money with me today. Tomorrow, when the sun sets, I'll bring the money and the words. I'll wait for you there. How does that sound?" Wen Chao Sheng helped him move the firewood. "All right." The two men transferred about a third of the firewood from Wen Chao Sheng's cart to the gaunt man's cart. Then, Wen Chao Sheng shook the snow from his body and said to the man, "That should be enough. You don't seem to be very strong. If you take too much, you won't be able to carry it, and you might freeze to death on the street. I don't want your death on my conscience." The man kept his head down, shielding his eyes from the blowing snow. He secured the firewood on his cart with a rope and said, "If I freeze to death, it's my own bad luck. My surname is Chung, and my given name is Feng. Be sure to come tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the gate." Wen Chao Sheng said, "No problem. My name is Wen Chao Sheng. We'll meet at the county gate tomorrow evening." The two men parted ways. Wen Chao Sheng headed out of the county, while Chung Feng struggled to pull his heavy cart home. When Wen Chao Sheng reached the dilapidated temple, he immediately saw Shui's shadow cast on the wall by the firelight. He pulled the cart back to the temple, unloaded the firewood, and took some to the fire. He saw Shui cooking horse meat. Hearing the footsteps, Shui stirred the horse meat in the pot with a wooden stick, saying without looking up, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Wen Chao Sheng sat down by the fire, warming his frozen hands. "Would you believe me if I said I was worried about your safety and came back to check on you?" Shui scoffed. "What a klitsch." She ladled a bowl of the unappetizing but warming horse meat soup and handed it to Wen Chao Sheng. He held the bowl through his clothes, blowing on it and sipping it slowly. The soup had a gamey taste, but Wen Chao Sheng found it enjoyable. "You're too proud. If I were you, I would have stayed in that nobleman's woodshed no matter what. Being looked down upon is better than losing your life." Wen Chao Sheng raised his eyes slightly, meeting Shui's gaze. His frost-covered eyebrows furrowed. "You're like a worm in my stomach." Shui said, "We're eating." Don't say such disgusting things. Wen Chao Sheng put down his bowl and said to Shui, "Did anyone come looking for you today?" Shui shook her head, stretching languidly. "No one bothered me today. I slept well." Wen Chao Sheng thought for a moment and continued, "I've been pondering last night's events. Didn't I tell you before that Chun Xiong and the others might be under pressure from the court? Do you think, could the people pressuring them be the White Dragon Guard?" Wen Chao Sheng's reminder caused Shui's expression to change subtly. She had been busy recovering from her injuries during the day and hadn't thought much about it. Wen Chao Sheng picked up a piece of the overcooked horse meat from the bowl and chewed it thoughtfully. Bittersea County is too far from the royal city. Logically, the palace's influence shouldn't extend so quickly to this place. So, even if something happens, Chun Xiong and the others have a lot of room to maneuver. But if it's the White Dragon Guard, things are different. Although they work for the royal family of Qi, they're a martial arts organization. They have connections everywhere. They might have a presence in many places. This kind of powerful martial arts organization, backed by royal power, can pose a very direct threat in any corner of Qi. The only reason I can think of that would make Chun Xiong and the others act foolishly is that they can't let the White Dragon Guard know what they're doing. Or even better, avoid alarming them. But from another perspective, both Chun Xiong and the White Dragon Guard work for powerful figures in the palace. If there's a conflict between them, does that mean that the royal city of Qi is also a hotbed of unrest? Wen Chao Sheng spoke calmly and deliberately. Shui, sitting by the fire, was lost in thought. The flames flickering in her eyes seemed to reflect the shock in her heart. After a long silence, she looked at Wen Chao Sheng as if he were a freak and said, "Wen Chao Sheng, what did you do before?" Wen Chao Sheng was silent for a moment, then pointed to his head and said to her, "I was injured here. I've forgotten everything before the age of 18. I only remember these 3 years outside the county. Don't ask me what I used to do. I can't even remember who my parents are, but I don't think I have a strange background. Otherwise, either my family would have found me and I would have become a member of the elite, or my family's enemies would have wiped me out. Only the unluckiest person in the world wouldn't be remembered, don't you think?" Chapter 34. Tonight, I teach you to kill. He certainly could not divulge the fact that he had traversed time to Shui. If he spoke of it, others might deem him mad. And if they believed him, it would surely invite endless troubles and calamities. Thus, he chose to keep this secret buried deep within. As for Wen Chao Sheng's words, Shui remained uncertain whether to trust them, yet she refrained from inquiring further and continued to savor the horse meat. After a moment of silence, Wen Chao Sheng appeared to have had his fill. He caressed his stomach and addressed Shui, who was still indulging in her meal. "In the days to come, you must be on high alert. Regardless of your affiliations, should Chun Xiong discover that you have tampered with Lu Jinshi's remains, he will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. The worst-case scenario would see him colluding with the forces in the martial world seeking you. The ensuing troubles could be beyond comprehension." Shui replied nonchalantly, "A mere rabble. Nothing more." Wen Chao Sheng rummaged through his belongings and unexpectedly produced a small flask of liquor, tossing it to Shui. She deftly caught it with a raised hand and arched an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "You rascal, since when have you had the means to buy wine?" Wen Chao Sheng responded, "Last time, you treated me. This time, I shall treat you. The funds were limited, hence I purchased only this small flask. Drink sparingly." Shui chuckled, tilting back her head to take a swig. The warmth surged from within, prompting a low, satisfied exclamation, "Refreshing." Wen Chao Sheng, for this flask of wine, you possess a shred of conscience. Continuing on the previous topic, Wen Chao Sheng warned, Chun Xiong is no ordinary man. You would do well not to underestimate him. Even if they are not your adversaries, given your current state, you cannot guarantee that old injuries won't resurface in a confrontation. Shui swished the fiery liquor in her mouth before spitting it into the fire, causing the flames to flare brightly for a moment before returning to normal. "At worst, I shall return to the netherworld. What is there to fear?" She had long ceased to regard her own life and death with concern, treating the subject with utter indifference. Wen Chao Sheng, unable to agree with her cavalier attitude towards life, retorted with sarcasm, "If you are so intent on courting death, then what truth do you seek? Once one has departed this world, all that remains is a handful of earth, and past events fade into mere bones. What difference does it make whether you know or do not know? If you truly value this matter, you should at least ensure your survival." He locked eyes with Ashui, his gaze sharp as if seeking to pierce through flesh and bone, delving into the depths of her very being. Yet, he abruptly ceased speaking, leaving the conversation hanging in the air. They maintained their gaze for a moment, until Ashui suddenly averted her eyes, expressing her displeasure. Your eyes are rather vexing. They probe too deeply. I have always detested others prying into my secrets. Wen Chao Sheng lowered his gaze and tossed a piece of firewood into the flames, replying with resignation, I do not wish to pry, but it is simply my nature. If I remain silent, you may assume I have seen nothing. Ashui coldly remarked, I am beginning to regret befriending someone like you. Wen Chao Sheng smiled at her. To what extent do you regret it? Ashui pondered for a moment, then raised her arm, extending a slender index finger. Wen Chao Sheng could discern the calluses at the joints, evidence of prolonged combat training. As much as a horse. Intrigued by her response, Wen Chao Sheng probed further. Why a horse? Ashui explained, when I first escaped, I was gravely injured, my mind clouded. Many sought me, and I had no reason to survive. An old horse carried me across the wasteland for over 1,000 miles, but it perished in the snow, leaving me to stumble into the mountains, where you found me. Thus, without that horse, I would never have encountered you. Wen Chao Sheng observed the sidelong glance in Ashui's eyes, peeking through her cascading hair, and chuckled. It is evident that your circumstances have been quite dismal since meeting me. Ashui sighed, shaking her head gently, and tossed the nearly empty flask back to him. No more for me? Wen Chao Sheng inquired. Ashui reclined, resting her hands behind her head, closing her eyes lazily. I am weary. You may drink it all. Wen Chao Sheng, unreserved, tilted the flask back and drained the remaining liquor. The fiery sensation transformed into a throbbing pain as it coursed down his throat, eliciting an involuntary exclamation of discomfort. He capped the flask, set it aside, and laid down as well. As he closed his eyes, the effects of the alcohol surged, causing the world to spin and his body to feel weightless. Quite pleasant indeed. This moment was perfect for slumber. However, this night was unlike any other. Outside the temple, the snow fell thickly, and ominous shadows resembling crows flitted across the sky. In the unseen darkness, the sharp sound of blades being drawn from their sheaths echoed, and footprints marred the pristine snow. Within the temple, the flames flickered. Wen Chao Sheng had barely begun to drift off when a hand suddenly seized his collar, yanking him from the ground. Realizing something was amiss, he opened his eyes to find Ashui's face mere inches from his own, causing his heart to clench momentarily, fearing she might be enraged enough to extract his eyeballs. What is the meaning of this? He gasped. Ashui narrowed her eyes. Someone is coming. To the north of the temple, a mile away, there are 36 of them. Wen Chao Sheng paused, still dazed from the alcohol, yet his eyes instinctively searched for his axe. He did not question how Ashui knew of their presence. He was well aware that her abilities as a practitioner afforded her peculiar insights. The immediate priority was to devise a means of preserving his life. Ashui murmured, Stop looking. The axe is in my possession. Wen Chao Sheng protested. The temple is stocked with weapons. Why must you seize my axe? Ashui deftly waved the axe. Her grip is steady, as if she had consumed no alcohol at all. This axe is quite suitable for chopping wood. I find it to my liking. Wen Chao Sheng was at a loss for words, pointing to himself. If you wield my axe, what shall I use to defend myself? Ashui retorted. With so many weapons in the temple, do you truly fear a lack of arms? Wen Chao Sheng spread his hands. I do not know how to use them. Ashui released her grip on his collar, coolly stating, Then simply take any knife or sword. Wen Chao Sheng, did you not wish to learn martial arts from me? Tonight, I shall teach you to kill. Chapter 35. Night Battle. Wen Chao Sheng was still reeling from the effects of the wine, his viscera retaining the burning sensation of the spirits. Though his vision was clear, he felt unsteady on his feet. As he stepped into the snow outside the dilapidated temple, he stumbled, nearly falling. At my current state, going out to fight is essentially suicide, he mused. Ashui retrieved a long sword from a corner of the ruined temple and tossed it to Wen Chao Sheng, who dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the potentially lethal blade. If you keep throwing things like that, I might not live long enough to see the enemies, he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and retrieving the sword from the snow. He tested its weight, finding it unfamiliar. Aishui stepped into the snow, her voice cold and piercing amidst the swirling flakes. Neither on the battlefield nor in the martial world will an adversary grant you time to acclimate. Combat is a matter of life and death. All else is irrelevant. Wen Chao Sheng, sword in hand, followed Aishui, the frigid wind stinging his face as he spoke. I lack martial skills and physical prowess. To them, I'm no more than a stray dog, easily dispatched. Accompanying you tonight likely means I won't see the dawn. Aishui retorted icily, "It was your choice. Did you heed my warning not to return?" As she spoke, a palpable sense of menace emanated from the distant, snow-covered expanse, carried by the wind. It ruffled their hair. Aishui's grip on her cleaver seemed to relax. She glanced back at the discomfited Wen Chao Sheng and inquired, "Are you afraid? Do you regret your decision?" Wen Chao Sheng trembled. Whether from the chilling aura or the storm itself, he couldn't tell. His breath formed a white cloud that obscured his eyes. "I'm a bit nervous," he admitted. "Nervousness is natural," Aishui responded. "I felt it too, the first time I took a life. Among those approaching are some who are not cultivators, merely ordinary martial artists, their footsteps betraying their presence." When Chao Sheng looked at Aishui with surprise, "You can discern that so clearly?" "In strong winds, yes," Aishui explained, "but only ordinary movements. Skilled individuals, or those who conceal themselves, are harder to detect." As she finished speaking, a crossbow bolt pierced the veil of snow, hurtling directly toward them. A single snowflake, caught in the arrow's path, shattered as the deadly projectile traversed the distance, closing within inches of Wen Chao Sheng's brow, only to be intercepted by a slender hand. Instantly, Aishui flung the bolt back from whence it came, disappearing into the snowy expanse. A muffled thud followed, and a patch of crimson began to stain the white surface. When Chao Sheng hunched over, his back drenched in cold sweat. The icy wind sobered him instantly. Such a crossbow bolt posed little threat to Aishui, but to him, it would have been a lethal, unavoidable blow. By the time he detected it, it would have already pierced him. His best recourse was to lower his profile, minimizing the area exposed to attack, thus avoiding distracting Aishui. With the demise of the crossbowman, silence returned, leaving uncertainty about further hidden threats in the snow. Aishui gazed into the distance, her eyelids frosted over. Before her, a group of approximately 30 figures emerged, all clad in black, their faces concealed, their drawn blades glinting. Their collective malice overshadowed the storm, their murderous intent forming a web that ensnared the pair. "These are cultivators. My leg impedes me. Dealing with them will take time. When Chao Sheng, listen to me. Ignore the crossbow bolts. Listen for them." Hearing Aishui's instructions, When Chao Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. He whispered, "I haven't trained my hearing. I fear my judgment will be inaccurate." "Then strive for accuracy," Aishui replied. With that, she limped toward the approaching shadows, leaving Wen Chao Sheng behind. He refrained from pleading for assistance, instead focusing on calming himself amidst his heavy breathing, attempting to discern the source of potential crossbow bolts through sound alone. For an inexperienced novice like Wen Chao Sheng, this was no easy task, especially with his life hanging in the balance. There was little margin for error, and the pressure was immense. Whoosh! As the wind howled, Aishui approached the group of black-clad figures, confronting them. "Which of you wishes to die first?" Each of the figures wore Forget River insignia. Their skill levels varied. Most were young, but one stood out. A middle-aged swordsman in a black robe, his face uncovered. His hair streaked with white, whether from age or snow. They stood like statues, their cold gazes fixed on the woman before them. "Lu said your head is worth a fortune. Killing you grants entry into the Wind Banner," the middle-aged swordsman stated, his tone laced with provocation. He disregarded Aishui's words, finding no interest in them. The Wind Banner of Forget River was notoriously difficult to join. Regardless of the number of strong individuals, the Wind Banner held only 12 positions. To gain entry, one not only needed exceptional strength, but also a significant contribution to Forget River. Members of the Wind Banner possessed a measure of power within Forget River and could potentially ascend to the 10 palaces. The 10 palaces represented Forget River's core power and authority, the ultimate aspiration for countless assassins. The Wind Banner served as the crucial stepping stone toward realizing their ambitions. Aishui raised her eyes, glancing sideways at him. Why don't you try? The middle-aged swordsman smiled faintly, waving his hand. The suppressed murderous intent could no longer be contained. The sound of countless blades being drawn filled the air, and the killing intent bloomed like a lotus, scattering snowflakes. As the first black-clad figure approached, Aishui struck with her cleaver, drawing blood and cleaving both man and weapon in two. It was a simple, unadorned strike, yet utterly irresistible. Aishui swung her cleaver again and again, each strike agonizingly slow, as if originating from a bygone era. Yet, when the blade finally kissed the enemy's neck, they realized it was not a slow blade at all. It was a deadly blade, too swift to defend against. Cold sweat broke out. By the time they realized the danger, more than a dozen bodies lay strewn before Aishui, the middle-aged man, whose face had previously been etched with coldness and madness, now wore a grave expression, his right thumb pressing against his sword hilt, slightly lowering the blade. It was a habitual gesture before drawing his sword. The lowered blade produced a pleasant friction sound, which the middle-aged man regarded as the sound of life fading, the prelude to his impending slaughter. Shush! As Aishui raised her cleaver to strike an assassin on her right, a crossbow bolt suddenly emerged from the snow-covered ground behind her, aimed at her back. Aishui paused her swing, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. She leaned aside, narrowly avoiding the bolt. The assassin before her was not so fortunate. He had been preparing to defend against Aishui's attack, but his reaction was not as swift. When Aishui suddenly withdrew her blade, he froze for a moment, and that moment cost him any chance of evading the crossbow bolt. The crossbow, unleashed from the mechanism, possessed a penetrating power unparalleled by ordinary bows and arrows. His protective aura evidently failed to withstand it, and the sound of the bolt piercing flesh resonated dully through the air. The assassin, glancing down at the bolt embedded deep in his abdomen, furrowed his brow and rolled aside, reaching to extract the foreign object. For individuals of their ilk, as long as vital organs like the heart and lungs remained unscathed, survival was a distinct possibility. The power of the Dan C could seal the wound, significantly slowing the loss of blood. However, the moment his hand brushed against the bolt, his complexion changed dramatically, and he subsequently expelled a copious amount of black blood, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Clearly, these bolts were coated with a lethal toxin. The archer concealed in the snow, having missed his initial shot, aimed once more at Aishui. Just as he took aim, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Instinctively alert, the archer pivoted and loosed an arrow in the direction of the noise. Whoosh! The first arrow flew wide, and as he prepared to release a second arrow at the shadow darting aside, his adversary, seemingly fueled by a primal instinct for survival, wielded a longsword, an instrument he had never before grasped, thrusting it straight toward him. The overwhelming fear of death enveloped the archer, and he instinctively turned his head to evade. Yet much of his body remained entrenched in the snow, rendering significant movement impossible. Thud! The strike was swifter than he could have anticipated. Even had he not been mired in the snow, evasion would have proven futile. Wen Chao Sheng, gripping the sword, drove it into the archer's throat, and warm blood erupted forth, splattering the surroundings. In that instant, he felt transported back to a drifting boat upon the tumultuous sea, where the once stable vessel beneath him transformed into a sword. When Chao Sheng could not maintain his footing, he plummeted once more into the abyss, once again witnessing flames, once more pierced by that extraordinarily sharp and pure flying sword. The icy chill in his chest rendered Wen Chao Sheng numb, awakening his survival instincts to their zenith. He had yet to realize that his hand, still clutching the longsword, had already executed a strike. An attack he had never practiced, nor even studied, emerged from the depths of his being with a perfection honed through countless trials. Colliding with the oncoming bolt's tip, in the next moment, the arrow emitted a mournful cry, shattering into fragments. The archer, taken aback by Wen Chao Sheng's apparent lack of cultivation, stood frozen, initially believing him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ultimately, it was Wen Chao Sheng who regained his composure first. He advanced several paces, and his long sword descended with the force of chopping wood. Thud! Chapter 36. The final gamble of this life, a severed head rolled, spinning a few times in the snow. As fresh, warm blood began to cool. Wen Chao Sheng's heart raced wildly. Holding the long sword in his grip, he experienced an unprecedented sense of mastery. In that moment, he pondered whether he was killing a man or merely chopping wood. Even he was unsure. In a daze, he heard his own voice whisper, "What should I do, Mr. Liu?" "Chop wood. Chop wood." Wen Chao Sheng murmured softly, his thoughts drifting to the woodshed at Liu Jiming's home, where he had tirelessly raised and swung the blade countless times until his arms ached and his palms throbbed. All in pursuit of that sublime sensation he felt with the very first strike. Although he had approached the profundity of that initial blow again, there remained an insurmountable gap. Only the sword that pierced through the crossbow's force rekindled that feeling of replicating that first strike. It was effortless and natural, as if it were not his own swordsmanship, but rather a Taoist essence inherent in a universe that he had serendipitously captured and woven into his technique. After that stroke, Wen Chao Sheng stood motionless in the snow, as if he had attained some understanding. In the distance, a second arrow surged forth on the wind. Hearing the rush, he acted without hesitation, slicing through the falling snow with his long sword. This action, so ordinary, had been rehearsed countless times in Liu Jiming's woodshed. It was merely chopping wood. The once awkward movements suddenly became fluid as the sharp arrow approached, when Chao Sheng was uncertain whether he could indeed sever it before being struck. Unsure if his auditory judgment was precise enough. Casting aside all distractions, he approached this as yet another simple act of chopping wood. In that fleeting moment of swinging the sword, the immense pressure of life and death dissipated. Crack! He struck true. The arrow lost its force mid-air. The two halves of its body had yet to touch the ground when the thunderous roar of a third arrow slicing through the air struck Wen Chao Sheng's eardrum. Without a moment's thought, he swung again, and as the moonlight mingled with the arrow's tip, a brilliant spark erupted. A jolt coursed through his palm, nearly wrenching the sword from his grasp. This blow, clearly inferior to the previous effortless strike, nevertheless came at a moment of life and death. Enduring the pain of his split palm, he gripped the sword tightly and dashed towards the source of the sound. Wen Chao Sheng's ability to discern sound and position paled in comparison to Ashui's, yet he understood that if his adversaries sought to kill him, they would undoubtedly strike again. Whether he could intercept the next crossbow bolt at close range was uncertain, but he recalled Ashui's earlier words, "When blades meet, it is a matter of life and death. All else is mere distraction." The only possibility of survival lay in eliminating all threats. In the distance, Ashui stood amidst a sea of corpses, her chopping knife smeared with a thick layer of blood and frost. The remaining black-clad figures surrounded her, none daring to advance. Though they were desperate men, they were momentarily cowed by Ashui's ferocity, acutely aware of the vast disparity between them. A mere numerical advantage would not suffice. One among them felt the urge to retreat, but as he took 2 steps back, a fishbone-shaped sword pierced through his back. The assassin's eyes widened in shock as he turned his head slightly to see a middle-aged man with a cold expression standing behind him. As a member of Wang Chuan, he should not falter in the face of danger. Slowly, he drew his sword, staining the snow beneath with a pool of blood. He fixed his gaze on Ashui, who trembled slightly, her breathing labored. "You have suffered grievous wounds, your life force diminished, yet you persist, truly remarkable. This, however, only affirms that your head is indeed worth that price. I, Bai Youyu, have traversed the world for most of my life, indulging in gambling and romance, having squandered untold silver, yet never encountering such fortune. I have long sought entry to the Wind Banner, but lacked the means. Today, I request your assistance." Bai Youyu advanced towards Ashui with his sword in hand, the falling snow settling on his shoulders, augmenting his imposing presence. Ashui's lips were pale as she stood her ground with the chopping knife, gasping for breath. The remaining black-clad assassins, noting Bai Youyu's intention to join the fray, lost any desire to retreat and readied themselves to assist him. They certainly did not dare to vie for glory against Bai Youyu, but they understood that aiding him might elevate their own status alongside his eventual rise within the Wind Banner. Is that so? Ashui's gaze pierced through the snow-dusted strands of hair, a faint smirk gracing her lips. "From my years of experience, fortune does not last. Misfortune, however, seems perpetual. There is a fascinating trait among gamblers. They always believe they will win back their losses after every defeat. Yet for you, this may very well be your final gamble in this lifetime. Bai Yoyu appeared struck at Ashui's words, the already dark expression on his face deepening into a sinister scowl. When the fishbone in my grasp pierces your heart, you shall realize the depths of your folly. As his words echoed, the flurries of snow ceased abruptly. The howling wind fell silent, and Wen Chao Sheng, poised to slay the last crossbowman in the distance, froze as if the world had succumbed to absolute stillness. Of course, time cannot truly halt. Someone was simply too swift, too fast for even the wind and snow to react. Clang! The fishbone lunged forth into the void, the moonlight illuminating its cold gleam, enveloped in the chilling aura of winter, arriving first at Ashui's heart. The strike came too skewed, too precise, too sudden. Before the other assassins could even draw their swords, Bai Yoyu's blade was already poised at Ashui's heart. Just as he had proclaimed, he intended to pierce her heart with a single stroke. When a person is stabbed through the heart, they do not immediately perish. Thus, Bai Yoyu would witness the terror and despair reflected in Ashui's eyes. He relished the expression of fear that his prey displayed in their final moments. The sharp tip of the blade penetrated Ashui's chest. As he gazed at the embedded sword point, Bai Yoyu smiled, for his speed, honed through countless hours of training, surpassed even many esteemed figures of the ethereal realm. He had struck first. A close-range execution of an ethereal martial artist was well within his capabilities, especially when the woman before him was already at her last breath, gravely wounded. Thud! The blade pierced her chest, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Bai Yoyu regarded the woman before him with a cold sneer. Now, what shall you do? Ashui met his gaze with unyielding intensity, her pupils unwavering. In that brief moment, Bai Yoyu sensed something amiss. As he began to withdraw, a chopping knife was already poised at his throat, a terrifying intent sealing off all avenues of retreat. You! Bai Yoyu's expression froze in disbelief. He was certain that a strike had penetrated Ashui's heart, yet she appeared utterly unfazed. Are you certain you truly struck true? She asked coldly. Bai Yoyu's gaze faltered, his hand trembling slightly around the hilt. He felt the pulsations of a heartbeat through the blade. This strike had not pierced Ashui's heart. With a swift motion, Ashui swung her knife, and Bai Yoyu's head was sent soaring, blood raining down amidst the swirling snow. With Bai Yoyu's demise, the remaining figures garbed in black should have been inclined to retreat. However, one among them, audacious and perceptive, discerned Ashui's severely weakened state and lunged forward, blade in hand, seeking to gamble for survival. This strike, cleaving through the snow, aimed directly for Ashui's neck. The latter, neither evading nor defending, turned and delivered a blow of her own, seemingly willing to trade life for life. In this confrontation, though Bai Yoyu's sword had not inflicted a fatal wound, Ashui was already grievously injured. Now, with her wounds compounded, her blade lacked its former celerity. As the assailant's long knife neared its mark on Ashui's neck, a crossbow bolt, whistling through the wind and snow, found its mark with unerring accuracy in the black-clad figure's abdomen. He grunted, his grip on the long knife failing, and in the subsequent instant, Ashui's cleaver, wielded in her grasp, split his chest asunder, spilling its contents onto the earth. With his death, the remaining three, thoroughly cowed, dared not linger and fled with celerity into the depths of the blizzard. Ashui coughed forth a torrent of blood, turning to see Wen Chao Sheng standing with a taut crossbow aimed in her direction. Before her, the world shimmered with wavering phantoms. She persevered for a time, but at last succumbed, collapsing into the boundless snow, unconscious. Chapter 37. Survival once the battle concluded, within a mere quarter of an hour. The howling wind and snow nearly obliterated all traces of the conflict. The corpses were first blanketed by a layer of frost, subsequently becoming an integral part of the snowy landscape, with only the weapons still embedded in the ground telling the tale of this brutal confrontation. Before long, footsteps echoed in the vicinity. 4 figures, 2 in the lead. Lu Chuan, clad in a fur robe, and the lean figure of Chun Qiong. One could not help but marvel at the worth of this encounter, a staggering 10,000 gold pieces. For not a single individual from the martial world or the officials was spared. The ruthlessness was palpable. Lu Chuan, devoid of any trepidation, turned to the slender man beside him, who bore a single-edged great sword on his back. Qian Lu unearthed the bodies and ascertained the situation. At this command, the lean man effortlessly unsheathed the massive blade, employing it as a shovel to excavate the bodies from the snow with a mere flick of his wrist. Qian Lu's strength was astonishing, as he, despite his seemingly frail physique, wielded the 100-pound iron blade with ease. Once dozens of corpses lay exposed before him, he addressed Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, all these individuals were slain by a single strike." Lu Chuan shook the snow from his shoulders, his tone turning grave. "All by one strike?" "Indeed," Qian Lu affirmed with certainty. "Was it the same person?" "These assassins from Wangchuan were all dispatched by a singular individual." Lu Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xiong before stating, "We have indeed stumbled upon a significant bounty." A total of 42 individuals have been mobilized by Wangchuan for this operation, with 35 being young assassins from the Fire Banner and 7 from the Forest Banner. Among them, the assassin wielding the fish spine sword by Yu was a renowned expert, teetering on the edge of the transcendent realm. Originally from the Chun Kingdom, he had gained fame in the Qi Kingdom, known for his vices of gambling and womanizing, yet his skill was undeniable. He had previously taken down 3 warriors of the transcendent realm, and his fish spine ranked 66th on the list of famous swords in the Tianji Tower. Many believed he was on the brink of ascending to the Wind Banner. It was unexpected that such a formidable figure would meet his end in the desolate region of Kuhai County in such a hasty manner. As Lu Chuan spoke, he furrowed his brow and asked Qian Lu, "Did you find the fish spine?" Qian Lu shook his head. "I have already searched the area. It is nowhere to be found." Pondering deeply, Lu Chuan stroked his chin, his brow furrowing further. Chen Xiong glanced at the corpses strewn upon the ground and remarked, "The Qi Kingdom values culture, but neglects martial prowess. Even in this remote area, there are some trained crossbowmen to contend with. It is difficult for ordinary warriors of the light feather realm to withstand the specially crafted repeating crossbows of the Qi Kingdom under the cover of night. Yet tonight, with 50 to 60 individuals dispatched, they failed to capture a single person. We may need to reassess the capabilities of our adversaries. Although I am presently the magistrate of Kuhai County, and the officials in the capital are not particularly concerned about the realities here. If the death toll rises too high, I too will find it difficult to justify." Lu Chuan chuckled, lightly patting his shoulder before giving a squeeze. "Relax, County Magistrate. If she had no issues, she wouldn't be investigating Lu Jin's corpse. We share a common purpose here. I have no intention of harming you. Moreover, while tonight's battle was indeed fierce, we have not returned empty-handed, have we? The fish spine may be easy to enter but difficult to exit. I doubt that woman escaped unscathed." Chen Xiong disregarded his words and turned away, accompanied by Wu Xie, making their way towards the county town. "If you're not afraid of death, go ahead." Lu Chuan called after him. "The snow is heavy. I shall not accompany you." As he watched Chen Xiong's figure fade into the distance, Lu Chuan's smile lingered as he turned to Qian Lu, now covered in a layer of white. "If the roles were reversed tonight, could you have slain the 42 from Wangchuan?" Standing amidst the chilling winds, Qian Lu's fragile form seemed on the verge of being toppled. He spoke calmly, "I could." Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Thus, this individual's prowess is comparable to yours?" Qian Lu shook his head slowly, resting the iron-long knife against his back. "Stronger than I. Judging by the wounds on these corpses, the wanted woman must have sustained injuries, and not minor ones. In one-on-one combat, being injured might not significantly impede a warrior's capabilities, but when faced with multiple opponents, the disadvantage would become glaringly apparent. If I had sustained severe injuries, I could barely kill half of those present. This is under the condition that Bai Yoyu did not intervene. That woman is not only stronger than I am, but also exceptionally skilled in combat against multiple foes, attributes in which I fall short." Lu Chuan gazed into the swirling snow, remaining silent for a considerable time before shaking off the snow from his person. "Let us depart. It is bitterly cold. We should return and enjoy a bowl of snake soup. Old Yang has been preparing it for quite some time. It should be ready." Qian Lu nodded slightly, following behind Lu Chuan. Shortly after their departure, the bodies lay completely buried beneath the accumulating snow. In the dilapidated temple, Wen Chao Sheng kindled a fire and heated water, feeding some to the unconscious Shui. He then pinched her philtrum. The weakened Shui stirred, her eyes bleary. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng gently patted her cheek. Shui shook her heavy head and heard Wen Chao Sheng say, "What should we do about this sore in your chest? I'm not versed in medicine and dare not remove it recklessly." Shui coughed a couple of times, the excruciating pain in her chest prompting her to furrow her brow, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. "The fish spine has barbed edges. It cannot be removed directly. You must find a weapon to catch the exposed barb on my back and pull it through completely to save my life." With life at stake, Wen Chao Sheng felt he could not hesitate any longer. He retrieved the long knife Shui had discarded in a corner of the temple. The blade was thicker than the sword, making it less prone to breakage. He hooked the barb of the fish spine sword with the curved spine of the knife and asked Shui, "Shall I pull it straight back?" Shui breathed softly, "Yes." "Pull it. I won't die." Wen Chao Sheng replied, "You must endure." With that, he adjusted his angle and forcefully yanked the fish spine sword from Shui's body. She let out a muffled groan, her body slumping as she fell unconscious once more. At noon, a ray of warm sunlight pierced through to Shui's eyelids. She frowned and opened her eyes. Crack, crack. The sound of chopping would reach her ears. Startled, Shui sat up, realizing she lay on a soft bed. Her body had been washed, and she wore fresh clothing. The wound on her chest had been stitched up, and a potent energy coursed through her meridians, stabilizing her condition. However, due to blood loss, any slight movement of her head caused sharp pain. After a moment of acclimatization, she attempted to rise from the bed, but at that moment, the door creaked open. Madame Lu entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal broth, placing it on the table. "Awake, are we?" Shui stared at her. "Where am I?" Madame Lu smiled gently. "You can ask that young man chopping wood. He carried you here through the snow last night." As she finished speaking, she turned to leave, saying over her shoulder, "I am off to buy some vegetables. Drink your medicine. Your injuries are severe, and my medical knowledge is limited. I can only provide temporary relief. If your wounds worsen, your survival is in your own hands." Chapter 38. My surname is Feng A. Shui glanced at the medicine on the table. Without hesitation, she drank deeply. The draught proved efficacious, for she was indeed parched. Having lost a surfeit of blood, her throat felt as if ablaze. Upon imbibing the concoction, a soothing coolness unfurled from her lower abdomen, granting Shui a modicum of solace. The rhythmic sound of wood being cleaved echoed once more from beyond the threshold. Shui, with faltering steps, steadied herself against the doorframe, taking a moment to acclimate to her enervated state. The courtyard was devoid of life, save for a solitary loquat tree, a stone table, and 4 stone stools. She made her way to the woodshed, where she found Wen Chao Sheng engaged in the task of splitting wood. His brow was beaded with perspiration. He looked up, his gaze meeting hers, and exclaimed, "I always believed my constitution to be indomitable. Yet after carrying you to Master Lu's abode last night, the cotton on my back was near soaked with blood. I scarcely imagined you would survive. The constitution of a cultivator is indeed extraordinary." Shui shook her head, leaning against the doorframe. "It bears no direct correlation to a cultivator's constitution. The sword from last night should have pierced my heart. Any cultivator below the celestial human realm would have perished instantly from such a wound. However, I have cultivated the fountain of youth. As I mentioned before, the effects of this arcane art vary from person to person. I can, to some extent, manipulate the position of my internal organs, which is the fundamental reason I am still alive." Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng's gaze lingered on Shui. He recalled how he had first discovered her amidst a blizzard, her body marred with gruesome wounds from blades and spears. Many of these wounds were profoundly deep, clearly reaching her vital organs, yet Shui had not succumbed. She had endured the wind and snow throughout the night. Moreover, the fountain of youth itself aids in repairing bodily injuries. Many wounds that ordinary martial artists cannot heal. I can. When Chao Sheng raised an eyebrow, ceasing his wood splitting, If one arcane art possesses such wondrous effects, to what heights had the creator of these three arcane arts? The Hokkaido native ascended? Ashue pursed her parched lips and patiently replied. The sky mechanism tower's master, Liliencio, personally sought out heroes across the land. After 21 years, he fortuitously encountered the Hokkaido native at the immortal burial abyss. The two engaged in discourse for the duration it took to drink a cup of tea. Liliencio declared his cultivation to be unfathomable. Among the myriad cultivators of the four kingdoms, only 7 or 8 could rival him. However, the Hokkaido native is notoriously indolent, cherishing landscapes above worldly disputes. He spends most of his life wandering the world, without a fixed abode. Without fate, it is difficult to find him in this world. Wen Chao Sheng mused, "Is this what you refer to as a reclusive master?" Ashue assented with an emem, leaning against the doorframe and glancing at Wen Chao Sheng for a moment before uttering, "Thank you." Wen Chao Sheng, gazing at Ashue's earnest countenance, chuckled, "It's rare to hear you express gratitude to me, but it seems truly unnecessary. You shielded me from an arrow, and I returned the favor. We're even." Ashue slowly approached Wen Chao Sheng, extending her hand towards him. Wen Chao Sheng, seeing this, put down his cleaver and clasped her hand. Ashue's hand was small and somewhat cold. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew peculiar in the silence. Ashue rolled her eyes in exasperation and abruptly slapped Wen Chao Sheng's hand away. "No sense of understanding. I'm asking you for some money." Wen Chao Sheng coughed and rummaged through his pockets, tossing a string of copper coins to Ashue. "What do you need money for?" Ashue, "To buy wine." Wen Chao Sheng frowned. "In your current condition, you can drink wine?" Ashue turned and limped towards the outside of the woodshed. Wen Chao Sheng called out to her retreating figure, "Hey, give me back the money." Ashue ignored him. Wen Chao Sheng reluctantly pursued her, saying, "There are so many people in the county town during the day. Do you think it's appropriate to go out now? Can you just be quiet for a moment?" Ashue's lips curled into a subtle smile. She slowly turned around and pressed the string of copper coins against Wen Chao Sheng's chest, raising an eyebrow at him. "Then you go buy it for me. Go out. Turn right, and there's a wine shop within half a kilometer." Wen Chao Sheng hesitated. Turning right led to the painting gallery bridge, and he had never ventured to that side. "How do you know?" Ashue looked him directly in the eye. "I smelled it. That wine shop is the most fragrant. I'm thirsty. Go quickly. I'll treat you next time." Seeing her like this, Wen Chao Sheng knew he couldn't refuse. He sighed helplessly, instructing her not to cause trouble, lest she bring disaster upon Master Lu, which would be repaying kindness with evil. Then he went out to buy wine. When he returned with a flagon of wine, he saw Ashue seated on the stone stool in the courtyard. Wen Chao Sheng placed the wine on the table. She eagerly poured herself a bowl. The wine carried the scent of peach blossoms. Although not strong, it had a hint of sweetness. Upon careful savoring, the flavor was not bad at all. Ashue drank 3 bowls in a row, until a flush appeared on her pale cheeks. She then exhaled softly and said, "So satisfying." Wen Chao Sheng shook his head helplessly. "I don't know how a woman like you can be so fond of wine." Ashue tapped the wine bowl with her finger, saying languidly, "When I drink wine, the pain subsides. Therefore, wine is the best thing in the world." Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback. He looked at Ashue's shining eyes and nodded after a long while. "That makes sense. Then I'll have a drink with you." He poured wine, and then the two of them drank bowl after bowl, without chatting, just drinking, until the drunkenness in their stomachs surged to their heads along with the wine. When Chao Sheng couldn't bear it any longer, he waved his hand and said, "No more. No more, I still have the chopwood. You drink it yourself, and then go to sleep." He steadied himself on the table and got up, intending to go to the woodshed. A warm, soft hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. When Chao Sheng turned his head, looking at Ashue with drunken eyes, and shook his head. "I really can't drink anymore. I can't drink anymore. If you want to drink, I'll finish the work, and we'll drink again tonight." Ashue panted, her fingers gripping Wen Chao Sheng's wrist with some force. "Wen Chao Sheng, my surname is Foam." Wen Chao Sheng looked at her blankly, and said groggily, "What did you say? Are you treating?" Ashue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm treating." Wen Chao Sheng looked at Ashue and also smiled. "Hey, I'm teasing you. I heard you. You said your surname is." Before he could say the word, Ashue waved her hand to interrupt him. "All right, you go to your work. I'll drink some more myself." Wen Chao Sheng shrugged and exhaled. "Then I'll go." He turned back a few steps, and Shui suddenly said, "Wen Chao Sheng, remember, don't tell anyone about what just happened, if you don't want to die." Chapter 39. Ma Huan's benevolence upon hearing Shui's admonition. Wen Chao Sheng turned back, muttering, "If it's so perilous, why divulge it to me?" Shui cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Wasn't it you who inquired about my past? Now that you know, do you regret it?" Wen Chao Sheng paused, contemplating, before shaking his head. "Regret? Not in the slightest. I'm off to work." As he headed towards the woodshed, the sounds of chopping would soon echoed forth. Shui, left alone, sat on the stone stool, abstaining from further wine. She propped her face up, staring blankly at the woodshed, lost in thought, idly toying with the wine bowl. Eventually, weariness, coupled with intoxication, washed over her, and she succumbed to slumber at the table. On the banks of the Chunsha River, delicate snowflakes descended. Madame Lu, her silver hair billowing in the wind, stood by the riverbank, her purple velvet skirt fluttering. The fine snow falling above was repelled by an unseen barrier. The elderly Ma Huan, clad in coarse brown cloth and leaning on a cane, once again arrived at the large stone, his gaze fixed on the murky river. In the distance, fishermen could be faintly seen plying their trade. Madame Lu expressed her gratitude to Ma Huan, her tone less frigid than before, softened slightly. "Thank you for last night's events." Ma Huan sighed. "There's no need for thanks. I've been doing this my entire life. Asking me to do anything else might not be as smooth." After a pause, he recalled the events of the previous night, his pale eyebrows arching slightly. "That young man, what's his background?" Madame Lu was taken aback by his question. "Who?" Ma Huan clarified, "The one you took in." Madame Lu, realizing he was referring to Wen Chao Sheng, shook her head. "I don't know his past. This young man suddenly appeared in Kuhai County 3 years ago. My husband and I have settled here for many years and had never seen him before." Upon hearing this, Ma Huan was somewhat surprised. "You never asked?" Madame Lu replied calmly. "Everyone has their own secrets. Why pry so deeply? What good would come of knowing?" Ma Huan chuckled, gently wiping his cane, seemingly reminiscing about the past. 30 years. You've changed so much. Seeing you again, I feel like I'm speaking to a stranger." He then shifted the topic. "That lad showed some grit last night. The crows on the eaves, the vermin in the alley, he must have seen them all. Without any cultivation, he brandished a woodcutter's knife, carried someone on his back, and refused to yield, ready to fight. I'm old now and can't stand seeing such youthful chivalry. I don't know if it's envy or admiration. If you hadn't taken him in, I might have wanted to take him as my disciple." Madame Lu glanced at him. "That young man has no dantian. What did you teach him?" Ma Huan responded, "Teaching some assassination techniques wouldn't be a problem. It could help him defend himself when traveling the martial world in the future." Madame Lu shook her head, her words carrying a warning. "Old Ma, although this young man has no dantian, he's an extraordinary prospect. My husband touched upon him. If he were to awaken in the future, his potential would be immeasurable. Don't mislead him with worldly arts." Ma Huan lowered his head and chuckled. "I know what you're worried about. I don't even want to stay in Wangchuan myself. Why would I drag someone else in? This old man has roamed the martial world of the Four Nations for most of his life and has some skills. Whether they can be passed on depends on fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something and looked up towards the opposite bank of the river. Through the misty snow, he saw a man in a green robe strolling along the bank, his figure appearing and disappearing intermittently before vanishing completely into the distance. "Is that the young man?" Ma Huan inquired. Madame Lu gazed in the direction where the man in green had disappeared, softly replying, "Yes. He often strolls along the banks of the Chunsha River and Mian Lake, looking at the water and enjoying the breeze, as he has for over a decade." Ma Huan pondered for a moment, then asked, "How many years has it been since he last practiced his swordsmanship?" Madame Lu replied, 30 years. Upon hearing this, Ma Huan's eyes widened slightly. "He stopped practicing swordsmanship after meeting you?" Madame Lu responded, "Perhaps he simply no longer needs to." Ma Huan shook his head, clicking his tongue a few times. The Sword Pavilion produces a swordsman every 30 years to travel the world, challenging renowned experts from the sacred grounds and the martial world of the Four Nations, regardless of their age or experience, thereby honing themselves and elevating their swordsmanship to its peak, vying for the title of #1 under heaven, counting the past Sword Pavilion wanderers. Those who survived are generally among the top experts in the world. And in the past 300 years, only the previous Sword Pavilion swordsman, Lu Jiming, was such a young man. It is said that he defeated Xiangxi, Bailu, and Wuji, who were executing a mission with you under the wind banner of Wangchuan, using only a loquat branch. Such talent is unprecedented. If he hadn't fallen into the mortal world and continued to hone his sword for another 30 years, he might have truly defeated Xian Yuan, the old man who could sever rivers with a finger, and taken the title of #1 under heaven. But 30 years ago, a single word in the spring breeze caused the most terrifying assassin of Wangchuan to lay down his butcher's knife and willingly retreat into seclusion, causing the young swordsman with limitless potential to sheath his sword and return to a life of farming. Fate is truly wondrous. Madame Lu sighed, speaking slowly. Perhaps I never wanted to be an assassin, and he never wanted to be the #1 under heaven. In the 30 years we've known each other, my husband has never mentioned this matter. He truly has no interest. Whoever wants to be #1 under heaven can be. That old man Xian Yuan has been guarding the desolate steel for 180 years. Isn't he lonely? After speaking, she looked at the sky and said, "It's almost time. I need to go back and cook." "Did you really clean up the mess from last night? Don't get yourself into trouble at such an old age." Ma Huan chuckled. "Is there anything more familiar to us than killing? Not many people saw that young man's tracks last night, and they weren't wary of this old man. Killing them was simple. Who would care about the loss of a few insignificant thugs?" Madame Lu was silent for a moment, then turned and walked back along the riverbank with her vegetable basket. "I want to discuss your matter with my husband when I get back, and we'll give you an answer later. Anyway, you've already waited this long. A few more days won't make much difference." Chapter 40. 8 characters, 32 coins. Kuhai County, the residence of the magistrate. After Lu Jinshi's death, the grand estate he had constructed was seized by Chun Xiong, who replaced the sign with Chun Mansion. However, Chun Xiong appeared to possess little desire for ownership, as he made no alterations to the interior, even retaining the servants who had once attended Lu Jinshi. He delayed the resolution of Lu Jinshi's case due to the unsettling disappearance of a vial of poison, convinced that its absence would ultimately lead to significant trouble. As the evening sun cast its golden rays across the land, Chun Xiong remained in his study, where the dim light illuminated the ink stains on his desk, reflecting a radiant glow. Before him lay a copy of On Governance, penned by the esteemed scholar Wang Shenghai of the state of Qi, a culmination of 60 years of dedication. Wang Shenghai held a unique position in the history of Qi, emerging from the renowned Langan Pavilion. Yet he had never engaged in cultivation, dedicating his efforts solely to governance and the welfare of the people. Upon his passing 6 years ago, even the indulgent Qi king abstained from wine and music for 3 days and mourning, posthumously conferring an honorific title and interring him at the foot of the royal mausoleum. In recent years, Langan Pavilion had tightened its admission standards, making it increasingly difficult for outsiders to gain entry. For any aspiring scholar, mastering on governance was a fundamental prerequisite. As the highest Confucian sanctuary in Qi, Langan Pavilion served as a swift passage into the bureaucratic system, providing the only opportunity for commoners to ascend in social standing. Chun Xiong yearned for a chance to enter Langan Pavilion, driven by the desire to reclaim what his family had lost. Gaining admission was undoubtedly the fastest, most reliable, and most feasible path. He found himself lost in contemplation over the characters on the page until the darkness of night enveloped the room, at which point the study door creaked open. Chun Xiong's gaze returned from distant memories, and he confirmed that the figure at the door was Wu Xie. Among the guards Wu Xie brought, he was the only one Chun Xiong permitted to enter without knocking. "Have you gathered any information?" Chun Xiong inquired. Wu Xie stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "I distributed 500 taels of silver today, but there are no leads as of yet. If any information surfaces, it should materialize within 3 days." He paused, a hint of curiosity in his tone. In such a remote place as Kuhai County, it is no trivial matter for a scholar to gain admission to Langan Pavilion. Moreover, this individual was dismissed from Langan Pavilion last year for misconduct, quite an unprecedented event. One would expect considerable uproar. However, during my inquiries today, not a single person in Kuhai County seemed aware of this incident. It is indeed peculiar. As he spoke, He produced a fire starter to ignite the candles and oil lamps in the room. Chen Xiong pondered for a moment, articulating his thoughts. A person capable of gaining entry to Langan Pavilion would undoubtedly understand the rules. This situation is far more intricate than it appears. If he truly committed a grave offense, the pavilion would not simply allow him to return home. There are countless secrets within, and it would be impossible for him to leave at will. Furthermore, I have asked the elders in my family to utilize some connections left by my grandfather to investigate. We have found almost no information about the scholar who was sent back from Langan Pavilion. This is exceedingly unusual. Regardless, he has returned. Kuhai County is not vast. With a thorough investigation, we will surely locate him. At that point, I shall ascertain last year's examination questions and the relevant assessments of Langan Pavilion. Once I successfully enter the pavilion, he spoke with a fleeting smile that vanished as quickly as the flickering candlelight. In the county town at the southern gate, Wen Chao Sheng had survived a few days on his meager funds, purchasing a roasted goose and dragging some firewood towards the entrance. The guards on duty had long since left, and although the snow was light, the biting cold was pervasive and difficult to endure. Yet he was not alone. A frail figure stood by the city gate, burdened with a worn redwood box and holding a flickering lantern that swayed precariously in the snow. This individual was Chung Feng, who had agreed to meet Wen Chao Sheng to settle the firewood payment. True to his word, he remained, enduring the penetrating chill while waiting. As Wen Chao Sheng approached with a firewood cart, he breathed out clouds of vapor. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I had a drink during the day and lost track of time. Here, let me compensate you with some firewood. I cannot let you wait in vain. Chung Feng trembled against the cold wind, his once sallow face now ghostly pale. He glanced at the firewood Wen Chao Sheng brought, accepted it without refusal, and first handed over a pouch of coins before untying the cord of the wooden box. From within, he produced a neatly rolled piece of paper and presented it to Wen Chao Sheng. 8 characters, worth 32 coins. Wen Chao Sheng, shielding himself from the wind, turned the paper over and read the inscription, a single word of forgetting one's homeland, a century of human existence. Beautiful script, he exclaimed, raising his eyebrows in genuine admiration. The written characters were identical to those of his previous life. Wen Chao Sheng considered himself a skilled calligrapher. Yet upon witnessing Chung Feng's strokes, sharp as a sword, unsheathed, flowing like clouds, he realized the elegance of the work. The characters exuded a unique charm. The former displayed resolute strength yet felt confined, as if trapped in a cage, while the latter flowed freely, unrestrained and natural. Your calligraphy is truly transcendent. If you were to venture into the royal city, you would undoubtedly be hailed as a master. Why then do you languish in this impoverished place? Chung Feng silently secured the firewood with the rope Wen Chao Sheng had provided, and with a note of self-deprecation, he replied, I would rather my calligraphy not be so exceptional. Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback, sensing a story behind Chung Feng's words. Why do you say that? Chung Feng tilted his head, his cracked lips parting. Do you wish to know why? Wen Chao Sheng nodded. I do. Chung Feng's tone, initially laced with sarcasm and resentment, softened under Wen Chao Sheng's sincere gaze, and he pointed to the paper. Everything you wish to know is contained within these 8 characters. Thank you for the firewood. With that, he dragged the firewood cart, struggling to make his way into the county town. Wen Chao Sheng watched Chung Feng's diminishing silhouette, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as he departed with the roasted goose towards the outskirts of the county. Chapter 41. A letter not sent by him, but for the old man from last night. Wen Chao Sheng likely would not have chosen to leave the county town at this hour. The county town abides by its own rules. Lu Jinshe, despite his position, could not dare to act on what he truly desired, and it was unlikely that Chun Xiong would take such risks either. If a county magistrate could recklessly take lives, he would not need to spend so much money in secret to maintain the services of underworld thugs to do his dirty work. However, the safety of the county town during the day does not guarantee safety at night. Many witnessed Wen Chao Sheng's face last night, saw him carrying the gravely injured Shui, which posed a significant problem for him. After all, the land of Qi is vast, but Kuhai County is quite small. Fortunately, those who saw Wen Chao Sheng's face last night have likely had their bodies disposed of by now, As long as he does not carry a shuai with him, he should not face much trouble. He had even meticulously wiped his fingerprints off the military crossbow used last night. No matter how the investigation unfolds, it would not lead back to him. At this moment, with 2 hours remaining until curfew, Wen Chao Sheng had ample time for a round trip. Carrying the already cold and stiff roast goose, he arrived at Zhang the hunter's wooden cabin. Knocking on the door, he heard a rustling sound from within. Moments later, an elderly woman opened the door. Surprised, Wen Chao Sheng asked Aunt Mi, "Is old Zhang not back yet?" Seeing Wen Chao Sheng, Aunt Mi beamed and welcomed him inside. Despite the small cabin being blanketed in snow, the presence of a stove kept the room warm. Wen Chao Sheng turned to close the door against the biting wind and snow, helping the frail Aunt Mi to her bed. "Chao Sheng, Aunt Mi began, her excitement rendering her speechless, her face slightly flushed, her words caught in her throat. Observing her state, Wen Chao Sheng moved to the stove to tend to the fire while smiling at her. "I've been well, Aunt Mi. A new county magistrate has taken office, and I've obtained my identity as a Qi citizen. I've even found a decent job." Upon hearing this, Aunt Mi gently patted her chest and nodded. "That's good, that's good. I heard old Zhang mentioning it before, and I was so worried. Thankfully, the new magistrate seems to be a good person. You must live well in the county town. Do not associate with ill-suited companions. Chao Sheng, let me tell you, you're still young. As long as you work diligently, I'm certain that a bright future awaits you." Wen Chao Sheng merely smiled in response, offering no further comment. Aunt Mi gazed into his eyes, lost in thought, murmuring, "It's a pity that my son, had he not gone to war, would be of your age now. It's been 7 years since he last returned home." At her words, Wen Chao Sheng paused in his task of tending to the fire and turned to Aunt Mi. "Aunt Mi, is the military in Qi that strictly controlled? Not even able to return home for the new year?" Aunt Mi shook her head. "With thousands of miles to traverse, it's not as simple as just returning. Old Zhang and I have grown old, and we no longer harbor such hopes. As long as he is alive, that is what matters most." Wen Chao Sheng concurred, "Indeed, Aunt Mi, the realm has enjoyed peace for 500 years, with no wars. The frontiers are only disturbed by some nomads or bandits, posing no significant threat to the soldiers." His words were merely a comfort to Aunt Mi, as he was well aware that despite the absence of conflict among great nations, the world was far from the peace one might imagine. Beyond the 4 kingdoms of Yan, Chun, Zhao, and Qi, numerous smaller states and principalities surrounded them, creating a complex web of interests that facilitated collusion among underworld forces. Bands of marauders and brigands frequently harassed the borders, committing acts of arson and robbery. Fortunately, the southern plains of Kuhai County were inhospitable to human life. Otherwise, Wen Chao Sheng would have found no means of survival over the past 3 years. Hearing Wen Chao Sheng's reassurances, Aunt Mi's wrinkles softened, and she smiled, saying, "That's true. Our Long Gong had a wild strength when he was young and was always getting into fights. Old Zhang beat him a few times, but he never listened. Who would have thought that after joining the army, he would be honed into a fine scholar, and his letters have only improved over the years." As she spoke, her hand reached beneath her pillow, and she produced several letters. Though slightly crumpled, they were overall well-preserved. "I have to take these out every month to warm them by the stove to prevent them from getting moldy." She held the neatly organized letters close to her chest, her voice brimming with pride. "Let old Zhang see. Our Long Gong has made something of himself. Otherwise, every time I mention him, he makes that disdainful face. Humph, that old man. Does he think I don't understand him? If the boy were to come back, I know no one would be happier than he. Ah, Chao Sheng, you can read. Come, take a look at the letter Long Gong wrote." Wen Chao Sheng acknowledged her request, stepping forward to take the envelope from Aunt Mi's hands. As he unfolded the letter within and scanned its contents, his expression gradually stiffened, perhaps due to the dim light in the room. Aunt Mi did not notice the subtle change in his demeanor and continued to ramble on about her son's past experiences in the military. Indeed, that young man possessed considerable talent in calligraphy, and with his naturally keen eyes, Wen Chao Sheng immediately discerned the refined elegance interwoven within the words of the letter. Such artistry, however, was not befitting of a soldier. There was no sharpness, no aura of combat, no hint of aggression. Instead, it was merely a fade of indifference. A series of cold, emotionless lines. In other words, this was certainly not a letter sent by Aunt Mi's son, Zhang Changgong. Chapter 42. A letter carried by the snowy wind. Wen Chao Sheng was almost unequivocally certain of this, for Qi differed from the other three kingdoms. Even a commoner like Wen Chao Sheng, who hailed from a remote county, knew that those who enlisted in Qi's army were first given basic education by scholars from Language Pavilion, teaching them simple texts for future military needs and daily use. Therefore, any soldier in Qi's army for over a year could read and write. If they truly needed to correspond with their families, they would not seek a scribe. It was for this reason that when Chao Sheng was so sure the letter in Mi Fang's hands was not written by her son, Zhang Changgong. This was not an isolated incident. When Chao Sheng immediately thought of Ashui, who had received false letters from her parents for years, only to discover upon her return that they had died long ago. This revelation became her inner demon. From these fake letters, Wen Chao Sheng discerned a sense of danger. Ashui was exceptionally powerful. Wen Chao Sheng, though not deeply involved in the martial world, could see that if Ashui were not injured, she would be a formidable figure in the Four Kingdoms. It was understandable that someone would use her parents to control her. But what about Zhang Hunter and his wife? They were ordinary people, without wealth or influence. Even if they suffered injustice, they would likely endure it silently. Why go to such lengths to deceive them? Did Zhang Hunter and his wife have some hidden identity? Wen Chao Sheng found this possibility unlikely. The early winter snow in Kuhai County had nearly killed him and pushed Zhang Hunter and Mi Fang to the brink. If Zhang Hunter were a hidden master, he could live in seclusion, but only to live a simple life, not a miserable one. If all hidden masters had to live like stray dogs, few would choose to live in seclusion. After all, masters were weary of conflict, not masochists. As Wen Chao Sheng stared at the letter, lost in thought, the wooden door suddenly opened. Both of them stopped what they were doing and looked toward the entrance. Zhang Hunter was carrying a snakeskin bag, likely containing frogs or something similar, but the bag was deflated. Judging by the numbness on Zhang Hunter's face, Wen Chao Sheng guessed that he had not had much luck that day, which was not surprising. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to find frogs after digging for them for 3 years. Seeing Wen Chao Sheng, Zhang Hunter was surprised. He then saw the letter in Wen Chao Sheng's hand, hesitated for a moment, and entered, sitting by the stove. He took out 2 frogs from the snakeskin bag and began preparing porridge without resting. All you do is stare at these useless things. What's the point of writing so many letters? It's been years, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. Zhang Hunter grumbled. Mi Fang clutched the letters as if they were treasures, glaring at him. You're a jinx. You never say anything good. If something happened to Changgong, would we receive his letters every year? If Changgong achieves merit and gains official rank, wouldn't that bring honor to our family? And the fact that Changgong hasn't returned home from the border for so long shows what? It shows that our Changgong is capable and indispensable to the border. Faced with Mi Fang's fierce rebuttal, Zhang Hunter hung his head and rinsed rice with melted snow, saying nothing. Wen Chao Sheng, seeing Mi Fang's unwavering faith, hesitated before adding, Changgong's handwriting has indeed improved. Old Zhang, I brought you roast goose. It's cold, but it can be steamed. Zhang Hunter glanced at the roast goose Wen Chao Sheng had placed aside and suddenly asked, Do you have a house? Wen Chao Sheng replied, I have a place to stay. They exchanged glances. Zhang Hunter put down his work and went to the bedside, retrieving an iron key hidden under the bed leg, and handed it to Wen Chao Sheng. No one lives in our old place. It's not big, but it is everything you need. If you can't find it, go to the West Vegetable Market in the county. The butchers there all know me. Tell them, and they'll tell you where I live. Wen Chao Sheng accepted the key without refusal, thanked Zhang Hunter, and got up to leave. He did not really need the key, but he knew that if he did not accept it, Zhang Hunter would have difficulty eating the roast goose he had brought. For someone like Zhang Hunter, charity was the greatest insult. Won't you eat something? Zhang Hunter asked Wen Chao Sheng, who was about to leave. The latter opened the wooden door, half of his body already submerged in the snow. No, I ate something in the afternoon when I came. The snow might get heavier tonight, so I need to go back early. You should rest early. Oh, right. Aunt Mi, can I borrow this letter for a few days? Changgong's handwriting is really beautiful, and I want to practice calligraphy by imitating it. I'll return it to you another day. Hearing her son praised, Mi Fang smiled so widely that her mouth almost could not close. She said happily, "No problem, Chao Sheng, take it in practice. I have others here. If you need them, come to me anytime." She glanced sideways at the silent Zhang Hunter and said, "See, I remember Chao Sheng's handwriting was also beautiful. If he says it's good, it must be really good." Zhang Hunter seemed exhausted from the wind and snow today and did not have the energy to argue. He did not reply. Wen Chao Sheng thanked them, closed the door, and disappeared into the snow. After he left, Zhang Hunter, facing the stove, had a wooden expression. The firelight reflected on his face seemed to reveal his complex emotions. Listening to his wife, tidying up the letters, and muttering to herself. He hid the sorrow that almost surfaced in his eyes, which were filled with wind and frost. Clang! He threw in another piece of firewood, and the fire blazed brightly, instantly burning away all the emotions in his eyes. "We can't finish the goose in one meal. I'll go cut half of it," he said to his wife. Chapter 43. Hidden secrets after departing from the Hunter Zhang's abode. Wen Chao Sheng trudged through the deep snow, clutching the letter in his trembling hands. It was not the cold that caused his shivers. The first time he visited Lu Zhiming's residence, Madame Lu had provided him with thick garments that, though ill-fitting, were sufficient to ward off the chill. The tremors in his hands stemmed from fear. He pondered deeply, sensing that the letter he held might be entangled with a matter of great significance, one that reverberated from the highest echelons of power to the common folk. Amidst the swirling snow and biting wind, two memories flickered in his mind, those of a Shui and Cheng Feng. He found himself grappling with a haunting question. How could he have received letters from his deceased parents for the past 5 years, all assuring him of their well-being? You possess an extraordinary talent for calligraphy. Were you to venture into the royal city, you would surely be celebrated as a master. Why then? Do you languish in this impoverished corner? I would rather not write so exquisitely. Do you wish to know why? It is all encapsulated in these 8 words. These dialogues lingered in Wen Chao Sheng's thoughts, and he did not wait to return to the county town at the southern gate. He withdrew the characters given to him by Cheng Feng. Forget the homeland, 100 years in the mortal realm. A word for 100 years. What secrets lie within? In the snow, Wen Chao Sheng stared at these 8 characters for an extended moment, until the twilight enveloped the snow, leaving him frozen. Finally, he regained his composure, pocketed the letter, and plunged into the county town, making his way to the small courtyard next to Lu Zhiming's. Lu Zhiming informed Wen Chao Sheng that the adjoining courtyard belonged to Fan Yue, the ancestral property of the dogmaster. Even after Fan's departure, Lu Zhiming continued to pay the relevant land taxes annually, ensuring that the property remained unseized by the authorities. If Wen Chao Sheng wished, he could find an empty room there to reside in. Regarding Fan Yue's mother, she had passed away the year he went missing, and it was Lu Zhiming who assisted in her burial. Upon entering the courtyard, Wen Chao Sheng immediately spotted the dog master resting beneath the eaves of the plush doghouse. After Fan Yue ventured into the mountains and never returned, the black dog ceased to enter his home. One winter morning, when the dog master failed to appear at his doorstep for food, Lu Zhiming went next door and found the black dog nearly frozen to death under the eaves. Fortunately, it was rescued in the nick of time, though much of its fur had been frostbitten, leaving it looking quite pitiful. Consequently, Lu Zhiming arranged for a cozy doghouse to shield the black dog from the elements, placing it at the entrance of Fan Yue's residence. Upon noticing someone enter, the dog master lifted his head. But once he recognized Wen Chao Sheng, he settled back down, burying his head into the warmth of the doghouse. Wen Chao Sheng secured the courtyard door and approached an empty side room, where a lamp flickered dimly behind the papered window. Assuming Lu Zhiming had left the light on for him, he pushed the door open, only to find a Shui sitting by the bedside, tending to the fire in the brazier, warmth radiating from it. "What have you been up to?" a Shui inquired casually. Wen Chao Sheng glanced at her, turned to close the door, and paced the room twice, his voice trembling as he spoke. "A Shui, may I ask you, were you ever a soldier?" The movement of the fire poker halted, and a Shui raised her gaze slightly, her eyes rippling like a disturbed lake. Yet, at the moment their eyes met, she averted her gaze lazily and asked, "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Wen Chao Sheng rummaged through his pocket, producing the letter he had received from Mi Feng, which he handed to a Shui. She shifted slightly, utilizing the glow from the brazier to examine its contents. After a moment, she remarked, "A letter from a soldier to his parents. Merely simple greetings. I see nothing unusual." How does this relate to your earlier question? Wen Chao Sheng fixed his gaze on Shui. "You truly see nothing amiss?" With a roll of her eyes, she replied, "Are you going to explain? Or shall I retire for the night?" Resigned, Wen Chao Sheng approached Shui, pointing at the script. The author of this letter ought to be a soldier. Yet the handwriting is far from what one would expect from a soldier. Even if some individuals possess naturally elegant penmanship, the air of privilege and the scholarly essence conveyed within these strokes cannot be feigned. Thus, this letter, like those purportedly from my parents, is but a forgery. Upon mentioning her own parents, Shui's expression subtly shifted. She scrutinized the letter once more, and under Wen Chao Sheng's guidance, she indeed began to perceive the subtleties. "Is there more?" she inquired. Wen Chao Sheng continued, "I know not. I previously encountered someone with exceptional calligraphy skills, yet he remained obscure, not profiting from it, even selling a character for 4 coins. Pausing for effect, he added, "I understand that for ordinary folk, 4 coins for a single character is exorbitant, considering the effort and energy required to write. However, you must trust my judgment. I am quite knowledgeable about calligraphy." Although he appeared forlorn, he undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a master. Were he to venture into any prosperous city in Qi, he would certainly achieve renown. A character worth 1,000 coins is no idle, saying in a society that reveres scholars. Shui shot him a sidelong glance. "Aren't you a vagrant? How do you know so much?" Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "I may be a vagrant, but I am neither deaf nor blind." Returning to that individual, he seemed ensnared by certain troubles, previously stating he would rather not write so well. To be honest, since my return, his words have echoed in my mind, and I cannot fathom why. I have an inkling that many peculiar occurrences of late are intricately intertwined. Chapter 44. Ways to earn extra income by the fire pit. Shui's visage seemed to be ablaze. Her gaze, emanating from the depths of her eyes, was whisked away by the flames to distant memories, to the city bearing the surname Feng, to an inferno that could never be extinguished. Turning her head, she contemplated sharing those unbearable memories with Wen Chao Sheng. Yet the countless eyes of the deceased in the fire, along with the swords buried beneath the corpses and ruins, compelled Shui to swallow her words. The city had already witnessed enough death. There was no need for another soul to perish. "Let be." She lowered her head, her tone complex, murmuring, "Perhaps you are overthinking. Kuhai County is filled with inconsequential people. Any connections are likely mere coincidences. In this vast world, where do so many conspiracy theories arise?" Wen Chao Sheng chuckled, and Shui shot him a sidelong glance, coldly inquiring, "What are you laughing at?" With one hand resting on his knee, Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Did you not notice the fire in your eyes just now?" Shui's brows slightly knitted together, a subtle crease forming at her brow. "What fire?" Wen Chao Sheng, "A great fire. You wish to speak, but hesitate. Allow me to articulate your thoughts." I contemplated for a moment, whether it be the false letters you received or those received by Zhang the Hunter, they likely share a common thread. To ascertain whether a hidden hand is orchestrating all of this is quite simple. We merely need to locate other military families, or perhaps think back to when you departed Kuhai County. Did you have friends accompanying you? Their families should still reside in Kuhai County. If we find these individuals, we may confirm my suspicions. Shui fixed her gaze on Wen Chao Sheng, her eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. After a prolonged silence, she remarked, "Consider this carefully. You may uncover something, igniting remnants of ashes that could very well engulf you in flames." Wen Chao Sheng retorted without hesitation, "So you should focus on recovering. When you're well, you'll be able to protect me." Shui's right brow arched slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "You, a grown man, expect me, a woman, to protect you? Isn't that rather shameful?" Wen Chao Sheng sighed. "You've seen my current plight. Shame is preferable to death. Moreover, unlike Mr. L, who has shown me immense kindness without any debt, I naturally wish to live with dignity before him. As for you, you owe me a life and a jug of wine. Thus it is only fitting that you protect me. Should the day come when you stand in my way, I would feel no shame whatsoever. Upon hearing this, a Shui scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng intently, her astonishment evident in her gaze. I presume that your survival as a refugee outside Kuhai County for 3 years indicated some extraordinary qualities, at least some unique skills. Yet, it appears your exceptional trait is your utter shamelessness. Wen Chao Sheng raised his hands in surrender. So you have finally recognized my shamelessness? I thought you had discovered it long ago, as such a trait is difficult to conceal. A Shui regarded him in silence before stating, "Tomorrow, I shall provide you with 3 addresses. You may visit them. Many years have passed, and I cannot ascertain if those places are still inhabited, or if the inhabitants are the same as before. When you return, remember to bring 2 jugs of wine. No, 3 jugs? I could drink 2 by myself, preferred from that same establishment." Wen Chao Sheng pulled out the copper coins from his possession, counted them carefully, then frowned. "Shouldn't it be you treating me to drinks?" A Shui lazily replied, "Sure, you give me the money, and I'll treat you." Wen Chao Sheng counted the coins twice, then resolutely pocketed them, shaking his head. "You expect me to spend my money to treat myself? How shameless!" A Shui beamed. "In the company of a shameless person, I too must become rather shameless, lest I miss out on benefits." Wen Chao Sheng gazed at a Shui, delving into the depths of his thoughts, and began to expound upon a moral lesson, attempting to persuade her. As the saying goes, wine is a poison that seeps through the intestines, and beauty is akin to a steel blade that scrapes the bones. Given your injuries, excessive drinking will hinder your recovery. A Shui interrupted, "No matter, I shall drink the poison regardless." Wen Chao Sheng was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling the time in the dilapidated temple when a Shui, this fierce woman, had indeed consumed half a bottle of poison. After a prolonged silence, Wen Chao Sheng's voice bore a hint of wistful lament. "Buy 2 bottles. I shan't drink. They are all for you. At the rate you consume, when shall I afford a house?" A Shui playfully smacked Wen Chao Sheng's shoulder, squinting her eyes. "A house? Why such bleak thinking? Save that money for wine and meat. How delightful!" Wen Chao Sheng ignored her, mumbling to himself, 51 a day is surely insufficient. Fortunately, I've chopped so much firewood. If Mr. L has no use for it, I can seek someone to sell it to for some extra income. My health has improved compared to before. Once I'm master chopping wood, I could save half the time daily and seek other work in the county. Listening to him ramble, a Shui felt overwhelmed and proposed a clever idea. "Did you not claim to have a profound understanding of calligraphy? You could sell your writings at brothels. Many nobles enjoy showcasing their scholarly flair. If your writing is truly commendable, perhaps a noble will take notice, and money will flow in." Wen Chao Sheng halted, first tilting his head to regard a Shui, then shaking his head. "No, that won't do. I have knowledge of calligraphy, yet I lack the refinement to enter the halls of true artistry. My strokes may appear pleasing, but they lack the spirit and essence. Those who genuinely appreciate art often seek the inner charm. I am but a dilettante." A Shui scoffed. "In a remote place like Kuhai County, how many true connoisseurs of art exist? You are overthinking it. Tomorrow, if you have time, consider giving it a try. If you earn money, I shall take none. Simply treat me to more wine." Chapter 45. Zhu Baiyu in the quiet of night, when Chao Sheng lay upon the bed, while Ashui continued to rest beside it, leaning against the edge and the fire basin. She informed Wen Chao Sheng that she was unaccustomed to sleeping on a bed, a habit formed over many years. Having known each other for some time, Wen Chao Sheng had come to understand Ashui's nature and refrained from persuading her otherwise, contentedly lying down. Though the bed was firm, it was certainly more comfortable than the floor of a dilapidated temple, and soon enough he drifted into a deep slumber. In the adjoining courtyard, Lady Lu stood under the moonlight, gazing thoughtfully at the loquat tree, her eyes filled with distant contemplation. What prompted such nostalgia in the stillness of night? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jiming had appeared silently behind her, his thin garment fluttering in the cold wind. Startled, Lady Lu turned to see a streak of white at his temples, which she initially believed to be newly sprouted gray hair. Tenderly, she reached out to touch it, only to discover it was merely snow. A pang of reluctance filled her. With a soft sigh, after much hesitation, she recounted to him the circumstances of Ma Huan's search for her. Lady Lu wore an expression of guilt, the vows of their marriage echoing in her mind from 3 decades prior. She had promised Lu Jiming that she would not involve herself in any matters of the martial world after their union. Yet now, she found herself poised to break that promise. After sharing these thoughts, she braced herself for her husband's reproach, but to her surprise, Lu Jiming merely gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze and spoke softly. Since it is an old friend seeking your help, then assist him. It is merely a simple matter of repaying a favor. What is there to be embarrassed about? Lady Lu raised her gaze, her expression a complex mix as she regarded Lu Jiming, her lips tinged with bitterness. I once promised you. She spoke each word with heavy regret. Yet her sentence was cut short by Lu Jiming's tender voice. I have forgotten. Su Yixian was taken aback. After a moment, she heard Lu Jiming continue. I am not a deity. 30 years is a long span of time, and how could I possibly remember everything? The world is vast. If you feel weary, it would do you good to wander a bit. Staying in one place for too long can be stifling. Under the swirling snow, she suddenly embraced him tightly, and after a while, he exhaled gently, causing the snowflakes atop her head to drift away. Let us return to rest, my dear. The snow is growing heavier. In the northern part of the county town, at Xinguang Mountain, a figure clad in white night attire and a conical hat moved like a wraith, swiftly carrying a corpse through the darkness, faster than a bird in flight, nearly imperceptible. Eventually, he reached a makeshift tavern nestled deep in the snow-covered mountains, where lights flickered brightly and the sounds of clinking wine cups echoed faintly. The man in the conical hat slowed his pace as he approached the door. Instantly, the sounds of revelry inside ceased, enveloping the place in a profound silence. He knocked gently and announced, Zhu Laoda, the body of 15 has been found. He was killed in a single strike. A lazy voice emerged from within. Have you brought back the body? The man replied, I have. The one who buried him was not particularly skilled, and with the recent snowfall not as heavy as before, it was not difficult to locate. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a young man with a handsome face. His complexion flushed as if he had indulged in wine. His attire was distinct from that of the man outside. He wore a wide-sleeved white brocade robe adorned with the unique dragon pattern of the Qi royal family, exuding an air of authority with every gesture. This individual was Zhu Baiyu, one of the 3 esteemed leaders of the White Dragon Guard, known for his elusive nature, seldom revealing himself in the martial world. Few had seen his face or comprehended the depths of his martial prowess. It was known only that he was a master of concealed weapons and poisons, with the 3-inch immortal in his sleeve having claimed the lives of countless nefarious characters. These villains, renowned for their formidable skills, roamed the martial world unchecked, only to meet their demise unexpectedly at the hands of this reaper. Zhu Baiyu shook his sleeve, his right thumbnail lightly brushing his brow as he attempted to gather himself, his tone still laced with intoxication. 13. Come, let us examine the corpse. The man known as 13 positioned the already frozen body before Zhu Baiyu. The latter knelt down, scrutinizing the corpse, his fingers tracing the diagonal gash that cleaved down from the neck. At that moment, a masked figure in white appeared behind him, petite in stature, yet despite the presence of an Adam-esque apple, her voice was alluringly feminine. Tiska tiska, to be so mangled, what immense resentment must have led to this? 13 remarked. 15 was skilled, ranking the middle tier within the dragon's roar realm, proficient with the sword. For him to be reduced to this state. Zhu Laoda, who is that woman from Wen City? Zhu Baiyu stroked his chin, a rare chill entering his voice. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Her affairs are complicated, very complicated. As for resentment, can one emerge alive from that city without harboring immense bitterness? News from Wen City remained tightly sealed, and even the higher-ups were unusually solemn. General Long Buf had been stirred into action, as the incident was rumored to involve an extraordinary royal entity. Until the situation was clarified, interactions with the Zhao royal family would have to be postponed. 15 was ambitious, seeking quick gains. I had warned him against it. Yet he did not heed my counsel. She is not a bloodthirsty individual. 15's current state must have stemmed from something he said that crossed the line. A figure in white behind Zhu Baiyu extended delicate hands to massage his shoulders, softly suggesting, "Perhaps I should speak with her. My words are sweet, and I would not provoke her." Zhu Baiyu chuckled. "Little seven, even with your sweet tongue, it cannot withstand the swiftness of her blade. Let us refrain from disturbing her for now. Our primary objective is to investigate the matter concerning Lu Jinshe. We received intelligence indicating that 2 months ago, a letter was dispatched from Kuhai County to the Zhao Kingdom, requiring official seals and document from at least a county magistrate of Qi to cross the borders. Initially, I intended to consult Lu Jinshe regarding this, but alas, he passed before I could reach him. To claim this matter is without intrigue would be naive." Little Seven's eyes narrowed playfully, a hint of menace creeping into her soft voice. In such a desolate borderland as Kuhai County, even desperate fugitives typically avoid it. Yet now, so many masters of the river of forgetting have emerged. And that Chunxiong, I investigated recently. He possesses no prior achievements in governance, nor has he passed any examinations, yet suddenly receives an official decree appointing him as county magistrate. Truly, it is rather intriguing. Chapter 46. Cultivation Realms in the State of Qi. Those who are able to hold official positions either pass the rigorous examinations of the Langan Pavilion and are subsequently recommended by it, or they come from families with a lineage of governance, having been selected by their predecessors to commence their careers from modest beginnings. Consequently, attaining an official rank in Qi proves to be an arduous endeavor for many. While numerous individuals may have made a name for themselves in the martial world, achieving great fame and accumulating wealth, without proper connections, they ultimately find themselves relegated to the status of outsiders, unable to attain even a position as a county magistrate. Though the role of a county magistrate is minor, it serves as a rare pathway for promotion. Should one achieve notable accomplishments, they may attract the attention of the dignitaries in the royal capital of Qi, leading to appointments in prosperous cities, thereby gradually increasing their influence and power. Official positions symbolize the radiance of royal authority in Qi. Hence, those dignitaries in the royal capital may remain indifferent, even oblivious, to the identity of Lu Jinshe. Even if Lu Jinshe engages in corruption or petty schemes on the fringes, as long as his actions do not exceed certain bounds, they might turn a blind eye to his misdeeds. However, should Lu Jinshe meet his demise, the situation escalates significantly. Those who disregard his life might still take offense to the implications of their own reputation. After Xiaoqi narrated the unusual ascent of Chunxiong, Zhu Baiyu lightly shook his sleeve and produced a flask of wine, pouring it gently over the faces of the 15 corpses. His breath laced with inebriation. This is precisely why this matter is so precarious. The ability to casually place an outsider into the bureaucratic machine of Qi, without even a record of it being posted at Langan Pavilion, underscores the level of power held by the individual who appointed Chunxiong as the county magistrate of Kuhai. It can only be attributed to those 3 generals and 5 dignitaries. General Longbu Fei can be ruled out of this affair, but the rest. As Zhu Baiyu spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly intoxicated. He pinched his brow, his expression contorted with worry. Behind him, Xiaoqi gently massaged his shoulder, whispering, "The White Dragon Guard cannot investigate every matter, especially those concerning the royal family. 6 years ago, the esteemed Di Jiaodo, who was on the brink of ascension, ultimately met a tragic end. Zhu Laoda, if this proves too daunting, perhaps you should leave the aftermath of your investigation to those above us. Furthermore, if we force our way into the city, we may encounter significant friction with Wang Chuan." After a prolonged silence, a faint sigh emerged from the swirling snow. Zhu Baiyu rose, resting one hand on Xiaoqi's shoulder as the latter assisted him into the inn. "I am weary, Shi-san. Please see to the burial of the 15th. After all this time, despite his disobedience, he has not wronged me. It would be unseemly to leave him unburied." After several days, Wen Chao Sheng's speed in chopping would nearly doubled. In pursuit of uncovering the truth behind the forged letter, he devoted himself to his task, striving to recapture the sensation he felt during his initial strike in that fateful night of snow. The cedar wood was dense, but if he could split it accurately with each swing, he would save considerable time. This search proved fruitful as he concentrated, Each stroke of the axe drew him closer to that elusive feeling. After thousands of strikes, his breath quickened while his mind grew increasingly tranquil. The quieter his heart became, the less he perceived visually, but the more he sensed. When fatigue set in, he would retire to the courtyard for tea, engage in chess with El Jiming, and admire the loquat tree. Lost in thought, El Jiming inquired what he saw within the tree. "Is it still the sword?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Not quite. Beyond the flashes of blades, I seemed to glimpse a young lad seated beneath the tree." El Jiming erupted into laughter, and once he regained his composure, he remarked that Wen Chao Sheng must be experiencing illusions from his tea, or perhaps he possessed a natural aptitude for cultivation. "I have heard that a millennium ago, during the spring and autumn period, a Taoist ancestor dreamed of butterflies. Whenever he entered a meditative state, extraordinary phenomena would unfold around him, with countless vibrant butterflies swirling into a rainbow bridge. Those who crossed it would be free from ailments and blessed abundantly." Such tales have evolved into numerous versions over time, and their authenticity remains uncertain. Wen Chao Sheng cast him a sincere glance and said, "Mr. L, I wish to consult you on a matter." El Jiming took a sip of tea, clicking his tongue. "Is it about cultivation?" Wen Chao Sheng's eyes gleamed. "Mr. L, can you read minds?" El Jiming waved his hand dismissively. "Mind reading? Such supernatural abilities do not exist. If they did, the high officials of Qi would be trembling in fear, given the countless misdeeds they have committed throughout their lives. You live without worry, your thoughts not preoccupied with such matters. You seek me for insights on cultivation." Wen Chao Sheng coughed lightly and stated, "Mr. L, your perception is astute. While I have become quite adept at chopping wood, I have yet to truly enter the realm of cultivation and remain ignorant of many aspects, such as the different realms or how to discern the strength of adversaries." El Jiming reflected carefully, a hint of regret in his tone. "It has been 30 years since I last practiced swordsmanship, and I have not engaged with the affairs of the martial world during that time. My days have been filled with tea, strolls, and tending to flowers. Your sudden inquiries have left me somewhat bewildered. Let me think. If I recall correctly, the martial practitioners of the world categorize cultivation into 5 realms. Upon entering cultivation, one undergoes physical refinement through external and internal skills, allowing the consciousness to mobilize the body's vital energy like a dragon. This is known as blood movement. Following blood movement, practitioners can adeptly control their vital energy, commencing the process of refining essence into energy, radiating strength throughout their limbs, striking with the force of thunder, moving with the swiftness of wind, and attaining a lightness akin to that of a bird. This stage is referred to as light swan. Next comes dragon-s roar. With robust limbs, the energy permeates inward, nourishing the organs and fortifying the body, awakening channels to become vessels of celestial and earthly essence, bestowing upon them formidable powers and abilities unknown to ordinary folk. Once the potential within the channels has been meticulously honed and returned to its essence, these individuals may appear indistinguishable from commoners, devoid of the ostentatiousness characteristic of those in the dragon-s roar realm. Yet, their bodies possess profound vitality, as solid as iron, and even seemingly fragile objects in their hands can become rare weapons. This state is termed communing with the mysterious. Beyond communing with the mysterious lies the 5th realm of cultivation, known as celestial being. Practitioners in this realm have nearly transcended the mortal coil, with every gesture and movement resonating with the essence of heaven and earth, able to shrink distances and manifest phenomena that were once mere legends, rain and wind at their command, thunder at their beckoning. Such extraordinary abilities, previously thought to exist only in myth, may very well become reality for them. Chapter 47. Wang Ku and Mr. Liu. Is there a higher realm of cultivation beyond the celestial beings? In response to Wen Chao Sheng's curious inquiry, Liu Jiming jested, "Since you cannot reach it, why bother asking so many questions?" Wen Chao Sheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat discontented, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. "I hope Mr. Liu can enlighten me. Although, as you stated, these matters are beyond a mundane person like me in this lifetime, I would still like to hear it for amusement's sake." Lu Jiming sipped his tea and casually spat the leaves beneath a loquat tree, replying softly, "There are exceedingly few masters in the realm of celestial beings in this world. 99% reside in the sacred cultivation grounds of the four kingdoms. For these individuals, earthly matters scarcely stir their hearts or minds. They remain dormant in places rich with the essence of the Tao, meticulously contemplating the grandeur of the natural universe, striving to elevate their cultivation further. The elders in the Sword Pavilion have vaguely mentioned that beyond the celestial realm, there exist stages known as confusion and freedom. Some from the Chen dynasty's Buddhist kingdom refer to freedom as dilapidated. However, those individuals are often eccentric in their martial pursuits, and their words may not be taken at face value. As for discerning another's realm, it entirely relies on experience and intuition. In the future, as you engage with more individuals, you'll be able to sense their cultivation level in relation to your own without needing to engage in combat. Wen Chao Sheng quietly committed all that they discussed today to memory. He tilted his head back and drank the hot tea, preparing to continue chopping firewood. His progress for the day was satisfactory, and he would have ample time in the afternoon to verify the matter regarding the letters using the address given to him by Ashui. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of another question. He turned to Lu Jiming and asked, "Mr. Lu, I have one more question. What is your current realm?" This question held significant importance for Wen Chao Sheng, as neither of them possessed a Dan Si, implying that the realm Lu Jiming achieved should be attainable for him as well. In response to his inquiry, Lu Jiming, seated in place, shook his head slightly. "I do not know myself." Wen Chao Sheng opened his mouth as if to ask something, but in the end, he refrained. He understood that whether Lu Jiming was deliberately concealing the truth or genuinely unaware, he would not receive the answer he sought. After finishing the remaining firewood, Wen Chao Sheng was drenched in sweat. He went to the backyard to boil a pot of hot water, took a warm bath, changed into fresh clothes, and grabbed the address Ashui had written for him before leaving Lu Jiming's residence, heading towards Baisang Street in the western part of the county. As he walked, he inquired of passers-by living nearby, ultimately arriving at the first address provided by Ashui. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the front gate of the residence was covered in decay, and the snow piled upon the walls had not been cleared. He knocked on the door and called out a few times, but there was no response from within. With no other choice, Wen Chao Sheng proceeded to the second address given by Ashui. Although there were people living there, the residents were no longer the Chui family, as mentioned by Ashui. According to the current owner, the house had changed hands twice, and the previous owner bore the surname Ya, of whom he had no knowledge of any Chui family. Wen Chao Sheng faced disappointment, leaving empty-handed. As he gazed at the distant sun, which was gradually setting, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to check the third location as well. After all, it wasn't too far from where he was, so he might as well investigate all at once. Light snow began to fall from the sky, and the wind was gentle. Wen Chao Sheng wrapped his arms around himself and quickly reached his destination. Without bothering to ascertain whether anyone resided there, he grasped the door knocker and knocked firmly. "Knock, knock, 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 knock." Wen Chao Sheng knocked several times, yet no one came to answer. Thinking the house might also be unoccupied, he turned to leave and purchase some wine. However, just as he took a couple of steps, the door of the opposite house unexpectedly swung open. A middle-aged woman in an apron emerged, carrying a basin of water. And without acknowledging Wen Chao Sheng standing nearby, she flung her arm, spilling water like a celestial maiden scattering flowers into the alley. Wen Chao Sheng hurriedly dodged and addressed the woman. "Do take care to watch where you're throwing water." The middle-aged woman shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. "Do you not have eyes? I've never seen you in this alley before. What? Are you some idle scion looking to steal something in the dead of night? If you don't leave, I'll report you." Though Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback by her tirade, he refrained from retorting. Instead, he produced the paper given to him by Ashui and said, "Please don't report me just yet. I wish to inquire about something. Is the family across the way surnamed Wang, with the name Wang Cohen?" Initially assuming Wen Chao Sheng was merely a lazy ne'er-do-well, the middle-aged woman's expression shifted from disdain to curiosity upon hearing his question. She scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Who are you?" Wen Chao Sheng's eyes sparkled as he replied, "You wouldn't recognize me. I am not from Kuhai County. I moved here not long ago. I'm looking for Wang Kun because someone has entrusted me to convey a message to him." The middle-aged woman, now wary, continued to question, "Who entrusted you?" After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng replied, "A young man. I was paid for this task, so the details must remain confidential. It's merely a small fee for my labor, please understand." Seeing his demeanor, the previously harsh middle-aged woman softened slightly, no longer as aggressive as before. Hasn't he lived here for long?" When Chao Sheng pressed on, "Then where has he gone?" The middle-aged woman shot him a glance before turning back into the house. "Wait." She left a sentence hanging, and soon enough, a voice echoed from the courtyard, "Old Wang, there's a young man outside looking for you." Before long, a man emerged, still adjusting his clothing. His face was marred with pockmarks, and his temples bore patches of gray. He appeared surprised and somewhat anxious. "Are you Wang Kun?" Wen Chao Sheng inquired uncertainly. The man nodded. "Yes, I am Wang Kun, the owner of this residence. What brings you to me?" Wen Chao Sheng fixed his gaze intently into Wang Kun's eyes and got straight to the point. "Did your son, Wang Yi, enlist in the military 17 years ago?" Upon hearing his son's name, Wang Kun froze for a moment before stepping forward and grabbing Wen Chao Sheng's arm. His emotions slightly agitated as he asked, "How do you know?" "Wang Yi." Wen Chao Sheng felt dizzy from the grip and hastily pulled away, maintaining his distance. "Wang Kun, do not be alarmed. Your son is safe." To reassure Wang Kun, he began spinning a tale. Although a flicker of guilt stirred within him, his eyes and tone remained resolute. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun gradually calmed down, patting his chest as he breathed. "As long as he is safe, that's good." "You startle me, good heavens." Wen Chao Sheng tilted his head slightly, carefully observing Wang Kun's facial expressions as he spoke. "Over the years, you must have received letters from your son, Wang Yi, correct?" Chapter 48. Alas, this seemingly casual inquiry was the very question that Wen Chao Sheng truly wished to pose. For him, the crux of the matter lay not in the individual, but in trust. Enlightened by this subtle prompt, Wang Kun, without a hint of doubt, nodded vigorously and affirmed its existence. Perhaps it was his overwhelming concern for his son's well-being that compelled him. Even before Wen Chao Sheng could utter a word, Wang Kun hastily rummaged through his pocket for the keys, opening the door and inviting him into the residence. Much like Mi Fong, Wang Kun meticulously preserved the letters sent by his child. Wen Chao Sheng extracted 3 or 5 of them, and under Wang Kun's eager questioning, he feigned nonchalance, stating that when he last saw his son, the lad bore the marks of hardship and had grown darker, yet had also become robust and brawny. Wang Kun unleashed his imagination, envisioning his long-lost child as a towering tree, a face adorned with acne, brimming with nostalgia and pride, grinning from ear to ear. Wen Chao Sheng swiftly perused the letters. Although he was not intimately acquainted with Wang Kun and lacked paternal instincts, the elder's fatherly smile intensified Wen Chao Sheng's feelings of guilt. After a brief discussion, he decided to take one of the letters with him and cautioned Wang Kun not to disclose his visit to anyone else. To which Wang Kun readily agreed. "I will return in a few days with another letter." As he departed, Wen Chao Sheng noticed the thin layer of white frost covering Wang Kun's head and inquired, "Did he send you any money? Or perhaps you sent him some?" Wang Kun nodded affirmatively. He did send some. In the earlier years, he mentioned the tense situation at the borders and requested some funds for emergencies. Later, when the situation eased, he returned a small amount, though meager. Yet for us as parents, knowing our child is safe is sufficient. As his voice faded, Wen Chao Sheng's grip on the letter tightened into a fist, and he decisively turned away. He did not wish to linger any longer. "I will return with another letter in a few days." Wang Kun acknowledged, watching as Wen Chao Sheng departed, his smile gradually fading amidst the swirling snowflakes. Wen Chao Sheng hurried back, preoccupied with thoughts, his expression somewhat frigid. As he passed through an alleyway, he suddenly halted. His gaze swept past, and amidst the snowy night, a flash of red caught his eye. It was a man clad in crimson. The distance between them was a mere 100 paces. Although Wen Chao Sheng could not discern the man's features, an instinctual clarity told him that the man was smiling at him. The moment he laid eyes on this figure, an ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be that the events of that night had been exposed? It seemed improbable. The old man had been ruthless. Wen Chao Sheng could immediately discern that he was a seasoned player in the game, one unlikely to leave behind any loose ends. Moreover, even if there were a slip, it was inconceivable that someone would seek him out. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng opted to turn away. The sense of foreboding emanating from the man in red was too intense. He had no desire to approach. However, matters were not as straightforward as he had hoped. As he turned, he beheld a slender figure in black, wielding a single-edged iron sword. The man stood alarmingly close, near enough that a single swift motion could sever Wen Chao Sheng's head from his shoulders. A visceral sense of impending doom enveloped him, and from the black-clad man's gaze, he sensed a palpable threat. "Return," the gaunt man in black intoned flatly. Wen Chao Sheng instinctively reached for the hatchet concealed at his waist, but as he moved, the sound of the razor's edge slicing through the swirling snow rang in his ears, leaving him dizzy. A chill coursed through his neck as he regained his senses, only to find the black-clad man's sword poised ominously against his throat. His pupils constricted as he comprehended the vast disparity between him and the man in black. The iron sword must have weighed at least 100 pounds, and despite the man's slight frame, he wielded it with a single hand, maneuvering it with precision. Such strength was beyond Wen Chao Sheng's capacity. "Once more, return," the black-clad man uttered, his words laced with a hint of malice. Wen Chao Sheng's gaze dropped, cautiously distancing his neck from the blade's edge, and he exhaled a plume of vapor, then turned towards the figure in red. The chill enveloped him as he racked his brain for a means of escape from his predicament. Yet in such dire circumstances, no matter how composed or unflappable he attempted to be, the outcome remained bleak. Ashui was not at his side, nor was Mr. Liu, and the old man from that night was nowhere to be found. There was no possibility of resistance. At this juncture, he could only engage in conversation, whether with man or specter. He stepped forward until he stood before the man in red, who had his hands crossed before him, a serene smile gracing his face. Appearing utterly benign. "Kianolf, stow your weapon. Why frighten the lad?" He admonished the man in black, who obediently sheathed the iron sword behind him. The man in red gestured for Wen Chao Sheng to approach. "Come closer, young man. Do not fear. I shall not harm you." Wen Chao Sheng silently took a few steps forward, and the man in red placed a warm hand upon his shoulder, an oddly comforting gesture that sent shivers down Wen Chao Sheng's spine. "Have you eaten?" In response to this warm inquiry, Wen Chao Sheng blinked and cautiously ventured, "Have you had your meal?" The man in red shook his head. "Not yet." Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Neither have I." Upon hearing this, the man paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, squeezing Wen Chao Sheng's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain and break into a nervous smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "You, my boy, possess some wit. Quite intriguing. Indeed." He reiterated this with an enigmatic smile before releasing his grip. "Come, let us dine together. At the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Have you been there before?" Wen Chao Sheng's heart stirred at the mention of the name, recalling a prior conversation with Si Xiaohong outside the county town, and he immediately shook his head. "I have not been. I lack the means." The man in red praised, "I admire your honesty, though you do not appear to be a forthright individual. My name is Lu Chuan, and you?" "Wen Chao Sheng. Whom do you serve?" Faced with this question, Wen Chao Sheng hesitated momentarily. Given his current predicament, he had no reason to withhold his response from Lu Chuan. Such a cunning smile could prove treacherous. One might appear amicable, yet a single misstep could cost a life, especially for someone as inconsequential as him. His hesitation stemmed not from contemplating deceit, but from a desire to avoid burdening Lu Jiming with any complications. Chapter 49. The pot comes. Just as Wen Chao Sheng had informed Ashui, he valued his life, but he was not afraid of death. In the past, to prevent Lu Jiming from looking down on him, Wen Chao Sheng had willingly put his life at risk to return to the dilapidated temple. Now, facing the guillotine that could fall at any moment, Wen Chao Sheng was astonished at his own ability to refrain from speaking. After a brief silence, Lu Chuan looked at Wen Chao Sheng with concern and asked, "Why are you silent? Is the wind too cold?" Wen Chao Sheng snapped back to reality, his thoughts racing. And with a slightly strained tone, he replied, "Lord Lu, you see, Isn't the dilemma of saving someone from drowning upon us? Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "What drowning dilemma?" Wen Chao Sheng explained, "It is a scenario where both your wife and your mother fall into the water, neither of whom can swim, and you can only save one. Who would you choose?" Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, ready to respond, when Wen Chao Sheng added, "Your wife is pregnant with your child." Lu Chuan's mouth fell shut, and he remained silent for a time before asking in an unusual tone, "What does this have to do with my question?" When Chao Sheng patiently clarified, "I am merely an ordinary person. No, perhaps not even that. To someone of your stature, I am akin to a stray dog that could be easily kicked aside. However, I can discern that both you and the individual beside you possess significant status, one that I cannot afford to offend. I am uncertain whether my employer has any grievances with you. If so, then I would be endangering my benefactor's life. Yet, if you ask me and I remain silent, I am certain to meet my demise. Thus, I am contemplating whether to save myself or my benefactor." Lu Chuan sighed. "Your candor has made me quite uncomfortable. I shall be forthright as well. Perhaps tonight, you may be unable to save anyone." When Chao Sheng furrowed his brow and earnestly asked, "Lord Lu, I truly do not comprehend how a mere insect like me could have provoked a being of your exalted nature." Lu Chuan pointed toward the brightly lit high-rise across the small river and chuckled, "Oh, do not rush. It's just a few steps away. Let us procure some food and discuss while we dine." Upon arriving at the Mandarin Duck Tower, the women, filled with exuberance, rushed towards Lu Chuan as if they had encountered their beloved. The air was thick with fragrance, and Lu Chuan, unfazed, jovially retrieved some coins from his pocket to disperse among them, allowing him and Wen Chao Sheng to escape amidst the throng and enter the main hall of the high-rise. Of course, not all the ladies were oblivious to Wen Chao Sheng's grave expression, but in such a place of indulgence, they refrained from inquiring about matters outside the realm of pleasure, as per the long-standing advice of Mama Song. The Mandarin Duck Tower received a multitude of patrons daily, encompassing all manner of characters. The less they knew, the safer they remained. Coming from humble beginnings without any backing, they understood that should trouble arise, no one would protect them. Inside the hall of the Mandarin Duck Tower, guests occupied various spaces, some engaging in poetry and revelry, while others conversed about business or shared idle chatter. A spot where a talented young woman should have sat as a musician was conspicuously vacant when Wen Chao Sheng entered the hall. A sense of foreboding settled within him. This night seemed particularly ill-fated. Not only was he ensnared in peril, but all avenues that might aid him in escaping his predicament appeared to have vanished. Was there truly no path to survival? Wen Chao Sheng did not know Lu Chuan and was certain they had never crossed paths before. Yet, he was acutely aware that a person like Lu Chuan, upon uncovering what he sought to know, would inevitably resort to silencing him, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chuan took a seat in a secluded corner of the hall, where they were undisturbed, ordered some food and drink, while the man in black, known as the Black Donkey, had mysteriously vanished. Wen Chao Sheng poured a drink for Lu Chuan, not out of desire to curry favor, but simply out of trepidation at allowing Lu Chuan to touch the wine jug. "Speak, Lord Lu. What brings you to seek me tonight?" Lu Chuan raised his cup, clinked it lightly against Wen Chao Sheng's, and drank deeply, then clapped his hands, stating, "Let me correct you, Wen Chao Sheng. I did not come for you, nor do I truly know you. My sudden interest in you this evening is due to something you have taken." Wen Chao Sheng's expression shifted, and he silently produced the letter he had obtained from Wang Kun, placing it on the table. "This?" Lu Chuan took the letter, glanced at it dismissively, and remarked, "This is merely an ordinary family letter. Why do you need it?" Wen Chao Sheng hesitated, his demeanor growing serious as he addressed Lu Chuan. "Do you truly wish to know, Lord Lu?" Lu Chuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. "Enough with the suspense. It is just the two of us here. Speak plainly." Wen Chao Sheng took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a decisive revelation, and lowered his voice, "Beilongwai." Lu Chuan's hand paused, his brow furrowing as the warmth in his gaze shifted to a chilling coldness. "Repeat that." Wen Chao Sheng, feeling helpless, replied, "You may not believe me, but what reason would I have to deceive you? Someone of your caliber would not regard me, and surely Beilongwai would not either. One of their members saved my life and provided me with funds, asking only that I assist him with minor matters. Given the severity of this year's snow in Kuhai County, I need the money to survive. I had no grounds to refuse. Lu Chuan gently rubbed his fingers along the chopsticks, pressing for details. Describe this person to me. When Chao Sheng replied, I did not see his true face. My benefactor wore a veil and a wide-brimmed hat, clad entirely in white, wielding a long sword approximately this long, and he seemed to have a distinctive pendant at his waist. He recounted in detail what he had witnessed that night in the dilapidated temple. While it was a reluctant admission, Wen Chao Sheng had deliberated and concluded that he could not betray Mr. Liu. Regardless of whether the troubles he faced constituted a burden for Liu Jiming, diverting danger toward his benefactor was something Wen Chao Sheng deemed unconscionable. Since the truth could not be spoken, he opted to speak in riddles. Coincidentally, the person who had visited that night had a sharp tongue, which Wen Chao Sheng found distasteful. After Wen Chao Sheng's meticulous account, Lu Chuan's initial suspicions diminished significantly. He appeared to believe him 7 parts. A serving girl brought in steaming dishes, filled with delicacies that Wen Chao Sheng rarely encountered, the aromas wafting through the air, yet neither of them touched their chopsticks, their gazes locked solely on one another. So, this letter is what Belongwai seeks. Lu Chuan enunciated each word, his expression now steeped in an unprecedented gravity. When Chao Sheng nodded, yes. Beyond that, I know nothing. They would never divulge such matters to someone of my insignificance. Chapter 50. A mouthful of nonsense when Chaos Hen cleverly directed the impending calamity towards the White Dragon Guard, consequently convincing the red-clad man before him of his acquaintance with this enigmatic organization. Renowned in the martial world, the White Dragon Guard stands as the most elusive force, inaccessible to the common populace. Their clientele consists of the royal family of Qi, while other factions such as Qianji Tower, Zhougao, and Wangchuan have only managed to establish tenuous connections with the royal families of the 4 nations due to their substantial size and utility. The White Dragon Guard, however, was born from a necessity of the Qi royal family, engaging primarily with individuals of significant status, commoners like Wen Chaos Hen, who had yet to cultivate any skills and don simple attire, would remain forever distant from such an entity without fortuitous circumstances. This was precisely why, after Wen Chaos Hen meticulously detailed the physical attributes of the White Dragon Guard, Lu Chuan chose to believe him. He pondered over the letter presented by Wen Chaos Hen for a moment, and then Qian Lu appeared, having removed his long sword and clad in a plain black robe. He strode directly towards Lu Chuan, producing a piece of paper to hand to him. Lu Chuan cast a glance at the content on the paper. When Chaos Hen, he had only recently become a citizen of Qi. What nation had he hailed from before? Why would one abandon their homeland to venture in a Qi, especially to a destitute place like Kuhai County? When Chaos Hen sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping across the empty Qin platform, contemplating how to prolong the conversation. This tale is rather lengthy. I wonder if you have the time to listen? Lu Chuan tapped the plate with his chopsticks and smiled. Speak. I have time until the meal concludes. If the music pleases me, it might just save your life. When Chaos Hen, of course, found the notion of saving your life rather absurd. Yet he subtly revealed a glimmer of delight and began to weave a tale. He was quite adept at storytelling, having witnessed and learned much more than Lu Chuan. He fabricated a fictitious small nation named Ming and spent half an hour convincing Lu Chuan of its existence. Initially, Lu Chuan showed little interest in his tale, but upon learning that the founding emperor of Ming was a beggar, his curiosity was piqued. Once one develops an appetite for a story, patience follows. The reason I found myself in Kuhai County is due to a lack of choice. Ming lies on the other side of the wilderness, thousands of miles away. My group fled due to a royal betrayal, and I was the sole survivor. The former county magistrate, Lu Jinshi, denied me entry into the city for failing to produce 10 taels of silver, confining me outside for 3 years. Fortunately, my extensive experience surviving in the wilderness allowed me to endure that time. Lu Chuan glanced at the black-clad man, Qian Lu, who remarked nonchalantly, "This detail isn't in the records, but when I investigated earlier, the clerk responsible for Kuhai County's cultural information mentioned that when Chaos Hen had indeed been confined outside the county for 3 years. It was only after Wen Chao took office that he was granted the status of a Qi citizen. Lu Chuan clicked his tongue. Wen Chao is quite generous, allowing a mere vagrant entry during such a sensitive time. Does he not fear causing a major incident? I thought him to be more cautious. It seems I must clean up after him. Upon hearing the term clean up, Wen Chao Sheng's heart sank. He looked at Lu Chuan, pondering if his life was truly in jeopardy. When his gaze inadvertently landed on the Qin platform, suddenly he exclaimed, "Ah, the Qin player has arrived." The others, startled by his exclamation, instinctively turned their attention to the Qin platform, where Si Xiaohong had just returned, her expression one of bewilderment as she looked at Wen Chao Sheng. Their eyes met, and at that instant, Wen Chao Sheng traced a vertical wave in the air with his fingers. Si Xiaohong's eyes flickered, her astonished expression gradually returning to normal. She abruptly stood, clutching her stomach, her brows knitted, and bowed to the assembled gentlemen, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I sincerely apologize for tonight. I am unwell, likely due to something I ate. If I have disturbed your enjoyment, I beg your forgiveness." With that, Si Xiaohong disregarded the patron's pleas and uproar, hastily departing through the back door. Strange. Wen Chao Sheng mused, picking up a peanut with his chopsticks and popping it into his mouth. He turned to Lu Chuan and inquired, "Master Lu, you have often visited the Yuanyang Tower, have you not? I have heard that the Qin player there is the only one in the county skilled in music. Yet upon seeing her now, she seems unwell, but that doesn't make sense. Just days ago, during Lu Jinshi's 50th birthday, she entertained the guests at Yuanyang Tower. Such a valuable asset would surely be of greater concern to the brothel's matron than to herself. However, I observe her lack of discernment. A person of your esteemed status was seated here, and she merely glanced in this direction before leaving. I wonder if her ailment is genuine or if she has accepted private engagements. Would you like to investigate, Master Lu?" His words caused Lu Chuan's brow to furrow. Si Xiaohong's behavior was indeed unusual. Her sudden departure after just returning fell to miss. He initially intended to send Qian Lu to follow her, but when Chao Sheng's remark struck a nerve, if he were to act on that impulse, it would appear as though he were vying for the affections of a lowly courtesan in a remote corner of the world. His pride and status held him back. Silently, he picked at a piece of meat that was growing cold, chewing it thoughtfully as he remarked with indifference, "You, my friend, have truly never seen the world. Have you heard of the frog in the well? You gaze upward and see but a sliver of sky, believing that to be your entire world. In the past, countless beauties in the royal city would pay handsomely just for a glimpse of me. It was no easy feat. Furthermore, I have little interest in those too young. They lack flavor." When Chao Sheng's eyes flickered, recalling the words of an internet sage from his past life, he seized the opportunity to engage in the conversation. Indeed, women are like wine. If not aged long enough, their flavor is too faint, akin to drinking water. Yet, if aged too long, they become too potent for the average person to handle. Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, paused, his hand halting as he was about to retrieve something from his sleeve. He regarded Wen Chao Sheng with intrigue, exclaiming, "You, a mere youth with no talents or power, certainly lack the attention of women. How then do you possess such experience?" Wen Chao Sheng lowered his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Incorrect. Master Lu, while I may lack talent and power, I recently rescued an injured woman outside the county. In gratitude for my life-saving deed, she gifted me with a night of intimate companionship." Chapter 51. Trust you once. Lu Chuan's expression underwent a subtle shift as memories of the corpse on the snowy night outside the county town resurfaced. "Oh, you managed to stumble upon such a remarkable opportunity?" he inquired. "What was the woman's appearance and figure like?" Wen Chao Sheng gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, one word, "dashing." Lu Chuan was amused by Wen Chao Sheng's smug demeanor, taking a sip of his wine. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke with an almost promising tone. "How about this? You describe the woman's features and physique in detail, and I shall allow you to leave the Yuanyang building alive today. What do you say?" When Chao Sheng's eyes brightened, and he tentatively asked, "Does Lord Lu have a preference for this type?" Lu Chuan raised his glass, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. "Very much so." When Chao Sheng pondered for a moment, biting his lip in distress. "You see, while I can read, I've been rather carefree in my youth and lack substantial knowledge. Moreover, it was dark that day, and without any light outside, I truly couldn't see her clearly. I wonder if Lord Lu could procure some paper and ink, so I might draw it for you? Lu Chuan nodded, raising his hand to summon a young woman, dispersing some coins to have her fetch the materials. The Yongan building often hosted self-proclaimed literati, so paper and ink were readily available. The girl returned shortly with the supplies, and Wen Chao Sheng wasted no time, rummaging through his mind for peculiar images, attempting to replicate them on paper. Since ancient times, the realms of literature and painting have been intertwined, testing the skill of the wrist and the imagination, fundamentally a pursuit of beauty. Thus, most who study writing often possess some talent in painting. Drawing, after all, is second nature. Wen Chao Sheng did not sketch facial features, with varying pressure on the brush. Soon a provocative spring painting materialized on the page. The serving girl, merely glancing at it, blushed deeply, biting her lip, thinking how audacious it was for a guest to create such a piece in public. As Wen Chao Sheng was about to hand the painting to Lu Chuan, a limping woman suddenly entered the hall. Dressed in a simple light blue cloth skirt with rolled-up sleeves, she caught the occasional glance from other patrons, who dismissed her as a mere servant of the Yongan building. Approaching Wen Chao Sheng, she glanced at the spring painting and seized him by the back of his neck, lifting him up like a chick. Out here at night, indulging in debauchery? A Shui's cold voice echoed in Wen Chao Sheng's ears. In that moment, the tension he had held onto relaxed. His face grew awkward as he introduced her to the incredulous Lu Chuan. This is my sister. A Shui's sudden appearance disrupted Wen Chao Sheng's reasoning. Instinctively, he almost referred to her as his wife to conceal her identity, but recalling her icy gaze when she had killed, he altered the term to sister. Despite their deep bond and shared drinks, Wen Chao Sheng could not shake the distance he felt from this enigmatic woman. Get back home quickly. If you ever return to this place for debauchery again, I'll inform our parents. Let us see if they one tea break your legs. A Shui played along, tugging Wen Chao Sheng toward the exit. He turned back, glancing at the frowning Lu Chuan, waving the painting in his hand. Lord Lu, the painting. Lu Chuan observed him without taking it, and only after they disappeared through the hall's door did he address Qian Lu. Why didn't you stop them? Qian Lu shook his head. Without my knife at hand, that woman is an unparalleled expert. If I acted rashly, I might endanger you, sir. Lu Chuan squinted. This fellow speaks and lies. After 3 years among the refugees outside the county, where does he find a sister? The identity of this woman is undeniably suspicious. Qian Lu hesitated before replying. Though the woman resides within, she possesses a hidden prowess, her aura like a radiant abyss, her cultivation on par with mine. During this southern journey, as per your instructions, my primary task is to ensure your safety, sir. I hope for your understanding. Lu Chuan waved his hand, his attention shifting to the dishes on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he absently touched the poison in his sleeve, eventually shaking his head, seemingly losing interest, and rose to pay the bill before departing. On the road, a Shui and Wen Chao Sheng trudged through the wind and snow. He remarked, I guessed correctly. Behind those false letters, there indeed lies a problem. The person named Lu Chuan is certainly here for the trust. A Shui, beside him, fixed her gaze on the spring painting in his hands, remaining silent. Wen Chao Sheng continued, the individual you asked me to investigate is named Wang Kun. He has a son named Wang Yi, who has been in the military for 17 years and has never returned home, only sending letters, one each year, and they're not all written by the same hand. Although the handwriting is similar, one can discern the differences. As he spoke, they entered a narrow alley where a Shui suddenly grasped his collar, spun him around, and pinned him against the wall. Her other hand retrieving the concealed machete from his waist, pressing it against his throat. Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback by this sudden turn, leaning against the cold wall, frozen. What do you mean? He stammered. A Shui's tone was icy as frost. When did you see it? Wen Chao Sheng was momentarily bewildered, rapidly retracing his thoughts to confirm he had done nothing to wrong a Shui, thus regaining some confidence. See what? A Shui leaned closer, her face inches from his. The birthmark on your chest. When did you notice it? Wen Chao Sheng was at a loss, and after several breaths, he finally grasped her implication. His mouth twitched unnaturally. "Miss, I merely drew it casually. He wanted a picture, so I had to buy time until help arrived, adding details to make it more believable. Besides, if I were to sneak a look, it would need to be at an appropriate time. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to approach you. You would sense it immediately. The only possibility would be that night when you were unconscious, but you were on the brink of death, covered in blood. If I had that much leisure, do you think you would have survived?" Their eyes locked, and Wen Chao Sheng did not shy away. He truly had not looked. After a lengthy pause, Shui's cold gaze softened. She released her grip on Wen Chao Sheng's collar, returned the machete to his waist, and turned to walk ahead. "I will trust you once." Chapter 52. I disregard that upon witnessing Shui's dissipation of homicidal intent, Wen Chao Sheng experienced a modicum of relief. He hastily crumpled the erotic illustration he held into a ball, secreted it within his garments, and endeavored to catch up with Shui. However, whether by design or happenstance, Shui's pace consistently outstripped his, preventing him from viewing her countenance directly. There is yet another matter. Wen Chao Sheng sighed, ceasing his pursuit and adopting a more leisurely gait, trailing behind Shui. "That fellow named Lu Chuan is likely aware of your existence, though he does not recognize you." A frigid gust assailed them, carrying with it Shui's query. "How did you discern this?" Wen Chao Sheng, without reserve, recounted the details of his earlier fabrication to stall for time. He noted that Lu Chuan's subtle expression upon hearing of the injured woman outside the dilapidated temple had not eluded his observation. Shui halted abruptly, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Wen Chao Sheng. "You claim this injured woman bestowed upon you a night of carnal pleasure? Elaborate. I am intrigued." Wen Chao Sheng's expression faltered momentarily before he spread his hands in supplication. "Should not the focal point be Lu Chuan's eagerness to glean information about you upon receiving news that potentially pertain to you?" Shui retorted, "I disregard that." Wen Chao Sheng rolled his eyes. "I made no mention of any features pertaining to you. There are countless injured women in this world. Who knows of whom I spoke in my delirium?" He merely broached the topic, and I, in a desperate attempt to prolong my life, fabricated a non-existent encounter to divert his attention. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse upon your arrival this evening. Furthermore, the woman I depicted in the drawing was corpulent. Deliberately avoiding any resemblance to your physique is scarcely an insult. Should you wish, you may examine it again." As he spoke, he retrieved the crumpled erotic illustration from within his garments. However, before he could unfurl it, Shui snatched it from his grasp. Clutching the paper ball in one hand, she regarded Wen Chao Sheng with a softening gaze, stating, "If it were truly to preserve your life, you could divulge my presence next time. It would be of no consequence." Wen Chao Sheng sighed upon hearing this. Such matters are rarely so simple. Tonight, that man was from the royal city and appeared to hold a position of considerable authority. Such individuals do not venture to Bittersea County without a purpose of great import. The more I divulge, the more I reveal my knowledge, and my demise becomes inevitable. Alas, he has now committed my face to memory, and I dare not wander the county town after nightfall." Shui, observing Wen Chao Sheng's dejected demeanor, remarked softly, "Henceforth, when investigating matters, I shall accompany you. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy, indicating they are evading something, perhaps the White Dragon Guard. Thus, daylight and public scrutiny are generally safe. Should matters escalate, they would find it difficult to extricate themselves. They cannot afford to create a larger problem to resolve a minor inconvenience." She leaned closer to Wen Chao Sheng, whispering with earnestness, "And one more thing. Should you depict women again, you are forbidden from including a mole on the left breast. Understood?" Wen Chao Sheng's gaze involuntarily drifted downwards before returning to its original position. "Do you truly possess one?" Shui arched an eyebrow. "Desire to see?" Wen Chao Sheng recoiled slightly, declining this perilous proposition. "I shall neither see nor depict it." With the matter thus resolved, Shui pocketed the drawing, ceasing her remonstrations. As she turned to depart, Wen Chao Sheng, observing her limping gait, inquired, "Has your injury improved? Shall I procure some medicine for you?" Shui's voice, carried on the wind, was barely audible. "I shall not perish." Upon returning to Fan You's residence, Wen Chao Sheng gathered firewood and replenished the brazier. He then heated water for a foot bath, retrieved a large wooden basin and filled it with snow. As he poured in the hot water, steam billowed forth. Wen Chao Sheng immersed his feet in the basin while basking in the warmth of the fire, instantly invigorating his body. Moments later, another pair of dainty, pale feet joined us in the basin. As the hot water enveloped Shui's ankles, her brow unfurrowed, and after a brief soak, delicate beads of perspiration appeared on her face. Devoid of her usual murderous aura, her features softened considerably in the firelight. Wen Chao Sheng, recalling the events of the evening, suddenly inquired, "Your injury has not yet healed, yet you ventured to the county yamen tonight?" Shui, adopting a defensive posture, emphasized, "Had I not gone, you would have perished this evening. Did you expect Chun Qiong to rescue you?" Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "I am, of course, aware of that. My intent was to inquire as to your purpose in seeking out Chun Qiong." Shui replied, "To investigate the cause of Lu Jinshi's death." Wen Chao Sheng paused, then remarked, "You simply inquired? Did you hold a blade to his throat?" Shui responded, "Approximately. Those with nothing to lose fear, not those with possessions. He had reservations, whereas I had none. The fellow was unwilling to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation and sought a negotiation. Subsequently, the girl pounded on the drum at the entrance of the county yamen, claiming that an incident had occurred at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. When questioned about the nature of the incident, she remained silent. Sensing something amiss, I arrived here first." Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng could not suppress a chuckle, imagining the plight of those who, puffed up with a modicum of authority, fancied themselves superior, only to encounter a female brigand like Shui, resolute and direct, leaving them utterly helpless. It was not that they lacked the means to deal with Shui, but doing so would entail significant costs and generate considerable commotion. Wen Chao Sheng knew that members of the White Dragon Guard had already arrived in Bitter Sea County, and judging by Lu Chuan's reaction, their purpose was likely related to Lu Chuan and his associates. The conflicting interests of the two factions were likely to engender animosity. After finishing his foot bath, Wen Chao Sheng went outside to empty the water. Upon returning, he found Shui staring at him. He set down the basin and inquired, "Why do you gaze upon me so?" Shui inquired curiously, "If memory serves, you were being watched by two individuals, the gaunt one in black possessing considerable skill. How did you manage to communicate with the girl under their very noses, prompting her to seek assistance at the county yamen?" While her contemplation of matters may not have been as profound as Wen Chao Sheng's, Shui, having survived to this point, was by no means foolish. She had pondered this question for some time, yet remained perplexed. Wen Chao Sheng smiled, climbed into bed, wrapped himself in the quilt, and sat cross-legged, stating, "My acquaintance with her was a matter of fate. During Lu Jinshi's 50th birthday celebration, the melody she performed was one I had taught her. At the time, I conversed with her for an extended period outside the county, during which one of the tunes I shared was the sound emitted by vehicles in a certain country when the authorities were dispatched. As I hummed this tune, I simultaneously made a gesture. As he spoke, he traced a vertical, undulating line in the air with his finger. Shui appeared thoughtful, then inquired, "Wait, Wen Chao Sheng, what is meant by dispatch, and why would a carriage emit such a sound?" Seeing her genuine curiosity, Wen Chao Sheng tilted his head, pondering a difficult explanation. Dispatch refers to the act of that country's authorities deploying personnel to apprehend criminals. As for why a carriage would emit such a sound, well, the carriage typically carries a musician who plays the suona, producing a sound like wero, wero, wero. Shui narrowed her eyes, leaning back slightly, clearly taken aback by this bizarre image. The authorities apprehending criminals in a carriage, accompanied by a musician? Wen Chao Sheng coughed lightly. It serves as a deterrent. I suppose, primarily, that country is teeming with traffic, so upon hearing this sound, pedestrians are alerted to the presence of officials on official business and must quickly yield. Chapter 53. The Mystery of the Fountain of Youth, when Chaos Hen vividly described to Shui the scenario in which the government apprehended individuals while riding in horse-drawn carriages, accompanied by musicians. Shui listened intently. However, upon finishing, she regarded Wen Chaos Hen with a scrutinizing gaze reminiscent of an interrogator. "Wait a moment. I recall you previously mentioned that you had forgotten your past and could only remember the 3 years outside of Kuhai County. Suddenly, before she could finish her thought, Wen Chao Sheng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the bed, snoring even before his eyes had fully closed. Yet in the next moment, a shui yanked him from the bed. So early to sleep? How is your practice with the fountain of youth progressing? With a resigned sigh, Wen Chao Sheng opened one eye to respond. I practiced for several days, but have yet to perceive any innate qi. A shui furrowed her brow slightly. Not even a hint? Have you remembered the guiding method? Is your tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth? Do you feel any stagnation in your meridians when you breathe? Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. No. I have followed your teachings diligently. Although I have not sensed any innate qi, I have noticed significant changes in my body. A shui blinked, aware that the peculiar art of the fountain of youth varies from person to person. Thus her curiosity about the changes in Wen Chao Sheng was piqued. What changes? Wen Chao Sheng replied, my appetite has improved. The two exchanged glances, and a shui ultimately released her grip with a sigh. After practicing the heart method for so many days without sensing the existence of qi, Wen Chao Sheng, you truly are an extraordinarily ordinary person. Wen Chao Sheng scratched his head, recognizing that a shui's words bore no malice, but rather a lamentation for his lack of talent. Had she not genuinely cared for him, she would not have expressed such disappointment. Nevertheless, he felt no despair or lethargy regarding his talent or circumstances. Fate had afforded him the improbable chance to live again. And regardless of the hardships he faced, he would not easily concede defeat. He was determined to live this hard-won life as vibrantly as possible. He had endured enough suffering and tribulations. This was merely a minor hurdle. Thus, with a light-hearted tone, Wen Chao Sheng smiled at a shui, perhaps your talent is simply too exceptional. The other day, when I consulted Mr. L about cultivation, he mentioned that the human body possesses 720 apertures, which represent a practitioner's potential. There are few martial artists in the world who can unlock more than 600 apertures. A shui, given your youth, you must have unlocked many of these potential apertures. Correct? A shui glanced at him, initially concerned that her previous remarks might have discouraged him, but upon seeing his demeanor, she realized her worries were unfounded. She shook her head, leaning against the bed's edge. I initially thought your life was resilient enough, but now it appears your resolve is even stronger than your very existence. With such tenacity, any individual with a modicum of talent could achieve immeasurable accomplishments. She reflected on her thoughts, though she believed discussing cultivation with Wen Chao Sheng held little significance. She nonetheless stated, I have opened 717 apertures, aside from 3 that remain closed at my right knee. The rest are all connected. Wen Chao Sheng's smile faltered as he stared at the woman beside the brazier, his expression becoming eerily intense. How many did you say you opened? 717. Are you even human? A shui tossed a piece of firewood into the brazier, replying nonchalantly, that's for you to determine. Wen Chao Sheng gazed at her for a long time before exhaling deeply, his body slumping onto the bed as if he had lost all strength. He then turned away, covering his head with the blanket, and murmured, I'm going to sleep now. Under the dim light of the fire, the atmosphere in the room grew eerily silent. After a considerable time, Wen Chao Sheng recalled something and turned to a shui, asking, by the way, a shui, you mentioned that I could not perceive qi even with the heart method. So when you practiced, did you actually have no heart method? A shui responded with a soft The heart method is something I later developed after achieving some success. It encapsulates the operational principles of qi and can help you avoid many missteps. If you cannot learn even with the heart method, I wouldn't know what to suggest. A trace of apprehension appeared in her voice, as she had never taken on a student and had no experience in teaching cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng sat up excitedly. Perhaps the issue lies here. You previously mentioned that the fountain of youth varies from person to person. Is it possible that the missteps you refer to are actually the correct path for others? A shui was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had initially thought his idea was far-fetched, but upon further contemplation, she found herself uncertain. The Northern Sea Taoist gained renown over 2 centuries ago, originating from the Yen Kingdom, and subsequently traversed the lands of Chun, Qi, and Zhao, having visited countless eminent figures and mastering the highest arts of cultivation, medicine, and divination. His prowess in cultivation was unparalleled, with few able to stand beside him. The techniques of whale diving, false speech, and the Fountain of Youth were treasures he had comprehended a century ago while meditating at the cliff stone, later documented and passed down through generations. The intricacies of the Fountain of Youth were still a mystery to her. Then, allow me to share the original method of practice for the Fountain of Youth. A shui stood up, instructing Wen Chao Sheng to sit cross-legged on the bed, placing his hands on his knees and closing his eyes to observe his heart. She then began to recount the foundational heart method of the Fountain of Youth. It was hardly even considered a heart method, as a shui spoke in a tranquil manner. Wen Chao Sheng's consciousness gradually drifted away, seemingly transcending the vast, snowy expanse outside the house, delving into a starry abyss akin to the deep sea. He had never experienced such a profound sensation before. His consciousness, at times fluid like water and at other times swift like wind, floated freely, moving at will. This exquisite feeling of traversing through the heavens, unhindered and unconfined, compelled Wen Chao Sheng to continue. Even the following day, after purchasing breakfast and engaging in casual conversation with the shui, he expressed his exhilaration, declaring that he had finally found the right path and that his unique constitution merely distinguished him from others. In reality, his understanding was transcendent. If this continued, he might shine brilliantly in the future. A shui listened to his exuberant recounting in silence, engrossed in her bowl of soy milk and steamed buns. Eventually, as Wen Chao Sheng's enthusiasm began to wane, he noticed a shui's silence and awkwardly inquired, "A shui, was that state I experienced last night? Call? Entering a meditative state?" A shui pressed her lips together, observing the flush of excitement on Wen Chao Sheng's face. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately could not bring herself to deceive him. Exhaling a cloud of white mist, "No, you were merely asleep." After a pause, she added, "You slept like a pig." Chapter 54. The duel of words at the early market in the county town. A large crowd had gathered. Recently, Fei Xue, who had been stern with the townsfolk, had eased somewhat, allowing the rare sunshine to warm their bodies. The elderly, seldom seen, wrapped themselves in thick garments and ventured out, engaging in lively conversation. They either engaged in spirited debates over the merits of their children and grandchildren or shared gossip they had heard, embellishing it with each retelling. In essence, they sought to refresh their tongues, dulled by the recent harsh weather. However, amidst the clamorous and ostensibly cheerful atmosphere, the county office appeared particularly morose. The wind that blew through the door felt chillingly cold. Chu and Xiong, clad in official robes, stood solemnly before the waxen corpse of Lu Jinshi, which had begun to take on a yellow hue due to the preservative used. He held a wrinkled scroll of paper tightly, his gaze lost in thought, revealing an inner turmoil. Beside Lu Jinshi lay another corpse, Wuxia. His neck was sewn with countless stitches, erasing the smoothness of his wound, leaving behind the pallor unique to the dead. The previous night, Wuxia had faced Ashui for the second time. Everything unfolded almost identically to their prior encounter, except this time, fortune did not favor him. Ashui's old injury did not resurface, and the previously miscalculated strike landed accurately, severing Wuxia's head with ease. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity. Chunxiong barely had time to grieve or seethe with rage when Wuxia's bloody blade was already poised at his throat. In that moment, he starkly realized the chasm that lay between him and Ashui, acknowledging that he could never contend with this formidable woman. Observers of Ashui's battles often fell prey to an unrealistic delusion that her every strike and killing blow appeared so commonplace and devoid of spectacle. She seemed perpetually a fraction quicker than her opponents, yet just that fraction made all the difference, leading many to believe that with just a bit more speed, they could easily overpower her. Those who harbored such thoughts ultimately paid a heavy price, for when they faced Ashui and her deadly blade, they discovered that this slight margin was an insurmountable mountain, an unfathomable ocean. Chunxiong undoubtedly held feelings for Wuxia, who had served his family loyally for many years. But he was not inclined to risk his life against someone he could not defeat. He buried his resentment deep within, allowing it to take root and flourish. Xiong began to contemplate how to collaborate with Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan to deal with the woman who had caused chaos in his office and slain his retainer. As he pondered, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door, and the sound of footsteps brought Xiong back to reality. Recalling the events of the previous night, he instinctively tightened his grip on the soft sword he carried. "Who goes there?" he called out. The voice of a constable replied, reporting to the Lord. "A civilian dressed in simple clothes wishes to enter the county office to speak with you." Flustered, Xiong responded, "I shall not receive visitors today. If there is no pressing matter, do not disturb me." The constable hesitated before adding, "The man claims to know the woman who came here last night." At this revelation, Xiong's grip on the soft sword tightened further, his gaze instinctively drifting to Wu Xie's cold corpse. After a brief silence, he reconsidered, "Is he alone?" "The man is indeed alone," came a reply. "Very well. Bring him in." The constable hurried away, and shortly thereafter, a young man appeared at the door. Upon entering, their eyes met, and Xiong's pupils constricted in recognition. You murmured, memories flooding back. "Yes, on the day I first arrived at the county office, after dispersing the other civilians. You and she were the only ones who remained. With all that has transpired lately, I had completely forgotten." The visitor was none other than Wen Chao Sheng. He glanced at Xiong before directing his gaze toward the corpses of Lu Jinshi and Wu Xie, pointing towards them. "Have you decided when to conclude the case, Lord Chun?" With hands clasped behind his back, Xiong stood tall and proud before Wen Chao Sheng, his demeanor shifting to one of superiority. Last night, in the presence of Ashui, he had been cautious, not daring to raise his voice. But now, faced with a man who had no cultivation and was once an outsider, he felt a surge of pent-up anger and fear ready to be unleashed. "What I conclude this case is not for a mere commoner like you to dictate," he retorted. Wen Chao Sheng crossed his arms in front of him, bowing slightly as he calmly replied, "Thanks to your grace, I am now a true citizen of Qi." Xiong stepped closer, leaning forward with his chin raised, speaking slowly, "Remember this. What I offer, I can also take back. So you seek me out to discuss that woman from last night?" Wen Chao Sheng lowered his gaze to the soft sword at Xiong's waist and the hand gripping it, softly observing, "If I recall correctly, on your first day in Kuhai County, you had no sword at your side. After a night has passed, you now clutch it tightly, showing much more caution." Following Wen's words, Xiong glanced down at his hand gripping the sword. His eyes narrowed dangerously, and impatience seeped into his tone. "I cannot kill her. But can I kill you? Do you wish to speak to me in such a manner?" Wen Chao Sheng smiled, showing no sign of fear. "While the matter at hand concerns that woman, fundamentally it still pertains to you." He pointed again at Lu Jinshi's corpse, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xiong's face. "It is also your affair." Within the room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as the aura of menace mingled with the sound of the soft sword being drawn. Unfazed by Xiong's impatience and hostility, Wen Chao Sheng moved closer, speaking lightly, "Lord Chun, you should think carefully. My life is of little value. Killing me would be trivial. However, if the missing poison and the secrets left by Lu Jinshi were to leak, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 55. A battle of wits. When Chao Sheng dared to speak to Chun Xiong in such a manner, predicated on two key assumptions. Firstly, he believed that Chun Xiong, as a magistrate, would not readily engage in wanton killing. The stain of blood on his official robes would tarnish the reputation of the royal family. While he might not face execution for the death of a commoner, it could potentially impede his career. Such precedents existed. Over the years, Confucian ideals had permeated the populace to some extent. Compared to other nations, Qi was undeniably superior in terms of both morality and law. There was a case of a marquis from a major city who, relying on his inherited title, had terrorized the local populace and indulged in debauchery. Numerous young and beautiful women had perished in his residence, their corpses discarded in wells. When a matter came to light, the local authorities investigated, but the marquis obstructed their efforts with threats. The news reached the royal capital, and soon after, his title was forcibly revoked. A hereditary honor that was dismissed with a mere decree from the palace, without consulting the marquis. This incident served as a deterrent and warning to all officials in Qi. At least ostensibly, Qi placed a greater emphasis on the well-being of its citizens than other countries. Secondly, after a discussion with Ashui that morning, Wen Chao Sheng had clarified his muddled thoughts and concluded that Lu Jinshi's death concealed a significant secret, one that was undoubtedly linked to Chen Qiong. Otherwise, his appointment to Kuhai County would not have been so timely, and Lu Jinshi's case would not have been deliberately prolonged. It was initially a straightforward suicide, whether by poison or hanging, with little consequence. Chen Qiong's repeated delays indicated his concern that Lu Jinshi's death might be investigated, suggesting that Lu Jinshi harbored secrets and had an intricate relationship with him. Grasping these 2 points, Wen Chao Sheng persuaded Ashui to allow him to meet with Chen Qiong alone. In his view, Chen Qiong was far safer than Lu Chuan, whom he had encountered the previous night. After all, Chen Qiong held an official position, constrained by conduct and weighed down by considerations of profit and loss. Events proved Wen Chao Sheng's assumptions to be correct. His words had effectively subdued Chen Qiong, who released his grip on the soft sword he had been clutching. He turned and opened the door, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Turning back to Wen Chao Sheng, half of Chen Qiong's face remained shrouded in shadow. Let's talk elsewhere. This room contains 2 corpses, which is inauspicious. Wen Chao Sheng complied, following Chen Qiong. They walked through the corridor, and Chen Qiong stopped, facing the expansive artificial mountain and pond. What do you think of the construction of Lu Jinshi's courtyard? Wen Chao Sheng glanced around and offered a perfunctory compliment. The landscape is harmonious, the essence of nature is captured, and the design is unique. Chen Qiong shook his head. Nonsense. It's all built on the blood and sweat of the common people and embezzled funds. Wen Chao Sheng smiled faintly. Don't put it so harshly, as if you were an upright official. We are all birds of feather, whether clean or dirty. Harmony is the key to prosperity. Chen Qiong said blandly. Do you think I'm like Lu Jinshi? Wen Chao Sheng recalled vividly. You accepted a gold leaf on your first day in office. Lu Jinshi didn't have that kind of achievement. By that measure, you were indeed stronger than him. His subtle words were filled with mockery and sarcasm. To his surprise, Chen Qiong did not become angry, but instead sighed. Lu Jinshi was the local tyrant of Kuhai County for many years. The wealth he extorted from the people was so vast that his residents could not contain it. He had to bury it in the Xinguang Mountains to the north. You know, he didn't commit any major crimes here. With a little gold for the city commandant or the supervising censor of Guanghan City, he would have been promoted long ago. But he never left. Why? Because Kuhai County is remote, with few affairs and money to be made. There are no battles to fight, and even desperate outlaws rarely come here. If I were him, I wouldn't want to leave either. But such a local tyrant was suddenly ruined overnight, without even a hint of what happened. Wen Chao Sheng stared at the red koi in the unfrozen pond. Does Master Chen mean that you, like Lu Jinshi, are merely pawns, unable to control your own destiny? Chen Qiong shook his head slightly. Not just me, but us. You and I are the same. Everyone in Kuhai County, including the woman you know, is the same. Wen Chao Sheng tilted his head slightly, glancing at Chen Qiong, and smiled. No, I'm not the same. Master Chen, I'm not a pawn. Whether it's you, Lu Chuan, or those great figures in the distant clouds. You don't even see the likes of me, a speck of dust, a wild weed. The expression on Chen Qiong's face froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He narrowed his eyes and said, You know Lu Chuan? Wen Chao Sheng turned his head, a slight arc appearing on his lips, vanishing in an instant. And he replied as usual, Yes, I know him. Everything is fated. For example, if I hadn't met Lu Chuan last night, the woman who came to find you wouldn't have come to save me, and you would most likely have died at her hands. Master Chen, it was heaven's will that you survived last night. Chen Qiong was silent for a moment before pressing. What did Lu Chuan want from you? Wen Chao Sheng lowered his head and chuckled. I just said, you great figures never see us as people. He wasn't looking for me, of course, but for something else. Chen Qiong frowned. He seemed weary of this cryptic conversation and said to Wen Chao Sheng, Can you speak plainly? This guessing game is pointless. Since you've come, and I've met you, say what you need to say directly. Wen Chao Sheng pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, Master Chen, to be frank, I came to you alone today because I want to cooperate with you. That woman is too headstrong, so I didn't bring her along. Her blade is too swift, and I fear my words can't keep up. Chen Qiong glanced at Wen Chao Sheng, his tone incredulous. Cooperate with me? I don't see how we can cooperate. Wen Chao Sheng did not mind Chun Xiong's defensiveness and hostility. He walked to one side of the corridor, sat down, leaned against the stone pillar, and said with a smile, "First of all, Master Chun, we are not your enemies. Strictly speaking, we are even companions on the same boat. I know you must think I'm talking nonsense, but you'll understand once you hear me out. Your delay in closing the Lu Jinshi case is related to two things. One is that Wang Chuan's poison for Lu Jinshi has disappeared, and he chose a very troublesome way to commit suicide, which makes you uneasy. The second, of course, is the White Dragon Guard outside the county town. Am I right, Master Chun?" Looking at Wen Chao Sheng's smiling face, Chun Xiong tried to hide his shock, but it gradually seeped out. His hand unconsciously gripped the soft sword at his waist, and his palms were sweating. In that instant, Chun Xiong realized that this vagrant, whom he had always despised and even ignored, was so mysterious and terrifying. How had those secrets hidden deep in his heart been unearthed? Chapter 56, Persuasion, Part 1. Certain secrets bear a weight greater than the lives of many, including that of Chun Xiong himself. Thus, whether he truly knows or merely suspects, he has buried these secrets deep within the recesses of his heart, afraid to let even a sliver of sunlight touch them. If these secrets were to be revealed, countless lives in the Qi Kingdom would be lost. When Wen Chao Sheng uttered the words White Dragon Guard, Chun Xiong's body quivered ever so slightly. This could have been merely a reaction to the winter chill, yet it did not escape Wen Chao Sheng's keen observation. The subtle details Chun Xiong inadvertently revealed mirrored Wen Chao Sheng's previous conjectures. The White Dragon Guard that had come to seek them indeed was not aligned with Chun Xiong. This was monumental news for Wen Chao Sheng. Chun Xiong, being in a position of power, faced numerous constraints, rendering him unable to act freely, coupled with the pressure from other factions. His survival in this narrow space necessitated external assistance. Although Wen Chao Sheng initially possessed little leverage to negotiate with Chun Xiong, serendipitously, he now had a formidable ally, a woman of unmatched martial prowess who feared not for her life. In private, she could shield Chun Xiong from myriad troubles, making her invaluable. Chun Xiong would not only be intrigued, but might also come to rely on her in the future. Wen Chao Sheng, when did you encounter the White Dragon Guard? Although merely a brief interval had passed since the two met in the room with Lu Jinshi's corpse, Chun Xiong's demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. No longer arrogant or aloof, his tone was now imbued with suspicion, uncertainty, fear, and even a hint of murderous intent. It was evident that Wen Chao Sheng had seized the upper hand in this dialogue. In response to Chun Xiong's inquiry, Wen Chao Sheng offered a slight smile. "Lord Chun, you are astute. Ponder further." The latter, taking the cue, reflected intently, his pupils flickering before he swiftly amended his statement. "It was the White Dragon Guard who sought you. As a mere vagrant, why would they come looking for you?" Wen Chao Sheng had previously spun a successful lie to Lu Chuan, and now he resolved to perpetuate that deception. "Why would they seek me? My lord, did I not already provide you with the answer?" he remarked, pointing to his own nose, his face alight with mirth, though his tone bore an icy detachment. "You may observe any Qi citizen in the county town, be it a street vendor or a fisherman idling beneath a bridge. Yet no one would spare me a glance, neither you nor Lu Chuan. But last night, Lu Chuan clearly sought you out," Chun Xiong countered. "That was because I had uncovered something that sent chills down his spine," Wen Chao Sheng replied, his voice lowered. "What is that?" Chun Xiong inquired, brow furrowed. Wen Chao Sheng continued, "The secret I possess may be unknown to you, my lord. What might you offer in exchange?" Chun Xiong's gaze lowered, and his expression grew increasingly intricate. "I inquired about the woman who visited you last night. You and Lu Chuan share a connection. You both hail from Kuhai County during the same time frame. Therefore, Lu Jinshi's death is not only linked to you, but also to him. Wang Chuan is the largest assassin organization in the underworld, stained with countless debts of blood. You, adorned in the official robes of the Qi Kingdom, cannot interact with them openly. Hence, I surmise that the poison found on Lu Jinshi was provided by Lu Chuan, and he must have approached you with a similar objective. As you mentioned, Lu Jinshi, who has long been a local sovereign in Kuhai County, should bear no obligations unless he has committed an unwise act entangled with a prominent figure in the royal city. No sooner had he spoken than Wen Chao drew his sword, the soft blade shimmering in the frigid air, the ripple of energy coursing from its hilt to its tip, before settling into stillness. The blade pressed against Wen Chao Sheng's neck. Wen Chao's hand trembled, drawing blood. The sharp sting coursed through Wen Chao Sheng's skin, accompanied by the bristle of sweat and goosebumps. He dared not move. Though his body was taut with tension, his demeanor remained composed. Wen Chao Sheng. Wen Chao's sword hovered at Wen Chao Sheng's throat. His eyes, filled with crimson fury, resembled a wild beast, the surge of murderous intent crashing like waves, imprisoning the surrounding space. Take my advice. Your life is precious. Do not court death. I have heard your tale. Surviving 3 years outside the county is testament to your appreciation for life. There are certain truths best left unspoken for eternity. Faced with Wen Chao's terrifying ultimatum, Wen Chao Sheng stepped forward, closing the distance, and met his feral gaze head-on. Lord Chun, Lu Jinshi's body has yet to be buried. Why not summon his spirit to inquire how he met his end? How naive of you at your age. How have you survived this long? The words of the living cannot be trusted as those of the dead. Wen Chao glared, his teeth clenched tightly, his uncharacteristic display of emotion stemming not from anger, but fear. He was terrified of Wen Chao Sheng, of the secrets he had unearthed, and of the great figure residing in the royal city. Witnessing Wen Chao's turmoil, Wen Chao Sheng grinned, a madman's smile. Lord Chun, let us be candid. If I were to bring that poison today and disclose everything in detail, would I be allowed to leave your county office alive? Wen Chao's lips quivered as he struggled to retract his sword. No. Wen Chao Sheng's smile vanished with the withdrawal of Wen Chao's blade, his gaze sharper and more perilous than ever. Then tell me, if you obediently assist Lu Chuan in fulfilling the task assigned by that figure in the royal city, do you believe you'll leave alive? As his words fell, Wen Chao's body jolted, as if his very breath had been suspended. Chapter 57, Persuasion, Part 2. The rationale was fundamentally straightforward. Was Wen Chao oblivious to this? Implausible. Yet, he opted to acquiesce to the directives of that esteemed figure, clinging to the aspiration that his diligence and devotion would eventually elicit a modicum of trust. Any semblance of defiance or rebellion was beyond his consideration. His trepidation was profound. The audacity of youth is ephemeral, while the menacing aura of a tiger persists perpetually. Did you comprehend the extent of your naivete and the limitations of your perspective when you derided me? Were you privy to the identity, the influence, and the stratagems of the individual you speak of? Your ignorance is palpable. Your pronouncements are mere bombast. Though Wen Chao sheathed his sword, he seized Wen Chao Sheng's collar with vehemence. At that instant, he ceased to regard himself as the magistrate of Kuhai County, morphing into a common brawler. Wen Chao Sheng grasped the man's arm with both hands, exerting downward pressure, and retorted coldly to the agitated Wen Chao. Bombast? I assert to you, Wen Chao, that your life is paramount. Irrespective of your endeavors, your ambitions, or those you seek to safeguard, all is forfeit in the absence of your life. Behold the cadaver of Lu Jinshi. Do you aspire to emulate his fate? Wen Chao retorted indignantly. My circumstances diverge from his. Wen Chao Sheng, equally impassioned, disregarded propriety and stood his ground, proclaiming, diverge? I avow that persisting on this trajectory will not only transform you into Lu Jinshi, but will engender a succession of victims. A mere utterance from them sufficed to annihilate Lu Jinshi's lineage and exile you all to this desolate locale. Diverge? To them, you are inconsequential. Wen Chao, incensed by Wen Chao Sheng's rebuke, his neck and face contorted with crimson and lividity, hoisted Wen Chao Sheng aloft and slammed him against a pillar, retorting through gritted teeth, inconsequential, perhaps, yet superior to a vagrant simpleton bereft of parentage. Even should you unearth certain secrets, what then? Do you presume to challenge a figure of immense power with such paltry means? Is your cranium filled with sand or water? I have never encountered such a dolt. Wen Chao Sheng, straining to speak, retorted, Wen Chao, you are the dolt. Had he been truly indifferent, Lu Jinshi would not have perished. When a celestial figure deigns to descend and crush an ant, it signifies compromise. Such compromise is engendered by either an overwhelming boon or a more formidable menace. The internal power structure of Qi must possess checks and balances. Were he omnipotent, would he concern himself with Lu Jinshi? The insignificance of Lu Jinshi's status underscores the magnitude of the threat his secrets pose to that esteemed individual. Do you comprehend? He had never engaged in such a vehement and impassioned disputation. Yet, this triumph was of paramount importance to both Wen Chao Sheng and Ashui. From those fraudulent missives, Wen Chao Sheng discerned an ineffable peril, recognizing the difficulty in disassociating himself entirely from Ashui. However, both Lu Chuan and the White Dragon Guard were mired in complexity, unfettered by constraints, and comprised of a motley crew capable of moving with impunity. Wen Chao Sheng lacked the capacity to control interactions or collaborations with such entities. Ashui, while a formidable and intimidating weapon, harbored grievous wounds, both inflicted by weaponry and by formidable adversaries. Despite her exposure to the fountain of youth, these injuries necessitated prolonged convalescence. In the event of a siege by skilled combatants, her survival was improbable. Consequently, Wen Chao Sheng required Chen Xiong to persist in his investigation. The final, subdued invectives appeared to awaken Chen Xiong from his irrational state. His grasp weakened, and he retreated, sinking onto a bench at the edge of the corridor. His gaze fixated on the ground. The breeze had grown frigid. Both men, preoccupied with their respiration, remained taciturn. After an indeterminate interval, Chen Xiong, supporting himself on his knees, leaned against a stone pillar and inquired of Wen Chao Sheng, "How was the vial of poison discovered?" This query, this gaze, betokened his capitulation to Wen Chao Sheng. The latter responded with a smile. "For that, we must thank Lu Jinshi. He was an individual of unparalleled ruthlessness, willing to sacrifice his own family to exact retribution." He recounted how Lu Jinshi had concealed the poison, omitting any mention of Ashui. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong surmised why Ashui had previously inquired about Lu Jinshi's corpse. This conjecture caused his heart to palpitate violently, nearly leaping from his throat. "Your expression suggests comprehension," Wen Chao Sheng stated calmly. Lu Jinshi was cognizant that his inexplicable suicide would arouse suspicion from above, and he resolved to retaliate. Therefore, that which the esteemed figure in the royal capital sought to obliterate was likely preserved in some form. That night, he was under the surveillance of the people from Wangchuan. Although the people from Wangchuan were later lured away, Lu Jinshi had limited time. A man completely devoid of martial prowess and cultivation could not travel far. Therefore, the secret resided either within his residence or within his corpse. "Magistrate Chen, I must commend your intuition, which has saved your life. Had you summarily closed the case and delivered the dossier along with Lu Jinshi's corpse, you might have inadvertently ignited a major conflagration." Chen Xiong slowly raised his head, his gaze tinged with surprise. "How did you know I intended to deliver Lu Jinshi's corpse?" Wen Chao Sheng countered. "Why else would you apply preservatives to him? To keep him company in your bed?" A flicker of veiled terror crossed Chen Xiong's eyes. However, this fear, unseen by any, vanished in an instant. In the desolate pavilion, he posed a question that Ashui had once asked, his voice trembling slightly amidst the winter wind. "Wen Chao Sheng, what did you do in the past?" Wen Chao Sheng replied calmly, "I was a scholar." "What did you study?" "I studied everything." The two men exchanged a prolonged look. Chen Xiong slowly rose, brushing dust from his garments. "The Lu Jinshi case has been protracted for too long. The city commandant of Guanghan is pressing me. The dossier and his body must be delivered together by noon tomorrow. You may bring that woman to examine his corpse one last time today." As he spoke, he cast an extremely sharp glance at Wen Chao Sheng. "As for the rest, I will consider what you said earlier, but I must ensure that you are trustworthy." Wen Chao Sheng smiled. "Like you, I wish to survive, and I have no choice. Had I any, I might have sought out Lu Chuan or the White Dragon Guard instead of you today. I'm not helping you. I am helping myself." Chen Xiong turned to leave, his back and hair appearing somewhat disheveled. "Many eyes will be watching the county town after dusk. She is skilled in martial arts. Be discreet when she comes, and do not bring trouble with her." After leaving the county office, Wen Chao Sheng immediately noticed a woman standing against the wall with her arms crossed. He approached her and inquired, "Did you hear everything?" Shui glanced at him, retorting, "Do you really think I have supersonic hearing? I can't hear everything." As Wen Chao Sheng walked back with her, he recounted the events of the snowy night murder. "But you really heard it that night, and you heard it so clearly." Shui languidly replied, "It's less about hearing and more about sensing the killing intent. Besides, I'm in a bustling market now. That night, there was only the sound of wind and snow. It's not the same." Wen Chao Sheng coughed, feeling a slight disillusionment with the world's martial system. He had imagined cultivators in this world could soar through the skies and move mountains like in his previous life's novels. He hadn't expected that even a powerhouse like Shui wouldn't have much sharper hearing than an ordinary person. "By the way, Wen Chao Sheng, how'd it go with Chun Xiong?" Shui's inquiry brought Wen Chao Sheng back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Let's just say we hit it off immediately." Shui's eyes flickered. "Really? I thought I heard you two exchanging insults." Wen Chao Sheng pointed at her, exclaiming, "Hey, you said you couldn't hear anything. That's unfair." Shui coughed and gently brushed his hand away. "I didn't hear exactly what you were saying. It was too noisy outside." "Tell me about it." "It's too noisy outside. I'll tell you when we get back." Wen Chao Sheng returned to Lu Jiming's small courtyard in Osmanthus Alley with Shui and told her about the day's events. After listening to the details of Wen Chao Sheng's conversation with Chun Xiong, Shui's gaze towards Wen Chao Sheng underwent a subtle change. Her tone seemed to express surprise for the first time. "Wen Chao Sheng, your eloquence and thoughtfulness are among the best I've encountered. You're more than capable of being a foreign envoy. In the future, you could be sent to other countries, achieve great deeds, and even if you can't cultivate, your name could still be recorded in history." Wen Chao Sheng scoffed at this, retorting, "But what about opportunities? If they investigate my past, they'll find I was a vagrant. Who would dare appoint someone of unknown origin to an official position?" Shui leaned against the loquat tree, the falling strands of hair and leaves rustling together. She earnestly said, "These official positions aren't coveted roles, especially those away from the royal court and palace. For most people, they aren't desirable jobs. Therefore, as long as you're willing to grease some palms and pass the assessment, you can get appointed." Wen Chao Sheng poured himself a cup of tea that had already gone cold, tilted his head back, drank it down, and then headed toward the woodshed. "If I had that kind of money, I'd rather use it to treat you to drinks. Then," he added, "I'll quickly finish my chores. After lunch, I'll take advantage of the courtesan's afternoon break at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion to thank Xiaohong. I owe my life to her last night. Then, in the afternoon or evening, we'll go to the county office and have Chun Xiong thoroughly examine the corpse. I have a feeling there might be more clues on Lu Jinsher's body." Shui watched Wen Chao Sheng's figure disappear into the woodshed, her gaze gradually becoming lost in thought, her mind wandering to who knows where. At lunchtime, Madame Lu prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Since Wen Chao Sheng had arrived, she had been deliberately changing the dietary balance to help him make up for the deficiencies of the past 3 years. After the meal, Wen Chao Sheng washed the dishes and then left Osmanthus Alley, heading towards the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. To prevent any accidents, Shui accompanied him. On the way, Wen Chao Sheng asked Shui if her injuries had improved. She replied, "Flesh wounds heal quickly. I should be about 80% recovered in half a month, and the scars will be barely visible in a few months. But the hidden injuries left by some experts are hard to say. When I break through my martial arts realm in the future, the marrow cleansing process might be able to wash them away." After saying this, she seemed to know what Wen Chao Sheng was worried about and said gently, "Although I'm seriously injured, it doesn't affect my normal activities much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill Chun Xiong's guard with one strike. If I hadn't been weakened beforehand, Bai Yoyu's sword wouldn't have been able to pierce me that night." Wen Chao Sheng turned his head to look at Shui and nodded without saying anything more. As they approached the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, Shui told Wen Chao Sheng to go in by himself while she waited outside. Inside, after several twists and turns, Wen Chao Sheng slipped some copper coins to a young-looking girl to help him notify Si Xiaohong. After receiving Si Xiaohong's consent, the young girl named Dewdrop looked at Wen Chao Sheng with surprise, wondering why Si Xiaohong, who never readily met guests in private, had suddenly changed her mind. However, she didn't ask many questions, but simply led Wen Chao Sheng to Si Xiaohong's own small building. The most endearing thing about the girls of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion was that they never asked questions they shouldn't ask. "Don't inquire, Don't interfere, just make money. However, for Si Xiaohong, Wen Chao Sheng was clearly not in the customer category. The two could be considered friends. Although they hadn't known each other for long, their relationship was decent. Especially for a girl like Si Xiaohong, who was quite socially awkward, a friend she could chat with was even more precious. Brother Chao Sheng, are you all right after last night? Seeing Wen Chao Sheng, Si Xiaohong, who was playing the zither in the courtyard, let out a breath, and the worry on her brow seemed to dissipate a little. Of course, I'm fine. Xiaohong, I really owe you a debt of gratitude for last night. I don't have much money on me and nothing to repay you with right now. Now that I've obtained Qi citizenship, I've settled down in the 7th small courtyard in Osmanthus Alley. If you need new tunes or other help in the future, you can come find me at any time. Si Xiaohong nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked somewhat awkwardly, Brother Chao Sheng, what exactly happened on your side last night? Of course, Mama Song Chunin had also warned Si Xiaohong not to easily ask any guests at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion about anything other than romantic affairs. Don't inquire, don't interfere. Just make money. However, for Si Xiaohong, Wen Chao Sheng was clearly not in the customer category. The two could be considered friends. Although they hadn't known each other for long, their relationship was decent. Especially for a girl like Si Xiaohong, who was quite socially awkward, a friend she could chat with was even more precious. Chapter 59. The poet Cheng Feng, everything regarding Lu Chuan appeared exceedingly perilous. Naturally, Wen Chao Sheng would not urge the similarly unfortunate girl, Si Xiaohong, to leap into the fire. He refrained from answering her inquiries, offering only evasions, and assured her that his own matters had been entirely resolved. Perhaps due to Wen Chao Sheng's remarkable acting skills, he deceived not only Lu Chuan, but also Si Xiaohong, who finally felt a sense of relief. As Wen Chao Sheng prepared to depart, she suddenly recollected something and called out to him, hastening from her chamber to retrieve a small box, which she handed to Wen Chao Sheng with a hint of shyness, saying, Brother Chao Sheng, could you possibly assist me with a small favor? Noticing the slight flush on Si Xiaohong's face and the fidgeting of her fingers, which betrayed her nervousness, Wen Chao Sheng, understanding her unspoken intentions, smiled and inquired, Pray tell, for whom is it? I assure you, I shall deliver it safely. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaohong's youthful visage deepened in color, and she hurriedly shook her head, explaining, It is not as you imagine, Brother Chao Sheng. 3 months ago, at a banquet held at the Mandarin Duck Tower, some nobles, having indulged in wine, made a scene, causing great embarrassment for me. I heard that these individuals hold some influence in the county and have connections with Lu Jinshe. My mother, in an attempt to appease them, offered wine and gifts. But they remained unyielding, insisting that my mother find someone in the literary realm who could surpass them, or else they would not relent. That night, many had drunk deeply, with crowds gathering to witness the spectacle. Both the nobles and my mother found themselves cornered, and as the situation escalated out of control, a drunken guest stepped forward to assist, composing a poem on the pillar of the Mandarin Duck Tower, thus diffusing the tension. Wen Chao Sheng, reflecting on this, chuckled. He must be quite a talented individual. Si Xiaohong, her countenance tinged with embarrassment, responded, Brother Chao Sheng, please do not jest. It has been 3 months, and I have yet to thank him. I intended to express my gratitude in person when he next visited the Mandarin Duck Tower, but alas, I have not seen him since. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Wen Chao Sheng's eyes as he concealed his thoughts. Nodding, very well. I will deliver this to him. Do you have his address and name? Si Xiaohong replied. I learned from the sisters in the tower that his name is Cheng Feng. Cheng for prosperity, Feng for peak. He resides at number 10, Bending Water Alley in the northern part of the county. If Brother Chao Sheng has the time, could you kindly deliver this gift to Brother Cheng? Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback to hear the name Cheng Feng from Si Xiaohong's lips, momentarily frozen in place until her reminder brought him back to reality. He departed from a Mandarin Duck Tower and, outside, a Shui cast a glance at the box in Wen Chao Sheng's hand, remarking, You are indeed discreet. In such a place of revelry, other men enter empty-handed and leave with riches. Yet here you are, entering empty-handed and exiting with a gift. How is it that this girl is so taken with you after but a few encounters? After a Shui finished speaking, Wen Chao Sheng sighed, placing the exquisite box before him, stating, This is for someone else. I am merely the messenger. A Shui, somewhat taken aback, asked for someone else. Who? Wen Chao Sheng replied, Chung Feng. A Shui's expression shifted. Chung Feng. Is that not the one you mentioned? Wen Chao Sheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is he. A Shui regarded him with a contemplative gaze. It seems that Kuhai County is quite small. It feels as though everyone knows one another. With purposeful strides, Wen Chao Sheng made his way towards the address Si Xiaohong had provided. Previously, he had been curious about how Chung Feng had fallen into such dire straits, and now, a vague understanding began to form in his mind. As they traversed the path, he recounted to a Shui how Chung Feng and Si Xiaohong had come to know one another. Upon arriving at number 10 Bending Water Alley, they observed the walls lined with peeling paint, and the ground was overrun with green mold and moss. The sunlight today was particularly fierce, causing the stench of melting snow to rise. Approaching Chung Feng's residence, a foul odor assailed Wen Chao Sheng's senses. He instinctively feared for the worst and hurried to the entrance, only to find that the door had been forcefully removed, leaving behind a pile of dead rats. Though these carcasses would typically remain odorless when frozen, the warmth of the sunlight had exposed them, releasing a repugnant stench. Ignoring the revolting smell, Wen Chao Sheng crouched beside the rat carcasses for a closer inspection, stating, even in the bitter cold of winter, it is unlikely that these bodies would decompose to this extent, even with the sun shining for a few more days. Moreover, the fur of the rats is matted, clearly soaked in water. It seems someone has soaked the bodies in hot water to hasten their decay before dumping them at Chung Feng's doorstep. Listening to Wen Chao Sheng's deductions, a Shui furrowed his brow, glancing towards the interior of the house. Such a vile act could not be attributed to an ordinary individual, especially one who would go so far as to dismantle another's door. It was evident that this stemmed from the grievances formed 3 months prior at the Mandarin Duck Tower. Explaining Chung Feng's current plight, in Kuhai County, incidents of petty theft were not uncommon, primarily due to the leniency of penalties for theft, compounded by the fact that Chung Feng's door had been smashed in, allowing thieves easy access to his home at any time. Wen Chao Sheng and Shui stepped over the rat carcasses and entered Chung Feng's home. They called out several times until at last the dilapidated door creaked open, revealing a wary face shrouded in darkness. As Chung Feng recognized Wen Chao Sheng, the hostility in his gaze gradually dissipated. With a creak, the door swung fully open, and he emerged, limping slightly, bruises visible on his face. Notably, he clutched a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. It's you. How did you find me? Chung Feng's tone was devoid of any joy at the visit, laced instead with impatience. Observing Chung Feng's disheveled state, Wen Chao Sheng chuckled. What happened? Did someone give you a beating? Chung Feng met his gaze, but offered no reply, turning back towards the interior of the house. It was only when Wen Chao Sheng spoke again. I'm not the one looking for you. It's a girl from the Mandarin Duck Tower. That Chung Feng halted in his tracks. As he turned, Wen Chao Sheng had already approached him, revealing the delicate box in his hand. The girl intended to thank you in person when you next visited the Mandarin Duck Tower, but after the poetry event, you vanished. She inquired for quite some time before finally locating your address. This is a gift from her. Please accept it. Chung Feng stared at the box in Wen Chao Sheng's hand, hesitating for a moment before finally parting his dry lips. I appreciate her sentiment, but may I request that the gift be returned? Wen Chao Sheng, noticing the disarray of Chung Feng's hair, could faintly discern blood crusted in the sparse patches. He stepped closer, pressing the gift into Chung Feng's hands, and earnestly asked, "Who has done this to you?" Before Chung Feng could respond, a raucous commotion erupted from the alley outside, accompanied by footsteps and boisterous shouts. Chung Feng, ha ha ha, are the funds for our meal ready today? We're here to collect our debts. Chapter 60. Severed Finger. 7 young ruffians entered through the unguarded entrance with ease, skillfully stepping over the dead rats strewn about. In Kuhai County, the idle individuals often exhibited a peculiar trait. During winter, they dressed more lightly than most, rolling up their sleeves to showcase their robust physiques, akin to seasoned martial artists, thereby enhancing their intimidating presence. Indeed, those who had truly attained the blood-moving stage possessed a remarkable resistance to the cold compared to ordinary folk. However, given the opportunity, They would still don thicker clothing in winter, as enduring the cold did not equate to being impervious to its bite. As they entered, they caught sight of Wen Chao Sheng and Ashui, their brazen gazes roaming over the two. The lanky leader of the group approached Wen Chao Sheng, slapping his chest with an open hand and grinning widely. "Are you two here on business as well?" Though he employed respectful language, his tone bore no semblance of deference, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he perceived Wen Chao Sheng and his companion as rivals encroaching upon their territory, a notion that did not bode well for them. These individuals spent their days in idleness, eschewing the early rising and hard labor of their parents, yet simultaneously dismissing the pursuit of any craft, dreaming instead of becoming figures of the underworld, with beauty and wealth readily available to them. The 6 ruffians trailing behind their leader brandished knives and clubs, advancing menacingly to establish their dominance. In the county, regulations regarding the carrying of weapons by civilians were relatively lax, with only certain inns and taverns prohibiting such items, requiring their safekeeping. Sensing the tension in the air, Chung Feng hobbled over, trembling as he brandished a kitchen knife at the leading thug, exclaiming, "Su Xiaojia, this matter concerns us, not them," just as his desperate bravado surged. When Chao Sheng interjected, "What is it to you?" Chung Feng was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaojia also paused, before a twitching grin spread across his face as he stepped closer to Wen Chao Sheng, poking a finger into his chest and declaring, "Whoever you are, listen carefully. This territory has been ours for 2 months now. If you know what's good for you, scram. If you don't leave, my brothers here will be unhappy, and we'll take care of you too. Understand?" Ashui remained silent, while Wen Chao Sheng scrutinized him before pointing at Cheng Feng's courtyard and asking, "Did you dismantle the door?" Without turning back, Su Xiaojia lazily replied, "I did." Wen Chao Sheng continued, "And those rotten dead rats soaked in hot water, were they also discarded by you?" Su Xiaojia's expression faltered slightly, as this was a cunning ploy he had devised overnight, only to be effortlessly seen through by Wen Chao Sheng. "Well, who would have thought you were observant?" he began, but before he could finish, Wen Chao Sheng suddenly moved. The gust of wind had not even had the chance to caress his ear before his hand retrieved the concealed axe from behind his waist, striking downward with precision. The entire motion was executed with such fluidity that even Ashui cast a look of astonishment. Su Xiaojia instinctively reacted. Having been a thug for some time, he had developed a quicker reflex and better technique than the average person. Yet, this reflex proved futile against Wen Chao Sheng. The blade that should have missed his fingers instead cleaved through them. Initially, he felt a chill, a coldness that seeped through his fingertips, followed by an agonizing pain that spread throughout his body, tearing at his very core. As Su Xiaojia watched his earlier finger jab at Wen Chao Sheng fly away, crimson blood gushed forth, and he immediately clutched his right hand, crouching down with a wail. Both the thugs behind him and Chung Feng were struck dumb by the scene. Though they often engaged in brawls, they were not truly part of the underworld. It was rare for them to resort to knives and sever fingers or toes. Typically, they relied on wooden sticks and small knives, for to stir up fatal consequences would invite the wrath of the authorities, and a few harsh blows could lead to a lifetime of disability. Su Xiaojia's anguish cries echoed through Cheng Feng's courtyard. The surrounding residents of Bending Water Alley were few. During the day, they toiled in the fields, leaving them oblivious to the commotion. Yet, the cacophony of his piteous screams sent a shiver down the spines of the young ruffians, as Wen Chao Sheng pointed the axe at them, advancing a step, prompting them to retreat in fear. Standing beside Su Xiaojia, he grasped the thug's hair, commanding, "What did you just say? For me to get lost?" Su Xiaojia, looking up at the bloodied axe poised at his neck, felt the fierceness drain from his countenance, and the malice in his eyes was replaced by despair as he pleaded, "I didn't recognize your authority. Please spare me. I swear I want to come back again." When Chao Sheng inquired, "You want to come back, truly?" Su Xiaojia grimaced, asserting with conviction, "I truly want to." When Chao Sheng then lifted his gaze, addressing the remaining ruffians, "What about you?" The ruffians exchanged glances at Su Xiaojia's bleeding fingers, fear evident in their eyes. 5 of them hesitated before stammering that they would not return, while one thug seemed less willing to concede. First stepping back, then defiantly shouting at Wen Chao Sheng, "Don't think you can act tough just because you have some skills. I'll tell you, we have Seventh Master backing us." Wen Chao Sheng was not unfamiliar with the name Seventh Master. Previously, in a dilapidated temple outside the county, the wine and horse meat that Ashui had offered him were all generously provided by Seventh Master. He glanced at the defiant thug, lowered his head, and tightened his grip on Su Xiaojia's hair, forcing him to look at the ruffians accompanying him, whispering in his ear, "Remember their faces well. Your second finger was severed because of the one who spoke. He threatened me, but I couldn't reach him. So since he is your companion, you'll take the blame." Su Xiaojia, realizing the dire implications of this, cried out in terror. Wait. But alas, he was too late. Wen Chao Sheng flipped his axe, striking the back of Su Xiaojia's finger with force and precision. The blow was delivered with such intensity that the collision echoed with a distinct crack of bone. "Ah!" Su Xiaojia's piercing screams filled the air, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chapter 61. Confirmation. Under the formidable deterrence of Wen Chao Sheng, the group of thugs ultimately fled in disarray. Throughout this ordeal, Wen Chao Sheng maintained a serene demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Cheng Feng, who stood silently beside him, was profoundly shaken, while Ashui regarded Wen Chao Sheng with a rare glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Yet beyond this, she was also filled with curiosity. She wondered how Wen Chao Sheng, a person with no prior martial training, could suddenly wield a blade with such swiftness and precision. Once the thugs departed, Wen Chao Sheng approached a nearby water bucket to cleanse the blood from his blade, casually wiping it dry on his clothing before concealing it once more. After he completed these tasks, Cheng Feng's somewhat trembling voice broke the silence. "You shouldn't have intervened in my affairs. That man wasn't jesting. Their sudden appearance must have been at the behest of some local ruffian. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. These ruffians are deeply entangled with the authorities. Your momentary bravado may invite endless misfortune in the future." Wen Chao Sheng cast a glance at him and remarked, "Do you truly believe I saved you simply to indulge in a fleeting display of bravado?" Cheng Feng was taken aback. Wen Chao Sheng pointed to the small box in Cheng Feng's hands and continued, "This girl who sent you the box braved the heavy snow during the new year to deliver a bowl of braised meat to me. She's such a kind soul. If you refuse her gift, it will surely sadden her." Cheng Feng lowered his gaze upon the box, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Why did I help her that day? He pondered aloud. That young girl, bullied by so many, with everyone present merely wishing to witness her humiliation. How pitiful. I was intoxicated, my mind clouded, and acted foolishly to shield her from disaster. As he spoke, Cheng Feng discarded the kitchen knife and slowly opened the box, revealing a fragrant sachet sewn by Si Xiaohong herself, adorned with a depiction of a figure's silhouette inscribing poetry upon the columns of the Yuanyang Tower. The figure stood tall and unrestrained, the blurred stitches infused with youthful vigor. Cheng Feng gazed at the artwork, lost in thought for an extended period. Wen Chao Sheng settled onto a wooden stool in Cheng Feng's courtyard, his gaze unwavering. Is it truly that simple? Cheng Feng stared at the sachet, lost in reverie. Once, I too found myself in a distant land, having committed an offense, with adults threatening my life, and no one to speak on my behalf. I asked them if I had done wrong, if it was indeed my fault. Many were present, yet none responded, none dared to acknowledge me. Eventually, a noble from the academy intervened, saving me and sending me back to my hometown. Ashui, who had remained silent for a long while, perceptively caught two words and looked up. Academy? Are you referring to the Langan Pavilion? Wait, could you be the student expelled from there? Cheng Feng appeared to realize he had spoken too freely, quickly averting his gaze. You jest, there are so many academies in the world. A penniless student like me, devoid of talent, how could I possibly have the qualifications to enter the Langan Pavilion? Ashui exchanged glances with Wen Chao Sheng, who, though unaware of the specifics, smiled knowingly. It seems you are indeed the one. Cheng Feng earnestly insisted. You have mistaken me for someone else. Wen Chao Sheng gazed directly into his eyes. Cheng Feng, do you know that people possess a peculiar trait? The more one tries to conceal something, the more they inadvertently reveal it. Cheng Feng heart tightened at this, and he blurted out, "Fine, then I am." Wen Chao Sheng nodded, stepping closer to him and patting his shoulder. "This is your own admission. You cannot deny it in the future." Cheng Feng looked puzzled, his small eyes filled with questions, as if he wished to explain further, but Wen Chao Sheng shifted the topic. "By the way, Cheng Feng, I have been pondering a question that relates to you in another matter. Could you assist me in finding an answer?" After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Feng nodded. "Ask away. If I know, I will do my utmost to inform you." Wen Chao Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, producing several letters and laying them out before Cheng Feng. "Examine these writings. Do they seem familiar to you?" Throughout this, Wen Chao Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Feng's expression, as he suspected that certain matters Cheng Feng would be reluctant to divulge, requiring subtler methods to discern the truth. Wen Chao Sheng excelled in this regard, for his eyes possessed an innate discernment. Ashui, similarly attentive, focused her gaze on Cheng Feng, who observed the letters with a grave expression, hesitating to breathe. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "I do not recognize these writings." Wen Chao Sheng hooked an arm around his shoulder. "Ah, now you're being unhelpful. I came bearing gifts and even shielded you from disaster. Shouldn't that make me your benefactor? Or is it that you are too timid and require a few drinks before you dare speak the truth? If that's the case, I shall procure some wine right now." Cheng Feng's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a long while, he released his tightly clenched fingers and sighed. "I apologize, but I promised that noble I would keep this secret, never to leave the academy. If it comes to it, I would gladly trade my life for yours. I will seek out Seventh Master and settle today's grievances myself." Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "What need have I for your life? If you cannot speak, I shall not press you. Cheng Feng, you are a master of calligraphy. I merely wish to confirm one thing. The characters on these letters. They're not penned by soldiers, are they?" Cheng Feng pondered this carefully. The question seemed to skirt around the core issue, and given that Wen Chao Sheng had indeed assisted him greatly today, he felt compelled to respond. "No. Most soldiers' handwriting bears traces of bloodlust and ferocity, their strokes often disconnected. Even though Qi State reveres literature and values Confucianism, the soldiers at the borders lack the time or inclination to refine their calligraphy. The script in these letters flows smoothly, employing the eternal character 8 principles technique, clearly not the work of ordinary soldiers." As he spoke, his gaze flickered uneasily, and he inquired of Wen Chao Sheng and Ashui, "Where did you acquire these letters?" Wen Chao Sheng, having received the answer he sought, began to gather the letters, placing them back into their original positions with a calm and deliberate demeanor. They were obtained from the parents of children who have been away for years, even over a decade since they enlisted. These letters, sent from the borders, greet their children in a familiar tone, arriving once a year. In sparse strokes, the letters overflow with longing. As he spoke, he recalled Mi Fong, a sardonic smile creeping upon his face. Meanwhile, Ashui's gaze had turned as cold as ice. Chapter 62. See for yourself. Upon learning the origin of the letters from Wen Chao Sheng, Cheng Feng collapsed onto the frigid ground, staring blankly at the open courtyard gate, as if bereft of all strength. Seeing his state, Wen Chao Sheng pressed him again about the letters. After a long silence, Cheng Feng sighed, "In principle, I cannot divulge anything about the academy. It is not mine alone to tell. However, if you're truly determined to know, there is a way, albeit a perilous one." When Chao Sheng inquired, "Oh, what way is that? Pray tell." Cheng Feng responded, "Gain entry into the veranda pavilion and seek your answers within the academy." When Chao Sheng chuckled, "Me? Enter the academy?" Setting aside the arduous, scholarly debates of the examination, I have not even perused Master Wang Shanghai's governance, let alone sit for the test. I would be eliminated in the first round. The sun's radiant glow enveloped Cheng Feng, as if searing him with its intensity. Seemingly caught in a dilemma, he said with a complex and conflicted tone, Perhaps I could pen a letter of recommendation to that dignitary." When Chao Sheng's smile faded, replaced by a look of surprise. "With a letter of recommendation, one can bypass the examination?" Cheng Feng clarified, "Of course, an examination is still required." When Chao Sheng scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. "A futile endeavor." Cheng Feng's voice rang out behind him, "But the examination will no longer concern itself with the classics. nor Master Wang's governance. Wen Chao Sheng halted and turned to face him. Then we'll attest. Chung Feng lifted his gaze, his tone now tinged with mystery. It will test what they require. Brother Chao Sheng, the academy is a place of contention, vastly different from the rumors that circulate outside. It is a place of irreconcilable conflict. Should you enter, you may find yourself no longer in control of your own destiny. Escape may prove difficult. If you're certain of your resolve, seek me out tomorrow, and I shall instruct you on how to pass the assessment. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Chao Sheng acquiesced. Very well. He and Ashui departed Chung Feng's residence and emerged onto the bustling streets. After a prolonged silence, Ashui asked, "When did your swordsmanship become so formidable?" She had perceived the underlying skill. The precision of Wen Chao Sheng's strike was something that even seasoned martial artists of the light flight realm would struggle to replicate. In Ashui's eyes, this was an impossibility. Not only did Wen Chao Sheng lack a dantian, rendering cultivation impossible, but even if he were capable of cultivating, his progress could not have been so rapid. In response to Ashui's inquiry, Wen Chao Sheng smiled. "You taught me, remember?" Ashui paused, perplexed. "I taught you? When?" Wen Chao Sheng elaborated. "That snowy night, you said you would teach me how to kill. I learned. I first slew several crossbowmen, seizing their crossbows, and then I killed an assassin from the river of forgetfulness. No, strictly speaking, you killed the assassin, but I did manage to hit him." A hint of agitation entered Ashui's voice as she shook her head. "Impossible. Even if you could learn my swordsmanship with a single glance, it would still require extensive practice and refinement. The eye may learn, but the body must also adapt." Wen Chao Sheng tilted his head, observing the rare expression of perplexity on Ashui's face. He explained, "I did practice. Chopping firewood every day is, in essence, practicing swordsmanship." Ashui listened, a thoughtful expression dawning on her face. Practicing swordsmanship through chopping firewood. Intriguing. I have never heard of such a thing. As she pondered, Wen Chao Sheng led her down a less crowded alleyway and posed a peculiar question. "Ashui, have you noticed anything amiss with Mr. L's courtyard?" Startled by Wen Chao Sheng's query, Ashui quickly regained her composure. After careful consideration, she shook her head. "No. Is there something wrong?" Wen Chao Sheng stroked his chin and rephrased the question. "When you look at the loquat tree in Mr. L's courtyard, do you perceive anything else within it?" Ashui responded without hesitation, "No. It's just a tree bearing loquat fruit. What else could there be?" Hearing Ashui's answer, Wen Chao Sheng seemed to understand. Not everyone could perceive anything beyond the ordinary in that loquat tree. It had nothing to do with one's level of cultivation. To discern something else within the loquat tree, one needed a certain affinity, a trait that was difficult for ordinary people to acquire. "Did you see something in the loquat tree?" Ashui asked casually. Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "Perhaps it was a dream, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. I used to see strange things all the time, and I still do." Ashui did not dwell on the matter. She reached out and snatched the worn-out cleaver from Wen Chao Sheng's waist. Feeling the absence of the cleaver, Wen Chao Sheng immediately asked, "What are you doing with my cleaver?" Ashui deftly flipped the cleaver in her hand, replying nonchalantly, "Going to ask 7th Master for some wine. You crippled 2 fingers of that hoodlum today. They've done plenty of misdeeds for Chung Feng, so they certainly won't report it to the authorities, but they can't swallow their anger either. In the end, they'll have to pass the buck to 7th Master, the local tyrant. Instead of waiting for 7th Master to come looking for Chung Feng, we should go to him and settle this matter." Wen Chao Sheng sighed and retrieved the cleaver from Ashui. The martial world is not all about violence and bloodshed. There are also matters of human relationships and social interactions. "I will handle 7th Master's affair." Ashui glanced at Wen Chao Sheng, crossing her arms. "Wen Chao Sheng, you may have acquired some rudimentary swordsmanship, but it's probably not enough to deal with 7th Master. Be careful not to get your teeth knocked out." Wen Chao Sheng sheathed the cleaver, patted his waist, and said seriously, "I told you, I won't fight him. I'm going to keep 7th Master as a pawn to test Chuanqiong's sincerity. As for the letters, we can't investigate them for now. Digging deeper would lead us to the royal city. I don't know if you can go to the royal city, but I need a suitable identity to go there. At the moment, I can only get that identity from Chung Feng." Ashui walked alongside him for a few steps before suddenly saying, "Actually, you don't have to continue investigating. This matter has nothing to do with you. Anything that enters the royal city becomes exceedingly complex. Anyone involved, any lead, could lead to the destruction of your family. Wen Chao Sheng chuckled. Destruction of my family? I need to have a family first. Unfortunately, I am the only one left of my entire clan. Ashui pursed her lips, casting a complicated glance at Wen Chao Sheng. Aren't you afraid of death? Wen Chao Sheng retorted. I'll correct you one more time. I'm not afraid of death. I cherish life. I certainly don't want to investigate this matter. But I owe Amy a debt of gratitude that I must repay. At the very least, I need to find out if her son, Zhang Changgong, is alive or dead, and where he has gone. As he spoke, he took a couple of steps closer to Ashui and murmured, Aunt Mi is such a wonderful person. She has saved my life twice. This year, she turns 63. Her legs are weak, and her health is failing. Who knows how many more years she has left? She relies daily on those few letters from her son and the view of her little patch of land to get by. Now, even those letters have proven to be a deception. What remains genuine in her remaining years? I may not feel obligated to reveal the truth to her, yet I cannot simply stand by and watch her be deceived. If possible, I must at least endeavor to bring her son back to her. Chapter 63. A tree in the courtyard in the afternoon. Upon returning, Wen Chao Sheng resumed his game of chess with El Jiming. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, with Wen Chao Sheng playing as white, just as before. Despite El Jiming's exceptional skill, Wen found it difficult to gain any advantage, even though his mind was elsewhere. As the game progressed, El Jiming pondered each move for an extended period. One, unhurried, exchanged glances with the loquat tree nearby, deriving great pleasure from even this one-sided interaction. He discovered that he could always find something novel in the tree. Mr. L, it is your turn, Wen reminded after a prolonged silence. El Jiming snapped back to attention and sheepishly replied, My apologies. It's an old habit of mine. Whenever I play chess, I tend to reflect on past events. Wen poured him a cup of hot tea, and the steam danced above the table. I had thought a person of your caliber, Mr. L, would possess such profound insights on the path of cultivation that no troubles would weigh upon you. With a wry smile, El Jiming shook his head. The affairs of the world are most perturbing. Were all matters as simple as cultivation, how delightful that would be. Wen, taken aback by El's words, choked on his tea. Is cultivation truly simple? El Jiming gazed at him with a knowing smile, remaining silent. When caught off guard by his expression, recalled a question posed by Ashui on the street not long ago, and a shiver ran through him. Until now, he had merely chopped wood, admired the trees, and sipped tea, yet suddenly he could slice with a blade that even a practitioner at the light feather realm could scarcely wield. It seemed perhaps cultivation was indeed quite simple. As he pondered, El Jiming took a sip of tea and continued, Of course, cultivation is not without its complexities. Some leap forward while others tread slowly, but, Chao Sheng, your path ahead is still long, and you will come to understand. Wen seemed to grasp something vaguely, and certain questions faded from his mind, allowing them to linger in ambiguity. After a moment, he looked at El Jiming and asked with a smile, So, what is it that troubles you, Mr. L? El Jiming did not evade the question. At times, I feel that this courtyard, this small county, has ensnared both myself and my wife. We have lived here for 30 years, much like this tree, slowly taking root. Wen gazed at the loquat tree and inquired, Are you unhappy living here, Mr. L? El Jiming replied, I am content, yet life is too comfortable and thus somewhat tedious. Wen was puzzled. For someone like you, if you wished, could you not traverse the world? El Jiming chuckled. It is not so simple, Chao Sheng. In my youth, I descended the mountain, brimming with ambition, clutching a loquat branch I had brought down, determined to claim the title of the world's greatest. Yet upon my descent, I met a woman whose gentle spring breeze caused me to forget my lofty aspirations. We vowed to withdraw from the world of martial arts and live as ordinary people, free from its disputes. Thus, 30 years have slipped by. Now, when I wish to reclaim the promises of my youth, I find it utterly impossible. The dreamer of my youth has long since departed, occasionally scolding me for not honoring our pact, while I lament that though my skills surpass those of yours, my spirit has waned. Last year, during the Double Ninth Festival, I wrote to my master, inquiring if he remembered my vow to return as the world's greatest. I received a letter from his wife instead, informing me that my master passed away 6 winters ago, still concerned for me, having preserved the snowy peak where I often meditated, leaving it untouched for anyone else. I wonder when it was that I lost sight of what I truly desire. I no longer seek to be the greatest, nor do I wish for this world to remember me as an inconsequential figure. Yet I also do not wish to betray the promises of my youth. He recounted a lengthy tale to Wen Chao Sheng, drawing from his own life experiences, responded with a mix of muddled thoughts. As I have mentioned before, Mr. L., most individuals in their lifetime may comprehend countless profound truths, yet still fail to live well. Beyond the inherent difficulty of aligning knowledge with action, they face countless choices. With choices come inevitable regrets. L. Jiming burst into laughter, patting Wen Chao Sheng on the shoulder. You, my young friend, are not yet 20, yet speak with such gravitas. However, I find it delightful, truly delightful. Ha ha ha. I shall take a stroll to clear my mind. It seems snow may fall tonight. Do not wander too far. With a lightened heart after sharing his inner turmoil, El Jiming rose and ambled out of his courtyard. One looked thoughtfully at the loquat tree, dipping his finger in water and inscribing the character for entrapment on the table. Later that evening, Wen Chao Sheng and Shui arrived at the county office. Chun Xiong had already instructed the guards at the entrance, and they encountered no difficulties as they were led to the room where Lu Jinshi's body was preserved. The corpse of Wu Xie, whose head had been severed by Shui, had been buried by Chun Xiong. The room was illuminated by 100 candles, transforming it into a space as bright as day. Chun Xiong stood beside Lu Jinshi's body and addressed the two. I have arranged for a professional mortician. Tonight, you may freely examine Lu Jinshi, but you must not remove any tissue from his body. Shui glanced at Wen Chao Sheng and asked, Do you need a replacement knife? When hesitated before nodding, Yes, you take it. Shui retrieved a sharp small knife from the tools prepared by Chun Xiong and inquired, Where should I cut? When scrutinized the body closely, the chest had already been opened. He approached and touched Lu Jinshi's corpse, feeling every part from head to toe. There are few places in a human body that can conceal secrets. Lu Jinshi must have known he would be examined after death. Thus, any secrets he wished to hide could not bear scars. Shui began by cutting his backside. Once that is done, proceed to the mouth and throat. Chapter 64. 2 clues upon hearing this. Shui did not hesitate. The two of them assisted in pulling down Lu Jinshi's trousers, and she swiftly made an incision, precisely hitting the mark. With a few more deft strokes, Lu Jinshi's buttocks were laid bare. As the corpse had been prepped, there were no defilements. After a thorough search, failing to discover the sought-after item, Wen Chao Sheng instructed Shui to continue, commencing the dissection of Lu Jinshi's throat and nasal passages. The small blade danced in Shui's hand with butterfly-like grace. She seemed intimately familiar with human anatomy, her incisions executed with fluid precision, much like a seasoned butcher carving meat. Soon, Shui emitted a soft exclamation of discovery. There's something here. Seeing this, Wen Chao Sheng immediately intervened, carefully extracting a sealed, small wooden tube and a jagged stone from the lower throat, just before the stomach. Upon the esophageal wall, a long, scored mark was evident. Witnessing this, Chun Xiong was stunned into silence. Wen Chao Sheng, too, was taken aback, exclaiming, That's one ruthless bastard. He held no affection for Lu Jinshi. If he could, he would have gladly executed the scoundrel himself. Yet, observing what Lu Jinshi had done, Wen Chao Sheng realized he had underestimated the man's resolve to avenge himself against the powerful figure in the royal capital. Swallowing these objects, lodging them in the esophagus, would undoubtedly cause excruciating pain and discomfort. There's something in the nasal cavity as well. Shui examined it closely, then retrieved a small knife, using the two blades as makeshift tweezers to gently extract another waterproof leather pouch. One can conceal things in the nasopharynx. Chun Xiong's mouth gaped slightly, his right eyelid twitching incessantly. He had previously examined corpses, but only searching the abdominal cavity, hair, armpits, and such, noticing no external injuries on Lu Jinshi's body. He hadn't given it much thought, never imagining that Lu Jinshi would hide items in such unforeseen places. Wen Chao Sheng conducted another meticulous search, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Only then did he turn to Chun Xiong and say, "Lord Chun, am I wrong?" Chun Xiong remained silent for a long while, disregarding his revulsion, and spread out the discovered items. Lu Jinsher had left behind 2 paper slips of varying sizes. The larger slip bore the inscription Mount Xingwang, accompanied by a drawing that appeared to depict a certain location on the northern Mount Xingwang, with the annotation rainy, foggy day. The smaller slip simply read, Orchid Pavilion, Xu Yitzi. In the candlelit room, the 3 scrutinized the 2 slips of paper, each lost in thought. After a long pause, Wen Chao Sheng pocketed the larger slip, leaving the smaller one for Chun Xiong. As he did so, he asked Chun Xiong with a solemn expression, "Lord Chun, can Lu Jinsher's case be delayed further?" Chun Xiong also pocketed his slip, shaking his head. "It's already been delayed for too long. The city commandant of Guanghan has been incessantly pressing me. If I delay it any longer, it might arouse suspicion, or perhaps the White Dragon Guard is interfering. In any case, their people arrive tomorrow. By then, it won't be up to me whether to hand over the person." With that, he gazed at Wen Chao Sheng's grave countenance and inquired curiously, "The items have already been found, so why the need to delay it further? Are you perhaps worried that something has been missed?" Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "Nothing has been missed. But once this case is closed, Lord Chun, your situation will become perilous." Chun Xiong was taken aback, recalling Wen Chao Sheng's words from earlier that day. The latter's face was grim, shadows flickering across it in the candlelight. He continued, "If I were that powerful figure in the royal capital, once Lu Jinsher's case is classified, the first thing I would do is silence you." Chun Xiong waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible." He scoffed. "Wen Chao Sheng, I can see that you possess a silver tongue. But cease this fear-mongering. Lu Jinsher died not long ago, and now another magistrate dies. Do you truly believe the Qi state's legal system is inept? If I were to die suddenly, it would immediately alarm many, and troublesome eyes would be cast upon Bittersea County." Wen Chao Sheng turned to face him, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. "The problem lies precisely there. Lu Jinsher possessed a significant secret that directly threatened that powerful figure in the royal capital. But you do not. Investigating Lu Jinsher might indeed unearth some troublesome matters, but investigating you, what could possibly be uncovered?" Chun Xiong's expression faltered. When Chao Sheng continued his persuasive argument. "To put it another way, even if it were ultimately discovered that that powerful figure did indeed dispatch someone to kill you, then what? What impact would it have on him? A mere incident involving the death of an ordinary person would have minimal repercussions for that powerful figure in the royal capital. A fact I believe you understand better than I do, Lord Chun. To that powerful figure, your silence is a greater threat than your life. If you wish to survive, you cannot act as a mere pawn. You must demonstrate your worth, a worth that need not necessarily be a link to that powerful figure's interests, but can also be a threat to him. If you emulate Lu Jinsher, you will inevitably meet the same fate, becoming the next Lu Jinsher. I have said my piece. Lord Chun, the night is long. Ponder my words carefully." With that, Wen Chao Sheng exchanged a glance with Ah Shui. She tossed the knife she held beside Lu Jinsher's corpse, and together they departed the room, leaving Chun Xiong standing alone in the center of the candlelight, lost in contemplation. Time passed, and the night outside grew darker. A dark figure appeared at the door, knocking and announcing, "Lord, a man named Lu Chuan is requesting an audience outside the county office." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiong's heart instinctively clenched. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Let him in." Soon, Lu Chuan entered, his crimson brocade robe particularly conspicuous. He still carried the Guizhou donkey, which bore the Xian iron great blade on its back, reflecting slivers of cold light in the candlelight. As Lu Chuan entered, he noticed Lu Jinsher's dissected corpse, but the surroundings were exceptionally clean, with only 2 knives used for the autopsy. "So late, Lord Chun is still conducting an autopsy?" Lu Chuan's eyes flickered as he approached Chun Xiong with a smile, briefly examining the corpse. "I wonder if Lord has found anything?" Faced with Lu Chuan's inquiry, Chun Xiong deliberately paused, not answering, but instead taking the initiative to ask, "What brings you here so late?" Lu Chuan chuckled, replying slowly, "Did Lord Chun grant Qi citizenship to a refugee from outside the county?" A few days ago, Chen Xiong stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at Lu Jinshi's corpse. Wen Chao Sheng? Lu Chuan nodded. Yes, that's him. Lord Chen, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. The Wen City incident is still fresh in memory, and relations between Zhao and Qi are currently strained. At this juncture, you rashly allow a refugee into Qi. Isn't that ill-advised? Chen Xiong said calmly, I've investigated this person. He has no past, having lived outside the county for the past 3 years. He possesses no cultivation, not even a martial artist. This year's snow came too suddenly and heavily to Qi, and seeing his plight, I granted him citizenship. Lu Chuan strolled past him, tilting his head back and cracking his neck, sighing, You certainly have the heart of a bodhisattva, but I wonder if this person inadvertently ruins your affairs or causes you any trouble. Can you bear the responsibility? Chen Xiong squinted and inquired. What trouble could a mere vagrant possibly cause for you, my lord? Lu Chuan produced a letter he had obtained from Wen Chao Sheng and waved it slightly. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the trouble has already arisen. This individual's identity has been conferred by you, so I must kindly request that you handle this matter yourself. After all, our lives are not without value. Should we find ourselves entangled in the demise of such a person, it would be an utter waste. Chapter 65. The 7-kill Hall. Chen Xiong cast a glance at Lu Chuan, eager to retrieve the letter, yet Lu Chuan retracted it once more. This cannot be shown to you. In any case, I have good intentions. I initially intended to help you erase this blemish last night, but it turns out this fellow knows a particularly formidable woman. I'm uncertain if she is the one we sought outside the county back then. Ultimately, this matter fell through. I hope, esteemed sir, that you act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. As Lu Chuan uttered the last 4 words, he emphasized them with a profound tone, unaware that it was precisely these words that provoked Chen Xiong. The words spoken by Wen Chao Sheng not long ago echoed in his ears once more. If I were that esteemed individual, I would silence you at once. A fleeting memory flickered through Chen Xiong's mind, and he discreetly set down the small knife in his hand. I understand. Is there anything else? If not, please grant me a moment of privacy. I still need to examine the corpse. Tomorrow, the Guanghan city will send for someone, and the case of Lu Jinshi should be concluded. Lu Chuan, you wouldn't want any unnecessary remnants left in Lu Jinshi's case, would you? Lu Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with him, then broke into a smile, responding softly, Then, esteemed Chen, do ensure a meticulous examination. Chen Xiong replied, I would never jest with my own life. Lu Chuan appeared quite satisfied with this response, and soon departed with Qian Lu. After their exit, Chen Xiong stood before Lu Jinshi's corpse, locking eyes with the discolored face tainted by the embalming agent, lost in contemplation. The following morning, Wen Chao Sheng chopped firewood in half, and, sensing the time was ripe, ventured out to procure buns and soy milk. Upon returning, he shared a meal with a shui, and then remarked, We shall seek out Lord Qi shortly. I will go in to speak with him. You should probably hide for a while. You have met Lord Qi before, and he will certainly have someone from Wangchuan seeking him. Although they dare not act recklessly in the county during the day, we are currently entangled in troubles. It is best to avoid further complications. A shui chewed her bun and took another sip of soy milk, mumbling a question. Where did you buy the buns and soy milk? Wen Chao Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her sudden, off-topic inquiry. Cross the Huawang Bridge, walk a mile ahead, there's Aaron's bun shop. What? Are you still hungry? A shui replied, The tofu buns from that shop are decent. I just want to clarify, if you happen to be disposed of by Lord Qi, I will know where to go. Wen Chao Sheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can't you wish me a bit of good fortune? After finishing her bun, a shui licked her fingers and fixed her gaze on Wen Chao Sheng. If you don't take me, and something goes awry, I won't be able to help you. Think it over. I understand, Wen Chao Sheng replied. But Lord Qi is bound to be terrified of you. If you accompany me, I will find it difficult to negotiate. After all, what I seek is not intimidation, but collaboration. If today's business concludes successfully, I can leverage Cheng Feng to test Chen Xiong. Furthermore, I will establish a beneficial link with Lord Qi, ensuring he acts without resentment. Otherwise, mere intimidation could lead to him harboring grudges, and in the end, Cheng Feng may bear the brunt of those debts. A Shui scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng, clicking her tongue. It seems you always have some peculiar ideas. I will wait outside for half an hour. Is that sufficient? Wen Chao Sheng nodded. That will suffice. Finding Lord Qi's hall was not a daunting task. A Shui had been there once before and directed Wen Chao Sheng. He slipped some coins to the guards at the entrance. Though not a significant amount, it was considered a little extra income. They escorted Wen Chao Sheng into the hall, which was filled with burly men engaged in drinking and dice games, creating a raucous atmosphere. Inside the hall, the air was thick with the scent of liquor, resembling a private gambling den. A burly man wielding a knife led Wen Chao Sheng in and called out to a frail elder dressed in black robes seated at a distance. Lord Qi, this lad wishes to see you. The previously boisterous scene fell silent, with all eyes turning toward Wen Chao Sheng. Lord Qi glanced over, his once prominent goatee now replaced by sparse gray stubble, his sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. He scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng, recognizing him as a newcomer, and gestured for him to approach. Standing before Lord Qi, Wen Chao Sheng introduced himself. I am Wen Chao Sheng, and I bring a business proposition to Lord Qi. I wonder if you might be interested? Without bowing or exchanging pleasantries, Wen Chao Sheng immediately delved into the matter at hand. A Shui was not present, and he was surrounded by genuine figures of the underworld, not the petty thugs he had encountered the previous day. His life was at stake. Therefore, the priority was to convey his value without the encumbrance of trivial formalities. Lord Qi leaned on his deer-headed cane, regarding Wen Chao Sheng with a commanding presence, his fingers lightly tapping. What business? Speak. Wen Chao Sheng clasped his hands before him and began. Since Lord Qi has graciously granted me this audience, allow me to speak candidly. I am a straightforward individual. Should I inadvertently offend anyone, I hope you will bear with me. Now, let us begin with the current state of the 7-kill hall. It seems you have not been faring well of late. In the past, while Lu Jinshi was alive, the 7-kill hall thrived by oppressing the local populace, profiting from unsavory dealings. While the authorities often turned a blind eye to your actions as long as you did not overstep the bounds. However, now that Lu Jinshi is deceased, you have transitioned from government-backed bandits to mere outlaws. Not only have your financial streams dried up, but the new county magistrate may very well use your activities to bolster his own record. Before he could finish, a sharp long sword was suddenly drawn, poised at Wen Chao Sheng's neck. In the next moment, angry shouts erupted from the crowd. Scoundrel! Which wild dog dares to be brazen in the 7-kill hall? Bai Lang, dispatch this lad, chop him to pieces, and feed him to the dogs. Before the narration of Wen Chao Sheng, the crowd in the 7-kill hall, as if their tails had been stepped on, erupted in a cacophony of curses. Many unsheathed the sabers at their waists, poised to advance, awaiting only the 7th Master's command to mince Wen Chao Sheng into a bloody paste. However, witnessing this scene of inflamed passions, Wen Chao Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Rumors possess limited power. Only truth is a swift blade. Their reaction precisely indicated that he had struck true. As for their clamoring to kill him, what thayest? Without the 7th Master's assent, would they dare draw steel? Confronted with the cold steel against his neck, Wen Chao Sheng, though sensing the chill of mortality and aware that a mere tremor could send him to the afterlife, felt no fear, only elation. He discerned a truth. The destinies of these self-proclaimed extraordinary Jianghu individuals were firmly within his grasp. The 7th Master, leaning on his cane, engaged in a gaze with Wen Chao Sheng. He observed a sharpness in the youth's eyes, uncharacteristic of his age, and a subtle furrow appeared on his brow, the wrinkles on his face contorting. White Wolf, sheathe your blade, he uttered calmly. Even if it is mere conjecture, allow him to finish his discourse. His voice, though not resounding, carried clearly to every ear in the hall. The once clamorous, hate-filled interior immediately fell silent. For these Jianghu denizens, those who could domineer over them must possess immense authority in their hearts. The 7th Master was such a figure. The cold, lengthy sword pressed against Wen Chao Sheng's neck was reluctantly withdrawn. Wen Chao Sheng shrugged his shoulders, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the 7th Master. Thank you for your patience, 7th Master. It seems the 7-kill hall success in Bittersea County is not merely fortune. There is indeed a reliable leader within. In response to Wen Chao Sheng's praise, the seventh master's expression remained stoic, betraying no emotion. He tapped his cane and said slowly, "Enough pleasantries. Let's get to the matter at hand. You claim to bring business to the 7-kill hall. What business is it?" Wen Chao Sheng slightly raised his chin. "Substantial business. I can assist the 7-kill hall in establishing a nexus of mutual benefit with the newly arrived magistrate." Upon hearing this, those present immediately began to whisper among themselves. Most, having observed Wen Chao Sheng's attire, dismissed his words with disdain, their conversations laced with mockery. The seventh master, standing upon the steps, scrutinized him with a similar hint of contempt. Help the 7-kill hall establish a nexus of mutual benefit with a newly arrived magistrate? On what basis? Merely your silver tongue? He had collaborated with Lu Jinshi for many years, aware of the chasm between Jianghu bandits and the officialdom. To put it kindly, when Lu Jinshi required them, they were partners. When he did not, they were merely roadside weeds, vulnerable to annihilation by the government's forces. Although Kuhai County was more remote and impoverished than most of Qi, its very isolation had led the city commandant of Broad Cold City to dispatch a contingent of several hundred soldiers to the magistrate. These were no ordinary men. They were professionally trained, skilled in various weapons, and mostly at the blood-moving realm, or even the light swallow realm. In a true confrontation, the 7-kill hall's rabble would be utterly outmatched. Therefore, the officials held the 7-kill hall in contempt. Had Lu Jinshi not needed them for dirty work, they would not even have had a seat at the table. To forge a connection with the officials, one must consider whether the officials desire it. For a commoner like Wen Chao Sheng, whose attire was far from opulent, to utter such words was laughable. Faced with the seventh masters and the other's skepticism and derision, Wen Chao Sheng smiled faintly. "I understand that you doubt my ability, but that is of no consequence. I can demonstrate it to you. Once you are convinced, I will seek out the seventh master to discuss business matters." The seventh master's fingers, gripping the stag-head cane, began to tap gently once more. He nodded slightly, scrutinizing Wen Chao Sheng with earnest curiosity. "How will you prove yourself?" Wen Chao Sheng lowered his head and smiled, taking a deep breath before broaching another matter. "Does the seventh master recall the name Cheng Feng?" Upon hearing this name, the seventh master pondered for a moment before frowning. "Cheng Feng. What is his connection to this?" Wen Chao Sheng said calmly. "The individual who intends to cause trouble for Cheng Feng must possess some status in Kuhai County. I surmise he has some connection to Lu Jinshi, or perhaps merely possesses abundant wealth. Provide me with the name and specific details of that individual, and I will deal with him for you." Upon hearing this, the seventh master understood and chuckled. "So this is why, after all this circumlocution, it turns out you are here to champion Cheng Feng." Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "No, one matter is distinct from another. Championing Cheng Feng is my affair with Cheng Feng. I am now discussing my affair with the 7-kill hall." The seventh master must not conflate the two. The black-clad elder stared at Wen Chao Sheng, the scornful smile on his face gradually receding. "Even if you can truly deal with that individual, it does not demonstrate your ability to assist the 7-kill hall in establishing a beneficial relationship with a new magistrate, does it?" Wen Chao Sheng said earnestly. "That depends on how I deal with him. If I initiate the matter and it escalates, and the new magistrate intervenes on my behalf, would that not suffice to demonstrate my ability to assist the 7-kill hall?" The seventh master was silent for a moment, his voice softening slightly. "In fact, if you truly possess the ability to bring this substantial business to the 7-kill hall, this matter can be resolved in a more amicable manner. We were hired to cause trouble for Cheng Feng. If the 7-kill hall secures new, more lucrative business, we can forego Cheng Feng's fee. There is no need for such a contentious outcome." Wen Chao Sheng smiled. "Even without the 7-kill hall, he will seek out others. There are countless snakes and rats in the Jianghu, and many thugs would desire a mere pittance. After all, it is merely a matter of causing unpleasantness, not directly assassinating Cheng Feng, so accountability would be unlikely. But I truly wish to intervene in Cheng Feng's matter. It has no bearing on business, and upon reflection, I believe this matter is not detrimental to the seventh master." Chapter 67. Honey. As the discourse progressed, Those initially prejudiced against Wen Chao Sheng gradually quieted, their gazes shifting to one of dubious curiosity. They were all cognizant of the individual who had engaged the 7-kill haul to orchestrate a prank against Chung Feng. For the majority of Bitter Sea County's denizens, this person was absolutely untouchable, not only due to his family's immense wealth, but also because of a senior relative serving as a clerk in Broad Cold City, acquainted with the city's commandant, Kuhai. Even Lu Jin, the magistrate, treated them with deference, refraining from flaunting his authority. After a moment's hesitation, 7th Master turned, paced a few steps, and, with his back to Wen Chao Sheng, declared the one who commissioned the 7-kill haul is named Qiu Ziheng. His uncle, Qiu Yuefeng, is a clerk in Broad Cold City, responsible for coordinating numerous affairs within the city for over 2 decades without a single error. He enjoys a cordial relationship with Commandant Kuhai. If you intend to target Qiu Ziheng, I advise you to reconsider. Should you provoke any trouble, a mere county magistrate of Bitter Sea County may not be willing to offend such a figure on your behalf. Beware of inviting trouble upon yourself rather than receiving assistance from your friends. His concern was, of course, not genuine. He had discerned from Wen Chao Sheng's demeanor and eloquence that he might indeed possess the means to establish a business relationship between the 7-kill haul and the new magistrate. Such an individual was of paramount importance to the current state of the 7-kill haul. Hence, he advised Wen Chao Sheng to downplay the matter. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He cupped his fist in a gesture of respect towards 7th Master and said, "I understand. Thank you, 7th Master, for the information. Qiu Ziheng's matter will not consume too much of my time, perhaps 3 to 5 days at most. In the meantime, I implore 7th Master to show leniency towards Brother Chung Feng." 7th Master remained silent for a long while before finally waving his hand dismissively. "White Wolf, see our guest out." Upon hearing this, White Wolf turned to Wen Chao Sheng and said, "Young brother, let's go." Wen Chao Sheng chuckled, refraining from lingering any longer in the 7-kill hall. He followed White Wolf out of the inner hall and to a riverbank. White Wolf suddenly halted Wen Chao Sheng and, after rummaging through his attire, returned the 2 strings of cash Wen Chao Sheng had given him earlier. The latter's eyes flickered with surprise. "What is the meaning of this, Brother White Wolf?" White Wolf raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "No, I dare not accept your money, nor do I presume to address you as brother, lest you stir up a calamity in the future and the flames engulf me." With a sneer, he turned and departed. Wen Chao Sheng said nothing further. Retrieving the money and placing it back into his sleeve, he proceeded to the location agreed upon with Ashui, but she was nowhere to be seen. He surveyed the surroundings and called out her name several times, but to no avail. Sensing something amiss, Wen Chao Sheng waited for a full half-hour before retrieving a withered branch and inscribing the words "Go home" on the ground. He then departed. He surmised that Ashui must have encountered someone or something unexpected. However, with no message left behind, he could only return. Even if Ashui were in dire straits, he would be of little assistance. An adversary capable of overpowering Ashui would surely overwhelm him as well. Upon returning to Lu Jiming's courtyard, he resumed chopping wood, albeit with a distracted air. After finishing lunch, Wen Chao Sheng washed the dishes and returned to Fan Youwei's courtyard next door, replenishing Doggy's bowl with fresh porridge. It was only after he had completed these tasks that the small courtyard gate creaked open, revealing Ashui limping inside. "Where did you go this morning?" Ashui glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "To pick a fight." Wen Chao Sheng was taken aback, but he quickly recovered. "Was it the people from Forgotten River?" Ashui grunted in affirmation. "They lured me to a secluded area within the county, but then they chickened out and didn't make a move. I searched the vicinity, but found no one, so I returned on my own." Listening to Ashui's account, Wen Chao Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. "Lured you there, but no one was present?" Ashui retrieved some steamed buns from an unknown source, devouring half a bun in one bite. She sat down in the courtyard and said to Wen Chao Sheng, "Next time you go to Ren's bun shop, remember to pay for an extra basket of tofu buns." Lost in thought, Wen Chao Sheng responded with a puzzled "Why?" Ashui swallowed a mouthful of bun and said, "Because I didn't pay the owner for the tofu buns just now. I used your name." Wen Chao Sheng was rendered speechless. "You have food here. Just walk a little further." Ashui looked up at him, her expression earnest. but the tofu buns are really delicious. Wen Chao Sheng placed a pot of boiled water, prepared that morning, on the table in front of Ashui. Ashui's brow furrowed at the sight of the lukewarm water, but she quickly smoothed it out and said to Wen Chao Sheng, "Wen Chao Sheng, you seem to owe me 2 jugs of wine." Wen Chao Sheng chuckled in exasperation. "I owe you 2 jugs of wine now?" Ashui took a bite of her bun and recounted the events of the morning. "If you had taken me to see 7th Master today, you would have given me another horse and 2 jugs of wine. It couldn't have been less than last time, or I wouldn't have accepted it. But you didn't take me, so I didn't get to eat horse meat or drink wine. I won't make things difficult for you regarding the horse. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. But wine isn't expensive. Make up for these 2 jugs of wine, and I'll still protect you next time something happens." When Chao Sheng was overwhelmed and didn't want to get entangled in a debate about wine with this female bandit, he retrieved the 2 strings of cash White Wolf had returned to him, fiddled with them, and asked Ashui, "Still peach blossom wine?" Ashui pondered for a moment, then stood up, stuffing the last bit of bun into her mouth and crumpling the greaseproof paper into a small ball. "I'll go with you. I think I smelled other flavors of wine when I passed by last time. I'm tired of drinking peach blossom wine and want to try something different." When Chao Sheng said speechlessly, "You're such a pain when it comes to drinking." Ashui raised an eyebrow. "You don't understand wine at all." As she spoke, she followed Wen Chao Sheng out of the courtyard gate. Stepping onto the section of bluestone slab buried in the soil, Ashui suddenly stopped, her eyes narrowing. She lifted her right foot, removed her white cloth shoe embroidered with floral patterns, examined the mud and sand clinging to the sole, sniffed it, and her expression turned subtle. Hearing the sound of footsteps cease behind him, Wen Chao Sheng turned to Ashui and asked, "What's wrong now?" Ashui shook her shoe, slipped it back on, hooked the back of the shoe with her finger, and put it on properly. "It's nothing, just some sand got in." As she spoke, she passed Wen Chao Sheng and walked out of the courtyard gate. Wen Chao Sheng followed her, saying, "You're acting strange. Did you discover something?" After a moment's hesitation, Ashui finally said, "Didn't I get lured away this morning? At the time, I thought the people from Forgotten River wanted to lure me to a remote place to ambush me. But I didn't see anyone. Just now, when I stepped on the bluestone slab, I felt something was wrong with the sole of my foot. I took off my shoe to take a closer look and found a lot of mud and sand clinging to the sole. The roads outside are all dirt roads, and there's a lot of gravel and sand, so I didn't pay attention to it before." When Chao Sheng's eyes flickered, sensing danger. "So what's on the sole of your shoe?" "Ashui, honey." Chapter 68. Scorched Blades and Honey? A thought flickered through Wen Chao Sheng's mind. Though not intimately familiar with this world, he knew that honey didn't spontaneously seep from the ground. The area Ashui had ventured into was sparsely populated. What were the odds of someone carrying a honey pot, accidentally spilling it, the spill evading the notice of ants and insects, and Ashui just happening to step in it? These 3 coincidences negated any possibility of the incident being accidental. "Someone deliberately left honey on the sole of your shoe?" Ashui affirmed with a simple mmm. The quantity of honey was minimal. Any more, and the adhering dirt and sand would have been more noticeable, even on a muddy surface. Wen Chao Sheng pondered the situation. What could be achieved by putting honey on your shoe? Tracking? Ashui seemed indifferent, not even bothering to scrape the honey off her shoe. She told Wen Chao Sheng, "Under the cloak of night, murder thrives. It would behoove you to sleep next door tonight." Wen Chao Sheng demurred, "Refrain from visiting Mr. Liu's residence today. Clean the honey from your shoe first. I shall also abstain, lest we invite trouble." Ashui gazed towards the distant gallery bridge, her words laced with profound meaning. "In truth, to the one you call Mr. Liu, our troubles might be inconsequential." When Chao Sheng's heart stirred, he glanced at Ashui, inquiring, "Is Mr. Liu's cultivation superior to yours?" Ashui responded, "Madame Liu's cultivation likely surpasses mine. As for Mr. Liu, I cannot discern. At times, I perceive him as ethereal as clouds and mist. At others, as an ordinary man devoid of cultivation. If your curiosity gnaws at you, why not pose the question to him yourself?" Wen Chao Sheng retorted, "I have inquired." But Mr. Liu remained silent. Ashui nodded. Indeed, it is common for reclusive cultivators to issue discussions of cultivation matters. They exchanged desultory remarks and, having crossed the gallery bridge, plunged into the throng of people heading towards Wen Chao Sheng's usual inn. The proprietress, a stout woman in her 40s, was garrulous but always wore a smile. "Oh, you're that Chao Sheng." Upon seeing Wen Chao Sheng, the proprietress greeted him cheerfully, asking, "Still 2 jars of peach blossom wine?" Wen Chao Sheng gestured lightly to her, then turned to Ashui, inquiring, "Can you smell it? What would you like to drink?" Ashui sniffed the air, her eyes suddenly gleaming as she murmured, "Scorched blades. This inn is commendable. Their spirits are distilled with purity." Wen Chao Sheng promptly declared to the proprietress, 2 jars of scorched blades. The proprietress went to fetch the wine. The pair's earlier conversation had been quiet, so she hadn't overheard it. As she handed the wine to Wen Chao Sheng, she smiled knowingly at Ashui, nodding, "Chao Sheng, young people shouldn't spend all their time drinking. Dedicate some time to your girl. Now that you're out buying wine, don't blame me for saying so, but next time you bring your girl out, take her to the silk washing pond north of the county. It's much more entertaining." Wen Chao Sheng's expression stiffened at her words. Though he didn't turn around, he could sense the gaze from behind him. His lips twitched involuntarily as he recalled Ashuy's swift and decisive manner of killing. He cleared his throat. "Madam, you're mistaken. This is my elder sister. My elder sister." He hastily paid, then retreated with the wine, somewhat flustered. He could still faintly hear the proprietress's mutterings from the inn. Young people these days are becoming increasingly bashful. Wen Chao Sheng quickened his pace. Returning to the courtyard, he placed the 2 jars of wine on the table and addressed Ashui, who was eagerly awaiting him. "Wash your shoes first, then drink." Ashui disregarded his warning, already seated at the table. Her seemingly slender fingers deftly flicked open the lid of the wine jar, releasing a potent aroma of wine mingled with a hint of killing intent, invigorating the senses. "Wash what shoes? Are you drinking or not?" She had already emptied her teacup and was pouring wine into it. Wen Chao Sheng declared earnestly, "You are currently injured. You could hide and recuperate. Why can't you be more quiescent? You yourself said that you cultivate the fountain of youth. Many injuries that others cannot heal, you can. In 10 days or half a month, your condition will undoubtedly be far better than it is now." Ashui took a swig of wine, feeling refreshed, and said, "You do not comprehend the serpents and rats of the martial world. If you constantly flee, they will perceive you as weak and will intensify their efforts. Only by drawing blood during their probes will they become wary and fearful. Precisely because I am currently injured, I must feign strength." She paused, seemingly realizing her choice of words was inappropriate, and corrected herself. "I am not entirely feigning strength. Whoever comes to kill me, I will kill them. What's that saying? Strike with the force of a thunderbolt to deter 1,000 blows," Wen Chao Sheng countered. "What if you cannot win?" Ashui took another swig of wine, pondered for a moment, then replied with utter candor and conviction, "Then die." Faced with Ashui's response, Wen Chao Sheng sat in silence opposite her. He poured himself a cup of scorched blades, mimicking Ashui's action, and tossed it back. In the next instant, under Ashui's slightly astonished gaze, his face flushed crimson, and he coughed violently, cough, cough. Unlike the wine he had drunk before, this scorched blades carried a potent killing intent, like a sharp sword piercing his lungs, then transforming into raging flames, threatening to incinerate his internal organs. Seeing his discomfited state, Ashui tooted, "Did you think you were drinking peach blossom wine? This wine is laden with killing intent. If you cannot tolerate it, sip it slowly. Don't burn a hole in your stomach. You'll have to nurse that." Wen Chao Sheng ceased to dwell on the matter of the honey on Ashui's shoe. He yielded, because he had no better solution. He was currently too weak, yet the vortex he had been drawn into was too terrifying. Ensnared within it, Wen Chao Sheng felt like a drifting duckweed. The life of a martial artist is truly inhuman. It always feels like you're living your last day. Ashui chuckled. "Did you truly believe that martial artists are as carefree as storytellers depict, riding through the mortal realm, drunk and wandering the world? Or perhaps awakening to wield power and reclining with beauties? This martial world is vexing. Perhaps those who appear glamorous on the surface are burdened with debt, while others hide to maintain their ranking on the heavenly secrets pavilion, avoiding duels with newcomers for fear of disgrace. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Those who live for fame and fortune rarely find true freedom." She raised her cup to Wen Chao Sheng, clinked it against his, and drank, then asked, How do you intend to handle the Chun Cheong matter? Today is the verdict. According to your account, the people of Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan will likely act against him. Chapter 69. Practicing backwards. Wen Chao Sheng's eyes held a certain dreamy quality, yet his reasoning remained remarkably lucid. Chun Cheong is of great importance to us. If we can protect him, our endeavors in Kuhai County will multiply. Eventually, we can extend our influence to the martial world and even gather intelligence on the Wang Chuan assassins. Being persistently targeted by them is not a viable strategy. A Shui sensed some of Wen Chao Sheng's intentions, her heart momentarily stilled. Collecting intelligence on the Wang Chuan assassins. What do you intend to do? Perhaps it was the burning spirit induced by the strong liquor that made Wen Chao Sheng's words resonate with a chilling aura. A Shui had never witnessed such a menacing presence before. With intelligence in hand, we can take the initiative to seek them out. I will handle the information gathering. You will take care of the killings, and Chun Cheong will deal with the aftermath. There are too many Wang Chuan members in Kuhai County. They will impede our investigations. We should eliminate half of them first. As Wen Chao Sheng concluded, a Shui's fingers, gripping the wine cup, involuntarily twitched. Those familiar with her recognized this as a telltale sign before she drew her blade. After a brief silence, she swirled her cup, her elegant brows dancing as she exclaimed, "What a splendid idea to eliminate half." She took a hearty swig of her drink, her shoulders gently twisting, as if eager to engage in the fray. Wen Chao Sheng's mere suggestion ignited a long-forgotten fervor within her. However, safeguarding Chun Cheong would not be a trivial task. We cannot keep watch over him indefinitely, especially after you have slain that formidable guard by his side. A Shui shook her head at Wen Chao Sheng's words. Formidable? The man in black standing beside Lu Chuan at the Yongan building was truly a master. Even if I were unscathed, he could easily match me in skill. The guard next to Chun Cheong pales in comparison. Now, with no capable allies around Chun Cheong, if someone is determined to kill him, it will be difficult to ensure his safety. Wen Chao Sheng ceased his drinking, seemingly unconcerned about the situation, and continued, "The Wang Chuan people are like a thorn in our side. It is exceedingly challenging to guarantee Chun Cheong's safety. To ensure he is not assassinated, we must make the Wang Chuan members wary. The best course of action is to let Lu Jinshi's secret fester a bit and subtly reveal some to Lu Chuan. Yet, Chun Cheong is more naive than I anticipated. He is too young and will soon find himself outmaneuvered by Lu Chuan. Before he spreads the word, I must meet him and offer some guidance." A Shui scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng, her gaze tinged with a hint of peculiarity. It was not surprising she regarded him thus. In terms of age, he was indeed younger than Chun Cheong, yet his demeanor exuded an air of precocious maturity that created a striking contrast. "That's enough. You can finish the remaining jug of wine. I must meet with Chung Feng." Wen Chao Sheng recalled his appointment with Chung Feng from the previous day. A Shui cast a lingering glance at the leftover wine, her slightly tipsy eyes filled with reluctance, but she ultimately accompanied Wen Chao Sheng to meet Chung Feng. The unresolved matters between Wen Chao Sheng and Lu Chuan from their last encounter loomed over them. Should Lu Chuan catch wind of their actions again, he might not hesitate to strike. Fortunately, the morning's agreement between Wen Chao Sheng and the Seventh Master seemed to have taken effect, perhaps bolstered by Wen Chao Sheng's intimidating presence the day before, as the ruffians did not trouble Chung Feng again. When they encountered him in the overgrown courtyard, Chung Feng appeared unperturbed. He poured tea for the two, inquiring, "Have you been drinking?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Just a little." Chung Feng's bruises had subsided somewhat, and his demeanor was less heavy and cold than the previous day. He sniffed the air and asked, "Is it the strong liquor brewed by Guan Jinyang from the east side of the gallery?" The two looked at him in surprise, and when Chao Sheng inquired, "You've tried it?" Chung Feng scratched his head in a somewhat despondent manner. "Yes, ever since returning from the academy, I've been drinking daily. Her liquor is perfect for a nightcap, one sip, and I can sleep soundly until the next sunrise." When Chao Sheng laughed, "It seems you found a knack for it. So, how does one gain entry into the Langan Pavilion?" When Chao Sheng pressed, "You must practice your calligraphy well," Chung Feng replied. When Chao Sheng found this hard to believe. "Is it really that simple?" Chung Feng shook his head. "Simple? Not all. What I mean by practicing calligraphy is not the traditional sense of writing beautifully. It is not sufficient to compose an article with fluidity and skill. To enter the Langan Pavilion through character, one must possess a more fundamental and profound understanding, akin to a butcher skillfully dissecting an ox, able to write from any angle based on varying demands, producing characters that are either commendable or deficient. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Wait a moment. What do you mean by writing different characters based on varying needs? Chung Feng pressed his lips together, feeling a dryness in his throat, as if those few words had stirred unsettling memories. Yet, he quickly overcame it, speaking softly, Brother Chao Sheng. I have already mentioned that if this truth is genuinely significant to you, I can assist you in gaining entry to the academy, where you will find all the answers you seek. However, if you wish to inquire directly about matters here, forgive me, I cannot divulge any details. This is a pact I have with a certain noble within the academy, and I hope you will not press me. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wen Chao Sheng's eyes as he nodded, refraining from further questioning. Chung Feng continued, ordinary individuals practice calligraphy for aesthetics and technique, often employing the eternal character 8 solutions. However, following conventional methods, one could spend a lifetime without meeting the academy standards. Wen Chao Sheng raised an eyebrow. Then how should I practice? Chung Feng replied, first, practice upright strokes, then reverse them. Every stroke, sequence, and movement must be meticulously mirrored. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng stroked his chin. Why is that? Chung Feng fetched paper and ink, deftly making strokes on rough paper. His pen danced lightly, his wrist steady as a rock, the weight of the strokes showing no signs of trembling. Soon, as 2 characters of Eternal appeared on the paper, they were nearly identical. This astonishing technique elicited admiration from Shui, who watched in awe. This method will help you, Brother Chao Sheng, cultivate unprecedented control and strength in your strokes. When your heart and intent align, your pen will follow your thoughts. Regardless of quality, once you glance at those characters, you will be able to replicate them. When you achieve this, you must then write a 100-character essay, ensuring that each character differs, with the sequence and stroke style adhered to as such. This unique 100-character essay will pave your way for a successful entry into the Langan Pavilion. Chapter 70. The temptation. Chung Feng recounted to the 2 that as long as one's calligraphy was exceptional, entrance into the Langan Pavilion would be attainable, without the need to memorize the so-called cumbersome academic qualifications. For the first time hearing such a claim, the 2 were struck by a stark contrast regarding the Langan Pavilion, a revered sanctuary of knowledge long aspired to by countless scholars of the Qi state. Wen Chao Sheng fixated on the 2 characters that Chung Feng had just inscribed, finding them somewhat jarring. Yet he inquired, Chung Feng, if what you say is true, then are not the myriad scholars of the world merely squandering their time? Chung Feng laughed, a laugh tinged with discomfort. The first thing I did upon returning from the academy was to burn those scriptures. Those exquisite and vast poems, when aflame, burn no less fiercely than firewood. Eventually, all that remained in my home was a single copy of On Governance. Brother Chao Sheng, your use of the phrase squandering time is indeed too sharp, too precise. The scholars entering the academy, who among them does not possess the grace of literary knowledge? Yet as days turn into years, their fervor gradually diminishes under the weight of reality. These scholars soon realize they are incapable of governing the state. The verses of the Book of Songs, the classic of mountains and seas, the matters of state, and the welfare of the populace, all become utterly useless. Their years of diligent study, which enveloped their youth, are relegated to dusty corners, gathering neglect as they finally enter the Langan Pavilion. The only thing they can do is to confine themselves within that limited space, ceaselessly practicing calligraphy, in response to Chung Feng's self-deprecating narrative. Wen Chao Sheng felt a stirring within him and shifted the topic. From your account, it seems the scholars of the realm are indeed in a pitiable state. Yet from another friend within the Langan Pavilion, I have learned of a different scenario. Chung Feng paused, looking at Wen Chao Sheng with suspicion. You know others within the Langan Pavilion? He genuinely did not expect, nor did he believe, Wen Chao Sheng's words. His skepticism stemmed from his lengthy tenure at the Langan Pavilion, where he understood how tightly controlled the scholars were, and how challenging it was to communicate with the outside world. One could either ascend to an official position and leave the pavilion, but that required signing a confidentiality agreement. Once information leaked, dire consequences would swiftly follow. Alternatively, one could inexplicably perish or mysteriously vanish, a subject everyone regarded with utmost caution, thus adhering to the law. Who would gamble their life without sufficient incentive? Wen Chao Sheng pondered momentarily, weaving a fabric of deception, and said, I once had a rather close friend named Su Yiji. The specifics of our acquaintance are rather complex, so I shall not delve into them. I intended to inquire about the matters in the letter with him, but I have been unable to reach him for several months. It seems he has gone dark. By the way, do you know Su Yiji, Cheng Feng? At the mention of this name, Cheng Feng's expression turned peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I do not know him. However, I am aware that there is indeed such a name in the academy. Wen Chao Sheng confirmed the existence of Su Yiji through his response and chose not to press further. As he bid farewell to Cheng Feng, the latter called out to him suddenly. When Wen Chao Sheng turned back, Cheng Feng cautioned, Brother Chao Sheng, the matters you wish to investigate are no trifling matter. They could very well bring you peril. A living person does not simply go missing without cause. I suggest you refrain from any further contact with Su Yiji for the time being, for your own good and his. Wen Chao Sheng nodded with a smile, understood. On their way, a Shui was particularly attentive to Cheng Feng's words, saying, You are quite astute, using Cheng Feng to probe about Su Yiji. Now we know there is indeed such a person in the academy, and moreover, Su Yiji is acquainted with Lu Jinshi. Wen Chao Sheng interrupted her thoughts. The crux lies not here, a Shui. The crux lies in Cheng Feng's instinctive skepticism when I mentioned knowing others within the Langan Pavilion. Can you grasp it? The people of that academy are almost entirely insulated from any connection to individuals from remote locales. To the denizens of Wangsheng, I am a mere nobody, as is Lu Jinshi. Furthermore, the matters concerning Lu Jinshi are of significant import, to leave no traces. The officials of Wangsheng are unlikely to use letters to communicate with him, more often relying on individuals of stature to convey messages verbally. Lu Jinshi's knowledge of the name Su Yiji indirectly confirms that they may have met. Thus, if we piece together the events, it suggests that a prominent figure in Wangsheng tasked Su Yiji to approach Lu Jinshi for a particular undertaking, which they ultimately accomplished, and then erased all those who were aware of or involved in the matter. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly peculiar, and his expression turned grave and puzzled, as though shrouded in layers of mystery. Yet, I truly cannot comprehend how a mere county magistrate could orchestrate actions that would leave traces capable of threatening the powerful figures of Wangqing. Wen Chao Sheng mused aloud when suddenly something caught his eye, causing him to halt. He looked up and realized that the snow, which had paused for merely 2 days, was falling once more. The crystalline snowflakes appeared exceptionally vivid before his eyes. For some unknown reason, this gentle snowfall reminded him of Aunt Mi outside Qingtian. He was convinced that, at this moment, she was seated by her bed, gazing out the window at the snow, yearning for a child, who had gone off to war and had not returned for years. In her mind, her child must be experiencing countless splendid fortunes, perhaps gaining merits, studying more diligently, or encountering a beloved girl. Yet, after such a long time, could this elderly woman, relying only on the perfunctory words written on the paper, still remember her child's appearance at the time of departure? I seem to need to return that letter, he sighed. Chapter 71. The Venomous Bee. As dusk descended, Chunxiong hosted a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, inviting Lu Chuan and several distinguished individuals from the county, including the transport officer Su Cheng, who had arrived from Guanghan City. This feast was primarily organized in honor of him, for after the dinner, he was to embark on a journey to return Lu Jinshi's remains along with the case files back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The melodious strains of the qin filled the air as Si Xiaohong donned a fresh ensemble of pure white brocade. Although the attire was light, the warm glow of the hall's lanterns and the throngs of guests rendered the chill negligible. At one table sat Chunxiong, Lu Chuan, and the transport officer Su Cheng, their secluded corner contrasting starkly with the surrounding clamor. After the third round of wine, as the atmosphere grew more convivial, Chunxiong took the initiative to toast Su Cheng, inquiring with a smile, Might I ask, Lord Su, How many days will it take for the Lu Jinshi case to settle once it reaches Guanghan City? Su Chang pondered briefly before responding candidly. The city lord has numerous matters at hand. Although Lu Jinshi's case is significant, it shall be postponed somewhat. I estimate that it will take no less than 3 days and no more than 7 days to reach a conclusion. As Su Chang spoke, Chuanxiong's gaze intermittently drifted towards Lu Chuan, his raised cup lingering untouched as he calculated the dwindling number of safe days left to him. Regardless of whether Wen Chao Sheng's previous words held truth, they had cast a lingering shadow in his heart, prompting Chuanxiong to exercise greater caution. The very reason for inviting Lu Chuan today was to convey this underlying message. Noticing Lu Chuan's gaze upon him, Chuanxiong concealed the secret in his eyes, raising his cup with a smile before downing the exquisite wine within. Due to the impending journey, the banquet was brief. Once satiated, they had no time to relish the performances prepared by the young maidens, for Su Chang soon rose, patting his round belly. With a fleeting glance, he beckoned Chuanxiong to approach him. Obediently, Chuanxiong complied, and Su Chang made a subtle gesture. A flicker of understanding crossed Chuanxiong's eyes as he adorned his face with a facade of false cheer. Retrieving a coin pouch from his sleeve and placing it in Su Chang's hand, the latter weighed it momentarily before beaming with delight. Tucking it into his sleeve, while quietly inquiring, "Has the matter of Lu Jinshi been handled thoroughly?" Chuanxiong's body trembled slightly as he exchanged glances with Su Chang, suddenly aware that the transport officer was also an agent of a powerful lord in the royal city. A chill ran through him. That lord's reach extended far and wide, wielding influence both in the heavens and among the earthly realms. "It has been thoroughly examined," Chuanxiong replied. "Should the lord harbor any doubts, he may verify during the journey." Su Chang withdrew a string of verdant prayer beads, his demeanor shifting from slightly tipsy to markedly serious. "Verification will be impossible. The White Dragon Guards are stationed outside. Once we enter Guanghan City, opportunities will dwindle further. The lord who promoted Kuchengwei was once at the Ministry of Personnel. After its dissolution, his status only ascended as he moved to Yulong Mansion, becoming the Emperor's sword. He is not well disposed towards our lord. So should he uncover anything, it could lead to considerable turmoil. If your side is not yet completely settled, I can find an excuse to linger in the city for another day." Chuanxiong contemplated for a moment before declining Su Chang's offer. "Rest assured, Lord Su, there should be no issues." Su Chang scrutinized him closely, and after a brief hesitation, nodded. "Very well. You hail from the royal city. I trust you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the falling snow intertwined, creating a faint mist that draped the starry sky with a delicate veil, isolating the brilliance of the stars and moon on the far side of the heavens. A shui sat in the courtyard, placing the untouched liquor from the day before her and turning to Wen Chao Sheng, who had just concluded his practice of the eternal spring technique. "How'd it go today? Any sensations?" Wen Chao Sheng scrutinized his feelings carefully, his tone laced with uncertainty. "I'm not sure, Shui, did I truly fall asleep while practicing the eternal spring that night?" A Shui replied confidently. "You snored like thunder." When Chao Sheng scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. "Then what about just now?" A Shui opened the jar of liquor, the aroma wafting toward her, causing her eyebrows to rise. "You weren't asleep just now." The perplexity on Wen Chao Sheng's face deepened as he addressed a Shui. "However, my sensations seemed to remain unchanged from that night." A Shui focused on the liquor jar, abruptly shifting the topic with earnestness. "Wen Chao Sheng, since you commenced practicing calligraphy, has your purse become too light to afford liquor?" Wen Chao Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at her serious demeanor, a stark contrast to the intensity he had witnessed during their previous snow-laden battle. "Not at all. A single brush will suffice." A Shui raised her chin, curiosity piqued. "And what about ink and paper?" Wen Chao Sheng responded, "Water is easier to procure than ink. Moreover, while paper costs money, that slab of bluestone in the courtyard is free. I can practice calligraphy using water on the bluestone. Later, I'll seek out thinner, smoother stones to lay a layer in the courtyard. That should suffice. Otherwise, with my meager funds, even if you abstain from liquor, it wouldn't be enough for my endeavors. By the way, I believe charcoal can also serve as a brush." As he spoke, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He retrieved a half-burned branch from beneath the eaves and approached the bluestone slab, earnestly inscribing the character, eternity. For him, using a hard brush felt far more intuitive than a soft one. Though he hadn't practiced in quite some time, he quickly adapted after scribbling a few crooked characters, filling the previously trodden bluestone with a multitude of black characters. He practiced first with the standard method, then attempted the inverse technique to write another. The result was not only crooked, but also exceedingly slow, resembling the effort of a novice in the art of calligraphy. The complexity of this task was high, only truly understood through personal experience. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Wen Chao Sheng required merely a single brush to practice calligraphy, Shui's previously furrowed brow relaxed. With newfound ease, she began to relish the jar of liquor before her. As she drank, recollections of her earlier discoveries on Lu Jinshi resurfaced, prompting her to ask, Wen Chao Sheng, may I see the other clue found on Lu Jinshi? Wen Chao Sheng retrieved a piece of paper from his chest, encasing a small stone within it, and tossed it to her. She caught it deftly, unfurling the clue upon the table to scrutinize it attentively. We cannot pursue this just yet. We have more pressing matters at hand, and the eyes of Wang Chuan are numerous. Recklessly leaving the city could lead to dire consequences if we are encircled. I will instruct Chuan Xiong on the upcoming tasks, allowing him to disseminate information. Once the news brews, our circumstances will shift. As long as the clue remains in our possession, we shall always hold the initiative. We alone shall dictate the fabric of this deception. After speaking, he practiced a bit more, then turned to Shui, pondering aloud. Shui, your mastery of weaponry is remarkable. Your control over the force exerted by your fingers and wrists must be exceptional. Hence, your calligraphy should also be impressive. No? Shui shook her head. Neither good nor bad. I have not practiced calligraphy much, though fundamentally, it is all about controlling the force of the fingers and wrists. One would think it should be the same. Yet, in reality, it is quite different. The notion that mastery in one discipline equates to mastery in all is merely a saying. In truth, every field is its own mountain, and it is not so easy to traverse. I have seen many proficient in weaponry, yet their calligraphy resembles mere scribbles. As when Kuhai County listened to her tale, he found himself momentarily amused. Upon regaining his focus, he suddenly noticed a solitary bee alight gently upon the bluestone slab before him. This bee was entirely black, its wings no exception. It lingered for but a fleeting moment before it resumed its flight, its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Soaring into the sky, whoosh! A sense of foreboding gripped Wen Chao Sheng, and instinctively, he brandished the wooden branch in his hand. This spontaneous strike unexpectedly intercepted the bee mid-flight, causing it to plummet to the ground. As he gazed at the lifeless creature sprawled on the earth, he was about to reach for it when he heard Shui's voice from a distance. Do not touch it. It may be poisonous. Chapter 72. A night of murder when Chao Sheng swatted down a black wasp, an anomaly in this season. As he moved to inspect it, Shui intervened, approaching to examine the fallen creature. Indeed, it's venomous, she remarked, scrutinizing the corpse. I've never encountered black bees or hornets. This must be the result of deliberate breeding. It seems we've discovered the reason they went to such lengths to leave honey on me. Shui gazed into the snowy night sky, her eyes filled with a profound depth, as if the delicate snowflakes concealed something more. Wen Chao Sheng, give me the knife. She requested the cleaver, and he retrieved it from his waist, handing it over. Shui proceeded to fetch a pail of water and moved to a corner of the courtyard, where she began to sharpen the blade on a piece of whetstone stained with age-old rust. The rasping sound of steel against stone sent shivers down Wen Chao Sheng's spine. He imagined he could detect the scent of blood in the snow, the aroma of life departing. Shui's movements were deliberate and unhurried. Once the blade had regained its edge, she poured 2 cups of strong liquor over it and resumed her sharpening. The scent of alcohol permeated the air like unseen ripples in the snow, hinting an unspeakable intent. Wen Chao Sheng lingered in the courtyard for a while, but the cold eventually stiffened his limbs. He shook the accumulated snow from his body and tossed the firewood aside. Regrettably, I can't assist you. Had I retrieved a crossbow that night, Perhaps I could have been of some use. Ashui, without pausing or sharpening, replied casually. Crossbow bolts are of little consequence to martial artists at the Dragon's Roar realm or higher. Bows and arrows are somewhat more effective, but you lack the skill. She continued, the black wasp serves as a marker. Now that it's here, their people shouldn't be far off. Wen Chao Sheng, are you certain you won't seek refuge next door? Don't say I didn't warn you. Those arriving tonight are likely formidable, and I may not be able to protect you. Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. If I were unacquainted with Mr. Liu, I might burden him with this calamity. I'm no paragon, and when it comes to survival, my own life would undoubtedly take precedence over that of a stranger. However, Mr. Liu saved my life, and I won't bring trouble to his doorstep, even if it means my demise. Their eyes met, and Ashui perceived the unwavering resolve in Wen Chao Sheng's gaze. She picked up a strip of cloth and gently wiped the liquor from the blade. Observing the cold gleam of the steel, she seemed satisfied. Tossing the cloth to Wen Chao Sheng, she instructed, return to your room. Do not emerge unless summoned. He accepted the cloth, retrieved the scrap of paper with the clue, and, just before entering the room, turned to Ashui, who was now drinking. Shouldn't you drink less? You might not see clearly if you drink too much. Ashui frowned. Each person killed is one less to worry about, and each sip of wine is one less to savor. What do you know? Go inside now. Wen Chao Sheng shook his head slightly, pushed the door open, and stepped inside, closing it behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, footsteps echoed in the courtyard. A young woman with a large, livid scar on her face, tall and clad in a black dress, stood there, her gaze fixed upon Ashui. Another footstep, seemingly deliberate. Ashui turned to see a dozen or so black figures perched on the eaves, their hands on swords or sabers, staring down at her through the snow. More and more footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Ashui listened intently and addressed the woman before her. It seems I didn't kill enough people that snowy night. Since you dare to return. The scarred woman chuckled, her voice like wind chimes in the snow. One can never eliminate all of the Forgotten River's operatives. 100 taels of gold is enough to drive people mad, and your head is worth 100,000. Everyone desires it. This time we brought many experts. Hopefully, we won't disappoint you. Ashui gathered some pebbles from the ground, clenching them in her hand. So many want my head. Have you decided how to divide it? The scarred woman smiled. First come, first served. With that, she raised her hand, and the white snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly turned black. These countless tiny black dots emerged from the crystalline flakes, rapidly coalescing into a dark sphere, which then lunged towards Ashui. These were all venomous wasps, each carrying deadly poison. Their combined mass seemed to possess immense power, rendering protective chi useless. The black-clad figures standing nearby instinctively showed caution, for they knew the wasp's terrifying nature. This scarred woman was ranked 33rd in the Forgotten River, known as the Black Wasp Queen. Few knew her past, but she was considered a rising star in the martial world. Her fearsome poison skills were of unknown origin, and her assassination victims met gruesome ends. Most alarmingly, the wasps she bred were not only excellent at tracking, but also completely obedient. They posed a lethal threat even to Dragon's Roar realm experts, making them nearly impossible to defend against in battle. It was rumored that at least 3 Dragon's Roar experts had been stung to death by her wasps without ever seeing her face, their bodies dissolving from the inside out. Seeing the swarm of black wasps attacking, Ashui raised her cleaver, unleashing a torrent of blade energy that rippled through the air, slicing towards the swarm. However, the wasps proved more elusive than anticipated, splitting apart at the instant the blade energy arrived, using their innate sensitivity to air vibrations to evade the deadly strike. Wasps are hardly afraid of swords or blades. I've heard you're a formidable expert, but tonight, with only a cleaver, it seems you won't survive the wasp swarm. If I could claim this 100,000 taels of gold without lifting a finger, it would feel too easy. The Black Wasp Queen leaned casually against the courtyard wall, watching Ashui with a smile. Ashui remained impassive, gently rubbing something in her left hand. You either raise wasps or study martial arts. Trying to do both makes you neither. When you encounter a true expert, you won't even have a chance to escape. Ashui's words caused the smile on the Black Wasp Queen's face to freeze. She raised her hand, her fingers twitching, and the black wasps swarmed towards Ashui with renewed ferocity. But as they approached, Ashui didn't attempt to repel them with her blade. Instead, she raised her left hand, scattering a cloud of gray dust. This was the dust from the pebbles she had crushed. The seemingly harmless dust transformed into a deadly weapon, raining down like a storm of needles, obliterating the swarm of wasps in an instant. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with wasp corpses. Not a single one remained. The black wasp queen's contemptuous expression first turned to bewilderment, then to a crimson rage. Each of these wasps contained her life's blood, years of painstaking effort, all erased by a handful of dust. "Today I will kill you," she roared, drawing her Amei daggers. Her figure blurred forward like a ghost, covering the distance in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Amei daggers were at Ashui's throat. A simple, unremarkable slash. No one knew where the blade came from, nor where it went. Amidst the whisper of the wind laden with the scent of snow, the Black Queen beheld her own headless corpse sprawled upon the ground. Subsequently, the world spun and dimmed. In the pale courtyard, the first bloom of red unfurled this night. Ashui flicked the blood from his cleaver and took a step into the yard. His calm voice carried far by the wind. "She mentioned that many formidable adversaries have arrived tonight. Shall you approach one by one, or shall you come forth all at once?" Chapter 73. No blame. As the ominous intent engulfed the cold moonlight, Ashui heard an overwhelming cacophony of swords unsheathing. It was evident that the previously unremarkable strike had conveyed to these individuals that the woman wielding the chopping knife was far from an easy adversary. The assassin's singular objective was to take a life, whether by dueling or through the chaos of a group assault was entirely irrelevant to their calculations. The sole requirement was to eliminate the target. Unbeknownst to them, the swiftest sword pierced through the descending crystalline snowflakes, colliding with Ashui's chopping knife in a breathtaking clash. This individual, concealed among the crowd, was a master in his own right. In the realm of martial confrontations, the disparity between one-on-one and multiple opponents is vast. He possessed unwavering confidence in his swordsmanship, intending to utilize the distraction provided by his fellow assassins to swiftly claim Ashui's life with a single stroke. However, he had gravely underestimated Ashui's honed instincts. At the moment their weapons met, he glimpsed his own reflection upon her polished blade, witnessing the vision of his throat being severed, blood spraying forth. But how could this be? At the instant their swords collided, his momentum faltered. That lethal strike should have obliterated Ashui's offensive resolve. How then could she counter his sword while simultaneously launching a second strike? He would never comprehend this. In truth, it was not Ashui who had parried his sword. Rather, it was he who failed to intercept her knife. He believed himself to be the aggressor, oblivious to the fact that Ashui had no intention of defense. Instead, she unleashed a more potent and swifter strike, altering the dynamics of attack and defense. Amidst the encirclement of the assassins, Ashui's movements appeared far from nimble, perhaps due to her lamed right side or the injury she bore. Yet, that was inconsequential. What mattered was the chopping knife in her grip, razor-sharp and formidable. Each strike she made was devoid of any flourish, precisely the most suitable cut for taking a life. This technique bore no predictability, only the chill of snow and moonlight, steeped in the coldness of blood and existence. Even seasoned assassins, who had roamed the martial world for years, watched in trepidation, their spines chilled. Observing Ashui's strikes, they mentally rehearsed their defenses or evasions. Yet when faced with her descending blow, all thoughts dissolved into a void. As these assassins struggled to inflict shallow wounds upon Ashui, the courtyard became strewn with bodies. Each corpse bore but a single wound. Ashui did not require a second strike to dispatch them. In that moment of stifling chaos, the assassins were momentarily stunned, and Ashui, slightly breathless, exhaled clouds of mist from her mouth and nose. Her old injuries flared anew under the violent force of her inner turmoil, the pain radiating through her vital organs. Though her expression remained unchanged, the pulsing veins at her temples betrayed the turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Ignoring the assassins stationed on the walls or those lurking in the corners of the courtyard, Ashui limped to a stone table, grasping a jar of liquor with one hand and tilting it back to drink deeply. The fiery spirit coursed through her. numbing her old wounds with its searing embrace and granting her a rare reprieve amidst the agonizing onslaught. A gray-haired, masked assassin, perched upon a tree in the far corner of the courtyard, observed Shui as she drank. Behind him were two long swords, one slender and wrapped in tattered sheaths and rags, lacking distinctive features, while the other was thick and broad, resembling more a mace than a sword. He had remained perched on the branch since the beginning, silently watching everything unfold as though he were an indifferent spectator. Despite Shui's proximity to him, he chose to remain silent. As she continued to drink, several assassins adjusted their strategies and began to close in, eager to engage. Suddenly, the dual-sword assassin leaped down. Upon seeing him enter the fray, the encroaching assassins quickly dispersed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am No Blame, ranked 7th in the Wangchuan Forest insignia. With a modest reputation in the martial world, you may have heard of me. Unlike others, I'm not here for the promise of gold. I seek an opportunity to join the foam banner. Shui paid him no heed, continuing to drink. After his introduction, No Blame made no attempt to attack her. Instead, he turned to the room where Wen Chao Sheng was located. There's another person inside. I can hear his heartbeat. Is he your friend? No Blame inquired. Upon hearing this, Shui paused her drinking and slowly lowered the jar. Not quite. I'm ready. Will you fight, or will you leave? No Blame calmly drew forth his slender sword, performing a graceful flourish as he held it. I wish to see if you have deceived me. Shui's brows furrowed at his words. What do you mean? No Blame chuckled, a calm demeanor laced with a terrifying madness. Shortly, this sword shall fly from my hand into the room. If your strike is swift enough, you may slay me before I can strike. But should you fail, the person within that room will perish. I may not be able to defeat you, but before I die, I intend to take someone with me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shui raised her knife, poised to strike. Yet this time, No Blame seemed to match her speed. His long sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Wen Chao Sheng in the room. Shui's brows knitted tighter as she stepped forward, her chopping knife also soaring forth. Her strike was indeed swifter and stronger than No Blame's sword, arriving first to deflect the long blade before the residual force propelled her attack into the room. At that moment, No Blame drew his second sword from behind, an edgeless blade. This sword was swifter than the first. Shui's finely honed instincts reacted to the imminent threat, but the suppressed pain from her old injuries surged forth, causing her evasive maneuver to falter just slightly. Thus, No Blame's edgeless sword successfully struck her at the waist. What appeared to be a mere touch felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, sending ripples through the air. Shui's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the stone steps before Wen Chao Sheng's room. Cough! A torrent of liquor mixed with blood erupted from her mouth and nose, staining her chest crimson. Though she remained alive after that blow, her lower body had lost all sensation, her internal organs severely damaged, and her consciousness clouded. She was as good as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Thus it is said, one must not harbor any arrogance while traversing the martial world. You may believe you can protect everyone, yet in the end, you will fail to safeguard anyone. No Blame, wielding his edgeless sword, advanced step by step toward the gravely injured Shui. However, given the severity of your old wounds, even with a knife in hand, you cannot best me. Even if we were to take a step back, you must die today. Before Shui, shadows danced before her eyes, her ears rang, rendering his words indecipherable as blood continued to flow from her mouth and nose. Your life, I shall claim it. Without hesitation, No Blame approached Shui and raised the tip of his edgeless sword toward her heart. Chapter 74. You shall not take anyone away. Wu Jiao was not entirely mistaken. Had Shui not discarded the knife in her hand, she would have succumbed to Wu Jiao's hand the moment her old wounds resurfaced. However, her fate would not have been so passive. With an iron weapon in hand, Wu Jiao's earlier strike, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface, could not have inflicted severe damage upon her. Standing before Shui, amidst the swirling snow, Wu Jiao wielded his blunt sword with an effortless grace, executing yet another dragonfly-like strike. The falling, crystalline snowflakes seemed to deliberately evade the weighty descent of his sword, swept away by the slow, yet resolute aura of death that emanated from him. Directing the lethal force from the ground to the tip of his blade, targeting Ashui's heart in silence. Should this strike land, he would amass wealth rivaling that of kings, his achievements immortalized. However, in that fleeting moment between life and death, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent erupted from within the door like a thunderclap. The wooden door was shattered, extinguishing the candlelight in the room simultaneously. In the ensuing darkness, something flickered, its sharpness reflecting the moonlight, transforming into a cold gleam that broke through the snow. Yet, within this frigid void, Wu Jiao perceived a flame that pierced through the water. Even he had not anticipated this strike. Instinctively, he believed it to be a sword, but as he focused, it transformed into a knife. Wu Jiao remained composed, withdrawing his sword to defend against the oncoming attack. In the instant the knife collided with his blunt sword, it morphed back into a blade. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his features, and the next moment, the knife emitted a mournful cry, shattering into countless fragments of iron, cascading to the ground alongside the falling snowflakes. The clinking sound echoed, and blood began to seep from Wu Jiao's shoulder where he held the sword, his arm drooping and his grip on the blunt sword trembling. What a formidable sword, he commended, transferring the blunt sword to his left hand. Alas, the weapon falls short. You are no match for her. An ordinary weapon in your hands is ineffective. If not for that, I would have perished from that strike or been rendered incapable of fighting further. Wen Chao Sheng inhaled the cold air amidst the snow, his mind a blank slate. In that instant, he had only thought of saving someone. In a fleeting thought, he seemed to rekindle that exquisite sensation. Reminiscent of the day, he fell from the drifting boat into the depths of the sea, pierced by a sword amidst the flames. Yet, after that strike, his weapon lay shattered, while his adversary still stood tall. Wu Jiao spoke the truth. His sword lacked sharpness, and his weapon was inadequate. The one capable of inflicting such harm upon Ashui was at the very least a dragon's roar realm practitioner, perhaps even a stronger foe. Logically, such a being could extinguish his life with but a finger, yet at this moment he had nearly been slain by Wu Jiao's sword. It was beyond reason that such an improbable event occurred at such an inopportune moment. Wu Jiao fixed his gaze upon Wen Chao Sheng and spoke. The sword on the ground is also mine, forged by a renowned craftsman. It is indeed a fine weapon. Pick it up, and we shall engage once more. Prepared to accept death, Wen Chao Sheng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Wu Jiao's words. Though he knew he would likely be unable to replicate that stunning strike, how could he so easily relinquish this final opportunity? Without hesitation, he grasped the sharp sword from the ground. As he held it, its icy coldness seeped into his very being. What a heavy aura of death. How many lives has this sword claimed? Wen Chao Sheng inquired. Wu Jiao, candid in his response, refrained from launching a surprise attack while Wen Chao Sheng picked up the sword. He discerned that Wen Chao Sheng was merely an ordinary person without a dantian. Yet he could not fathom how someone like him could wield such a terrifying strike. I cannot recall. Before I gained fame, I took many lives to survive. Most were insignificant figures in the martial world. I neither remembered their names nor their lives. However, if you ask me how many masters this sword has slain, I can recount 37, all above the dragon's roar realm. Unlike most cold-hearted assassins, Wu Jiao seemed to relish idle conversation, even with one who was on the verge of death. As he saw Wen Chao Sheng standing before him with the sword in hand, Wu Jiao inquired, "Can you execute that previous strike once more?" Wen Chao Sheng took a deep breath, forcing aside his distractions, tightly gripping the frigid sword, and replied, "I will try." Wu Jiao nodded, raising his blunt sword lightly. Just as he was about to strike, the sudden sound of footsteps crunching on dry branches reached his ears. In such a serene environment, the unexpected noise was jarringly loud. Wu Jiao furrowed his brow and turned to glance towards the courtyard entrance, where a woman in a pale blue velvet dress stood, her gaze icy as she scrutinized him. "Why are so many of you gathered here at this late hour? Is it some sort of ritual? My husband just fell asleep. Begone and do not disturb his dreams." Wu Jiao met her gaze, abruptly realizing that the assassins outside had been silently eliminated. "My apologies, madam. We shall not take much longer. Once tonight's matters are concluded, "We will clean up this place," he stated, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. The woman exuded an aura reminiscent of a deep abyss, her cultivation inscrutable and formidable. However, Madame L seemed unwilling to relent. She did not take a step back, but advanced instead. "You speak far too much nonsense. Since you refuse to leave, then none of you shall depart." With that, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a flurry of snow, her terrifying Danteon energy surging forth like a true dragon, transforming the snowflakes and fierce winds into a deadly torrent. In an instant, those nearest to her could not react before their bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp, their protective auras obliterated, and even their weapons disintegrated rapidly in the onslaught of the storm. This scene was utterly horrifying. Not only Wen Chao Sheng, but even seasoned assassins who had roamed the martial world for years had never witnessed such a display. Alarmed, they hastily retreated, seeking safety from the encompassing tempest. Wu Jiao's brow furrowed deeply as he surveyed the approaching torrent. With a light tap of his toes, he traced a circle in the air with his blunt sword, barely dispersing the oncoming storm with a surge of sword energy. At that moment, he grasped the opponent's strength. Yet unwilling to squander this rare opportunity, he pivoted and swiftly moved to Ashui's side, intending to carry her away. "You shall not take her away. You shall take no one," Madame L's voice echoed again. This time, the sound seemed to emanate from a mere inch behind Wu Jiao. His pupils constricted. As he turned again, he found Madame L's slender index finger poised against his brow, a mere touch that carried the weight of a lifetime, transcending winter and desolation, embodying the primal cold. Snowflakes fluttered before them as Wu Jiao, a trace of resignation crossing his face, acknowledged his defeat and awaited his demise. Like Ashui, he wasn't entirely without recourse against Madame Lu. However, Wen Chao Sheng's devastating sword strike had inflicted a grievous wound, leaving him utterly defenseless against her superior strength. With a gentle tap of her finger to Wu Jiao's forehead, Madame Lu unleashed an invisible ripple. The heavy thuds of bodies echoed from the eaves and courtyard walls. Everyone in the courtyard, save for Wen Chao Sheng and Ashui, succumbed to her lethal touch. The remaining assassins, witnessing the scene, dared not linger, realizing the futility of their mission and fleeing into the night. Wu Jiao's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his bladeless sword cast aside, leaving the snow-covered night in eerie silence. "Madame Lu," Wen Chao Sheng began, but Madame Lu, pointing at Ashui, interjected, "First, move her to the room. I'll prepare the medicine and needles." Aware of the gravity of Ashui's condition, Wen Chao Sheng swiftly carried the disoriented Ashui to the bedchamber. Observing the constant trickle of blood from her lips, Wen Chao Sheng's expression grew somber. Madame Lu soon arrived with her medical kit. As he watched her attend to Ashui, he hesitated to intrude, only inquiring, "Will she survive?" Madame Lu's response was equally concise. Internal energy scattered, spine damaged, internal organs in disarray. Her survival hangs in the balance. As she infused her inner energy into the silver needles and inserted them into Ashui's acupoints, she turned to Wen Chao Sheng, instructing, "Chao Sheng, take care of the bodies outside. If necessary, dismember them and spread them across the courtyard. As long as the snow continues tonight and the sun doesn't rise tomorrow, they'll be concealed. It will be problematic if the townsfolk discovered them." After a moment's thought, Wen Chao Sheng proposed, "There's a safer, simpler solution, but I'll need to visit Chun Xiong's residence." Madame Lu furrowed her brow. After glancing out the window, she conceded, "You may go, but avoid the back alleys. Proceed south from here through the painting gallery bridge for 50 paces until you reach the Wind Willow Pavilion's archway. Wait there until you see an elderly man strolling. You met him before. Have him guide you." When Chao Sheng agreed and stepped outside, after a moment's contemplation, he picked up Wu Jiao's slender sword from the ground. Wu Jiao was right. He needed a proper weapon. After Wen Chao Sheng's departure, Madame Lu devoted herself to stabilizing Ashui's condition with her core energy. During the acupuncture, she found herself in a daze, a killer for most of her life. She was now, in her twilight years, playing the role of a physician. As she withdrew the needles, she sensed a peculiar force within Ashui's meridians. A warm current coursing through her veins, nourishing her injured body. Madame Lu murmured, intrigued by this energy, which was distinct from her own core energy. She attempted to trace its origin, but failed. Empowered by this mysterious force, Ashui, who had been on the brink of death, gradually opened her eyes, her blurred vision clearing. "Thank you," she croaked, expressing her gratitude. Madame Lu merely nodded, sterilizing the silver needles over a candle flame before carefully returning them to her kit. "You're quite the handful." Madame Lu sighed, then inquired, "I rarely witness such a spectacle. Is your conflict with Wang Chuan personal?" Ashui shook her head slightly. "No." Madame Lu's silver hair fluttered in the breeze from the window, casting shadows across the room. "This is the second time in Bitter Sea County. Why are they so determined to eliminate you?" Ashui stared intently at the flickering candle, her gaze seemingly drifting into the distance. "I too would like to know the answer. We did so much for him, yet in the end, he chose to abandon us." Madame Lu, discerningly, fell silent. Time had smoothed her edges, and she no longer felt the need to delve into every mystery as she had in her youth. Ma Huan had already caused enough trouble. She had no desire to be embroiled in Ashui's affairs. Ashui remained lost in thought for a long time. Eventually, she returned to the present and attempted to harness her core energy to heal her injuries. "Madam, did you teach Wen Chao Sheng swordsmanship?" Unable to move from the bed, Ashui inquired about Wen Chao Sheng. Despite her disorientation, she had clearly witnessed his sword strike as he burst from the room. She was astonished. How could a mortal, devoid of core energy and unable to cultivate, unleash such a formidable sword attack? Ashui refused to believe that Wen Chao Sheng had simply learned such swordsmanship by watching her kill and practicing with firewood. In response to Ashui's query, Madame Lu chuckled. "Some time ago, my husband offered him a few pointers merely out of appreciation for his talent. Little did we know, the lad possessed such extraordinary comprehension. With just a glance, he managed to grasp the basics. Tonight was meant to protect him from harm, not to save you. Your death would have been better for him. But I never anticipated that Chao Sheng, after only a few days of chopping wood, could deliver a sword strike imbued with intent, wounding a cultivator in the profound realm. If this news were to reach Yen Han, the elders of the Sword Pavilion would undoubtedly be clamoring to recruit him." Ashui didn't dwell on Madame Lu's desire for her demise. Regardless of her intentions, she had genuinely saved her twice. "Sword intent," she murmured. "Isn't that a celestial realm phenomenon?" Madame Lu smiled, explaining, "My husband once mentioned that it's merely a boastful fabrication by the Sword Pavilion to intimidate outsiders. It's not as mystical as they claim. Sword intent is essentially the integration of insights into the essence of the world into swordsmanship. For most cultivators, it's indeed a technique reserved for celestials. However, the Sword Pavilion employs a unique cultivation method, distinct from the mainstream, so it cannot be judged by conventional standards. Otherwise, if that sword strike had truly been of celestial caliber, the assassin who wounded you wouldn't have stood a chance." Ashui nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude to Madame Lu. Madame Lu gazed at her for a moment, sighing with a complex expression. "If I had foreseen tonight's events, I would have kept Chao Sheng in our courtyard this afternoon." She expressed some regret, but didn't overly criticize Ashui for bringing trouble to Wen Chao Sheng. Ashui countered, "That fellow is stubborn. I told him to come earlier, but he refused. He feared bringing trouble to Mr. Lu." Madame Lu glanced at her knowingly. "Is that the only reason?" Ashui raised her eyebrows, retorting, "What else could it be?" Madame Lu smiled, refraining from further comment, and turned to leave with her medical kit. "Rest well. Recover as much as you can. In a few months, come spring, my husband and I may be departing." Chapter 76. She should have made her name known beneath the serene and frosty moonlight when Chao Sheng stood before the archway of the Wind Willow Pavilion, clutching a slender sword, patiently awaiting as instructed by Lady L. The biting cold wind swept through, quickly numbing the exposed skin of his hand. Lowering his gaze, he tentatively flexed his fingers, realizing that his recent wood chopping and training had not been in vain. His body had indeed grown more resilient to the cold than before. After approximately a quarter of an hour had passed, the snow on his clothing shook off and accumulated anew. At last, he discerned a shadowy figure in the hazy distance of the street. This marked the second encounter between Wen Chao Sheng and the elderly man. The latter had his hands clasped behind his back and appeared as an ordinary elder taking a stroll. Upon noticing Wen Chao Sheng with the sword, he expressed a momentary surprise before his gaze shifted to the long sword in Wen Chao Sheng's grasp. "Is Wu Jiu dead?" the old man inquired with a smile. Wen Chao Sheng replied in astonishment, "You know Wu Jiu as well?" The old man nodded knowingly. "Indeed, I am acquainted with him. We are colleagues. I told him not to come tonight, but he wouldn't listen. Ah, he has gone now." Faced with the old man's candidness, Wen Chao Sheng felt an inexplicable absurdity arise within him. "You are also from Wanchuan?" The old man chuckled and nodded. "Yes, my name is Ma Huan. You, young brother, are not from the martial world, so you may not know me." Recalling the events of a few nights prior, Wen Chao Sheng asked, "Since you are from Wanchuan, why did you?" Ma Huan waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, let's not speak of that night. If you don't mention it, I won't either. Let us assume it never occurred. Chao Sheng, you are here tonight because Lady L sent you?" When Chao Sheng lowered his head and caught a glimmer in his eyes. Due to Lady L's influence, despite knowing that the elderly man was from Wanchuan, he felt an immense trust towards him. "Yes, I am to meet Chun Xiong. The lady instructed me to wait for you under the arch." Ma Huan responded warmly. "The night roads are treacherous. I happen to be out for a stroll, and I shall accompany you for a while." When Chao Sheng was not fooled by his pretense, who would take a leisurely walk at such an hour? However, he refrained from questioning him further, and the two of them, an elder and a youth, traversed the path together, treading on the shallow snow piled along the road towards the other end of the street. As they walked, Ma Huan cast another glance at the long sword cradled in Wen Chao Sheng's arms, breaking the silence between them. "The sword you hold is called Fine Snow, forged by the renowned swordsmith of the Chun Kingdom, Morong Qing. It has changed hands 7 or 8 times over the past 30 years. And 11 years ago, it fell into the possession of the swordsman Yi Zonghua, ranking within the top 5 of the Tianji Tower's renowned sword list." Listening to Ma Huan's account, Wen Chao Sheng inquired with curiosity, "Senior Ma, does the Tianji Tower's list still relate to the wielder of the sword?" Ma Huan explained, "Though it is termed a sword list, it is actually a ranking of the sword bearers. Moreover, the statistics from Tianji Tower are not entirely accurate. They serve merely as a rough reference, for there are hidden masters in this world who seldom reveal themselves." Wen Chao Sheng pondered this thoughtfully. Then, how did Fine Snow come to be in Wu Jiu's possession? Ma Huan sighed. Though Yi Zonghua was a chivalrous swordsman, he was notorious for his romantic escapades, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a woman. He recounted how Yi Zonghua, due to his acts of chivalry, had made many enemies, and his head held great value in Wanchuan. Ironically, he fell in love with a female assassin sent to kill him, willingly surrendering his life to her, thereby elevating her status within Wanchuan. Alas, this tale of self-deception did not end well. After slaying Yi Zonghua, the assassin, emboldened by her allure, took on another contract in Wanchuan, yet her body was eventually discovered in a farmer's pigsty, seemingly having endured unspeakable torment before her death. In this martial world, each person is a story unto themselves, Wen Chao Sheng reflected, glancing at Ma Huan's right arm, which was conspicuously absent, his sleeve fluttering in the wind, a poignant sight. "Senior Ma, your arm." Though it was somewhat impolite to question a one-armed man, Ma Huan took no offense and replied calmly, "I lost it a few months ago." When Chao Sheng was taken aback, was it due to a conflict in the martial world? Ma Huan did not respond directly, jesting instead. "It was due to my disrespectful old age. Someone had it severed." A flicker of curiosity shone in Wen Chao Sheng's eyes. He was convinced that Ma Huan was a formidable expert, and not solely because of the night he had saved him, but due to Lady L's trust. Anyone whom she deemed worthy of confidence could not possibly be weak. Thus, the one capable of injuring Ma Huan must be an extraordinary master. "Oh, by the way, you know that person?" Ma Huan suddenly smiled at Wen Chao Sheng, who was momentarily taken aback, responding with a chuckle. "I know her?" Ma Huan nodded, "Yes. The woman you carried that night. A few months ago, I encountered her in Wen City. I lost this right arm during that encounter." Wen Chao Sheng's breath caught in his throat, and he glanced at Ma Huan instinctively. Although the latter's tone was calm, it did not convey deceit, leaving Wen Chao Sheng increasingly surprised and perplexed as to why Ma Huan would save someone who had previously harmed him. Is she very formidable? Ma Huan refrained from elaborating on this question, turning his attention back to Wen Chao Sheng, as if conversing with an old friend. Wen Chao Sheng nodded, lavishly praising her. She is indeed remarkable. Ma Huan smiled, his tone slightly wistful as he remarked, she was even more formidable in the past. In the Battle of Wind City, she ought to have gained fame throughout the land, but alas. Upon mentioning Wind City, Wen Chao Sheng's ears perked up. He had always been curious about a Shui's past, yet he hesitated to ask, aware that such inquiries might lead her into profound anguish. Thus, after that night of drunkenness, he had refrained from pressing the matter further. Seemingly avoiding the topic of Wind City, Ma Huan did not share any details when asked, merely cautioning Wen Chao Sheng that the fire that had erupted in the city was not yet extinguished, advising him to suppress his curiosity lest he inadvertently bring misfortune upon himself. Seeing Ma Huan's reluctance to divulge more, Wen Chao Sheng shifted to another question related to a Shui. Is she a soldier? Ma Huan did not respond. Yet he neither confirmed nor denied the inquiry. Unbeknownst to him, his ambiguous stance had already conveyed a wealth of information to Wen Chao Sheng. Chapter 77. The snow-drenched mansion as Ah Shui approached the street leading to Chun Xiong's residence. Wen Chao Sheng inquired whether Ma Huan possessed any medicine to alleviate Ah Shui's injuries. Ma Huan, however, informed him there is no need to waste your efforts. Her wounds cannot be treated by any ordinary remedy. They are not mere injuries, but rather the result of a celestial realm cultivator, imbued with the essence of Tao. Only a handful possess the skill to heal such wounds, and the only one I am aware of is the Taoist from the North Sea. Yet this person is elusive as a dragon. When Chao Sheng was taken aback and asked, is there a celestial realm cultivator involved in the matter of Feng Cheng? Ma Huan gazed into the distance, his graying beard dusted with snow, lending him an air of profound solemnity. Indeed, there was one, yet she was slain by Ah Shui. Wen Chao Sheng halted in his tracks, the astonishment in his eyes unmistakable as he exchanged glances with Ma Huan. Ah Shui is also of the celestial realm? Ma Huan shook his head. No, she's not. In my long life traversing the rivers and lakes, I have heard countless tales of extraordinary individuals and witnessed numerous historical accounts. Yet I have never encountered a living legend like her. The Ah Shui you speak of is, to my knowledge, the only warrior capable of slaying a celestial realm cultivator in the ethereal realm. Though the distance between the two realms is but a step, the chasm between them is unfathomable. It has not been seen in a millennium, and anyone claiming otherwise would be ridiculed for their ignorance. Yet, this extraordinary event has indeed transpired. Thus, I assert that in the Battle of Feng Cheng, she should have garnered fame throughout the world. Alas, that battle also severely injured her foundation, causing her realm to plummet, nearly leading to her demise, leaving her with hidden wounds of Tao essence. It is uncertain how many years she has left to live. As Wen Chao Sheng beheld the plaque of Chun Mansion emerging ahead, he instinctively slowed his pace and asked Ma Huan, can a fallen realm be restored? Ma Huan remained silent for a long while before finally uttering a single word. Difficult. Wen Chao Sheng nodded, expressing his gratitude to the elder before knocking on the door to meet Chun Xiong. Despite the late hour, Chun Xiong was still awake, his furrowed brow betraying his concerns. The unexpected visit from Wen Chao Sheng brought him a hint of surprise. What brings you here at such a late hour? Wen Chao Sheng did not hesitate and directly requested Chun Xiong to seal off the courtyard under the pretense of investigating a case, allowing no one but a black dog to approach. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chun Xiong inquired about the reason. Wen Chao Sheng replied, many people from Wangchuan have arrived tonight. I am uncertain if they are connected to Luchuan. Chun Xiong cast a sidelong glance at the swirling snow outside, seemingly grasping the potential dangers, his eyelids twitching incessantly. They're all dead? Wen Chao Sheng nodded. Indeed. The courtyard is now strewn with dozens of corpses. If the townsfolk see them tomorrow, it will incite unnecessary panic. Chun Xiong clenched his fists and paced the room for a moment, refraining from discussing the bodies, instead asking, what about that woman now? Wen Chao Sheng, fully aware of Chun Xiong's true concern for Ah Shui, assured him nonchalantly, she was poisoned, but it is not severe. She has practiced a peculiar technique that allows her to detoxify. She will recover in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His willingness to cooperate with Wen Chao Sheng was significantly influenced by Shui's displayed prowess. Without her as a source of reassurance, Chen Xiong would have been compelled to consider other options. The issue of the corpses is easily resolved. I shall dispatch some of my personal guards to your courtyard tonight, and before dawn, these bodies will vanish without a trace. Wen Chao Sheng's face flickered in the candlelight, casting an eerie shadow, and his words sent chills down Chen Xiong's spine. Lord Chen, with so many lives lost tonight, do you not think it a waste to bury the bodies so quietly? Chen Xiong swallowed hard, asking, what do you propose? Wen Chao Sheng regarded him thoughtfully. Lu Jin has cultivated his influence in Kuhai County for many years. Would it not be a pity not to utilize him? He pointed at Chen Xiong, who seemed to grasp the implication, his pupils narrowing slightly. Wen Chao Sheng moved slowly to the window, flinging it open to let the frigid winds of snow swirl inside. Lord Chen, whether dealing with Wang Chuan or Lu Chuan, you must not personally intervene. This is the principle of the game in Kuhai County. Remember, your role is to create an unseen threat, instilling anxiety in them, rather than confronting them head-on. 6 words, pull strings but do not declare. Otherwise, should relations deteriorate too severely, you risk cornering them, and beware. A corner dog will jump over the wall. After all, you hold an official position, and escape will not be an option. Wen Chao Sheng's tone remained calm as he continued. Though Lu Chuan seemingly lacks minions in Kuhai County, Wang Chuan is a significant dilemma. There must be a collaboration between the two. To undermine Wang Chuan, we cannot strike directly. We must stab them in the back. To do so covertly, we require the local snakes of Kuhai County to provide us with intelligence. The deceased from Wang Chuan tonight serve as your most effective tool for establishing authority. To subdue these local snakes, both kindness and fear are essential. One cannot be absent. A mere relationship of interests or coercion is insufficiently stable. You must show them wealth while simultaneously instilling fear, ensuring their loyalty to serve your cause. Do you understand? As Wen Chao Sheng articulated his thoughts, Chen Xiong's gaze shifted, revealing a dawning realization. He recognized that he had underestimated this individual, who once bore the label of a common refugee. Could an ordinary refugee or county dweller possess such depth of thought and cunning? Reflecting upon the blank years of Wen Chao Sheng's past, he found himself lost in contemplation regarding his true identity. What should I convey to Lu Chuan? After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiong inquired, his tone now tinged with sincerity. Wen Chao Sheng turned to him. Follow my instructions, and soon Lu Chuan will come to find you himself. I will guide you further then. He proceeded to outline his plan to Chen Xiong, who listened intently, his breath quickening involuntarily. Upon concluding the discussion regarding the corpses, Chen Xiong even took it upon himself to brew 2 cups of tea, handing one to Wen Chao Sheng, who accepted it and drank deeply. There is one more matter. Observing the flickering light in Chen Xiong's eyes, Wen Chao Sheng asked, do you know Qiu Ziheng? Chen Xiong seemed to recall the name, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. Not quite acquainted. On my first day in office, he invited me to dinner, which I declined. Later, I inquired with the scribe, who mentioned he has some connections in Guanghan City. Why? Is he of use? Wen Chao Sheng set down his cup and replied, indeed. In a couple of days. I intend to deal with him. I would appreciate your assistance. Chapter 78. What else could it be? In a modest courtyard nestled in the northern part of the county, 2 figures sat on the ground. Before them, a blazing stove roared, upon which a pot of snake stew simmered, its billowing steam mingling with the descending snowflakes. An emaciated old man, judging the stew to be ready, cheerfully picked up a ladle and offered a bowl of the steaming broth to the crimson-clad man beside him. Mr. Lu, you mentioned the last batch lacked savor. I've adjusted the recipe this time. Please have a taste. Lu Chuan accepted the bowl and took a tentative sip. His subtly furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. This time, it's sufficiently flavorful. Old Yang, your craft has improved. Elated by Lu Chuan's praise, Old Yang rubbed his hands together, chuckling. If Mr. Lu enjoys it, next time I'll... His words were abruptly cut short as he turned his gaze towards the main entrance. There stood the stoic Yanov, his Xian iron blade strapped to his back, his face hardened by the biting wind. As he approached, Lu Chuan greeted him warmly, beckoning him with a smile. Qianlong. Perfect timing. Old Yang has just finished the stew. Come, have a taste. Qianlong declined the offered bowl, addressing Lu Chuan instead. Mr. Lu, Wang Chuan's operation failed tonight. Lu Chuan paused mid-sip, his expression momentarily frozen. He pursed his lips, swallowed the mouthful of stew, handed the bowl back to old Yang, and clicked his tongue. Inconceivable. She, alone, and wounded, slaughtered all of Wang Chuan's men? And that, Wu Jia, wasn't he formidable, capable of sparring with you? He's dead too? Qianlong confirmed, dead. When I arrived, their courtyard was littered with corpses. Wu Jia lay among them, sprawled in the center, his face not yet fully obscured by the night snow. Lu Chuan chuckled incredulously, his lips twitching slightly, his tone laced with disbelief. This crippled woman, so formidable? Old Yang, holding the stew, remarked with a sigh. 100,000 taels of gold, enough to establish a small kingdom. Such wealth is never easily acquired. Lu Chuan stroked his chin, falling into a prolonged silence. Sensing the change in atmosphere, old Yang placed Lu Chuan's bowl down and added some wood to the stove, saying, "In truth, Mr. Lu, there's no need to fret over this matter. Ultimately, it bears no relation to the task assigned by the master." With the Lu Jinshi case nearing its conclusion, once word arrives from Guanghan City in a couple of days, we can prepare to eliminate Chun Xiong as well. Once Chun Xiong is dead, I'll immediately arrange for the master to return to the royal city. Upon hearing the mention of Chun Xiong's assassination, Lu Chuan hesitated, recalling his encounter with Wen Chao Sheng and the letter he had investigated. He waved his hand, saying, "Not so fast. Chun Xiong still serves a purpose. We'll use him to eliminate Wen Chao Sheng first, then we can act. That Wen Chao Sheng seems to know things he shouldn't. Since he's here, we might as well eradicate all potential problems." A smile spread across old Yang's face. Mr. Lu's foresight is commendable. The morning after the snowfall, before the roosters crow, numerous constables had already appeared outside Wen Chao Sheng's residence, completely sealing off the area. These were all loyal subordinates whom Chun Xiong had brought from his own household, known for their discretion. Wen Chao Sheng had returned from Chun's residence early in the morning. Finding a Shui absent from the courtyard, he pushed open the door to her room, where he found her lying on the bed, eyes closed in recuperation. The crisp sound of the door opening startled her. A Shui opened her eyes as Wen Chao Sheng, bearing dumplings and soy milk, offered her a portion of the breakfast. He glanced at her complexion, and after confirming that she was not in immediate danger, he said, "I've settled your debt at the dumpling shop." A Shui took a bite of the still warm tofu dumpling, chewing slowly, her gaze lifting with curiosity to meet his. "Where did you go last night?" "I want to see Chun Xiong. On my way back this morning, I returned the letter I retrieved from Aunt Me to her, and I brought some pork for her and Zhang the hunter." Wen Chao Sheng sat down on a wooden stool near the bed, tossing 2 braised pork buns into Gui's bowl. The dog, initially drowsy, perked up at the scent of meat. Without hesitation, it devoured the buns in 2 bites, then shook its fur and trotted out of the room, leaving a trail of paw prints in the snow of the courtyard, following a familiar path out of the county town. Since Fan Yue's death, the black dog had refused to enter his house. Last night, Wen Chao Sheng had to forcibly carry it into its kennel. After the black dog left, Wen Chao Sheng stared at a Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, a contemplative look in his eyes. "A Shui, your injuries are severe. When will you be able to walk again?" A Shui ate the dumpling, wincing slightly as she swallowed, her brow furrowed, but she replied, "Why? Is something amiss?" Wen Chao Sheng nodded. "Don't worry. It's not about fighting, just about giving Chun Xiong a sense of security when necessary." He recounted what he had told Chun Xiong the previous night. After a moment of silence, a Shui responded, "A martial artist's body isn't as fragile as you might think. If I rest a bit longer, I should be able to get out of bed by this evening." She finished her soy milk, still seemingly thirsty, and looked up at Wen Chao Sheng. "Did you buy wine?" Wen Chao Sheng gestured for her to wait, then went outside. To a Shui's disappointment, he returned with a pot of hot water. A Shui stared at the cup of hot water Wen Chao Sheng offered, accepting it but not drinking. "I don't want this. I want wine." Wen Chao Sheng glanced at her. "This is all there is." A Shui frowned, about to protest, when he added, "I'll buy you wine in a couple of days, when you're feeling better. If you want wine, focus on healing. She gazed at Wen Chao Sheng, a brief standoff, before lowering her head and slowly sipping the hot water. Rest well. I'll go chop wood next door. I won't be long. Wen Chao Sheng removed his outer robe to avoid overheating while working. As he stepped out, a shui's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Wen Chao Sheng, last night, I asked you to go to Mr. Liu's. Why didn't you go? Wen Chao Sheng paused, reflecting. If I remember correctly, you already asked me that question last night. Mr. and Mrs. Liu have been incredibly kind to me. I can't bring trouble to their doorstep. A shui pressed, is that all? Wen Chao Sheng turned back to face her. What else could it be? They locked eyes for a moment before Shui averted her gaze, murmuring softly, I understand. Go ahead. Chapter 79. Transactions within the 7 Killings Hall. Venturing next door, Wen Chao Sheng greeted Liu Jiming, who was enjoying his morning tea. Before commencing his wood-splitting duties, he posed a question that had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. Mr. Liu, after splitting wood for so long, it seems I am developing some skill with the sword. Liu Jiming chuckled, responding in a measured tone. That is indeed a propitious development, a testament to your successful cultivation. Wen Chao Sheng inquired earnestly, however, I am only capable of wielding a formidable sword sporadically, not consistently. Liu Jiming continued the thought. Indeed, what could be the cause? Seeing Liu Jiming's guiding manner, Wen Chao Sheng replied with a wry smile, Mr. Liu, if I possessed that knowledge, I would not be seeking your counsel. Liu Jiming poured Wen Chao Sheng a cup of tea, smiling as he said, Chao Sheng, the enigmas of cultivation are most intriguing. The insights of others are of little value. Enlightenment must be achieved independently. Listening to Liu Jiming's words, Wen Chao Sheng felt as though he had heard nothing of substance. However, he comprehended the message Liu Jiming was conveying. If he could unravel the puzzle himself, the remedy would be swift and effective, but if someone else were to provide the answer, even with utmost clarity, it would be of little avail. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Wen Chao Sheng expressed his gratitude and turned to enter the woodshed to split wood. Within the 7 Killings Hall, a boisterous crowd gathered around a gambling table, observing the intense game. The participants appeared quite avaricious, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. 2 of them were dissolute scions from the county, possessing some ill-gotten wealth. The 7 Killings Hall, perpetually in need of funds, was naturally eager to exploit these naive marks, engaging in a coordinated scheme to fleece them. Since Liu Jinshi's demise, their primary source of revenue had been severed. Master Qi was constantly burdened by the financial needs of his hundreds of followers. He had been troubled, and in the past, the 7 Killings Hall would never engage in such activities, but now he chose to turn a blind eye. He couldn't allow his brethren to starve, could he? As the outcome of the gambling game neared its climax, the guard outside stumbled into the hall, gasping for breath as he announced, Master Qi, Master Qi. The magistrate is here. These few words instantly plunged the clamorous hall into absolute silence, so profound that a pin dropping could be heard. After a brief pause, someone drew their blade, the sharp sound igniting tension and fear throughout the hall. In a moment, everyone brandished their weapons, their killing intent palpable. Master Qi frowned, about to order his subordinates to sheath their blades, when a resonant voice echoed from the doorway, drawing blades upon entry. Do you not welcome my presence? The crowd turned to see Chun Xiong, having shed his official robe for a white brocade long shirt, now appearing as an elegant young gentleman, devoid of any official aura. He strode in, hands clasped behind his back, and the hall's occupants noticed that Chun Xiong had come alone, without any constables or guards. This revelation immediately eased the tense atmosphere. Master Qi waved his hand, and the crowd promptly sheathed their weapons. He personally greeted Chun Xiong, signaling his subordinates to release the 2 unfortunate victims of the gambling scheme. Magistrate Chun, what brings you to our dilapidated 7 Killings Hall today? A clean table was quickly prepared, and as Chun Xiong sat, wine and meat were promptly served. He picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and took a sip of clear wine, saying, I had intended to come yesterday, but I was delayed by some troublesome matters in the county. Master Qi, discerning, did not press for details, but instead filled Chun Xiong's cup, saying, if the 7 Killings Hall can assist you in any way, please do not hesitate to ask. Chun Xiong smiled at Master Qi, tapping him with his chopsticks. Master Qi, you are perceptive. Indeed, There is a matter I wish to trouble you with. Upon its completion, you will be rewarded." Hearing this, Master Chi became excited. After hearing Wen Chao Sheng suggest establishing a mutually beneficial relationship between the Seven Killings Hall and the new magistrate, Chen Xiong, the idea had lingered in his mind. He had been unable to imagine how Wen Chao Sheng could accomplish this, but now Chen Xiong had come of his own accord. "Please speak, magistrate." Chen Xiong took a sip of wine, swirling the cup in his hand, and said, "Disposing of corpses." Master Chi's expression changed slightly. "Dispose of corpses? Whose corpses?" Chen Xiong replied with a smile, "Just some riffraff from the river of forgetfulness. I eliminated several dozen of them yesterday, including a master named Wu Go. I lack the time to deal with these corpses. The constables in the county office are prone to gossip, and should the news leak, it could cause unnecessary panic and harm my performance." Then I recalled my little brother, Wen Chao Sheng, mentioning the Seven Killings Hall, and I decided to pay you a visit. Master Chi, if I recall correctly, when Lu Jinshi was alive, the members of the Seven Killings Hall controlled the rivers and lakes in and around Bitter-Sea County, correct? You have boats and men, and during the winter, the tributaries leading to the river of sinking sands do not freeze. Could you help me transport the corpses out and sink them? What do you say? His words were followed by an unnerving silence within the Seven Killings Hall. Not only Master Chi, but also the deacons of the hall looked at Chen Xiong with strange and astonished expressions. As the local overlords of Bitter-Sea County, the Seven Killings Hall naturally had access to a wide network of information. How could they not know that people from the River of Forgetfulness had entered the county, or not recognize Wu Go? A person of such renown throughout the Four Kingdoms was dismissed by Chen Xiong as riffraff. To speak of such a shocking matter in such a casual tone, eliminating members of the River of Forgetfulness without hesitation, this new magistrate of Bitter-Sea County. What was his background? In a brief moment, Chen Xiong's image in the eyes of the Seven Killings Hall became extremely mysterious and terrifying. Sensing the change in their gazes, Chen Xiong secretly reveled in his success while growing increasingly respectful of Wen Chao Sheng. He had come to deeply realize that this man's thoughts and cunning had reached an astonishing level. The thoughtfulness Wen Chao Sheng displayed was entirely mismatched with his age, more akin to a seasoned veteran who had lived for decades. Master Chi sat across from him, not immediately agreeing to Chen Xiong's request. His fox-like, cunning eyes flickered as if weighing the advantages and disadvantages, and pondering the truthfulness of Chen Xiong's words, as if aware that his words were not yet entirely convincing. Chen Xiong gently placed his wine cup down and spoke again in a low voice. "I am new to this post and do not have much money at hand. As a reward for this collaboration, I will give you Ugo's sword, no edge, if you can find a good buyer. This famous sword should be enough for the Seven Killings Hall to squander for quite some time. What do you say, Master Chi?" Chapter 80. A numb leg. As the founder and leader of the Seven Murders Hall, having nurtured a fledgling organization of barely a dozen members into what it is today, Master Chi was, if not cunning, certainly prudent. Most people in the martial world held the name Oblivion in a certain fearful regard, rarely seeking to provoke them. After all, even the most formidable experts couldn't guarantee perpetual vigilance, never needing sleep. Even if Chen Xiong was the magistrate of Bitter-Sea County, it didn't preclude the possibility of deceit. When he casually recounted the tale of eliminating dozens of Oblivion members, even the 7th-ranked Wu Jiao of the Lin Banner, Master Chi's initial reaction was naturally shock and disbelief. However, after the initial astonishment, he began to question the veracity of Chen Xiong's words. It wasn't that he was inherently suspicious, but rather that the event Chen Xiong described seemed too incredible for a place like Bitter-Sea County. However, when Chen Xiong mentioned offering Wu Jiao's edgeless as recompense, Master Chi's expression underwent a complete transformation. Words could be fabricated, but a sword could not. For assassins like Wu Jiao, their weapons were practically extensions of their lives. Unless they were deceased, it was impossible for the renowned sword edgeless to fall into another's hands. Weapons listed by the Tower of Heavenly Secrets had their every detail meticulously documented and widely circulated throughout the martial world. Therefore, anyone with decent intelligence could easily identify famous swords and sabers. "Is your honor's statement genuine?" Master Chi swiftly composed his thoughts and inquired. Chun Xiong lightly tapped the table with his finger. Master Qi, I'm new to Bitter County and have numerous matters to attend to. Do you think I'd remove this official garb and neglect my duties just to engage in idle chatter? A hint of awkwardness surfaced on Master Qi's aged face, but he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Since it is your honor's command, we shall naturally comply." Chun Xiong was quite pleased with his attitude. After relaying some specific details, he didn't linger. Master Qi and the enforcers of the Seven Murders Hall saw Chun Xiong off, watching his departing figure. One of the elder enforcers, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Master Qi, this is a golden opportunity. The Seven Murders Hall is currently at a critical juncture of disintegration. If we don't receive assistance from an official, we'll truly be forced to our deaths by those Salt Gang brats. As long as we can establish a relationship with a new magistrate, we can maintain our previous business operations, and the people behind the Salt Gang won't dare to interfere with us." Master Qi looked down at the snow-covered pit created by his feet, shifted his foot, and said in a somewhat somber tone, "We need Chun Xiong's connections to continue our business operations, but let us not rejoice prematurely. This Chun Xiong is vastly different from the previous Lu Jinshi. In recent days, a large number of Oblivion members have flooded into Bitter County, and it's even rumored that some figures from the royal city have arrived. There must be something afoot here. Lu Jinshi's death was peculiar, and the arrival of Chun Xiong may also be suspicious. What a behemoth Oblivion is, and what strength did Wu Jiu possess as an assassin? To put it bluntly, that fellow could wield 2 swords and slaughter all several hundred members of the Seven Murders Hall within 2 hours. Now, he's inexplicably died at the hands of Chun Xiong. I'm worried." With that, he looked up at the ripples on the distant lake's surface, his aged voice filled with emotion. "I have a premonition that profiting from Chun Xiong's money will bring troubled times to the Seven Murders Hall. Furthermore, put Cheng Feng's matter on hold, and don't contact Qiu Zixuan for now. That Wen Chao Sheng seems to have some connection with Chun Xiong. Wait until their feud concludes, and then decide who to assist based on the circumstances." Wen Chao Sheng finished chopping firewood, retrieved some money from his person, carefully counted it, went to the market to buy half a black-skinned chicken and some ginseng, baijiu, fulling, and other medicinal herbs, and returned to stew a pot of black-skinned chicken soup. The courtyard was entirely covered with snow-laden corpses, while Chun Xiong's confidants stood outside, watching Wen Chao Sheng expressionlessly cook chicken soup in the courtyard, their expressions complex. Indeed, the winter snow was heavy. The corpses didn't stink, but could they really eat it? In fact, when they smelled the fragrance of medicinal herbs and chicken soup wafting out, they even felt a bit nauseous. At noon, Wen Chao Sheng brought 2 bowls of the cooked chicken soup to Lu Jiming's courtyard, letting him and Madame Lu taste it. After tasting it, Madame Lu exclaimed in surprise and praised Wen Chao Sheng's culinary skills. "Chao Sheng, you can cook?" Wen Chao Sheng said. "Cooking skills are easy to learn but difficult to master. I can make something to eat, but that's all I can do. It's not comparable to Madame's skillful hands." Madame Lu couldn't suppress her smile and playfully scolded, "You boy know how to talk. You've said all the good things." Wen Chao Sheng smiled, took 2 bowls of porridge from Madame Lu, and returned to Fan Yue's courtyard. He moved the porridge and hot chicken soup into the room. Xue, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened her eyes and focused on the chicken soup, her tone even more surprised than Madame Lu's. "Wen Chao Sheng, you can cook?" Wen Chao Sheng handed her a bowl of chicken soup. "Try it." Xue held the bowl and took a sip, her furrowed brow slightly relaxing. "Acceptable," she praised. After drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup in one go, they started eating. Xue looked at the half-black-skinned chicken and the medicinal herbs in the pot, then suddenly turned her head to Wen Chao Sheng and asked, "How much did this pot of chicken soup cost?" Wen Chao Sheng didn't even look up, devouring his food. "Not very expensive. I just overdraft a few of your drinking expenses in advance." Upon hearing this, Xue's eyes widened slightly, and she stared at Wen Chao Sheng with a very serious gaze. "Taking advantage of my illness to hasten my demise?" Wen Chao Sheng was choked by her reaction, turned his head to the side, coughed a few times, and rolled his eyes. "The money will be deducted from my account. Okay? The money for your alcohol will be calculated separately." Xue nodded in satisfaction, lowered her head, scooped a mouthful of soup-soaked rice, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively hinted to Wen Chao Sheng, "Actually, I'm almost fully recovered. If nothing unexpected happens, I can. How could Wen Chao Sheng not know what she was implying? He rejected her without hesitation. This time, the injury was so severe that you must abstain from alcohol for at least 3 days. After 3 days, we'll see if we can buy you some alcohol. Upon hearing that she had to abstain from alcohol for 3 days, Shui's heart turned cold. She immediately put down her chopsticks, supported herself on the edge of the bed, and attempted to stand up, wanting to use practical actions to prove to Wen Chao Sheng that she was alive and kicking. However, after trying, Shui's brows suddenly furrowed. She stiffened for a moment, and finally chose to give up, slowly adjusting her posture and obediently sitting back on the bed. Looking at Wen Chao Sheng's surprised gaze, she said calmly, without blushing or skipping a beat, "My leg went numb." Chapter 81. Then I shall not be coy. Following the repast, Wen Chao Sheng attended to the ablutions, subsequently establishing himself in the courtyard. He retrieved the calligraphy brush he had procured and placed the bluestone slab over the brazier to temper it. As the slab's temperature escalated, the moisture upon it dissipated swiftly. As per Cheng Feng's instruction, Wen Chao Sheng assiduously practiced the character eternity, a process that proved to be exceedingly monotonous. After approximately an hour of such endeavor, Wen Chao Sheng paused due to a sensation of soreness in his hand. He then conceived the notion of practicing the character in reverse, finding the standard approach to be unstimulating. The essence of any character is invariably altered when written in reverse. The hook metamorphosed into eta, and the unrestrained upward stroke became a ponderous downward plunge. How is one to replicate it identically? Wen Chao Sheng recalled the occasion in Cheng Feng's courtyard when the latter had executed a serpentine flourish with his brush, instantaneously producing 2 virtually identical characters using diametrically opposed strokes. He was overcome with awe. He perceived the inherent difficulty. How does one transform a dot into a hook? Is it a matter of modulating the pressure applied to the brush? Despite the challenge, Wen Chao Sheng gradually gained confidence. He was adept at deconstructing a complex problem into a series of more manageable components. Calligraphy was no different. He sat in the courtyard, brush in hand, continuously practicing hook and dot on the bluestone slab. Through his unwavering efforts, the 2 strokes, initially disparate, gradually began to exhibit a semblance of similarity. From the second floor of her chamber, Madame Lu observed Wen Chao Sheng practicing calligraphy, her gaze traversing the courtyard wall. Before long, Lu Jiming joined her side, his eyes reflecting admiration as he regarded Wen Chao Sheng. The lad's comprehension is truly remarkable. In the past, upon the snowy peaks of Sword Pavilion, I sat in contemplation for 3 years beneath the iron loquat tree before finally devising a means to resolve the issue of the sword intent I had gleaned being unstable to wield. And Chao Sheng has accomplished it in merely half a day. Madame Lu turned to her husband with astonishment and inquired, "Can calligraphy resolve this issue?" Lu Jiming demurred, "Not necessarily. Sword intent is, in essence, the essence of the cosmos. Logically, it is an attribute that only cultivators of the celestial realm can reliably grasp and employ. It is already exceedingly difficult for mortals to seize that fleeting, ephemeral essence of the cosmos, let alone integrate it into swordplay and consistently manifest it. One must comprehend Simmerwin Lilliput. However, I observe that Chao Sheng has suddenly taken to calligraphy. The brush. It conceals clouds and rain upon its tip and unleashes dragons and serpents within the heart. In addition to training the wrist and fingers, it also cultivates the mind. Logically, this may prove efficacious. However, whether it will ultimately succeed depends on his own future fortune. After a day dedicated to calligraphy, one to rust. Seeing this, upon encountering Wen Chao Sheng once more, White Wolf's demeanor had become markedly more respectful, even betraying a hint of trepidation. "We are here to dispose of the corpses as per Lord Chun's instructions." Wen Chao Sheng nodded. "I am aware. Chuan Xiong has already informed me. Please, make yourselves at home." Furthermore, remember to return this no edge to 7th Master. With that, he tossed the no edge, which had been placed beside the door, directly at White Wolf. Regarding the no edge before him, White Wolf picked it up and cautiously unsheathed it. In the dim moonlight, whether this was the genuine no edge, White Wolf was certain that the sword in his possession was no ordinary weapon. The killing intent exuded from it was simply too intense. He swiftly sheathed the sword and thanked Wen Chao Sheng. The group then set down their sacks and began loading the corpses from the courtyard into them. The sacks they had brought were quite large, capable of accommodating 2 corpses each. White Wolf did not remain idle either. After a brief search, he inquired of Wen Chao Sheng. "Brother Chao Sheng, where is the corpse of No Blame?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "I placed it near the edge of the courtyard, over there. However, he ultimately refrained from questioning and simply loaded 2 corpses into his sack. As he departed, he addressed Wen Chao Sheng once more. "There is one more matter, Brother Chao Sheng. 7th Master said that the 7 Kills Hall is always open to your patronage, and he has prepared fine wine to await your visit." Wen Chao Sheng nodded, but before he could respond, the door behind him was abruptly thrust open. Creek Ashui stood in the doorway, her skirt swaying in the breeze, her eyes appearing particularly luminous beneath the starlight and moonlight. "Then I shall not be coy," she declared. Wen Chao Sheng turned to look at Ashui. He was animated, and upon seeing Ashui, the reactions of White Wolf and his companions mirrored those of Wen Chao Sheng, except that their eyes were filled with palpable terror. Had only a few days elapsed? For years, White Wolf. White Wolf earnestly cautioned his companions, impressing upon them the gravity of the situation and the importance of discretion. After White Wolf and his men departed, Ashui inquired of Wen Chao Sheng with curiosity, "Why must Wu Jiu's body be dealt with last?" Wen Chao Sheng, preparing water for a foot soak, replied, "Wu Chuan, not them. After this nocturnal battle, so many from Wang Chuan have perished. Who knows if they will seek retribution? We are currently fishing in troubled waters. The murkier the water, the more advantageous it is for us. Thus, should the opportunity arise, I intend to draw the White Dragon Guard into the fray of Bittersea County." Upon hearing this, Ashui pondered for a moment, a hint of veiled astonishment in his otherwise composed tone. "When did you begin orchestrating all of this?" Wen Chao Sheng responded, "Chess moves are made one at a time. No one can foresee everything from the start. For instance, I did not anticipate last night's battle at all. It was meant to be a decisive move, but fortunately, we were not mere pawns. Having escaped from the perilous situation, a counterattack is the natural next step. Against a worthy adversary, one simply responds in kind. For 2 days, Chun Xiong's men laid siege to Wen Chao Sheng's courtyard, and word spread quickly. The county residents, accustomed to peaceful days, were unaware of the events unfolding within Wen Chao Sheng's residence. In any case, Ho-Hot Lane was off limits. Chun Xiong's stated reason was that the constables were investigating a case, and unauthorized personnel were prohibited. Therefore, what kind of case necessitated the blockade of a residence for 2 full days? Could it be a murder? Rumors spread like wildfire. Chun Xiong, seated in the county office, sipped his tea. As the steaming liquid flowed into his throat, he closed his eyes, savoring the tea's fragrance and the rhythm of his heart. Chun Xiong felt that his demise was likely imminent. Yesterday, Wen Chao Sheng had visited once more, elucidating the methods for dealing with Lu Chuan. They rehearsed several times in the room, and Chun Xiong felt a level of tension he had never experienced before. This man was a notorious strategist under the command of that esteemed figure in the royal city, known for his ruthlessness, bordering on the perverse. Having blockaded Wen Chao Sheng's residence for 2 consecutive days without releasing any concrete information, Lu Chuan initially suspected that Chun Xiong was about to take action. However, after waiting for 2 days without any movement, he began to grow suspicious. Nevertheless, he remained patient, refraining from pressing Chun Xiong to observe how the situation would unfold. Chun Xiong, estimating that the time was right, issued an order for his subordinates to withdraw from Ho Hot Lane and posted a notice at the entrance of the Yamen, declaring that the case was merely a false alarm. The news spread swiftly. This time, Lu Chuan could no longer remain seated. He had patiently waited for 2 days, anticipating a satisfactory outcome, only to find that Chun Xiong had blockaded Wen Chao Sheng's courtyard for 2 days, concluding with a false alarm. Upon receiving the information from Qian Lu, Lu Chuan fell into a prolonged silence. Qian Lu, sensing Lu Chuan's thoughts, inquired, "Would you like me to deliver a letter? Arrange a meeting with Chun Xiong and give him a stern warning?" Lu Chuan declined the suggestion, returned to his room to put on a thicker coat, and headed out. "No need for a meal. Qian Lu, accompany me to the county office." The 2 men, one in front of the other, trudged through the snow to the county office. The Yamen guards, upon seeing them, neither obstructed nor questioned them, but merely glanced at them and respectfully made way, saying, "Please enter, gentlemen. The magistrate has been preparing tea in the guest garden for quite some time." Lu Chuan frowned upon hearing this, cast a glance at the guard, and asked, "Chun Xiong knew I was coming?" The guard nodded. "I am merely following the magistrate's orders and know nothing else. If you have any doubts, you may inquire in person." Lu Chuan nodded, and with a flick of his sleeve, entered. Before even reaching Chun Xiong's garden, he detected a rich aroma of tea. He slowed his pace, a sense of foreboding arising in his heart. Within the garden, Chun Xiong greeted him with a smile, a cup of fragrant tea already prepared on the table before him. "Why so late? Come, the tea is perfectly brewed. It's time to drink." Lu Chuan fixed his gaze on Chun Xiong, sensing a distinct change in him. He lifted a corner of his robe, sat opposite Chun Xiong, and raised the teacup to his nose, inhaling deeply. He closed his eyes and said, "Xiang Shan Tai Chun," from the red soil state of Zhao, is typically enjoyed by officials in the East. Magistrate Chun is quite resourceful to acquire such a thing. Chun Xiong interrupted him mildly. "I didn't acquire it. This was left behind by Lu Jinshi. I thought it would be a pity to waste such fine tea, so I brewed it for us to enjoy." Upon learning that the tea was a relic of Lu Jinshi, Lu Chuan's expression changed subtly, and the hand holding the teacup felt slightly hot. He stared at Chun Xiong, hinting at something. Magistrate Chun, drinking the belongings of the deceased might bring bad luck. In my opinion, Lu Jinshi's death was suspicious, and his resentment must be considerable. It would be best to dispose of his belongings as soon as possible. Chun Xiong smiled without comment, raised his teacup, and focused on savoring the tea. Lu Chuan paused for a moment before changing the subject. "Furthermore, has Magistrate Chun forgotten our previous agreement?" Chun Xiong feigned ignorance. "Oh, what agreement?" Lu Chuan met his gaze, his gentle eyes gradually sharpening. "Wen Chao Sheng." Chun Xiong smiled, refilling his teacup until it overflowed. Noticing Lu Chuan's frown, he withdrew the teapot, sighing, "Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to kill him. His death will be nothing more than a cremation." Chun Xiong sighed, his words laden with meaning. "Of course I understand that, but I fear that if he dies..." Tightening of Lu Chuan's pupils, seen through Lu Chuan's schemes. The words struck him like a sharp blade, chilling him to the core, as all the secrets he had buried deep within, hidden from the light, were laid bare in that instant. However, Lu Chuan was no ordinary individual. Even upon realizing that his sordid thoughts might have been exposed, he swiftly concealed his surging emotions, coolly sipping his tea to mask his agitation. "What does Lord Chun mean? I seem to be at a loss," he replied with feigned ignorance. Chun Xiong smiled down at him. "Is it genuine ignorance or mere pretense?" Lu Chuan clasped his hands. "I truly find myself perplexed today. I will be grateful for your guidance, my lord." Chun Xiong did not respond directly. Instead, he savored his tea, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. "I wonder if Mr. Lu recalls the vial of lethal poison that vanished from Lu Jinshi." Mentioning the poison, which Lu Chuan had nearly forgotten, caused a subtle shift in his demeanor. Before Lu Chuan could speak, Chun Xiong suddenly produced a vial of poison from his possession and placed it before Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, is this the one?" Upon seeing the poison, Lu Chuan first took a sip of his tea to hide the shock in his eyes, then donned a smile and said softly, I had thought this vial had gone awry. I am surprised you found it, my lord. To speak frankly, it was my oversight, and now that you have helped me rectify this matter, I shall toast you 3 times in gratitude." With that, he genuinely drank 3 cups of hot tea. As he set down his cup, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After he finished, Chun Xiong filled his 4th cup and calmly uttered a chilling remark. "Mr. Liu, do not thank me just yet. What if, from the very beginning, this vial of poison was never lost, but rather hidden away by me?" The smile on Lu Chuan's face gradually faded. His increasingly icy gaze signaled to Chun Xiong that he was gradually stripping away his fade. Yet Chun Xiong remained unfazed by Lu Chuan's deathly stare, continuing to sip his tea with nonchalance. "Mr. Liu, do you know how I found this vial of poison?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. "I will be keen to hear the details." Chun Xiong recounted the origins of the poison as relayed to him by Wen Chao Sheng. However, this time, the protagonist of the tale shifted from Shui to Chun Xiong himself. Lu Jinshi was a man who bore grudges, and he was your greatest unforeseen complication in this endeavor. From the moment you entrusted him with that vial of poison, he had already devised a plan to seek revenge against you and that esteemed lord. To be frank, you should have killed him outright. Perhaps then you would not be burdened with so many troubles. Lu Chuan toyed with his teacup, his expression unchanging. "My lord, it is ill-advised to strike a man when he is down. Let's not forget, we are in the same boat. If matters with Lu Jinshi are not handled properly, you too shall bear some responsibility." Chun Xiong shook his head. "No, that is not correct. Lu Chuan, we are not of the same ilk." He began to address Lu Chuan by his name, which sent a dangerous signal to Lu Chuan. "What exactly does Lord Chun mean? Perhaps you might as well lay it all out, for today there are only the 3 of us in this courtyard." Chun Xiong, unperturbed by Lu Chuan's veiled threat, chuckled and laughed to the point of trembling. He did not wish to laugh, but at that moment he had to. When Chao Sheng had advised him that to instill fear in Lu Chuan, he must brand himself as cunning and capable of concealing a dagger beneath his cloak. He had to masquerade as a meticulous and utterly fearless madman. Every performance before Lu Chuan served a single purpose: survival. "Very well, since you wish for clarity, I shall be direct. You all regard me as a fool. Moreover, you promised before coming here." Chun Xiong interrupted him with a cold smile. "He also promised Lu Jinshi, did he not? Lu Chuan, can the words of the living be as dependable as those of the dead? Killing Lu Jinshi might still leave you with some reservations after his demise. Every detail must be meticulously managed to prevent any secrets from surfacing. But to kill me, you may not even blink an eye. After all, Lu Jinshi possessed secrets that could directly threaten that esteemed lord, whereas I do not. Once all traces of Lu Jinshi are erased, the only potential threat remaining for that lord would be my words." "If you are aware this is a road of no return, why did you initially agree to the lord's demands?" Chun Xiong leisurely poured himself another cup of tea, raised it in a mock salute to Lu Chuan, and then drank it down. "You pose an excellent question. Throughout history, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I dare to come here because I am not Lu Jinshi, nor will I become a second Lu Jinshi. His foolishness led to his demise. As for me, I harbor a modest ambition. That esteemed lord wields immense power, and I wish to exchange this secret for some wealth to squander," making modest requests that he likely would not refuse. A cold, murderous intent glimmered in Lu Chuan's eyes as he sneered. "Since you understand that esteemed lord's power, you should not engage in such self-destructive actions." Chun Xiong laughed heartily, pointing to the large blade carried by the man beside Lu Chuan. "Self-destructive? Lu Chuan, with a mere swing of that blade, I could perish this very day. Yet I can assure you, should I die, all secrets pertaining to that esteemed lord and Lu Jinshi will return to the royal city at a speed and through channels you cannot begin to imagine. Oh, even the white dragon guard outside the county will be informed. Tell me, will you grant me a funeral then?" Clang! As Chun Xiong's words fell, the man drew his blade, slicing through the falling snowflakes and shattering the hot tea grasped tightly in Chun Xiong's hands. The ensuing chill flowed through his fingers, spreading throughout his entire being. The teacup shattered into two halves. Chun Xiong's heart raced intensely, yet he endeavored to suppress the fear within, gently patting the tea spillage on his garment with slightly trembling hands, lamenting, "Ah, what a pity for this tea." He continued, "I understand your urgency, Lu Chuan, but please, hold your horses for a moment. I wish to show you something else." With a cheerful smile, he no longer contain himself. His expression shifted dramatically as he lifted his gaze to meet Chun Xiong's. The latter remained composed, his tone steady. "I do not speak falsehoods, Lu Chuan. Akin to a hapless rodent ensnared in a feline's game, so abruptly shattered. However, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and the potential ramifications should things go awry. Lu Chuan remained silent, his countenance an enigma of shadows. After a protracted pause, he imperceptibly raised his fingers, prompting Qian Lu to slowly resheath the Qian iron greatsword. "This tea is truly execrable," he remarked with a hint of derision before turning on his heel and departing the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back. Thus, a wave of enervation washed over him. However, she approached Wen Chao Sheng to inquire, only to find him repeatedly inscribing hook and dot on the stone slab. A Shui stood behind him, observing for a while, her scrutinizing gaze making Wen Chao Sheng uneasy. A Shui glanced at him askance. "I'm not blind. Speak plainly." Wen Chao Sheng cleared his throat and divulged his ambition to transform the dot into a hook. After listening, the latter pondered for a moment and furrowed her brow. "The difficulty is extraordinary. The exertion of force is entirely different." Wen Chao Sheng sighed, "Indeed. I've attempted it countless times, and achieving mere resemblance is already exceedingly difficult. To emulate Cheng Feng's ability to render both characters with identical form and spirit, it's akin to ascending to the heavens." A Shui deliberated for a moment, then extracted a piece of wood from a nearby pile of timber. Standing in the courtyard, she deftly wielded it with one hand, tracing patterns in the air. Wen Chao Sheng turned his head to observe a Shui. Watching the starlight and moonlight cascade through her hair, her brow furrowed with persistent worry, and the wooden stick in her hand, as nimble as a sword. He relaxed, lost in contemplation. It was not until a Shui approached him and gently tapped his head with the wooden stick that Wen Chao Sheng snapped out of his reverie. "Hey!" and inquired, "How is it?" Of wine for each demonstration. "Are you willing to risk your life for wine?" A Shui silently wiped the blood from her mouth, not answering Wen Chao Sheng's question, but instead asking, "Did you remember the feeling just now?" Wen Chao Sheng hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Yes." A Shui glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to limp toward the room. "I'm going to rest." As she entered the room, Wen Chao Sheng was about to attempt to swing the wooden stick when he heard the door creak open. A face emerged from the darkness, earnestly saying to Wen Chao Sheng, "6 jars of wine, no cheating." Wen Chao Sheng waved his hand, I know. Chapter 85. Little Ling Zhou with Ah Shui's assistance. Wen Chao Sheng indeed began to sense a hint of understanding. He refrained from hastily incorporating this feeling into his writing, choosing instead to reinforce it continuously. As midnight approached, after completing his evening rituals, Wen Chao Sheng sat cross-legged on the floor, resuming his practice of the everlasting spring. He remained steadfast in his nightly practice before sleep, following the original methods left by the Northern Sea Taoist. Wen Chao Sheng experienced a sensation akin to clouds and mist each night during his practice, his consciousness drifting in an ethereal manner. As for the bed in the room, This was not the first time Wen Chao Sheng had experienced such a sensation. Previously, Shui had mentioned that he slept like a log during his own cultivation. Naturally, Wen Chao Sheng believed Shui, leading him to presume that this must be a dream. However, after experiencing this feeling repeatedly, he grew increasingly alert, realizing that this seemed not to be a dream. Who dreams of the same scene repeatedly, all the while remaining consciously aware? This evening, upon experiencing the sensation once more, Wen Chao Sheng resolved to empty his mind entirely, allowing his body to drift upwards unimpeded. In the preceding days, he had consciously sought to explore his surroundings, but to no avail. Therefore, today he chose to adopt a different approach. At this moment, his thoughts resembled clouds and mist, at times dispersed, at times coalescing. With each ascent, he would fall into a state of chaos, losing all perception of his surroundings, as if he were the sole entity in existence. This condition persisted for 7 or 8 iterations until finally, Wen Chao Sheng discovered he had reached the edge of the mist. Below lay an endless expanse of ocean, and he could hear the rhythmic crashing of waves, sensing the unfathomable depths of azure. Enshrouded in a thick fog, the sea concealed something beneath its surface. Though the distance was great, Wen Chao Sheng felt an irresistible pull towards the obscured area. Therefore, it went rapidly downward, falling, uncomfortable. He had landed upon a small island, adorned with vibrant flowers, where precious stones hung from the branches, creating a surreal spectacle. As he surveyed his surroundings, filled with awe and curiosity, a myriad of colorful butterflies suddenly appeared from the horizon, dancing around him before transforming into a rainbow bridge that extended towards the island's center. Wen Chao Sheng walked along this bridge until he reached the island's heart, where he discovered a vast lake, its waters crystal clear, revealing a small island at its center crowned with a towering peach tree. Petals, a delicate pink-white, carpeted the ground beneath the tree, resembling a luxurious rug. Turning to gaze at him with an expression of profound surprise that gradually subsided after a moment. What a sight to behold! After all these years, a mere lad has finally arrived. Wen Chao Sheng, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that the scruffy middle-aged man before him was no ordinary individual. After sizing him up, he politely bowed and said, "I am Wen Chao Sheng, a junior paying respects to the esteemed elder. May I inquire, what place is this?" He was uncertain whether the Zhuang referred to by the middle-aged man was indeed the figure he knew. "Are you referring to Zhuang Zhou of the Taoist tradition?" he inquired. The middle-aged man shook his head. "Zhuang is Zhuang, nothing more. I do not know of any Zhuang Zhou." Wen Chao Sheng pondered for a moment before again bowing respectfully. Began to grasp the situation. Many years ago, the 3 mystical arts I left at Jieshe were actually derived from the Xiaoyao you left by Zhuang. My original intention was merely to preserve the Taoist lineage for those with affinity. But regrettably, for decades, no second individual has appeared in Little Zhou. You appear quite youthful. Have you mastered all 3 mystical arts from Jieshe? The Taoist inquired. Wen Chao Sheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied apologetically, "I suppose. I've learned the everlasting spring." The mere mention of this left the Northern Sea Taoist momentarily speechless. "You learned the everlasting spring and were able to come to Little Zhou?" When Chao Sheng nodded, "Yes, a friend taught me, and after practicing for a few days." Upon hearing this, the Northern Sea Taoist regarded him with an expression of profound peculiarity. He beckoned Wen Chao Sheng to approach, then touched his forehead lightly. In the next moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Interesting, there is no Dan Sea." Wen Chao Sheng suddenly recalled what Ma Huan had told him that night, that among the few capable of healing Shui's injuries was none other than this man. A thought struck him, and he immediately inquired, "Esteemed Northern Sea Taoist, I have a matter that troubles me greatly, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Northern Sea Taoist replied, "Speak." Wen Chao Sheng continued, "If someone were to engage in battle with a celestial realm cultivator and subsequently sustain severe injuries, leaving behind hidden wounds in their Tao essence and causing a decline in their cultivation level, how might one remedy such losses?" The moment he spoke, the Northern Sea Taoist stood frozen in place. "What nonsense is this? Please repeat that." When Chao Sheng reiterated his question, after contemplating for a moment, the Northern Sea Taoist shook his head. "Hear what? Nonsense. The hidden injuries of a celestial path are such that almost no remedy exists in this world. Only 3 methods are viable. The first involves seeking another practitioner of a realm beyond the celestial to perform a profound ritual, cleansing the injuries. Yet this approach inflicts grave damage upon the individual's meridians and acupoints. Even if no lasting repercussions remain, their martial prowess shall never advance further. The second method requires your friend to endure the obstruction of these hidden injuries, forcefully breaking through to the celestial realm, cutting through the clouds until reaching that height. In doing so, the hidden injuries may naturally dissipate. However, practitioners with the fortitude to withstand such injuries and break through to the celestial realm are exceedingly rare. The third option lies deep within the 10,000 snow mountains to the west, where in a place once sanctified by Mithriya, a golden lotus blooms. This lotus possesses the power to revive the deceased and restore the flesh and bones of the living. If one can locate this golden lotus and have it consumed, it may also alleviate the injuries caused by the celestial path. Chapter 86. Reunion with 7th Master the Taoist of the North Sea revealed to Wen Chao Sheng the only 3 methods he knew to heal Shui's afflictions. It was not that he doubted Shui's innate talent. Indeed, on that fateful night when she recounted her tale in a remarkably calm tone, stating that among her 720 acupoints, 717 had opened, Wen Chao Sheng recognized her cultivation potential as among the most formidable in existence. Yet talent and fortune are 2 distinct matters, and they cannot be equated. Regardless of Shui's remarkable gifts, the risk of failure remains substantial were she to forcibly break through. Thus, the most enigmatic and abstract remedy, the utilization of a golden lotus to heal Shui's ailments, emerged as the most promising. However, before proceeding, Wen Chao Sheng had another inquiry for the Taoist of the North Sea. "Esteemed elder, you previously mentioned that within the depths of the 10,000 snow mountains to the west lies a golden lotus. Is this merely hearsay, or have you witnessed it with your own eyes?" The North Sea Taoist replied, "The tale is indeed widespread, yet I have seen it with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng's eyes gleamed with hope. "May I inquire, elder, where is the golden lotus now?" The North Sea Taoist lazily waved his hand. "I advise you to relinquish that desire. The golden lotus is a transformation of Mithriya's relic, a celestial entity capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, potentially manifesting anywhere within the 10,000 snow mountains. Unless one is destined, even catching a glimpse would be akin to ascending to the heavens, let alone capturing it." Hearing this, the joy that had briefly illuminated Wen Chao Sheng's face gradually faded. Yet the North Sea Taoist pondered for a moment and continued, "If one must speak, the Xiaoyao Yu itself conveys that should your friend successfully cultivate the 3 remarkable techniques I have inscribed on the stone tablet, there lies a chance to mitigate the effects of the hidden injuries left by celestial practitioners." Wen Chao Sheng recalled that Shui had indeed shared the mysteries of the Fountain of Youth, acknowledging that it was through that very technique that she had survived until now. He respectfully sought guidance on the other 2 techniques from the North Sea Taoist, only to be met with refusal. One cannot overreach. For I initially extracted these 3 techniques from Xiaoyao Yu precisely because it is too esoteric for those outside the Taoist path. If you genuinely wish to save your friend, then master the cultivation of the Fountain of Youth. I shall teach you the others in due course. The North Sea Taoist, wishing to preserve some teachings for the Taoist community, noted that Wen Chao Sheng lacked the sinister aura characteristic of malevolent individuals, suggesting he was not of the utmost wickedness. Thus, he imparted some insights regarding the cultivation of the fountain of youth. Unlike Shui's guidance, the North Sea Taoist emphasized how to harness one's emotions and clear the mind. He stated that the way of the Tao is natural. One should not constantly covet another's achievements, but rather immerse oneself in personal experiences to glean true rewards. Approximately an hour later, Wen Chao Sheng suddenly felt an inexplicable force drawing him, and everything before him began to blur. He attempted to speak to the North Sea Taoist the following morning. After a night of recovery, Shui's condition had significantly improved. Standing in the sunlit courtyard, she was enveloped in a mist of white vapor. As Wen Chao Sheng routinely ventured out to procure breakfast, upon his return, Shui remarked, "Should we not seek out Seventh Master? It has been far too long." Wen Chao Sheng cast her a sidelong glance. Finding Seventh Master means indulging in wine. Are you certain you can partake in your current state? Shui countered, setting aside the matter of drinking. Do you not require Seventh Master's assistance to handle Qiu Ziheng? Upon mentioning Qiu Ziheng, Wen Chao Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, enlisting the help of the Seven Kills Hall would undoubtedly simplify matters and alleviate much trouble. After all, our knowledge of this individual is quite limited. Shui eagerly inquired, "When shall we depart?" Wen Chao Sheng regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "Let us set out at noon. The sun shines brightly today, and a bit of warmth would do us good." The situation regarding Qiu Ziheng indeed could not be delayed much longer. Wen Chao Sheng had other matters to attend to, and the accumulation of tasks might soon overwhelm him. Moreover, this individual posed a potential threat to Chung Feng. Upon their return to the Seven Kills Hall, Seventh Master regarded Wen Chao Sheng with a gaze that conveyed not only scrutiny, but also a hint of trepidation. The usually boisterous and tumultuous atmosphere of the hall fell silent as Shui's presence loomed behind Wen Chao Sheng. Seventh Master felt a peculiar ache at the stubble on his chin as Shui's piercing gaze swept over him. Wen Chao Sheng offered a smile to Seventh Master. Clasping his hands and greeting, "I am grateful for your warm invitation, Seventh Master. Today, I have brought a friend to share in the wine." Upon hearing this, Seventh Master, still haunted by the terrifying memories of days past, snapped back to reality and promptly summoned attendants to accommodate the two guests, preparing food and drink. This time, they did not dine in the main hall, but were escorted to a private chamber. After days of recuperation, Shui finally indulged in the exquisite wine she had longed for. Were it not for Wen Chao Sheng's restraint, she would have downed the entire barrel. After a few bites of food to settle her stomach, she fell in her own reverie, savoring the drink. Wen Chao Sheng wasted no time in broaching the subject of Qiu Ziheng with Seventh Master. The latter no longer feigned ignorance. On one hand, Wen Chao Sheng had established his connection with Chun Qiong, and on the other, the formidable Shui's presence rendered him cautious. It was clear that Seventh Master could no longer treat Wen Chao Sheng as an ordinary villager. Chapter 87. Half a cup of wine within a modest chamber. Exquisite decorative items, imbued with cultural significance, adorned the surroundings. Although Wen Chao Sheng had little knowledge of design, he could discern that this room was meticulously prepared by Seventh Master for esteemed guests. By bringing the two of them here specifically for discussion, Seventh Master signified a shift in his attitude. However, when the matter of Qiu Ziheng arose, Seventh Master's demeanor grew somewhat nuanced. "Brother Chao Sheng, during your previous visit to the Seven Kills Hall, I had already conveyed information regarding Qiu Ziheng. If your intention is merely to target a certain influential figure in Kuhai County, it is not a difficult task. At present, Qiu Ziheng is facing two predicaments. Firstly, his connections within Guanghan City are problematic, as its judicial system is directly influenced by the royal city. Even individuals within the Qisha gang might not be able to offend Chun Qiong, let alone confront someone of greater influence. Secondly, there's the Salt Gang. The mention of the Salt Gang caused a palpable shift in Master Qi's demeanor, his expression becoming grave. Wen Chao Sheng discerned a deeply rooted resentment in his eyes. suggesting a long-standing feud between the two factions. The Salt Gang. Aren't they involved in the government's salt trade in Qi? How are they connected to Chu Zihong? Wen Chao Sheng, having spent some time in the county, had gleaned insights into the major local powers through observation and casual conversations. The Salt Gang is an expansive merchant organization with influence throughout Qi, engaged in private enterprise but reliant on government patronage. Due to the Salt Gang's presence, the Qi Kingdom enacted laws severely punishing private salt trade, requiring merchants to apply to the local government and pay exorbitant taxes, rendering it unprofitable and allowing the royal family to monopolize this lucrative resource. Master Qi poured Wen Chao Sheng a cup of wine, speaking earnestly. No matter how powerful the Salt Gang is, they wouldn't dare to seize money from the Qi royal family. However, the government-controlled salt trade is bound to generate immense profits, inevitably leading to the Salt Gang's growth. With limited resources and increasing competition, negotiations with officials become difficult. So, where else can the Salt Gang turn to make money? Master Qi didn't explicitly state the matter, but Wen Chao Sheng, an astute individual, was well-versed in such situations. He immediately envisioned various underhanded tactics, such as colluding with local gentry to exploit the populace. In essence, they formed a mutually beneficial alliance. When Chao Sheng inquired, so, Master Qi is concerned that it would be difficult to deal with Chu Zihong, both through official channels and within the martial world. Master Qi crunched on the celery in the beef dish. Chun Xiong can't override the city garrison of Guanghan, and the Qisha Gang can't afford to antagonize the Salt Gang. Young Master Chao Sheng, if you truly wish to protect your friend Cheng Feng, the solution isn't that complicated. Simply provide some funds, let Chun Xiong act as an intermediary, and have Cheng Feng apologize and kowtow to Chu Zihong. That should resolve the matter. After all, this dispute arose over a courtesan. It's merely a matter of saving face. When Chao Sheng raised the wine offered by Master Qi, but didn't drink it. Master Qi, were you present during that farce? Master Qi didn't evade the question. I was. Kuhai County is a small place with few prominent figures. Chu Zihong invited me to lend support, but in reality, his expression darkened, and he abruptly stopped, swallowing the rest of his words with a gulp of wine. When Chao Sheng continued, but in reality, Chu Zihong didn't value you at all. Nor did he take the Qisha Gang seriously, correct, Master Qi? Master Qi looked up at Wen Chao Sheng, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected his unspoken thoughts to be voiced by Wen Chao Sheng. Having one's thoughts laid bare inevitably created an awkward atmosphere, but fortunately, no Qisha Gang subordinates were present. After a moment of discomfort, Master Qi regained his composure. He took a swig of wine, using the fiery sensation in his throat to express his thoughts. That's the harsh truth. When Chao Sheng smiled and drank the wine he had been holding for some time. Master Qi wants to play peacemaker, and I understand your position. But unfortunately, the musician Chu Zihong offended at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion is also a friend of mine. Master Qi paused, his gaze shifting slightly. See Xiaohong? When Chao Sheng nodded gently and smiled. Kuhai County is indeed small. The two individuals Chu Zihong casually offends both happen to be connected to me. As Master Qi said, Cheng Feng's matter isn't a big deal, merely a conflict of pride that can be resolved with some forbearance. But what about Xiaohong? Does Master Qi believe Chu Zihong will let Si Xiaohong off the hook? I've heard that none of the esteemed guests that night spoke up for Si Xiaohong or the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Doesn't Master Qi understand the implications? Chu Zihong is deliberately creating momentum to seize Xiaohong. Having managed the Qisha Gang to its current state, even if Master Qi didn't fully comprehend, Wen Chao Sheng's hint should have made it clear. This debt cannot be obscured. Faced with the silent Master Qi, Wen Chao Sheng poured himself a cup of wine, not drinking it but offering it to Master Qi. Master Qi, whether you genuinely want to be a peacemaker or are waiting for the right price, I understand, but understanding doesn't mean I agree. You can negotiate terms with me, but you can't refuse me. This cup of wine represents the lives of hundreds in the Qisha Gang. To drink or to pour away, the decision is yours. Master Qi stared at the wine when Chao Sheng offered, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He stiffly took the cup, and his gaze fell upon the wine, only half full. The remaining half was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 88. Night banquet, could Master Qi refuse this cup of wine? He could not, because as Wen Chao Sheng held out the cup, a Shui, who had been drinking beside him, suddenly stopped. She held her wine bowl, her eyes precisely aligned with its rim, and Master Qi, under a Shui's gaze, felt that this line could appear at his neck at any moment, should a Shui release her grip on the bowl. His trembling hand finally accepted the cup from Wen Chao Sheng, but before drinking, he asked in a low voice, those corpses that Magistrate Chen had transported, did you truly kill them? Master Qi knew the situation in Kuhai County well. Besides a Shui, this woman of unknown origin, he couldn't imagine who else could have killed an expert like Wu Jiao. Wen Chao Sheng tapped the table lightly with his finger. There's no need to rush to the bottom of things, Master Qi. In time, you'll naturally learn what you need to know. The old man was silent for a moment, then tilted his head back and drained the half cup of wine. After finishing, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Actually, when Chun Xiong had me arrange for the transportation of the corpses, I already knew things were becoming troublesome. Having boarded your ship, it's hard to say whether the hundreds of Qisha gang brothers will have a good end. A Shui, who had been silent all along, spoke for the first time. How many in the martial world have a good end? If you truly care for them, you'd be better off giving them a sum of money and letting them retire from the martial world. Wouldn't that be better? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Master Qi's face. My brothers all have aspirations that reach for the sky. It wouldn't be easy to get them to retire from the martial world with just a sum of money. Besides, the Qisha gang's accounts don't have much left. Now that things have been laid bare, Master Qi no longer concealed anything, recounting the Salt Gang's ongoing suppression and the increasingly blatant actions after Lu Jinshi's death, which had nearly cut off the Qisha Gang's financial lifeline. After hearing this, Wen Chao Sheng and Shui realized that the former magistrate of Kuhai County, Lu Jinshi, had some hidden conflicts with the Salt Gang and Chu Zihong. In earlier times, the Salt Gang approached Chu Zihong, leveraging their influence in Guanghan City to secretly exploit the citizens of Kuhai County. This incited resentment in Lu Jinshi, who had not benefited from their dealings, prompting him to engage in some dubious activities. He discreetly supported the Qisha Hall, gaining control over a lake and a river in Kuhai County. As the Qisha Hall expanded, and under Lu Jinshi's guidance, merchants from outside Kuhai County were coerced into paying hefty taxes. The Salt Gang, relying on this trade route, found themselves embroiled in conflict over these interests. However, Lu Jinshi was cunning and difficult to manipulate, skillfully navigating between the three parties, leaving Chu Zihong and the Salt Gang powerless against him. Now, with Lu Jinshi's sudden demise, the Qisha Hall faced a precarious situation, caught between two opposing forces. Although they had not faced military retribution, their finances were in jeopardy. Clearly, both the Salt Gang and Chu Zihong understood that attempting to dismantle the Qisha Hall through brute force would be an arduous task, unless the garrison in the county could be mobilized, which only the county magistrate could authorize. However, undermining the Qisha Hall economically posed a similar challenge. Even the most formidable expert requires sustenance. Once the Qisha Hall lost its financial backing, the vast entity that Lu Jinshi had fostered would inevitably collapse. Let's convene, Wen Chao Sheng suggested. I have numerous matters to attend to, but while I am less occupied these days, I shall first resolve the issue regarding Chu Zihong. Immediately, Seventh Master dispatched someone to make arrangements. However, after half an hour, the messenger returned with news that Chu Zihong was preoccupied preparing for tonight's banquet at the Yongan Tower and was unavailable to meet with Seventh Master, suggesting they reschedule. Upon receiving this information, Seventh Master's expression darkened visibly. Wen Chao Sheng added, Seventh Master, invited to the Yongan Tower for the banquet, yet no word was spoken. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Seventh Master replied with a forced smile, Ah, Brother Chao Sheng, your sarcasm is sharp. However, this time, Chu Zihong has not extended an invitation to me. It seems, in his eyes, the Qisha Hall is nearing its end. Wen Chao Sheng then placed a piece of beef from the platter into Seventh Master's bowl, stating with a smile, Seventh Master, it's rather dull to only eat celery. Have a taste of the beef. Seventh Master gazed contemplatively at the beef in his bowl, as if making a resolute decision, his tone turning more decisive. What are your plans, Brother Chao Sheng? Setting down his chopsticks, Wen Chao Sheng replied, to attend the banquet. Tonight, Qiu Zihong will be present, as will Chuan Xiong and members of the Salt Gang. Since they will all be there, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out individually. Let us settle these grievances all at once. Seventh Master nodded, aware that tonight's gathering at the Yuanyang Tower would likely transform into a battlefield. Yet he felt he had no alternative. Delaying further would only lead to the inevitable downfall of the Qisha Hall at the hands of the Salt Gang and the Qiu family. After Wen Chao Sheng and a Shui departed, several stewards from the Qisha Hall entered the guest reception room, only to find Seventh Master engrossed in his meal of cold beef. After savoring it for a while, he set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, called out Seventh Master, but he silenced her with a gesture. Rising, he remarked, "A change is coming." As he stepped outside, he paused again, instructing, "Tell the chef to add more meat next time when preparing stir-fried celery with beef." Chapter 89. Let him eat. How many jars did you drink? When Chao Sheng inquired of a Shui as they walked. A Shui pondered briefly before shamelessly replying, "I forgot. I should have had 2 jars." When Chao Sheng tilted his head, attempting to catch a Shui's gaze, but whether intentional or not, she adjusted her stride, evading his view of her soulful eyes. "So I still owe you 4 jars. Hearing this, a Shui stopped and turned to face Wen Chao Sheng. "That was for Seventh Master. What does it have to do with you? You still owe me 6 jars. If you try to weasel out of it, I'll hit you." Seeing her serious demeanor, Wen Chao Sheng chuckled. "Your injury is just beginning to heal, and with this drinking, you might not even need to fight. Your old wounds could easily flare up again." A Shui scrutinized him for a moment, opening her mouth to ask something, but the words faltered, and she instead said, "Let us just keep a tab for now." As they walked a bit further, a Shui suddenly remarked, "This ISN tea the way home. Are you going to find Chong Feng?" When Chao Sheng replied, "Of course. Tonight's banquet is meant to settle scores. This enmity arose because of him, so must also conclude with him." A Shui frowned. "Is it going to be bloodshed tonight?" When Chao Sheng shook his head, his gaze drifting through the crowd toward the distant end of the street. "There are too many people. If blood is shed, it would be difficult to manage." A Shui crossed her arms, her tone flat. "Those connected to the officialdom are the most troublesome. If you kill him, you'll invite great trouble upon yourself. Yet if you do not, he will surely retaliate once the night is over." When Chao Sheng shook his head again, but did not respond to this concern, a Shui glanced at him, abruptly shifting the topic. "What? Is she very important to you?" When Chao Sheng snapped back to attention, instinctively thinking she referred to Chong Feng, and nodded, "Of course." A Shui raised an eyebrow, a hint of veiled sarcasm in her voice. "I seem to recall someone saying you were just ordinary friends last time." When Chao Sheng replied, "Ordinary friends can indeed evolve into something deeper." A Shui retracted her gaze and walked ahead. "What a pity. The girl's thoughts aren't on you. The gifts she gives are for someone else." When Chao Sheng paused, then chuckled, "I thought you meant Chong Feng. Turns out you were talking about Xiao Hong." A Shui, walking ahead, hesitated slightly before retorting, "I was certainly referring to Chong Feng." When Chao Sheng quickened his pace to catch up, "But you just clearly said girl." A Shui, her voice tinged with irritation, replied, "I was drunk, a slip of the tongue." When Chao Sheng, unhesitatingly exposing her deception, stated, "But you just said you only drank 2 jars of wine, which is hardly your capacity." A Shui fell silent for a moment. "Actually, I drank 4 jars." When Chao Sheng, skeptical, asked, "For jars and you're already drunk?" A Shui, feeling a bit suffocated by the question, responded vaguely, "Well, I haven't tea drunken days. My body might not have fully adjusted." Fortunately, this topic did not linger long, as they soon arrived at Chong Feng's door. Noticing Wen Chao Sheng's focus shift to Chong Feng, a Shui secretly sighed in relief. Upon meeting Chong Feng, Wen Chao Sheng invited him to join the evening's banquet at the Yuanyang Tower. However, Chong Feng declined promptly. "I cannot attend. I was not invited. Besides, after what happened last time, I believe Qiu Zihong harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. He would wish for my demise and would never allow me to appear at the banquet." Wen Chao Sheng, sitting in the courtyard, took a sip of tea and said to Chong Feng, "It is not he who invites you. It is I who extends the invitation." Chong Feng was taken aback. Before he could respond, Wen Chao Sheng continued, "Moreover, if you don't go tonight, and he makes things difficult for Xiao Hong again, he will stand up for her." Chung Feng lowered his head and remained silent for a long while, then said with a deep self-mockery, I've often heard people in the Jianghu say that a scholar is useless, and I used to think they were just being envious and never took it to heart. But now, I deeply realize my own incompetence. After 10 years of studying diligently, I filled my belly with nothing but poor writing and pedantic ideas. I can't govern the country above, nor can I eliminate evil below. What else is this but useless? Wen Chao Sheng said, You're wrong to say that. Didn't you help Xiao Hong avoid disaster with your impromptu poem last time? Chung Feng sighed, What's the use? It's just a temporary solution, if gentle methods don't work. But I can help you tonight. Chung Feng paused, then looked at Wen Chao Sheng with a complex expression and shook his head, saying, Chao Sheng, I advise you not to act rashly. I'm already grateful that you're willing to help me deal with those troublemaking thugs. But Xiao Ziheng is completely different from those thugs. You'll be in big trouble if you anger him. Wen Chao Sheng didn't seem to mind and said calmly, Before I met you, I was already in immense trouble, and I'm quite sure that Xiao Ziheng's trouble is far less than mine. In the past, when you were bullied, you said you were as weak as a chicken and couldn't resist, so you accepted it, and I understood you. But now that someone is willing to help you, you're still hesitating and acting like a coward. I don't understand that. Chung Feng said with a wry smile. I just don't want to bring trouble to my friends. Wen Chao Sheng pointed at him. You're so indecisive. I can't stand you scholars. Even if Xiao Ziheng doesn't beat you, I want to beat you. Are you going or not? Answer me. Seeing that Wen Chao Sheng was determined, Chung Feng had no choice but to say, All right, I'll go. Wen Chao Sheng stood up, grabbed his shoulder, and said with a smile, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Yuanyang Pavilion at sunset. Don't be late. Also, as he spoke, he pointed to the pile of rotten rat corpses at the door. Chung Feng had not cleaned them up because he knew that even if he did, What are you going to do with these dead rats? Wen Chao Sheng replied succinctly and forcefully to make him eat them. Chapter 90. The Snowy Night Banquet. The banquet unfolds at the Yuanyang Tower, where delicate snowflakes cascade outside, accompanied by a gentle breeze that jingles like tiny bells. This light snowfall arrives at a fortuitous moment, neither frigid nor overwhelming, adding a unique ambience to the brightly lit hall filled with guests. The lively atmosphere of the festivities contrasts starkly with the solitude of the outside world, rendering the hall even more inviting. Laughter and clinking glasses echo as many guests cast their gazes toward the stage, eagerly awaiting the performance of the county's sole musician. In a corner of the hall, a young scholar, dressed modestly, inquires of his elder, Uncle, is this banquet arranged by young Master Chiu specifically for the musician named Si Xiaohong? His uncle, stroking his beard, replies, Naturally. Who else could it be? Our enjoyment at this banquet, mingling with the county's prominent figures, is largely thanks to that musician. Once the revelry begins, come with me to raise a toast to each guest. If any of the esteemed gentlemen remember you, it might just open doors for your future. The young scholar hesitates, leaning in slightly, and murmurs, Uncle, while I find the musician's beauty rather delicate, she is quite young and lacks any remarkable allure. If young Master Chiu desires companionship, surely the fairest maidens in the county would line up for his attention. Why expend such effort and expense for a courtesan? The middle-aged man chuckles softly, sipping his wine. Ah, you are still too naive to grasp the intricacies of this world. Rarity lends value. Si Xiaohong's beauty may not rank among the finest in Kuhai County, nor even in the Yuanyang Tower, for she is too innocent and lacks the seductive charm. Yet, she is the only musician in our county, and that alone elevates her worth far beyond that of other courtesans. The young scholar ponders this, lowering his gaze thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, she leads Si Xiaohong to the backstage of the performance area. As Si Xiaohong reaches to part the curtain and step onto the stage, she notices Song Chenan's grip on her hand is firm. Turning back, she sees only regret and sorrow in her mother's eyes. Xiaohong, I'm sorry. Song Chenan's voice is laced with bitterness. Si Xiaohong gently caresses the back of Song Chenan's hand with her free hand, her tone bright and clear. "Mother, what are you saying? My life is a gift from you. If tonight, because of me, Yongan Tower and the sisters suffer, it is I who should bear the guilt for a lifetime. Gratitude and repaying kindness is the lesson you have always taught me, is it not? It will be fine. Mother." Song Chen treats every girl in Yongan Tower kindly and understands their true desires. If the likes of Qing Shi and Hong Mei were to attract young Master Chio's attention, she would not be disheartened, but rather congratulate them. For their lifelong dream is to marry a wealthy merchant. Yet, Si Xiaohong is different. She sells her music, not her body, possessing a natural talent for melody. With a few years of perseverance, she might carve out a brighter future. To be tarnished by someone like Xiao Ziheng would spell ruin. Though Song Chanan realizes this, she feels powerless. In the past, due to the conflict between Lu Jinshe and Xiao Ziheng, she could discreetly offer bribes and find a foothold with Lu Jinshe's assistance. But now, she wishes to seek help from the newly appointed county magistrate, Chun Xiong. However, before she could prepare any offerings, she learns that Chun Xiong has also been invited to the banquet. Upon hearing this, Song Qinan immediately concludes that Xiao Ziheng, having suffered at Lu Jinshe's hands, would have wasted no time in winning over Chun Xiong upon his appointment. Thus, there is no longer anything in Kuhai County to impede him. Si Xiaohong gently withdraws her hand from Song Chinan's grasp. She knows her mother has genuinely cared for her, but this night, she cannot retreat. She must go on stage. Wen Chao Sheng once told her this was due to her social anxiety. However, as her fingers grace the strings of the guqin, that tension dissipates like a receding tide. The soothing melodies fill the space, and the guests, under the spell of the music, become less boisterous, their toasts dwindling. Many pairs of eyes scrutinize her, wondering, but the most piercing gaze belongs to the inebriated Xiao Ziheng. After a mere quarter of an hour, a courtesan approaches Xiao Ziheng, retrieving a piece of calligraphy from his hand. The script, though not exceptional, is lively enough. Young Master Qiu gifts the musician Si Xiaohong with the inscription. Large pearls and small pearls fall onto a jade plate. The courtesan announces loudly, placing the calligraphy gently beside Si Xiaohong's guqin. Her expression stiffens, yet she manages a polite nod of gratitude toward Xiao Ziheng. "Thank you for the inscription, young Master Qiu." This couplet, derived from the Pipa's song, does not pertain to the guqin's melodies. However, Xiao Ziheng, a pretender, feigns the demeanor of a scholar while his actual knowledge is limited, likely concocting the couplet in a drunken stupor. Nevertheless, applause erupts from the audience. Wonderful lines. Truly wonderful. Indeed, young Master Qiu is a man of letters, steeped in poetic knowledge. If it were me, I would not be able to utter a single word. Others echo their sentiments, praising Xiao Ziheng's literary prowess and the calligraphy as a masterpiece. Large pearls and small pearls fall onto a jade plate. I am left speechless. Amidst the sycophantic praises, Xiao Ziheng basks in the attention, raising his cup in acknowledgement. Although his expression feigns modesty, his eyes betray his satisfaction. The atmosphere ignites, and guests jostle to outdo each other in flattery, fearful of being overlooked by Xiao Ziheng. They extol his meager talents, his uncle's position in Guanghan City, and speculate on his promising future. In a moment of revelry, a rotund gentleman, whose affiliation remains unclear, drunkenly exclaims, "With young Master Qiu's lineage and talent, who knows which fortunate maiden will win his favor? Whoever is lucky enough to be with him will surely be blessed." As his words echo through the hall, the crowd erupts in agreement. Xiao Ziheng, grinning widely, gazes at the tranquil Si Xiaohong, who remains focused on her music, unresponsive to his advances. Gradually, he grows impatient and produces a rare gift from his bosom. A servant hastily approaches to collect the offering, announcing loudly. Young Master Qiu presents the musician Si Xiaohong with a golden and jade embroidered pouch. Chapter 91. Confrontation. Xiao Ziheng was well prepared today. In hopes of eliciting a smile from Si Xiaohong, he had someone deliver her a gift every 15 minutes, each more extravagant than the last. Before long, the gifts had piled high around Si Xiaohong's qin platform, leaving the other ladies in the hall utterly dazzled. One by one, the guests clamored, and as it became evident that Qiu Ziheng had nearly exhausted his offerings, a burly man with keen eyes suddenly set down his wine cup and boomed toward the silent Si Xiaohong, who had been playing the qin. Xiaohong, I must say, the gifts that young Master Qiu has bestowed upon you tonight must be worth more than what an ordinary person could earn in a decade. Playing the qin all night is rather dreary. Why not consider how to repay young Master Qiu? Si Xiaohong's fingers halted mid-play, her 10 digits stiffening in place, causing the music in the grand hall to come to an abrupt end. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Qiu Ziheng feigned a drunken demeanor, waved his hand, and chuckled. Ah, it's just a small sum, a mere trifle. Why speak of such things? In matters of romance, it is all about mutual consent, nothing more, nothing less. Despite his words, his gaze lingered on Si Xiaohong, particularly drawn to her lips, painted in a seductive shade of rouge, which glimmered alluringly in the candlelight. Si Xiaohong, not blind to his scrutiny, recalled the sisters from the Mandarin Duck Tower and Mama Song. She took a deep breath and managed to force a stiff smile that barely masked her discomfort. Young Master Qiu is exceedingly generous tonight. Xiaohong is at a loss for how to repay this kindness. I am but a simple qin player, unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Today, I shall defer to your instructions, young Master Qiu. Her words elicited a chorus of laughter from the hall, and Qiu Ziheng waved his hand to quiet them down. Raising his cup to his lips, he took a hearty swig while fixing his gaze upon Si Xiaohong. Is that truly the case? Just as Si Xiaohong was about to respond, a sudden upheaval occurred. The tightly shut door of the hall was kicked open with a deafening bang, and the roaring wind, laden with snow, rushed in. A few flakes landed on the floor, only to be crushed beneath an intruder's boot. The crowd turned in astonishment to the entrance, where an unfamiliar, gaunt young man appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. Snow dusted his shoulders as he surveyed the room, stating coolly, "Who is Qiu Ziheng? Step forward for an account." Qiu Ziheng cast a glance at Wen Chao Sheng, whom he did not recognize. However, upon his gaze landing on Cheng Feng, standing beside one, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and the feigned drunkenness in his eyes cleared, revealing unmasked disdain and hatred. How audacious! Where did this wild dog come from? Daring to be so brazen here. Do you have a death wish? Do you know who is present at this banquet? Before Qiu Ziheng could voice his outrage, the surrounding guests, eager to protect their host, began to rise in agitation, brandishing their sleeves in a show of indignation, ready to tear Wen Chao Sheng apart. The presence of Chun Xiong at the banquet spoke volumes. It suggested that the new county magistrate was unfamiliar with the territory and had likely been bought off or even controlled by Qiu Ziheng. If that were the case, Qiu Ziheng would become the undisputed lord of Kuhai County. Now was the perfect moment for them to pledge their loyalty to this self-proclaimed sovereign. Though few among them were martial artists, the atmosphere grew increasingly imposing as they closed in, resembling a pack ready to devour Wen Chao Sheng. Yet, Wen Chao Sheng remained expressionless, refusing to retreat even an inch. As the crowd tightened around him, a sudden, aged voice cut through the tension. Is it fair to bully the few with the many? With this voice, a palpable aura of menace filled the hall. In the next instant, a throng of armed ruffians surged in through the entrance. They had not even drawn their weapons. Merely their chilling presence was sufficient to send the pampered guests retreating in fear. As the atmosphere thickened with danger, the majority in the hall felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes darting anxiously toward the entrance where Qi Laoqi appeared. You, cease this insolence. You old fool. Master Chun is still seated. How dare you bring weapons into the Mandarin Duck Tower? Are you courting death? Within the hall, someone noticed Chun Xiong, who had lowered his head to drink, and felt a momentary sense of reassurance amid the chaos, glaring defiantly at Qi Laoqi. Meanwhile, Qiu Ziheng stood up slowly from his seat, clutching a jug of wine, and staggered to the center of the hall, coldly addressing Qi Laoqi. Qi Laoqi, I don't recall inviting you to tonight's banquet. Qi Laoqi raised his grizzled brows. The Mandarin Duck Tower is a place of revelry, not your personal establishment. Do I require your permission to come here for enjoyment? Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, studying Qi Laoqi and suddenly broke into a laugh. Chi Lao Chi. I must say, you are regressing with age. I should not have shown you any mercy. Otherwise, you would not have had the chance to prance about like a grasshopper before me today. Chi Lao Chi retorted with a cold smile. Mercy? How laughable. If you had any compassion for the 7 Killers Hall, I would not be here today. The moment Lu Jin departed, you were eager to conspire with the Salt Gang to cut off the 7 Killers Hall's revenue, leaving no room for your brothers to survive. Before he could finish, Wen Chao Sheng interjected. There is no time for nostalgia. The ladies present should retreat to the back courtyard. Those ruffians should be dealt with swiftly and thrown out. Qiu Ziheng is to remain. I have accounts to settle with him. Let us resolve this quickly. Upon hearing this, Chi Laochi ceased his verbal sparring with Qiu Ziheng, and, with a wave of his hand, chaos erupted in the hall. The air filled with screams and the shattering of porcelain, soon followed by the anguished cries of the beaten. As the violence erupted, Qiu Ziheng's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen before he turned to Chun Xiong, shouting, County Magistrate Chun, is this your territory, and will you not intervene? In the midst of the turmoil, Chun Xiong remained indifferent, as if he saw nothing amiss, quietly pouring himself another cup of wine. Then, amidst the fray, he raised his cup toward Qiu Ziheng, and, under the astonished gaze of the latter, drank deeply. Excellent wine, he murmured to himself. Chapter 92. Settling accounts in the face of the fierce conflict unfolding within the Mandarin Duck Tower, Chun Xiong, as the magistrate of Kuhai County, ought to have intervened. The Mandarin Duck Tower conducted legitimate business and catered to esteemed guests. Allowing a band of ruffians to rampage within its walls would severely tarnish his reputation. Yet, Chun Xiong remained unmoved by the scene. He neither defended anyone nor summoned the local officials to quell the unrest. He simply sat quietly, coldly observing while indulging in his drink. The young women were hastily ushered out of the hall in a state of panic. Standing at the Qin platform, Si Xiaohong watched the chaotic fray unfold. Though no lives were lost, she understood the gravity of the situation. Biting her lip as she glanced toward Wen Chao Sheng and his companions, he met her gaze with a nod, gesturing for her to leave quickly. Today's events had nothing to do with her. Si Xiaohong, wise beyond her years, despite the turmoil raging within her, obediently turned to depart. The chaos at hand was beyond the means of a mere Qin player to quell. The 7 Killers Hall did not harbor idlers. Though the individuals under the command of the 7th Master may not possess formidable strength, being merely second- or third-rate characters, they execute their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Following the 7th Master's orders, it was not long before the guests, who had been warmly invited by Qiu Ziheng, were unceremoniously thrown out, resembling battered pig heads, wailing and crying for their mothers. Initially, some had attempted to assert their bravado, but after being seized and dragged back for another round of beatings, they quickly fell silent. A few middle-aged men, ejected from the premises, bore bruised faces and had lost several teeth. These individuals were members of the Salt Gang. While they possessed some strength and had martial training, they were outmatched both in numbers and prowess when compared to the elite fighters from the 7 Kills Hall. Their momentary resistance was met with particularly harsh retaliation. As the cold wind howled outside and the snow swirled chaotically, Wen Chao Sheng finally turned to close the door after the last guest had been politely escorted out, ensuring a tight seal. Subsequently, he proceeded to close the windows. In the hall, only Wen Chao Sheng and his 2 companions remained, along with Chun Xiong, who was drinking alone, and several elite members of the 7 Kills Hall. Wen Chao Sheng approached the restrained Qiu Ziheng, gazing at him calmly. Perhaps due to the personal vendetta between them, Qiu Ziheng bore the marks of several punches and kicks, his eyes swollen and blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Yet, he remained defiant, fixing a glare on Wen Chao Sheng as he demanded, Do you have any idea who you have provoked? Wen Chao Sheng turned to Cheng Feng, beckoning him to hand over a snakeskin bag, and, with a dismissive tone, asked who? Qiu Ziheng, summoning all his strength, aimed to project a murderous aura through his eyes and declared loudly, Kid, listen well. The one you have offended is. His voice was strained, as if he were attempting to channel all his inner fury and humiliation into a form of retribution. This intensity rendered Qiu Ziheng's speech almost hysterical, his mouth moving wildly. Just as he reached a fervent point, Wen Chao Sheng retrieved an object from the snakeskin bag and expertly stuffed it into Qiu Ziheng's mouth, obstructing his throat. Qiu Ziheng was at a loss for words. Before the rancid odor could even reach his nostrils, the horrific sensation in his throat signaled impending doom. As the overwhelming stench of decay filled his lungs, he glared in fury, his stomach churning, yet he could not expel the contents due to the obstruction in his throat. In that moment, it felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Delicious, isn't it? Chung Feng has been enjoying this for months. Now it's your turn, Wen Chao Sheng said, disregarding the nausea as he continued to shove the frozen, decayed rat carcass into Qiu Ziheng's throat until the latter's eyes began to roll back, and his complexion turned a sickening shade of purple. Only then did Wen Chao Sheng extract the rodent from Qiu Ziheng's throat. As the carcass was removed, Qiu Ziheng was unable to take a breath of fresh air before he was overwhelmed by violent retching. This scene caused those present to frown in distaste. Various forms of punishment exist in the Qi Kingdom for torturing criminals, yet none had witnessed such a revolting spectacle before. Qiu Ziheng vomited for an extended period until he finally caught his breath. Wen Chao Sheng then spoke, moreover, is it not rather shameless to exploit one's power and wealth to coerce a virtuous young lady into submission? For years, the county of Kuhai has been desolate, and just as a talented musician emerges, you tarnish her reputation without a shred of remorse. Qiu Ziheng, saliva dripping from his mouth, glared at Wen Chao Sheng, his neck veins bulging as he retorted, what does it have to do with you? To be with me is her honor. The money I offered her is something many in Kuhai would never earn in a lifetime. And you, what are you worth? Wen Chao Sheng furrowed his brow and replied, but she does not wish to. He then turned to the self-indulgent Chun Qiong and inquired, Lord Chun, does his conduct constitute a crime? Chun Qiong confidently answered it does. Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng turned his head in disbelief, and after a moment of contemplation, he erupted, Chun Qiong, you bastard. Are you in cahoots with him? Chun Qiong, slightly frowning, set down his cup of wine, and with a slightly inebriated tone, stated, insulting a court official and disregarding the law is a crime punishable by greater severity. Once you settle your accounts, he will accompany me back to the office. I will then clarify matters with him. Qiu Ziheng's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the seemingly insincere smile of Chun Qiong, his anger nearly causing him to burst. Chun Qiong, concealed behind his cup, harbored a subtle amusement, as if to convey, I have you at my mercy. What can you do about it? Chun Qiong, you dare not lay a finger on me. You are but a minor county magistrate. Go inquire about my second uncle's ties with the city guards in Guanghan City. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I assure you, you will regret it. Chapter 93. Arrangement in the face of Qiu Ziheng's brazen and overbearing threats. Chun Qiong remained utterly unfazed. Having interacted with Wen Chao Sheng for some time, he understood that the latter was astutely calculating, and on a night as momentous as this, he would undoubtedly have devised contingencies. In truth, he was also keen to observe how Wen Chao Sheng would navigate the threats emanating from Guanghan City. As for Qiu Ziheng, no one present harbored the intention to kill him. Wen Chao Sheng's visit to confront Qiu Ziheng was driven by two primary motives. First, to address personal grievances. Second, to bolster Qin Lao Qi's authority in Kuhai County, facilitating his subsequent rise. He certainly did not genuinely seek Qiu Ziheng's life, with so many eyes upon them. The distinction between life and death took on a different significance. As long as Qiu Ziheng remained alive, the news would not scatter wildly. At worst, it would be regarded as a mere skirmish within the realm of the martial world. The local gentry of Kuhai County were all eager to witness Qiu Ziheng's reaction and retaliation, should word reach Guanghan City. If Qiu Ziheng were to leave the Yuanyang Tower in a lifeless state, the ramifications would be dire. Such explosive news, once it spread and fermented, would inevitably find its way to Guanghan City, and by that time, both sworn enemies, be it the Seven Kill Hall or Chun Qiong, would face unimaginable pressure. Wen Chao Sheng, ever the strategist, would not corner himself into a dead end. Yet, Qiu Ziheng's arrogance would not endure for long. For Wen Chao Sheng had unveiled a new axe from behind his waist. The gleaming blade glimmered under the candlelight, evoking a sense of dread. He gestured menacingly at Qiu Ziheng's hands and declared, "Had Cheng Feng not crossed paths with me, he would have perished in this snowstorm. You are so ruthless." Dismantling his dwelling, employing thugs to torment him daily, extorting money without leaving him a sliver of mercy. Qiu Ziheng, seemingly confident that his adversary would not dare to act against him, grinned and retorted, "Brat, regardless of who you think you are, one must speak with evidence. With mere words, you presume to defame me? I shall see how you intend to." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Wen Chao Sheng's axe had already descended, mirroring the brutal efficiency with which he had dealt with thugs in Cheng Feng's courtyard. In one swift stroke, he severed a finger from Qiu Ziheng's hand, who let out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Wen Chao Sheng flicked the blood from the blade and said, "I too am a man of the underworld. Do you think I am a mere official? Do you still require evidence? Let me tell you, this finger is just the beginning. Should you continue your mischief, every time I witness your transgressions, I shall chop off one of your fingers. Once those are gone, I shall move on to more vital parts. Understand?" This time, Qiu Ziheng's bravado faltered. He realized that the man before him was a lunatic, and his threats bore no weight. Since time immemorial, the reckless have feared the insane, and those who are prepared to disregard their lives are the most formidable. To Qiu Ziheng, Wen Chao Sheng's actions embodied a reckless defiance, a willingness to sacrifice his future for a fleeting display of power. Should he continue to challenge such a man, he might very well face death. The excruciating pain coursing through his severed finger filled him with dread. He was never a man of the underworld. His previous arrogance stemmed only from the belief that no one would dare to strike him. Now, faced with bloodshed, he bowed his head faster than anyone else. "Hero, please show mercy. I was blind to your might." As he writhed in pain, he timidly apologized to Wen Chao Sheng, who responded, "Go and bow before Cheng Feng." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng's expression froze. In that moment of hesitation, Wen Chao Sheng's axe fell once more, this time landing precisely between his fingers. The blade's proximity sent a shiver down Qiu Ziheng's spine, prompting him to crawl before Cheng Feng and bow thrice with fervor. As his head lowered, the resentment and fury in his eyes were tightly bound, and he incessantly reminded himself that he must reclaim this affront 100-fold. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed. Great hero, is that sufficient? I have realized my error. After bowing to Cheng Feng, Qiu Ziheng wore a smile more grotesque than tears. Wen Chao Sheng seized his hair and inquired, "Do you remember what I said earlier?" Qiu Ziheng, clutching his bleeding finger, nodded vigorously. "I remember. I will return and mend my ways. I swear." Wen Chao Sheng met his gaze, and after a moment, smiled and said, "Very well, you may leave. Remember to be a good person." Qin Lao Qi, seemingly unconvinced, glanced at Wen Chao Sheng. Once Qiu Ziheng departed, he furrowed his brow and cautioned, letting a tiger return to the mountain could lead to endless troubles. Wen Chao Sheng strolled towards the Qin platform, pushing aside the various offerings and examining the scroll hidden beneath. Without turning back, he remarked, "Qiu Ziheng cannot be killed, at least not now. If we spare him, he can lodge a complaint, which can be managed. If he is killed, the news will spread like wildfire to Guanghan City, and that will spell trouble." After rolling up the scroll, he turned and continued, "As of now, all present in this room are part of a collective interest group. We have no retreat. For our own sake, you must commit wholeheartedly to the tasks I will assign. Of course, if any of you have better ideas, feel free to propose them for the benefit of all." He then directed his gaze towards Qi Yi and stated, "Qiu Ziheng will not rest easily. With the current county magistrate not on his side, he cannot seek revenge or deal with the 7 kill haul. Therefore, he will undoubtedly seek assistance from his uncle, Qiu Yuefeng, to relay information, either through a messenger or via the Salt Gang's merchant fleet. The messenger, having a foot in both worlds, should not be meddled with by those in our circle, as it poses a potential risk. This matter will fall under the jurisdiction of County Magistrate Chun. As for the Salt Gang's merchant fleet, Lu Jin has already established connections for us. The magistrate need only continue to utilize them. Thus, Qi, you may continue your role in collecting merchant taxes, and take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Salt Gang's fleet. Should they defy us, we shall respond with force. If necessary, blood may be shed. Upon hearing this, Qin Lao Chi cast a glance at Chen Xiong, who remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Wen Chao Sheng's directives. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his concerns. The Salt Gang is no minor force. Should we offend them too gravely? Chen Xiong interjected, though the Salt Gang is sizable, the world is rife with factions, and their internal management is fundamentally flawed. Members from different regions collude with local powers to amass ill-gotten gains, and their record is far from clean. Typically, everyone turns a blind eye, as long as their core interests are not compromised. If they truly had the prowess, they would not need to pay such a price to ally with Qiu Ziyang. In essence, they are merely petty tyrants riding on the coattails of authority. Even if a true power lurks behind them, their influence will not be formidable. Wen Chao Sheng nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case, Qi. One must discern priorities. Offending the Salt Gang is a minor issue, but allowing news to reach Guanghan City is a grave one. Qin Lao Qi sighed, his brow furrowed with lingering worry. Yet, fire cannot be contained forever. How long can we hide this? Wen Chao Sheng replied, the distance from Guanghan City to Kuhai County is merely 100 miles. With a swift horse, one could travel back and forth in less than a day. The two of you must follow my instructions. If this secret remains concealed for 3 to 5 days, it shall remain hidden indefinitely. He waved the note inscribed with large pearls, and small pearls fall onto a jade plate, and cast a mischievous glance at Cheng Feng. Furthermore, should you uncover any letters dispatched by Qiu Zihong, remember to pass them on to me, as I have other uses for them. Chapter 94. The discarded corpse. In contrast to other guests who had fled in disarray, the members of the Salt Gang seemed to possess a sense of loyalty. They did not immediately retreat in shame, but instead lingered outside, waiting for Qiu Zihong to stumble out before promptly inquiring about his well-being. United by their shared interests, they could not afford to abandon Qiu Zihong, their benefactor, at this critical juncture. Seeing several others, equally battered, waiting for him outside, Qiu Zihong's grim countenance softened slightly, though the agonizing pain in his fingers remained unabated. Had he attained mastery in blood manipulation, a severed limb, provided it was not the head or torso, could be reattached and would eventually heal through the nourishment of his vitality. However, Qiu Zihong's life had been one of indulgence and ease. His days were spent either in cockfights or revelry within brothels, leaving him no time to cultivate his skills. The current medical practices in the county were utterly incapable of reattaching his severed finger. The thought of parting with a finger that had accompanied him for years filled Qiu Zihong with despair, and he gritted his teeth, vowing, the humiliation of this night shall be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. I must show these ruffians who truly hold sway in this county. Under the cold moonlight, amidst the swirling snow, the members of the Salt Gang escorted the beleaguered Qiu Zihong back to his residence, their hearts somewhat lighter, relieved that those who had stormed the Mandolin Tower had not exacted a fatal blow on him, given Qiu Zihong's connections with his uncle and the city guard. Any bloodshed could lead to unforeseen chaos. Meanwhile, at the Mandolin Tower, the scene was being cleared. Chen Xiong exchanged a significant glance with Qin Lao Qi before departing without further words. On their way back, a Shui suddenly remarked, you hardly resemble the destitute wanderer from the dilapidated temple anymore. When Chao Sheng inquired, what was I like then? A Shui pondered for a moment. You were timid, nearly terrified when I asked you to help investigate a case. Yet, you showed remarkable courage that night in the deep snow, daring to accompany me and even wielding a blade. When Chao Sheng corrected her, it was a sword. A Shui regarded him with disdain. You've barely practiced for a few days, and already you're nitpicking. When Chao Sheng replied, incorrect. I merely feared you might forget, considering you mistook Sheng Feng for miss. A Shui retorted, that was merely due to my drunken state. When Chao Sheng gazed at her earnestly, then perhaps you should drink less. How about we reduce the 6 jars? I owe you to 3. A Shui clenched her fists, responding earnestly, are you looking to get beaten? When Chao Sheng chuckled awkwardly and deftly changed the subject, evading a Shui's threatening gaze. The past is but the past. The present has transformed. Speaking of which, you're the least qualified to judge me. I entered this game because of you, and now, with no path of retreat. To act as I once did would lead to my demise. The people of Wuzhou will not spare me, nor will Lu Chuan or Chun Xiong. Even the snow falling from the heavens could claim my life. Circumstances dictate choices, and thus one must adapt. A Shui tilted her head, gazing at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, seemingly transported to a bygone era. After a moment's reflection, she suddenly asked, "Do you still remember your original intentions?" Wen Chao Sheng shook his head. "I admire those who can maintain their original intentions. They are as stubborn as pebbles at the bottom of a river, shaped by the current over countless millennia, yet remaining unchanged. But for me, the concept of original intention does not exist." A Shui asked, "Why is that?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "Because I live solely in the present." Upon returning to their residence, a Shui prepared water for washing, while Wen Chao Sheng continued practicing calligraphy on the bluestone slab under the luminous moonlight. After a while, he picked up his sword to practice amidst the falling snow. Perhaps a Shui felt a pang of guilt from his words about entering the game because she refrained from exploiting his meager purse while helping him recall the nuances of dots and hooks. After finishing her ablutions, a Shui retired to her room to rest, while Wen Chao Sheng continued his practice in the snow until it began to fall more heavily. Suddenly, a tall, dark figure appeared outside his courtyard. Clearing his throat, the figure pushed the door open and entered. It was the White Wolf of the Seven Killers Hall. "Brother Chao Sheng, how shall we handle Wu Jiao's body tonight?" Wen Chao Sheng sheathed his sword and replied, "Remove it through the south gate and discard it at the dilapidated temple a mile away." The White Wolf bagged Wu Jiao's body, then inquired, "Won't discarding it there attract attention?" Wen Chao Sheng smiled enigmatically and waved him off, "Go on, go on." Seeing this, the White Wolf dared not probe further and dragged the body away. Once he departed, Wen Chao Sheng also put away his sword and returned to his room. Sitting by the hearth, he placed his somewhat cold hands near the dying embers for warmth. A Shui, seated cross-legged on the bed, asked, "The White Dragon Guard does not easily venture outside of Kuhai County. This place is too remote for them to have any reason to come here. Upon reflection, it likely pertains to your affair with Lu Jin. Initially, I believe they sought you out, as evidenced by the man you killed that night, but now I am uncertain. For you have been in the city for quite some time, yet they have made no move. Their prolonged absence suggests they may have encountered obstacles or are engaged in something that prevents them from acting without raising alarms. If they cannot operate within the county nor outside it, then there is no need for their involvement. If they cannot even find such an obvious corpse, their capabilities are woefully inadequate, and they could very well end up harming themselves." Chapter 95. Surveillance in a secluded courtyard within the county. Beneath a grand sheepskin umbrella, Lu Chuan and his companions quietly enjoyed a hot pot meal. The bubbling red oil churned within the pot, as Old Yang personally delivered the carefully prepared sauce to Lu Chuan's hands. The fragrant blend of sesame oil, scallions, minced garlic, and crushed peanuts wafted through the air. Unable to find oyster sauce in Kuhai County, they resorted to using salt as a substitute. As Lu Chuan stirred the mixture with his chopsticks, he sampled it and was instantly enveloped by its enticing aroma. Qian Lu, having set aside his black iron blade, sat beside Lu Chuan, picking up a piece of fresh tripe and dipping it into the boiling red oil. He became entranced by the swirling bubbles, utterly lost in thought. Lu Chuan lightly tapped Qian Lu's chopsticks and remarked, "Focus on your meal. What are you daydreaming about?" Snapping back to reality, Qian Lu chewed on the overcooked tripe and replied, "I was contemplating how to handle Chun Xiong's situation." "Aren't you concerned, Mr. Lu? If the matters involving the esteemed individual were to be exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. In the royal city, the esteemed individual they spoke of commanded 1,000 courtiers, each possessing unique talents. Lu Chuan was one of them. His own cleverness complemented by the influential power of the Lu family. Though he lacked martial prowess, he had formed connections with numerous factions in the martial world, making him quite resourceful. Thus, many clandestine affairs in the royal city were managed by him. Qian Lu, a skilled assassin introduced to the esteemed individual by Lu Chuan, held great respect for him, not only due to the esteemed individual's orders, but also out of gratitude for Lu Chuan's kindness. Upon hearing Qian Lu's musings, Lu Chuan set down his chopsticks and declared, "Tomorrow, we shall recruit more individuals from Wanchuan. Qian Lu's gaze sharpened. Are we preparing for a second surprise attack, sir? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Such actions would be futile. They will undoubtedly be on guard. Furthermore, judging by the previous encounter, that woman seems to be in good condition. Attempting to eliminate them directly would create an uproar. I need you to help me find people to monitor them. This includes Chen Xiong, Wen Chao Sheng, and the various rogues in Kuhai County. The focus lies on Chen Xiong. Qian Lu furrowed his brow and inquired why. Lu Chuan smiled slightly. I suspect Chen Xiong is deceiving me. He likely discovered some clues from Lu Jinshe regarding that matter. However, Lu Jinshe is not a fool. Even if he left behind some leads, he would not place them solely on himself or in his residence. The true clues must be well concealed, and Chen Xiong has not uncovered them. Qian Lu recalled his prior encounter with Chen Xiong, finding no signs of deception, only sensing an overwhelming aura as if everything was under Chen Xiong's control. Are you so certain, Mr. Lu? From my observations, Chen Xiong does not seem to be lying. And about the note regarding Su Yiji, Lu Chuan resumed his meal, dipping fresh-cut beef into the pot. The matter of Su Yiji is inconsequential. He is in the royal city, at the Langan Pavilion, where life and death hinge upon the esteemed individual's words. Moreover, after that incident, Su Yiji was already placed under house arrest. Given Chen Xiong's formidable presence earlier, he had only 3 people in the garden when he revealed that perilous secret. If he had truly laid his cards on the table, it would have been far more intimidating. Yet, he chose to present the insignificant threat of Su Yiji, leaving the rest to our imagination. Based on my years of experience, I am almost certain he is attempting to deceive us. Upon hearing this, Qian Lu's tone turned lethal. If that's the case, now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Chen Xiong. As he prepared to rise, Lu Chuan promptly tapped the edge of the pot with his chopsticks. Wait, what is the rush? Sit down. Qian Lu, clearly agitated, insisted. Mr. Lu, opportunities like this are fleeting. Lu Chuan sighed and continued, simply targeting Chen Xiong is no longer effective. Previously, I had asked Chen Xiong to assist in dealing with Wen Chao Sheng. He spent 2 to 3 days at Wen Chao Sheng's residence, only to post a notice claiming it was a misunderstanding. Did you not sense something amiss? With Lu Chuan's suggestion, Qian Lu quickly grasped the implication, his eyes flashing. Chen Xiong has become entangled with Wen Chao Sheng? Lu Chuan stirred the now-cooked beef in the dipping sauce. Speaking softly, it may not be that simple. The more I ponder over Wen Chao Sheng, the more I believe he is unusual. It is likely that Chen Xiong's move involves him. And this lad is also associated with that woman worth a fortune. This could lead to complications. If we act directly, unless we can eliminate all 3 parties simultaneously, any action will certainly alert the others, resulting in mutual destruction. Rather than face confrontation, there exists a more prudent approach to resolve this. Qian Lu inquired, what approach? Lu Chuan savored a piece of beef soaked in sesame oil. Observe their movements closely and, before they can act, find the evidence left by Lu Jinshe that could threaten the esteemed individual. Meanwhile, at the Qiu residence, Qiu Ziheng returned home and swiftly bandaged his wound. Gazing at the blood seeping through the bandage, the excruciating pain in his finger intensified rather than subsided. He averted his gaze and, by the flickering candlelight on the table, caught sight of the already cold, severed finger. Rage surged within him, threatening to consume his very soul. Life often perplexes those who dwell too deeply upon it. After years in Kuhai County, he had always been the one to bully others. When had he ever been so humiliated? The 7-kill hall, a den of rogues, was on the verge of being crushed by him. Yet tonight, they had the audacity to sever one of his fingers. Then there was Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong was the most despicable of all. Everything that transpired tonight could have been prevented if he had chosen to intervene rather than stand idly by. Suddenly, as Qiu Ziheng seethed with anger, he recalled Chen Xiong's unusual demeanor from earlier that night, and his pupils narrowed slightly. It dawned on him, without Chen Xiong's authorization, how could the ruffians from the 7-kill hall dare to storm the Yuanyang Tower so brazenly? Was everything orchestrated by Chen Xiong from the shadows? As the fury in Qiu Ziheng's eyes gradually cleared, he recognized that he could not publicly confront a county magistrate. To seek revenge on Chen Xiong and those who had disrupted his plans that night. He had to leverage his uncle's influence. Only his uncle could exert pressure on Chen Xiong. Resolving to act promptly, he called for his household servants, fetched paper and ink, and brought the oil lamp closer as he began to write. As he gazed at the furious, silent screams captured in his writing, a cold, sinister smile graced Xiao Ziheng's face. He considered himself fortunate that the blade wielded by Wen Chao Sheng had severed his left thumb rather than his right. Had it been his right thumb, he would have needed someone to write on his behalf, a process that would complicate the proof of his identity. Chen Xiong, 7 Kill Hall. Just wait. As the sun ascended, the snowstorm abated somewhat. While Wen Chao was occupied with splitting firewood, El Jiming inquired about his recent calligraphy practice. Wen Chao, taken aback, questioned how El Jiming knew of his newfound interest. El Jiming, turning towards the upper floor, chuckled. It's discernible from upstairs. He then probed what sparked this sudden passion for calligraphy. Wen Chao, reluctant to burden El Jiming, a recluse who shunned worldly affairs, with his martial world entanglements, simply stated, I've always harbored a fondness for it. Circumstances previously prevented me from pursuing it. Now that I have a stable abode and sustenance, free from the exigencies of life, I've rekindled this minor interest. El Jiming nodded in approval. Calligraphy is beneficial. It cultivates the mind. Diligent practice will undoubtedly aid your cultivation. Wen Chao, recalling his struggles with calligraphy, sought guidance from El Jiming, who demurred, I am not the one to guide you in calligraphy. My penmanship is mediocre. Perhaps you should seek tutelage from renowned calligraphers in the future. He then changed the subject. Chao Sheng, I've recently brewed some new tea. Once it cools, you might want to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Wen Chao's eyes lit up, recalling his previous experience, and he hastily expressed his gratitude. El Jiming waved dismissively, chuckling, this tea yields a myriad of flavors to a myriad of people. Yet, few truly discern the taste they seek. Such is my experience, and perhaps yours as well. After watering the plants, he embarked on his customary stroll. Wen Chao, having finished splitting firewood, wiped the sweat from his brow and settled at the stone table beside the loquat tree. He poured himself a cup of cooled tea, gazed at it for a moment, and then tilted his head back, drinking it down. The tea transformed into snow water in his stomach. Wen Chao shivered, his body icy, yet his skin burned. The loquat tree beside him swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly. Wen Chao felt a sense of disorientation, inadvertently stepping back. When he regained his senses, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of snow and ice. He gazed around in astonishment, unsure of how he had arrived in this desolate, snow-swept landscape. Distant mountains loomed, fleetingly visible, as the hazy snow swallowed and obscured everything. Where is this? Wen Chao was at a loss. He trudged forward against the wind and snow, and gradually discerned a set of footprints on the ground. The footprints were small. He followed them, becoming a cumbersome snowman, his body stiff and nearly immobile. Finally, in the depths of the snowstorm, another figure emerged. It was a tree, a loquat tree planted in the snow. It neither bloomed nor bore fruit, nor did it wither. Standing solitary and resolute in the snow, like a sword, a peak, and immortal. Beneath the tree stood a youth, gazing up at the branches. He was as sharp as the tree, as cold as the snow. I don't understand. The youth's brow furrowed, and when he glanced back at Wen Chao, his youthful features bore a striking resemblance to El Jiming. He seemed to be addressing Wen Chao, yet also questioning another. Do you understand? Wen Chao instinctively replied, Understand what? The youth sneered. You don't understand the sword at all. None of you do. No Wonder Sword Pavilion has been defeated by Xian Yuan for the last 150 years. It's not that Sword Pavilion is weak, it's that you are. Wen Chao was stunned. He glimpsed a hint of arrogance in the youth's eyes, an arrogance of invincibility. The light emanating from those eyes was far sharper than the sword thrust from the raging flames in the deep sea. As Wen Chao remained silent, the youth averted his gaze, turned, and sat cross-legged beneath the loquat tree, allowing the snow to bury him. Thus, he too became a snowman. However, the heavy snow concealed his form, but could not silence his voice. I will understand. When I leave this place, I will be the best in the world. What sword pavilion lost 150 years ago? I will take it all back. Wen Chao attempted to approach the youth, but with each step, He felt a stinging pain on his skin. Upon closer inspection, the entire sky was filled with swords, intertwined with snow, a breathtaking yet deadly spectacle. An ethereal landscape unseen by mortal eyes. I told you, you don't understand the sword. The youth spoke once more. Come back when the snow on this snow peak has all turned into swords. Bring 2 shambai with you. See if the aperture in his palm can sever this snow. As the youth's voice faded, Wen Chao was pierced by countless snow swords. When the wind blew, he was transported back to El Jiming's courtyard. Wen Chao pondered deeply. This seemed to be the past that El Jiming had shown him. In his youth, El Jiming had faced the same dilemma as Wen Chao. Admittedly, he was far stronger than the current Wen Chao, on an entirely different level of cultivation. However, the youth was also unable to stably manifest his sword intent. The snow swords that Wen Chao had witnessed still possessed flaws. He could not evade them, but that did not mean that stronger individuals could not. Thus, the youth was determined to sit beneath the tree until all the snow on the snow peak had transformed into swords. So, Mr. El had once faced the same problem. How did he solve it? Wen Chao pondered for a long time, a thin layer of snowflakes accumulating on his shoulders. The cold roused him from his reverie, and he shook his body, exhaling a breath. Forget it, I should go back first. Now that he wielded considerable influence in the 7-kill hall, he could use 7th Master's resources to improve the lives of Zhang Hunter and Aunt Me. At the same time, the door of Qiu Ziheng's residence was abruptly knocked open. The servant, upon opening the door and seeing the person outside, revealed a hint of astonishment on his stern features. Chapter 97. Capture perhaps due to Qiu Ziheng's usual demeanor. The servants in his household exhibited an air of arrogance. However, upon opening the door, the impatience in the servant's eyes quickly transformed into astonishment, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. He became deferential as he inquired, "What brings you gentlemen to the Qiu residence this early?" The visitors, 6 officers clad in official garb, held weapons that bore a thin sheen of frost. The leading officer glanced past the servant and into the depths of the Qiu residence, stating calmly, "Have your master come out. The county magistrate wishes to speak with him." The servant's expression faltered, and, just as he was about to respond, the officer unsheathed a long knife, pressing it against the servant's neck. "Let us not waste time. My brothers and I rose early today and have yet to eat breakfast." Feeling the chill of the blade at his throat, the servant froze. In previous times, he would have boldly protested. Official business does not permit you to threaten the common folk. But today, fear gripped him. These officers were not the same as those Lu Jin had left behind. They were the personal guards brought by Wen Chao, seasoned and with blood on their hands. Though accustomed to a haughty demeanor as Qiu Ziheng's servant, he understood that the presence of true danger demanded submission. With no courage left and no time to delay, he hurried to inform Qiu Ziheng. Soon, Qiu Ziheng emerged, guided by the servant. His left hand had been rewrapped in cloth, the crimson stains now obscured, leaving only a pale layer reminiscent of a funeral tribute. "Qiu Ziheng, the magistrate seeks to question you." "Come with us," the officer stated. Facing these cold-eyed officials, Qiu Ziheng displayed no hint of panic, replying coolly, "Question me? I do not recall committing any offense." The officer shot him a glance. "Whether you have committed an offense is irrelevant to the magistrate's orders." Qiu Ziheng narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with frost. "Is it because you possess a bit of power that you believe you can act with impunity? Disregarding the law, do you not wish to retain your position?" The lead officer stepped closer, whispering in his ear, "Any grievances can be discussed later. We are simply following orders. Do not delay us from our breakfast." His words were sincere, yet Qiu Ziheng offered him no respect. "And if I refuse to accompany you, what then?" The officer raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to find out?" Recalling the letter he had sent, Qiu Ziheng felt emboldened and provocatively challenged. "What can you do?" Without hesitation, the officer struck him sharply with the hilt of his blade against his neck. Qiu Ziheng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Once he fainted, the officer sheathed his weapon and turned to his subordinates. "Hurry, take him to the prison. The tofu pudding from the Peng family has limited availability. We must not miss out. I will buy some for the brothers. Everyone gets a share, no exceptions." As they deliberated, he rushed off, while the others followed Wen Chao's orders to imprison Qiu Ziheng. This dungeon had been constructed by Lu Jin as a private prison within the county office, intended for handling unsavory tasks. The flickering candlelight rendered the dungeon particularly somber and tranquil, its soundproofing effectively isolating the interior from the outside world. Chuan Xiong entered the dungeon alone, carrying a small stool, and seated himself outside Qiu Ziheng's iron cage, brewing tea and patiently awaiting his awakening. The officer had not struck too hard, so Chuan Xiong did not have to wait long before Qiu Ziheng opened his eyes. Initially bewildered, he quickly regained awareness, springing to his feet with anger directed at Chuan Xiong outside the cage. Chuan Xiong, he spat, his expression twisted with rage. Chuan Xiong nonchalantly sipped his tea, remarking, "Awake now? I originally intended to have a proper discussion with you, but after some contemplation last night, I decided against it. You are unworthy." Upon hearing those three insulting words, Qiu Ziheng lunged forward, gripping the iron bars tightly, glaring at Chuan Xiong. "Chuan Xiong, do you have any idea what you are doing? Do you truly believe that you can monopolize power in Kuhai County and dictate everything?" Chuan Xiong retorted, and if not, Qiu Ziheng's voice turned icy. "If you had any sense, you would inquire about my uncle's relationship with the city captain in Guanghan City. Have you considered the consequences of targeting me?" Chuan Xiong took a slow sip of tea. "I believe I am quite astute. I have no intention of negotiating with you, lest I end up dead at your hands." He regarded Qiu Ziheng quietly before continuing. "I came here to see you and inform you that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will spend the next 1 to 3 months here. I will send someone regularly to provide you with water and food, ensuring you do not perish in this place." Qiu Ziheng, far from displaying fear, even smiled coldly. "Chuan Xiong, your gravest mistake was opposing me, even if you refuse my goodwill. As long as you remain compliant in the county, your position as magistrate will be secure. Yet, you have chosen a path of ruin. Let me be frank. I sent a letter last night to my uncle in Guanghan City. Soon, someone will come looking for me, and if they cannot find me, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." Chuan Xiong held his teacup steady as a rock. "Let me be candid. The letter you sent will never reach your uncle." In the prison, Qiu Ziheng froze momentarily, a flicker of panic evident in his expression, but he quickly masked it with a sardonic smile. "Intercepting letters, such underhanded tactics from the magistrate. However, I have many friends in the county and numerous business partners. If they fail to locate me, the news will surely spread like wildfire." Chuan Xiong nodded. "Indeed, that could pose a problem, but I have thoroughly investigated your connections. You have no genuine business partners, only a handful of drinking buddies. Your only beneficial association is with the Salt Gang. Dealing with the Salt Gang is not difficult." Chapter 98. A single finger's futility. Whether Chuan Xiong's pronouncements could entirely prevent word from reaching his second uncle remained ambiguous to Qiu Ziheng. However, the more Chuan Xiong spoke, the more trepidation Qiu Ziheng felt, discerning that Chuan Xiong's focus seemed to be solely on him. He racked his brain, unable to recall any animosity between them. Despite his years of overbearing behavior in Kuhai County, Qiu Ziheng had indeed committed heinous acts and accumulated unsavory stains. Yet his victims were all commoners devoid of influence, leaving behind scant evidence. It seemed implausible that Chuan Xiong would seek retribution on their behalf. Observing the man outside the cage with an air of certainty, Qiu Ziheng tempered his initially sharp and confrontational tone, inquiring, "Magistrate Chun, upon your arrival, I extended an invitation to dine, which you declined. Since then, I have committed no offense against you. Last night, I again invited you to the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, personally footing the bill. I am genuinely perplexed as to where I have wronged you, prompting such animosity." Chuan Xiong chuckled. "You have not offended me, nor do I harbor any personal vendetta. My actions are simply because you have unfortunately provoked 2 individuals in this county whom you cannot afford to antagonize." Upon hearing this, Qiu Ziheng's tone rose, astonishment tinged with disdain. "In this county, are there truly individuals I cannot afford to offend?" Chuan Xiong affirmed. "Cheng Feng and Si Xiaohong." Qiu Ziheng scoffed incredulously. "A pauper orphaned of his parents and a mere courtesan?" Chuan Xiong nodded. "Precisely. These 2 happen to share an acquaintance with the same person." Qiu Ziheng furrowed his brow. "Who?" Chuan Xiong lowered his head to sip his tea, The one who severed your fingers. Xiao Ziheng pressed. And who is he? Chun Xiong replied, formerly a vagrant, and someone I personally dislike, but I find myself with no alternative. Xiao Ziheng was perplexed. Why? Chun Xiong sighed, rising to brush imaginary dust from his garments. Because I am afraid. My life is now in his hands. Mentioning himself, Chun Xiong became despondent, preparing to depart, ignoring Xiao Ziheng's loud calls and pleas. Reaching the doorway, Chun Xiong turned back, earnestly stating, "That person is truly terrifying. His eyes can pierce the very core of one's being. Even if my life were not in his hands, I would still avoid provoking him. Offending him is simply your misfortune." Outside the county, fine snow swirled. A white dragon guard, bearing Wu Jiao's corpse, arrived at a peak on Mount Xinguang. Zhu Baiyu meticulously examined the body, confirming its identity, and clicked his tongue. Wu Jiao was a figure of considerable renown in the martial world, with numerous lives on his hands. To be slain in Kuhai County. He must have encountered that woman from Wen City. Xiao Qi, adorned in attire suggestive of spring, with thin gauze revealing her petite, yet shapely figure, exuded a captivating allure. Amidst the falling snow, her beauty rivaled that of any maiden. She gracefully approached Zhu Baiyu, crouching down to inspect Wu Jiao's corpse before solemnly stating, "She did not do this, Chief." Zhu Baiyu took a swig of wine. "How so?" Xiao Qi pointed to a wound on Wu Jiao's body, analyzing. "This is not a fatal wound. That woman's blade is exceedingly swift, evading even heavenly realm martial artists. Had she intended to kill Wu Jiao, a single strike would have sufficed. This wound was not inflicted by her, nor did it cause his death." As she spoke, she drew a small knife, swiftly stripping Wu Jiao's corpse bare, leaving it exposed to the snow. Strange, this wound would hardly be fatal to someone like Wu Jiao, yet there are no other injuries on his body. Xiao Qi muttered in bewilderment, echoed by the furrowed brows of the surrounding white dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiao Qi seemed to recall something. She reached out, lifting Wu Jiao's stiff neck, carefully examining his nostrils and ears under the light, and then pried open his mouth for inspection. Finally, she exclaimed in shock, "Internal injuries. Heavens! What terrifying internal force could kill a transcendent realm martial artist without leaving any external damage? Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be a heavenly realm expert in this small Kuhai County?" Observing her stunned expression, Zhu Baiyu also crouched down, scrutinizing the corpse, his fingertips tracing across its face, ultimately settling on its forehead. "Not heavenly realm. This is futility." His pupils contracted, his expression even more astonished than if he had encountered a heavenly realm martial artist. Xiao Qi turned to Zhu Baiyu, her voice soft. "Chief, what is futility?" Zhu Baiyu's breathing quickened. Beneath the heavenly realm, a single finger's futility. 30 years ago, the Oblivion had a top assassin from the Wind Banner. Known as Ming, she was exceedingly mysterious, rarely appearing except to kill. Her internal cultivation had reached a transcendent state, earning her a fearsome reputation. Numerous transcendent realm martial arts masters from the Four Kingdoms perished by her hand. The chivalrous hero Nia Qingyuan gathered 7 renowned transcendent realm experts, wielding 7 divine weapons, to pursue Meng Po and avenge their kin, only to be annihilated by Meng Po's single finger near the Binwang River. Witnesses were terrified, fleeing in terror, and the news sent shockwaves throughout the martial world. That single finger was dubbed futility. Beneath the heavenly realm, all are defenseless. General Long Bufei issued a secret order, tasking me with capturing her, but Meng Po vanished 30 years ago, leaving no trace in the martial world. Today, I have encountered it in Kuhai County. Chapter 99 Invitation in response to Zhu Baiyu's account. Xiao Qi wore a look of skepticism and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "Boss, I'm not trying to elevate others, but Meng Po has quite the fearsome reputation. It appears that no martial artist below the celestial realm has ever managed to withstand even a single strike from her. If you truly encounter her..." Zhu Baiyu cast a sidelong glance at him. "What do you mean?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Zhu Baiyu's gaze, Xiao Qi chuckled awkwardly. "I mean nothing, boss. You know I have absolute faith in your abilities." Zhu Baiyu let out a cold laugh. "Your salary for this month is confiscated." Xiao Qi's face paled, and he hurriedly replied, No, 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 boss. I belong to the Moonlight Clan, and I barely have any coins left from last month's pay. If you deduct my salary for this month, it would be tantamount to taking my life. Just mark it down, please. I promise to make amends later, all right? Zhu Baiyu snorted dismissively before taking a sip of his drink. Does General Long not know how formidable this person is? Meng Po once assassinated General Long amidst palace power struggles at the northern border camp. That battle ended quickly, but the commotion was tremendous. Although General Long managed to block Meng Po's deadly strike, the residual force killed 16 soldiers nearby. This assassination marked the only time Meng Po ever failed. And because of that, General Long gained a deeper understanding of her. You also know of General Long's capabilities. He once secretly brought me into the camp, demonstrated the deadly strike, and taught me how to counter it. Unfortunately, after I learned it, Meng Po vanished from the world, never to be seen again. Who would have thought she would be hiding in this place? At this moment, a stout figure clad in white interjected with a deep voice. I know that Wang Chuan is also searching for Meng Po. They have rushed in large numbers to the county town. Could it be that their interest in Lu Jinshi is not the only reason? Perhaps they have discovered Meng Po's whereabouts? Zhu Baiyu contemplated for a moment before responding. There is a possibility, but I personally lean towards the former. By the way, have there been any updates from Guanghan City? The stout figure replied. Xiao Wu has inquired with city guard Ku Yun, and the case has been resolved, ruled as a suicide. As for other matters, there are no updates for now. Zhu Baiyu rubbed his thumb against his brow and sighed. Lu Jinshi is affiliated with King Pingshan. While the lord behind Ku Yun is not on good terms with King Pingshan, but is rather close to the White Dragon Guards. If anything was uncovered from Lu Jinshi, he would not conceal it. It appears that everything concerning Lu Jinshi has been cleaned up. This poses a problem. Xiao Qi's delicate features reflected a contemplative expression as he remarked, not necessarily, boss. In my view, the fact that King Pingshan sought out Lu Jinshi at least proves that Lu Jinshi is not as simple as he appears. Now that Lu Jinshi is dead and cannot provide any testimony, we can still pursue matters on the Chunxiong side. Furthermore, regardless of whether Wu Jiu died at Meng Po's hands, the sword wound indicates that the circumstances were complex at the time. Why not disguise myself and head to the county town to investigate? He added with a grin, even if I make amends, if you don't punish my salary. What do you think, boss? Zhu Baiyu hesitated, expressing concern. Perhaps let 11 accompany you for mutual support. Xiao Qi waved his hand dismissively. No need. The more people, the larger the target. Boss, trust me, I will handle it and avoid any unnecessary trouble. Zhu Baiyu remained silent for a while before nodding. Fine then. You go and check the situation. Just in time, Lu Jinshi's matter is nearing its conclusion, and Wang Chuan has managed to withdraw a large portion of our people. The collusion within the palace truly is a headache. Xiao Qi accepted the command, exchanged knowing glances with the others beside Zhu Baiyu, and then turned to descend the mountain amidst their bemused expressions. At noon, as the fine snow dissipated, the long silent sun revealed its brilliance once more. Wen Chao Sheng and a Shui had been arguing for quite a while, but ultimately both took a step back. A Shui refrained from killing Wen Chao Sheng, and Wen Chao Sheng agreed to fetch her some wine. He opted for wine from the family of Guan Jinyang, careful not to choose anything too strong, and procured 3 jars of peach blossom brew, carrying them in a net bag. As he departed, another woman, clad in a pale yellow long dress, followed closely behind. The two of them weaved through the crowd, and as they reached the gallery bridge, a sun-drenched breeze swept through, tousling Wen Chao Sheng's hair. He paused on the bridge for a moment, suddenly turning to face the beautiful woman, who was also carrying 3 jars of wine, and spoke earnestly. I thought the people from Wangchuan would not be so bold. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you approached me without any discretion, did you not? The petite woman in the pale yellow dress smiled faintly, her voice as melodious as a spring breeze caressing chimes. You are quite perceptive, but you have guessed wrong. I'm not an assassin. Wen Chao Sheng examined her closely. Intrigued, may I ask your name? The woman replied, you may call me Xiao Qi. Wen Chao Sheng said, I am Wen Chao Sheng. Xiao Qi responded, I know. Wen Chao Sheng expressed mild surprise. You have investigated me? Xiao Qi replied candidly, actually, My primary focus was not on you. You were merely a secondary consideration. Wen Chao Sheng understood. This person had initially intended to investigate a Shui. Why not seek her out directly? Xiao Qi was quite adept at conversation, standing side by side with Wen Chao Sheng, one tall and one short, resembling a pair of young lovers enjoying the breeze by the river under the sun. Am I insane? If she wields her blades so swiftly, should I provoke her misfortune? I would be at her mercy before I even speak. Who would seek justice for me? Wen Chao Sheng glanced at her again, inquiring. You truly are not with Wang Chuan? Xiao Qi assuredly replied. I am not. Wen Chao Sheng nodded. I suspected as much. Xiao Qi was taken aback, then smiled. So, you suspect I am from the other side? Wen Chao Sheng replied calmly. The White Dragon Guards. A gust of wind swept across the river, stealing the lightness from Xiao Qi's face and the smile from her lips. Her expression turned serious as she scrutinized Wen Chao Sheng. Yet she could glean no information from his inscrutable countenance. Is it because I am dressed in white? Wen Chao Sheng met her gaze and chuckled. There are many people in Kuhai County dressed in white. One cannot assume everyone in white is with the White Dragon Guards. However, given that Wu Jio's body was just discarded, your arrival led me to deduce your affiliation. Xiao Qi's eyes flickered with shock and surprise. The body of Wu Jio. Was it you who deliberately cast it out? Wen Chao Sheng replied. In truth, that was not a body. It was an invitation. Xiao Qi's expression sharpened. An invitation? An invitation for whom? Wen Chao Sheng answered, an invitation for you and for those behind you to enter the game. Chapter 108 breeze swept through the gallery bridge. On that day, the river's gentle breeze was not cold, as it blew across the gallery bridge. It felt like the tender caress of a lover before spring's arrival. The sun, which had been obscured by frost and snow for too long, finally broke through, casting its eager gaze upon the world, making those illuminated feel a warmth that bordered on discomfort. Yet the girl in the pale yellow dress, standing before Wen Chao Sheng, felt an inexplicable chill creeping down her spine. He was sweating. Cold sweat. The White Dragon Guard distinguishes itself from other martial organizations primarily by serving significant figures within the palace, conducting official business with a sense of duty. Their expenditures can be reimbursed by their superiors, ensuring an abundance of silver. This financial security allows them to navigate any situation with ease. Thus, the seasoned traveler of the martial world, Xiao Qi, swiftly pinpointed the whereabouts of Wen Chao Sheng and Shui. However, having learned from the previous misstep involving 15, he was reluctant to approach Shui directly and instead sought out Wen Chao Sheng, who was close to him. The information he acquired indicated that Wen Chao Sheng was an individual devoid of any martial prowess. This lack of skill meant one posed no threat to Xiao Qi's life. Initially, Xiao Qi approached one with a sense of superiority, bolstered by his own considerable abilities, akin to a cat confronting a mouse. Yet, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Before he could voice his concerns, Wen Chao Sheng remarked, "We are not acquainted, and I am not well known in the county. You must not be affiliated with those from Wangchuan. So how did you find me? Is it through local informants? Or perhaps Chun Xiong?" As Xiao Qi gazed upon Wen's composed demeanor, he felt an inexplicable pressure, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time during conversations. Having served under Zhu Baiyu for an extensive period, Xiao Qi, while not the most skilled fighter, possessed a keen intellect. Faced with Wen's incisive inquiries, he quickly seized upon a crucial point and retorted, "Are you well acquainted with Chun Xiong?" Wen Chao Sheng locked eyes with Xiao Qi, observing the stirred waters of surprise reflected within them, and suddenly broke into a smile, one that radiated a condescending understanding. This smile unsettled Xiao Qi, igniting a flicker of indignation within him. He pondered that as a master of the Longyin realm, he ought to be treated with respect in the martial world. Even if one held him in contempt, there should be a valid reason, perhaps a distinguished lineage, a prominent status, or superior martial skills. Yet one possessed none of these, akin to a well-dressed individual being mocked by a mountain monkey. Is my question truly so amusing? Xiao Qi, unlike 15, did not act recklessly. Although displeased, he refrained from aggression amid the bustling crowd on the gallery bridge. After his laughter subsided, one replied, "To be honest, it is rather amusing." Xiao Qi's gaze sharpened as he asked, "What is so funny?" Wen Chao Sheng replied, "You are indeed more astute than the last fellow who sought us out in the dilapidated temple. His arrival startled me. He acted as if he were formidable, yet met a gruesome end, cleaved in two. However, you are not particularly clever. You came to find me without asking the necessary questions, yet divulged much that should have remained unspoken." Gazing at this youth, who was perhaps even younger than himself, Xiao Qi smirked coldly. "You are being overly theatrical. Your attempts at deception are rather cliché. I had seen such tricks exhausted a decade ago while struggling in the martial world." When Chao Sheng, still smiling, countered, "Do you truly believe I am attempting to deceive you?" Xiao Qi shot him a frosty glance. "Isn't that the case?" When extended his hand, forming A3 gesture, and leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Listen closely, Xiao Qi. I will state three things. First, although you are clad in feminine attire and possess a figure surpassing most women, you are in fact a man. Second, you are familiar with the woman residing in the same household as me. Third, you did not come to find me in her. At least, that is not your primary objective. Your true target is actually Lu Jinshi." These revelations left Xiao Qi momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Wen Chao Sheng. His icy demeanor giving way to an indescribable shock, soon accompanied by a creeping fear. Unbeknownst to him, his body had tensed to its limits, veins straining against his pale neck. "No need to be so astonished. These three pieces of information were divulged by you yourself," Wen assured him. Xiao Qi's pupils dilated, and after a prolonged moment, he gradually regained his composure. Releasing his clenched fists, he sensed a faint weakness coursing through him. Rapidly sifting through their previous conversation in his mind, clarity began to dawn in his eyes, his voice trembling as he stated, "I can rationalize the first 2 points. Yet the third, I never uttered." When Chao Sheng asserted confidently, "You did." Observing Xiao Qi's nearly vacant expression, he grinned. "In truth, that question was my attempt to draw you out. I had anticipated that you sought me through the local informants of the Seven Killers Hall, and my inquiry regarding Chun Xiong was merely to confirm my suspicion. It seems I was correct. The White Dragon Guard would not randomly venture into such an obscure place as Kuhai County, and your keen interest in Chun Xiong must stem from Lu Jinshi." Xiao Qi wished to refute, yet Wen raised a finger, uttering words that sent a chill down his spine. "Would you like to know why I am so certain? It is quite simple. Your ability to extract information about me from the Seven Killers Hall is due to my prior instruction. Were it not for my consent, they would not dare to speak a word.